Heavens! Earth! I don't want to attend the morning court. Someone save me. A wail pierced the sky, soaring straight into the clouds, startling the birds perched on the branches into a flurry of flapping wings. On the pearwood canopy bed, Shen Yuxi wrapped herself tightly in a quilt, shrinking into a ball and hiding in the corner. Standing before the bed was Lu Ying, the maidservant who had served her since childhood. Lu Ying wore a look of helplessness. Miss, if you don't get up soon, the master and madam will come over, and you'll be scolded again. Let them scold. Once they are done, they can't force me to attend the court. Host, do you think that's possible? The emperor has issued a personal decree. Even if your father wanted you to stay home, he couldn't. The system, which had been quiet all night, finally spoke up, but its words made Shen Yuxi want to bang her head against the wall. She conversed silently with the system in her mind. System, what kind of madness has possessed the old emperor to make a mere young woman like me serve as an official? In what way am I better than those ministers who passed the imperial examinations? I finally escaped the 9-to-5 corporate slave life. I just want to quietly be a lazy bum, eating and waiting to die, kept in captivity. Why destroy my happy life? Why? Shen Yuxi roared incessantly in her heart, her face covered in metaphorical tears. Shen Yuxi hailed from the blue planet of the 21st century, a 9-to-5 corporate slave. Having endured the ruthlessness of her boss and the difficulties created by colleagues, she overcame immense challenges to win over stubborn clients and sign million-dollar contracts. However, just as she closed her eyes planning where to travel after receiving her bonus, she opened them to find she had transmigrated. She transmigrated as the youngest and most favored legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights. Above her were loving parents and doting older siblings. With no worries about food or clothing, she spent her days eating melons with the system and chatting about gossip, living a blissful life. Suddenly, making her wake up early to attend the morning court was worse than killing her. The system nodded in agreement. I don't understand. Host, you have neither intelligence nor skills, only an empty but beautiful shell. The emperor is clearly making things difficult for you on purpose. Shen Yuxi stopped wailing. Her eyes turned dangerous and she squeezed every word through gritted teeth. System, I think you're itching for a beating. No, I was wrong. The system's tone was full of flattery, dragging out the last syllable. For the sake of me praising your good looks, forgive your dear little system this once. Just this once, Shen Yuxi said haughtily. Minister Shen and the rest of the family who were preparing to wake his little daughter arrived at the door and overheard the conversation between Shen Yuxi and the system. They wore expressions of being accustomed to the unusual. From the moment Shen Yuxi was born, they knew she was different, though everyone could hear her inner thoughts. There was also a spirit named System that always accompanied their little daughter. Fearing she would be harmed or treated as a monster, they had never allowed her to leave the estate. However, a few days ago, their little daughter sneaked out of the estate while they were away and coincidentally saved the fourth prince who had been accidentally injured. As everyone knew, the emperor doted on the current fourth prince the most. Thus, as the savior, Shen Yuxi was naturally summoned by the emperor and empress. Host, your parents and siblings are here. The system kindly reminded her. Shen Yuxi pulled her quilt tighter and tighter, burying her head deeply into her chest. She constantly chanted in her mind, "You can't see me, you can't see me." The whole family was thoroughly amused by Shen Yuxi's self-hypnosis. Their little daughter was simply too interesting. Ahem. Minister Shen fake coughed twice to clear his throat. Daughter, get up quickly. Otherwise, if we delay the time for the morning court, and the emperor blames us, neither you nor your father will have a good end. I won't. Shen Yuxi's muffled voice came from under the covers. Because she had been appointed as an official, she was so furious last night that she didn't sleep a wink. I'm sick. Father, please ask for a leave of absence for me. I'll attend the court when I recover.
兰丽那张毛茸茸的熊脸，即便在昏暗的光线下，也看得出咧开了一个极度满意的笑容。她那双黄色的眼睛闪烁着近乎凶猛的喜悦光芒。
About a year or half a year. By that time, the emperor would have long forgotten about her existence, let alone force her to attend the court. At this, the corners of the entire family's mouths twitched. Minister Shen put on a stern face. Nonsense. If word gets out, and the emperor really sends an imperial physician to examine you only to find you are faking illness. The crime of deceiving the sovereign means not only will you be beheaded, but the whole family will be implicated by you, understand? Host, I advise you to be sensible. Today you have to go whether you want to or not. The system's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. Shen Yuxi felt profoundly powerless, lacking even the strength to scold it. What a miserable life, just destroy it. Oh, host, relax. The system chuckled. At worst, after you attend the court, I'll feed you gossip every day. I guarantee you absolutely won't be bored. Fine, eating melons is acceptable. At the mention of gossip, Shen Yuxi's mood instantly improved significantly. Although she lost her sleep, she gained gossip. You win some, you lose some. In the past, my parents wouldn't let me go out, which prevented me from enjoying major gossip. Now I'm going to gorge on all the gossip I missed out on. Exactly, eat to your heart's content. The system echoed loudly. Minister Shen and the others. They inexplicably felt an ominous premonition. Under the gazing eyes of her entire family, Shen Yuxi obediently crawled out of bed and hastily put on her official uniform. The uniform had been hurriedly tailored by the imperial wardrobe after Emperor Xianzhao asked for her measurements. It fit perfectly. Because Shen Yuxi was the dynasty's unprecedented first female official, Emperor Xianzhao took care of her by specially instructing the imperial wardrobe to make the uniform more exquisite and less rigidly formal, catering more to a young woman's preferences. Madame Shen Shiyin and Shen Tinglan stood at the main gate watching the father and daughter board the carriage. Do you think Xi'er will be all right? My heart feels strangely unsettled. Madame Shen clutched her chest, unable to hide the worry in her eyes. She knew her little daughter's personality best, fearing she would share inappropriate thoughts with the system and provoke someone without even realizing it. Mother, rest assured. With the system protecting her little sister, shouldn't have any problems, Shen Shiyin said. Yes, mother. At worst, father is still there. The system had a built-in protection mechanism that could shield their little sister from harm at critical moments. They had witnessed the system's capabilities with their own eyes. When their little sister was 6 years old, she playfully climbed a tree, insisting on reaching the top to pick peaches. When they received the news and rushed over, their little sister was frightened by a snake coiled around the tree, slipped, and fell straight down. Seeing that scene, their hearts stopped in that moment. Unexpectedly, the instant she was about to hit the ground, an invisible protective shield seemed to form around her, steadily catching her and slowly lowering her to the ground. She was completely unharmed, although she was subsequently subjected to a mixed double beating by the family until her bottom swelled up, rendering her unable to get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. But it also proved that the system's protection mechanism was indeed formidable. I hope so. Madame Shen could only comfort herself this way. Gurgle, gurgle. Shen Yuxi's stomach growled with hunger. Her eyes were fixed on Minister Shen as he devoured meat buns, the steaming aroma wafting over, making her hungrier with each sniff. Minister Shen looked utterly speechless. He turned around, facing away from Shen Yuxi, and continued gnawing on his bun in silence. Host, just say it if you're hungry. Why stare at your father like that? He's about to get indigestion. Minister Shen, yes, yes. It was rare for the system to speak human words. Minister Shen felt gratified, but the next second the system's words nearly made him spray the bun from his mouth. Your father is old. Indigestion can easily lead to vomiting. The carriage is so cramped. What if he vomits on you? Minister Shen, ugh. He instantly lost his appetite. Shen Yuxi crossed her arms and snorted twice. Getting up before dawn, threatened by that rotten father to attend court. I, the young lady, have my pride. I won't lower myself to ask him for a bun. It's beneath my dignity. System. Then why are you staring at him? Obviously I'm hungry. Shen Yuxi was unreasonable, but spoke with great confidence. Watching Dad eat so deliciously, I'm dying of craving. Then just ask your dad for a bun. It's not embarrassing. Besides, he already offered, and you said no. No way. When Dad realizes his mistake and asks me again, I'll eat. The system couldn't understand its host's thought process. I think it's highly unlikely that your dad will ask again, otherwise he wouldn't be eating alone with his back to you. Then I'll wait until after court and complain to Mom that the rotten father didn't feed me, letting his own daughter starve. Shen Yuxi had already planned ahead. Listening to the conversation between his daughter and the system, Minister Shen's heart and liver ached with anger. What a sin. How did he end up with such a troublesome little brat? They say a daughter is her father's warm little cotton-padded jacket, but his little jacket was leaking wind in a noisy way. But he wouldn't really let his youngest daughter skip breakfast, nor could he allow her to spout nonsense in front of his wife. If his wife got angry, he'd have to sleep on the floor again tonight. So resigned, Minister Shen handed the oil paper-wrapped bun to Shen Yuxi. Here, eat quickly, or you won't be able to once we reach the palace gate. Shen Yuxi grinned. She took it happily. After getting the bun, she said triumphantly to the system, see, I told you Dad dotes on me. How could he bear to let his precious daughter go hungry? The system glanced at the resigned Minister Shen. Going along with the conversation, whatever makes the host happy. Shen Yuxi was truly hungry. She picked up the bun and took a bite. In her past life, as a miserable office worker, she rarely had breakfast. Occasionally she'd grab a cup of soy milk and egg, or a piece of bread from a breakfast shop. After transmigrating into the Shen mansion, this habit remained unchanged. However, it was no longer because she didn't have time, but because she slept until the sun was high in the sky and simply didn't get up. At first, the Shen couple and her older siblings took turns calling her every day. Eventually, they discovered that Shen Yuxi wouldn't get up no matter what, and after her severe bedwarming habit, they gradually compromised. Forget it. As long as her health was fine, they let her be. Occasionally waking up early, Shen Yuxi felt that eating a hot bun for breakfast was pretty good. Her stomach felt warm. Once we enter the main hall, behave yourself. If you displease the emperor, even I can't save you. Oh, I understand, father. On the surface, Shen Yuxi answered obediently. But in her heart, she kept complaining to the system. Tongzi, am I not well behaved? Why does my dad always have that expression of, I'm always about to cause trouble and need him to clean up after me? Host, doesn't your conscience hurt when you ask that? The system counted on its fingers one by one. At 1 year old, the host didn't like being held and insisted on crawling. Eventually, while no one was watching, you crawled under the bed and fell asleep, and no one could find you. The whole family went frantic. At 6 years old, because your dad thought you ate too much candy and was afraid of tooth decay, he didn't give you any and instead gave it to your eldest brother and second sister. The host was very angry, so you grabbed a handful of sand and mixed it into your dad's porridge, nearly choking him to death. At 9 years old. Stop, stop, stop. Shen Yuxi quickly stopped her. You don't need to say it. I know I'm unreliable. How embarrassing. Hearing the system's words, Minister Shen couldn't help but recall scenes of his little daughter's mischief in the past. Every scene made his blood pressure soar. Yet his little daughter was especially good at yielding and acting cute with an adorable face. Her big watery eyes seemed to speak, staring straight at you. It made it impossible to scold her. The carriage stopped steadily at the palace gate, and Shen Yuxi had just finished her bun. Minister Shen was the first to step down on the spring stool, followed by Shen Yuxi. Their timing was perfect. The main hall of the Taiji Hall had its doors wide open. The civil and military officials straightened their clothes and hats, lined up orderly, and filed in. As the eunuch's shrill, distant voice rang out, "His Majesty arrives," everyone in the hall knelt down respectfully. Long live the Emperor, 10,000 years. Shen Yuxi knelt on the cold ground with both knees. As the saying goes, one kneels to heaven, earth, and parents. In her past life as a modern person, she had no concept of kneeling to others in her bones. In this life, she had been confined to home by her parents, never meeting important people and never kneeling. Suddenly having to kneel to a so-called emperor felt strange to Shen Yuxi, a bit hard to accept. System, who invented the rule of kneeling? These ministers are kneeling all day long. Don't their legs ache? Shen Yuxi murmured. Especially the elderly ones with their brittle bones. Won't they fall apart from kneeling? Perhaps they're used to it. After decades of kneeling, they've developed knees as tough as iron. The system mused thoughtfully. Alas. Do I have to kneel for decades too? No. Shen Yuxi wailed. Her expression was utterly desolate. Given the current situation, kneeling for a decade or so shouldn't be a problem for you, host. Shen Yuxi puzzled. What on earth is in His Majesty's head? Porridge. To grant me an official position so recklessly. Is he not afraid of the civil and military officials and the people cursing him as a fatuous ruler? Emperor Xuanzhao. There's no porridge in my head. The civil and military officials. How dare Minister Shen's daughter insult the emperor? Unforgivable. Minister Shen. My dear, are you tired of living? The system pondered and replied, host saved the fourth prince's life. The emperor dotes on the fourth prince, so naturally he shows extra favor to the one who saved him. If the emperor wants to favor me, he could just bestow gold, silver, jewels, antiques, calligraphy, clothes, and jewelry. But look what he's done instead. Shen Yuxi fumed resentfully. This is clearly repaying kindness with enmity. Be content, host. In others' eyes, the emperor has already shown you exceptional favor. Countless women yearn for the chance to enter the court, and countless scholars study for years without ever stepping into the court. Yet you, host, have become an official effortlessly, the envy of many. Can I decline this kind of favor? The system replied in a tone of deep regret, no. The civil and military officials below listened to the one-person, one-system dialogue, their hearts trembling with fear. They had not seen Shen Yuxi speak, nor had anyone in the hall spoken to her. Whose voice was that which they had never heard before? Could it be that Shen Yuxi could communicate with spirits? At this thought, some timid officials broke out in goosebumps. Their gazes involuntarily fell on Minister Shen's face. Minister Shen, about little Shen. The Minister of Works beside him, who was close to him, lowered his voice, unable to conceal his curiosity. Minister Shen felt helpless. From the moment the emperor demanded his youngest daughter enter the court, he had foreseen this day. His daughter's secret was no longer a secret. That's my daughter's inner thoughts. But who is little Shen talking to? There's no one around. A spirit named System. The officials around him stealthily leaned closer to Minister Shen, pricking up their ears. Upon hearing Minister Shen's words, they widened their eyes. System. A spirit. How terrifying. No wonder the emperor insisted on granting little Shen an official position. It's not just because she saved the fourth prince. When Emperor Xianzhao first announced this news, the entire court was stunned. After the shock came frantic attempts to dissuade the emperor from his absurd idea, some even banging their heads to the ground, begging him to rescind the order. The Grand Chancellor even fainted on the spot, collapsing to the ground. But the emperor was adamant. No amount of persuasion could change his mind. Helpless, the ministers were forced to accept it. They resolved to keep a close eye on Shen Yuxi's every move. Once she made a mistake, they would submit a memorial to His Majesty, determined to pull her down from the position of official historian. Indeed, Emperor Xianzhao knew that appointing Shen Yuxi would not convince the public, so he did not assign her an important post. Instead, he placed her as an assistant to the official historian. The official historian wrote and recorded in court, and she only needed to help occasionally. Meanwhile, the emperor, who had been inexplicably scolded, remained silent. Must not get angry. The young lady saved Chener's life and helped root out the culprit who harmed him. She is a great contributor. Taking a few deep breaths, Emperor Xuanzhao's majestic dragon eyes swept over the officials present. A major reason for granting Shen Yuxi an official position was his hope to test the court officials through her and the system's inner thoughts. Eunuch Director Yang, the chief eunuch, spoke up at the right moment, his shrill voice echoing far and wide. If there are matters to report, present them. If not, the court is dismissed. Your Majesty, this old minister has a matter to report. Yen Bosun, the left censor-in-chief of the censorate, stepped out from the ranks. Host, I've seen so many juicy scandals. Do you want to hear them? The system's excited voice rang out again. Yes. Anyway, historian sir can handle the recording alone. She would just stand there like a wooden post. Idle hands are the devil's playthings. Who should we gossip about? The emperor's. It's all his fault. If he hadn't forced me into court, I'd still be sleeping in my warm, soft bed at this hour. Shen Yuxi was vengeful. Whoever offended her, she would retaliate. The system supported her wholeheartedly. All right, let's gossip about the old emperor. Emperor Xuanzhao. What is this gossip? The ministers were equally puzzled. Where was the melon for little Shun to eat? Minister Shen clutched his chest, as if he might faint at any moment. The Minister of Works beside him quickly patted his back to soothe him. Minister Shen, you must stay calm. The emperor isn't angry, so don't take it to heart. Similar incidents would only increase in the future. He had to get used to it. The Minister of Works silently added this in his mind. But seeing Minister Shen's pallor, he wisely shut his mouth. He was afraid that if he said it, Minister Shen would punch him. Host, what do you think of your emperor? Upon hearing this, Emperor Xianzhao immediately straightened his chest and sat upright. Even Yen Bosun's voice lowered considerably. Not only the emperor was curious, the ministers were also very eager to know how Shen Yuxi would evaluate him. Shen Yuxi secretly glanced at Emperor Xuanzhao, pondered for a moment, and summarized. The late emperor was fatuous in his later years, indulging in pleasure, plunging the entire Mo kingdom into misery, depleting the treasury, and the fierce struggle among the 9 princes for the throne. That the emperor emerged victorious in the battle for the throne proves his ability beyond doubt. After ascending the throne, he decreed light corvée labor, humbly received remonstrance, and developed the people's livelihood. The Mo kingdom's strength grew rapidly. All this proves he is a diligent and benevolent ruler. Phew! Minister Shun heaved a great sigh of relief. Thank goodness his daughter still had a brain. He had truly feared she would curse the emperor as fatuous and foolish. Hearing such an impartial assessment, Emperor Xuanzhao's lips involuntarily curled up. He proudly puffed out his chest, looking like a victorious rooster. Though the little girl was sharp-tongued, her words were quite pleasing. Feeling his glorious deeds acknowledged and praised by Shen Yuxi and the system, Emperor Xianzhao was secretly delighted. The system chuckled twice. Emperor Xianzhao suddenly felt a premonition of doom. The others held their breath, straining their ears to listen. One minister, needing to pass gas, feared the sound would disrupt the gossip, so he forced the fart back at the very threshold. Oh dear, it nearly suffocated him. Shen Yuxi and the system were engrossed in their exchange, utterly oblivious to the dwindling murmurs in the court. The system sighed. For over a decade, that old emperor hasn't realized that the third princess doesn't resemble him in the slightest. These words struck like a thunderbolt, stunning everyone present. Emperor Xuanzhao. Several princes, what does this mean? Is the princess not father's daughter? Emperor Xianzhao had 3 princesses. The eldest was born to the late empress when he was still a prince. He doted on her, but tragically she drowned at the age of 3. The emperor and the late empress were lost in grief over their daughter's death, unable to find solace for a long time. It was not until the 3rd year after losing the eldest princess that the late empress became pregnant again, and the two gradually emerged from the sorrow of losing her. Upon hearing this, the great hall fell into dead silence. The late empress and the eldest princess were the emperor's inviolable scales, the wounds that would never heal in his lifetime. No one dared to mention them. The pressure around Emperor Xianzhao plummeted, his thin lips tightened, his face rigid. Everyone gasped inwardly for Shen Yuxi. Minister Shun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, fearing the emperor's wrath would befall his youngest daughter. Shen Yuxi, oblivious to the atmosphere, sensed nothing amiss. She continued her exchange with the system. The second princess was born to imperial consort Shi. After the second princess's birth, both the emperor and the late empress were quite fond of her. Consort, she even offered to raise the princess herself if the late empress so wished. How could consort Shi willingly give away the princess? Most consorts, having given birth to the only princess in the palace, would cling to her and use her to gain favor. The emperor, loving his only princess, would naturally extend that affection to her mother. Did consort Shi not think of using her daughter to compete for favor? The system explained consort Shi was a palace maid accidentally favored by the emperor while he was drunk. The emperor considered this a disgrace and felt ashamed before the late empress. Even after favoring consort Shi, he only granted her the lowest rank and never visited her again. Had consort Shi not conceived and born a princess, the emperor would never have promoted her rank. Consort Shi knew this well, so she tried to minimize her presence and earn the favor of the emperor and empress. But the second princess's fate was still tragic. She was severely allergic to peanuts to the point of death. Shen Yuxi's neck was sore, so she twisted it left and right. Having read countless palace intrigue novels, she analyzed, did someone deliberately mix peanuts into the second princess's food? Bingo. The host is correct. The system asked mysteriously, host, who do you think harmed the second princess? His heart was filled with disbelief. Impossible. Back then he had clearly identified the culprit who harmed the second princess, the wet nurse who had raised her since childhood. No. The system's affirmative tone nearly made Emperor Xianzhao lose control. His hand slipped, almost knocking over the teacup beside him. His heart was filled with disbelief. Impossible. Back then he had clearly identified the culprit who harmed the second princess, the wet nurse who had raised her since childhood. But now hearing the system's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Emperor Xuanzhao's eyes. Could he be wrong? The ministers below were lost in thought. The spirit beside young Master Shen seemed to have the power to see through everything. No wonder the emperor insisted on appointing young Master Shen as an official. Judging by the current situation, neither Shen Yuxi nor the system seemed aware that others could hear their thoughts. Who was it that harmed the second princess? Emperor Xuanzhao's palm clenched abruptly, his heart pounding with tension. The system answered without hesitation, it was the third princess's mother consort Wei. What? Emperor Xianzhao was stunned and furious. Rage surged within him. He had never imagined that the culprit would be the ever gentle and virtuous consort Wei. Emperor Xianzhao trusted the system's words implicitly, for its very existence had shattered his previous beliefs. Shen Yuxi and the system had saved the fourth prince and exposed the mastermind behind the attack on Mo Xian. The courtiers were utterly bewildered. Consort Wei virtuous and kind. How could she do such a thing? The system said slowly, since the third princess was born, no other princess has been born in the palace. The emperor's affection for the third princess is second only to that for the fourth prince. However, the emperor does not know that the third princess is not actually his daughter. Emperor Xuanzhao's emotions were beyond words, because he suddenly realized that the third princess bore no resemblance to him at all. The ministers exchanged glances. Could Consort Wei have dared to mix the royal bloodline? Impossible. Consort Wei's father, Grand Tutor Wei, stumbled, his face twisted with rage. You lie. He was about to step forward to defend his daughter, but those around him had already anticipated his move. They grabbed him and covered his mouth. MMPH. Grand Tutor Wei was furious. Grand Tutor Wei, it is best you remain silent now. If the emperor's wrath falls upon you, it will not only be Consort Wei who suffers, you may be implicated. Indeed, Grand Tutor Wei. His colleagues advised earnestly, we do not yet know if what young Master Shen and the system say is true. We all know Consort Wei's character. The emperor is a wise ruler. He will see the truth and not wrong the consort or the princess. In truth, they were eager to hear the rest of the story from Shen Yuxi and the system. They were enjoying the gossip and could not let Grand Tutor Wei interrupt. As the words fell, Grand Tutor Wei looked up indignantly. Emperor Xuanzhao's gaze met his, imperial, majestic, and full of warning. Grand Tutor Wei shuddered and quickly lowered his head, a strange sense of dread spreading through his limbs. No. It must be Shen Yuxi deliberately slandering his daughter. The emperor, wise and mighty, would never believe Shen Yuxi's nonsense. Emperor Xianzhao was livid, his back teeth nearly grinding to dust. You wretch. Smash. This time the teacup by Emperor Xuanzhao's hand fell to the floor, shattering. The abrupt sound snapped everyone back to reality and drew Shen Yuxi's attention. She looked up toward Emperor Xianzhao. System, does the emperor have Parkinson's? The system scanned carefully. According to my detection, no. The emperor is in good health, vigorous and strong. He will easily live to 100. Then why is his hand shaking like that? Probably a cramp. Emperor Xianzhao glanced at his right hand. He was trembling uncontrollably with grief and rage. Yet hearing the system say he was healthy and would live to 100, his mood improved slightly. Throughout history, which emperor did not desire immortality? Though wise and not foolish enough to pursue the elixir of life, Emperor Xianzhao nevertheless wished for a long life. The courtiers were speechless. That system was so powerful. It could tell if someone was ill and even predict their lifespan. Though they did not understand Parkinson's from the conversation, they could roughly guess it was some kind of disease. If only they could have the system examine them. Could they take precautions and live longer? Instantly, Minister Shen received glances from all directions. Their eyes gleamed, nearly blinding him. Minister Shen quickly lowered his head, pretending to see nothing. Your Majesty, I wish to report. Fearing that Shen Yuxi might sense something amiss, another minister stepped forward to speak at Emperor Xuanzhao's signal. Today's court session was unusually strange, but Shen Yuxi on her first day in office was naturally unaware. Back to the topic. Shen Yuxi curiously asked the system, who is the third princess, the daughter of Consort Wei, and whom? At this moment, Emperor Xianzhao had already suppressed the blazing fury raging in his heart. He maintained his composure. After all, he was the emperor. What grand spectacles had he not witnessed? He had long cultivated the ability to remain unflappable even as Mount Tai collapsed before him. Yet upon hearing Shen Yuxi's words, his taut cheeks and clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. A tempestuous storm had already been unleashed within him. The chief eunuch attending to Consort Wei. What? Are you kidding me? Shen Yuxi's round eyes flew wide open. Emperor Xianzhao and the assembled ministers? Shen Shangshu covered his face in utter despair. Compared to the scandal of Consort Wei's adultery being exposed openly in court for all to know, He now wished even more that his youngest daughter would simply curse the emperor a few times. By now the emperor's face and dignity had been thoroughly trampled. He cast a sidelong glance at Grand Tutor Wei. Grand Tutor Wei's face could no longer be described as merely ashen. His vicious glare suggested he might lunge forward at any moment and tear Shen Yuxi to shreds. Shen Shangshu's expression darkened instantly. Grand Tutor Wei prided himself on being a veteran official of 2 reigns, having once instructed the emperor for several years, and was exceedingly arrogant. Now that his disgrace had been exposed by his youngest daughter, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment against her. It seemed he needed to arrange some trusted guards in advance to protect his young daughter, lest Grand Tutor Wei resort to desperate measures. But recalling Shen Yuxi's protective mechanisms, Shen Shangshu felt somewhat reassured. "Host, I'm not joking with you at all." The system slowly recounted the entire affair. Before Consort Wei entered the palace, she had long held a beloved man in her heart. She and that man were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together. Although their families had never arranged a betrothal, the two had already pledged themselves to each other, vowing that neither would marry another. However, just when their feelings were at their deepest, something unexpected happened. In the first year of Emperor Xuanzhao's reign, the imperial selection of consorts began. As Grand Tutor Wei's most outstanding legitimate daughter, Consort Wei possessed unparalleled beauty and excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Naturally, Grand Tutor Wei wished for his daughter to enter the palace and serve the emperor, bringing honor and continued glory to the family. If Consort Wei were fortunate enough to bear an imperial prince who later ascended the throne, the entire Wei family would rise in prominence along with him. At first, Consort Wei was unwilling, resorting to hunger strikes to resist entering the palace selection. But after she accompanied Grand Tutor Wei into the palace and met the emperor once, she became enamored with the young, handsome, and powerful sovereign. Shen Yuxi interjected, so she agreed to enter the palace. After Consort Wei entered the palace, she eagerly anticipated a loving relationship with the emperor, yet he seldom visited her chambers. Let me guess what happened next. Shen Yuxi stroked her chin, narrowing her eyes. Consort Wei, lonely in the deep palace, yearned for the time of love with her childhood sweetheart, so she arranged for him to enter the palace as a personal eunuch at her side. Through underhanded manipulation, she ensured her childhood sweetheart escaped the castration procedure. In this way, he could stand openly beside Consort Wei without arousing suspicion. Taking advantage of the emperor's absence, the pair cavorted night after night, toiling and laboring to produce the third princess right. Host is so clever. Seeing Shen Yuxi speak so bluntly and explicitly, even the men present, including Emperor Xuanzhao, felt their faces flush. How could a young lady be so utterly shameless? Shen Shangshu, little Shen Darren, is indeed frank and adorable. Second Prince Mo Yao coughed lightly and remarked in a low voice. Shen Shangshu, ha. Having struggled in the imperial court for half his life, his old face had been thoroughly disgraced today. And that man agreed. Was he not afraid of being discovered and having his entire clan executed? Consort Wei deceived him, claiming she had been forced into the palace by Grand Tutor Wei and that her heart had always belonged to him alone. The man chose to believe her, for he still loved her, and so, risking his life, he entered the palace under her arrangement. Especially after sharing a night of passion with Consort Wei, he became utterly addicted to that thrilling sensation. Whenever the emperor was absent and Consort Wei felt the urge, she would drag her little bamboo horse off for a vigorous romp. Emperor Xuanzhao. Damn it, I must slaughter that adulterous pair. With a green meadow sprawling atop his head, Emperor Xuanzhao's murderous intent surged. Under her bamboo horse's tireless cultivation, Consort Wei successfully conceived. After giving birth to the third princess, Consort Wei felt the emperor favored the second princess and neglected their mother and daughter, so she bribed the wet nurse attending the second princess. The temptation of money has always been immense. How could an ordinary person resist the weight of silver? Driven by impulse, the wet nurse agreed to Consort Wei's scheme, secretly mixing large amounts of crushed peanuts into the second princess's food, which led to the tragedy of the second princess. After committing the deed, the wet nurse grew fearful in hindsight and wanted to confess to the emperor, but Consort Wei threatened her, using her daughter outside the palace. The wet nurse had no choice but to take all the blame upon herself. However, how could Consort Wei possibly spare the wet nurse's daughter and leave behind a hidden threat? Alas! Shen Yuxi shook her head and let out a heavy sigh, gazing at Emperor Xianzhao with pity in her eyes. How pitiful His Majesty is. Out of 3 daughters in total, the first 2 did not survive, and the one that barely lived isn't even his biological child. Emperor Xuanzhao, there's really no need to rub salt into my wounds. If the emperor found out, do you think he would faint from rage? Probably right, the system said uncertainly. Given the emperor's temperament, even if he faints, he would first kill Consort Wei and the third princess before doing so. True. What man could endure his woman cuckolding him, let alone this man being the sovereign above 10,000 people? Does host intend to tell the emperor about this? Let's talk about it later. Shen Yuxi's tone was hesitant. Am I supposed to suddenly go before the emperor and say that consort Wei murdered the second princess and committed adultery to bear the third princess? The emperor would surely kill me. Besides, I have no evidence. Emperor Xianzhao did not wish to reveal any telltale signs before Shen Yuxi, so he forcibly suppressed the murderous urge surging within him. He pretended to be nonchalant and continued discussing state affairs with the ministers. Another 2 hours passed, and Shen Yuxi's legs had grown numb from standing. Historian, sure, you've been writing for so long. Are you tired? Would you like me to help you record some of it? Across the entire court, aside from the emperor, only the official historian Sure was permitted to kneel while seated. Historian Sure looked at Shen Yuxi's sincere, expectant gaze. He subtly glanced at her waist, which was nearly bent to the ground, and twitched the corner of his mouth. Then I'll trouble little Shen Darren. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Shen Yuxi waved her hand repeatedly. Writing, she was best at that. Historian Sure silently retreated to the side. Shen Yuxi, as if liberated, immediately replaced him and knelt in his place without a second's hesitation. Phew, comfortable. It's been this long and Historian Sure has only written this little. Shen Yuxi idly leafed through Historian Sure's records. Compared to what he had written previously, today's record was exceptionally sparse. Historian Sure. It's all because I was too absorbed in listening to your inner thoughts and forgot to record. Historian Sure is always so lazy. The system said, besides, no one ever actually checks this kind of record. Basically, one only needs to note down major events. Certain trivial content can be omitted. Oh right, where's the fourth prince? How come I didn't see him? Shen Yuxi scanned the area but did not spot Mo Xuanzhen's figure, so she asked the system. Mo Xuanzhen suffered severe injuries. Although host saved his life, the emperor still gave him special leave to rest and recover for a period of time. But Mo Xianzhen wasn't idle either. He was busy interrogating prisoners. Interrogating prisoners? Shen Yuxi pursed her lips. The group that tried to assassinate him that day. They were all death warriors and couldn't be broken by interrogation, but Mo Xianzhen didn't want them to die easy deaths, so he had them tortured with instruments every day. They could neither live nor die. Hiss, Shen Yuxi shuddered. Since host hasn't left the residence, you wouldn't know of Mo Xuanzhen's deeds. The system seemed quite intrigued, chattering on endlessly about everything concerning Mo Xianzhen. Mo Xianzhen is decisive, cold-blooded, and ruthless, an absolute god of slaughter. A saying is widely circulated among the people: better to provoke the emperor's wrath than touch the god of slaughter's brow. It means one would rather incur the emperor's fury than cross the fourth prince. Shen Yuxi recorded everything while asking the system, is Mo Xianzhen really that terrifying? But when I saw him that day, aside from being wary of me at first, he was actually rather approachable afterward. Approachable. The civil and military officials were all stunned. They felt Shen Yuxi must have some misunderstanding about the fourth prince. Even Emperor Xuanzhao, his own father, cast a subtle glance at Shen Yuxi, his expression thoughtful. Back then, when he learned that Shen Yuxi had saved Chener, he settled Chener and then summoned Shen Yuxi along with the elder master and Madame Shen to the palace. Chener seemed quite interested in Shen Yuxi. Unprecedentedly, he had taken the initiative to come to him and ask about Shen Yuxi. Chener and Shen Yuxi. If it was what he imagined, that wouldn't be bad either. Host thinks that way because you don't know Mo Xianzhen yet. Once you spend more time with him, you'll learn his true nature. Shen Yuxi scoffed. When would I ever get the chance to spend time with the fourth prince? Host has now entered the court and is a fellow official with the fourth prince. There will be plenty of opportunities to interact in the future. No need for that. She truly didn't wish to have too much entanglement with Mo Xianzhen. Saving the fourth prince's life was to make him remember my kindness. The emperor dotes on the fourth prince. In the future, should I ever need anything, the fourth prince would lend a hand out of gratitude for saving his life. Emperor Xianzhao found this unexpected. Whether in appearance or ability, Chener was exceptionally outstanding. Countless young ladies in the capital dreamed of marrying him. He had assumed that even if Shen Yuxi didn't like Chener after saving his life, she would at least harbor some special feelings toward him. Little did he expect that Shen Yuxi was utterly unwilling to have any connection with Chener. Shen Yuxi was unaware of Emperor Xuanzhao's inner thoughts, and had she known, she would have simply brushed it off with a smile. As the lengthy morning court session finally ended, Shen Yuxi let out a delighted woo in her heart, releasing her pent-up stress. Emperor Xuanzhao's foot slipped, and the sudden howl successfully startled him once again. Your Majesty, be careful. Eunuch Yang hurriedly steadied him. The civil and military officials were no exception, patting their own startled hearts. If this continued day after day, they would sooner or later die of heart attacks from little Lord Shen's frights. Minister Shen had official duties to attend to and needed to return to the Ministry of Rights. Shen Yuxi had no choice but to leave on her own. Little Lord Shen. A clear, gentle voice sounded from behind her. Shen Yuxi instinctively withdrew the step she had already taken and halted. Turning around, she saw the crown prince clad in a golden python robe walking toward her. His sword-like brows swept into his temples, his nose was high and straight, and the corners of his eyes tilted slightly upward. A faint smile perpetually lingered at the corners of the crown prince's lips, giving him an air of easy approachability. Your subject greets the crown prince. Before entering the palace, Minister Shun had already taught Shen Yuxi the proper etiquette. Within the palace, she had to refer to herself as your subject. Little Lord Shen, no need for formalities. Mo Jingyu wore a faint smile, his voice so gentle it was almost unreal. May I ask what business the crown prince has with your subject? Compared to the fourth prince whom she had met once before, she had never been acquainted with the crown prince at all. She couldn't understand why he had called out to her. Nothing much. Some days ago the fourth brother was injured by assassins. I heard from father that thanks to little Lord Shen's rescue the fourth brother's life was spared. I wish to express my gratitude to little Lord Shen. The crown prince flatters me. Saving one life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Even if it weren't the fourth prince, had anyone else gravely wounded collapsed before me, I would not have stood by idly. Shen Yuxi replied in a very official manner. Little Lord Shen is kind-hearted. I am deeply ashamed of my own inadequacy. The atmosphere grew somewhat subtle. System, what does the crown prince mean? I feel like he's just trying to make conversation. Shen Yuxi was puzzled. If thanks are due, it should be the emperor and the fourth prince thanking me. Why did the crown prince suddenly stop me to express gratitude? It feels like his intentions are elsewhere. Host is overthinking it. The system said, you saved the fourth prince, and as his elder brother it's only natural for the crown prince to say thank you. Fine. The crown prince was gentle and refined. Compared to the erratic fourth prince, the court officials clearly preferred this good-natured crown prince. Yet what people couldn't understand was this: the emperor clearly doted on the fourth prince, and yet he had given the position of crown prince to the current crown prince. Instead, the fourth prince spent years on the battlefield, rarely seen by anyone. People were coming and going all around, and Shen Yuxi didn't want to be seen having too much contact with the crown prince lest she invite gossip. Your Highness, your subject still has important matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well. Mo Jingyu answered with a smile. Watching Shen Yuxi's hurried retreating figure, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. What an adorable little girl. No wonder the fourth brother couldn't stop thinking about her. At the Shen mansion, when Shen Yuxi returned home, she found several carriages parked at the mansion's entrance. Especially the one in the center, tall and understated, yet exuding luxury, with a large character, Chun, printed on the carriage. Shen Yuxi immediately called out to the system and asked what was going on. The system lazily let out a yawn. These are carriages from the fourth prince's residence. No kidding. My eyes aren't blind, of course I know they're from the fourth prince's residence. I'm asking what happened. The fourth prince has sent gifts to your home. Gifts? A question mark slowly emerged above Shen Yuxi's head. You saved his life, so he's come to thank you now. The system's tone was a bit gleeful. Let me tell you, Mo Xinshen brought a ton of gifts over. Your Qingyu courtyard can barely fit them all. The corners of Shen Yuxi's mouth twitched slightly. Stepping down from the carriage, she lifted her skirt and hurried toward the main hall. Mother. Fourth. Shen Yuxi had just reached the doorway when she saw the person inside, and the word prince was instantly swallowed back down. Mo Xinshen was clad in a dark martial outfit that accentuated a tall, straight figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Silver python patterns embroidered in dark thread on the fabric flickered faintly in the twilight, radiating an aloof, forbidding chill. The creator seemed especially partial to him, bestowing upon him a countenance that stunned the heavens and moved the world. His features were sharply defined as if carved by knife and chisel. His phoenix eyes were long, narrow, and deep, his pupils an exceedingly dark ink. His nose was high and straight, accentuating the clean, sharp line of his jaw. Every detail so exquisite that not a single flaw could be found. Seeing her approach, the man's gaze settled upon her as well. Miss Shen, long time no see. His voice was gentle as water, utterly devoid of any aggressiveness. Little sister, the fourth prince came here specially today to thank you for saving his life. Shen Shurian walked over to Shen Yuxi's side and patted her shoulder. Mo Xuanshen's gaze shifted to Shen Shurian's right hand, pausing for a brief moment before looking away. Shen Yuxi's eyes met his pitch-black, deep pupils, and it felt as though her very heart trembled. Fourth prince, your majesty has already bestowed gifts upon your subject daughter. Imperial father's bestowal is his own matter, it cannot be conflated. Mo Xinshen rose to his feet. This prince does not know what Miss Shen fancies, so I have prepared a selection of everything I could think of. Miss Shen may take a look. If there is anything you desire, simply inform me later. Then your subject daughter will not refuse. Shen Yuxi accepted it graciously. It would be impolite not to accept from someone like the fourth prince. Shen Yuxi arrived home, and it was already lunchtime. Fourth prince, would you care to stay for a meal? Prompted by Madame Shen, Shen Yuxi took the initiative to ask. No need, this prince must still enter the palace, perhaps another day. Mo Xinshen shot a sardonic glance at the bowing Shen Yuxi. If he were to truly stay for a meal, someone would likely lose her appetite. The group saw off the fourth prince. After he left, Shen Yuxi asked curiously, Mother, how long was the fourth prince here? And what did he say? Not long, about half an hour. The fourth prince is taciturn. After stating his purpose, he barely spoke. Although the fourth prince's visit surprised them, they soon put it aside. Little sister, did anything interesting or special happen at court today? Shen Tinglin's gaze shifted to Shen Yuxi's face, her eyes concerned as she asked hesitantly. In truth, she wanted to ask if her little sister had been beaten. Given her little sister and the system's tendency to enjoy watching the excitement and stirring up trouble, she would surely have indulged in gossip at court. If she chanced upon dangerous gossip, she might have offended someone without realizing it. But she couldn't say it outright. Shen Yuxi shook her head. No, court was quite boring. Just mentioning it made her angry. Those ministers argued endlessly over trivial matters, making my head buzz. It was so annoying. And I wonder how the emperor endures them every morning. Madame Shen gently scolded, don't talk nonsense. How can we discuss the emperor? Now that you are in court, you must change your previous temper. You cannot always speak so recklessly, understand? I know. Shen Yuxi acquiesced helplessly. In her mind, she communicated with the system. Is my mother approaching menopause? Why is she getting more and more naggy? Madame Shen. Post, your mother cares about you. And being nagged by your mother is your own fault. Bullshit. Shen Yuxi cursed in her mind. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen's hand inexplicably itched. Look, why doesn't your mother nag your eldest brother or second sister? She only targets you. Of course, because you are the one who worries your parents. Behind every troublesome child, there is a pair of anxious and nagging parents. Shen Yuxi let out a proud hum, ignoring the system, and hooked her arm around Madame Shen, shaking it. Mother, I'm hungry. Let's eat now. Madame Shen sighed, then turned to order the servants to bring the meal. Shen Tinglan and Shen Shiyan covered their mouths, snickering. Second sister, this is your favorite stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Have some more. Shen Yuxi picked up a piece and placed it in Shen Tinglan's bowl. Shen Tinglan smiled, her eyes crinkling. Thank you, little sister. Shen Yuxi was dissatisfied with her second sister's appetite. She eats too little, not even half of my appetite. She truly wondered how her second sister grew up. Unconsciously, Shen Yuxi blurted out her thoughts. Do you think your second sister is like you, eating like a little piglet? If their youngest daughter hadn't been born into the Shen family, but into a commoner's home, they might not have been able to afford her. Mother, your words are really hurtful. Shen Yuxi grumbled. Eating is the most important thing in the world. Only when you are full and satisfied can you accomplish great things. Second sister eats so little, it's not good for her health. Is it possible that you eat too much? Madame Shen's words struck again. Shen Yuxi clutched her chest, indicating she didn't want to discuss this topic. Mother is right, little sister. You should learn from second sister and strive to develop into a proper lady. Shen Shiyan interjected. Big brother, just eat your food and say less. Shen Yuxi angrily picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Shen Shiyan's bowl. The family was harmonious and cheerful. Meanwhile, Minister Shen's still working hard at the Ministry of Rights. Minister, these are the documents you requested. An official placed a thick stack of books in front of Minister Shen. Yes, you may go back to work. Very well. Minister Shen did not even have time for lunch and worked non-stop until the afternoon. In the Imperial Garden. Yesterday His Majesty said he would come to our palace tonight. There is still time, Your Highness. Perhaps you should return and prepare. Her personal maid said. What is there to prepare? It makes no difference to this consort whether His Majesty comes or not. Normal consorts would be overjoyed to learn that the Emperor would stay in their palace. Consort Wei, however, reacted indifferently, as if she didn't care at all. Only one eunuch cast a deep gaze at Consort Wei, his eyes filled with intense emotion that he could barely suppress. Did this consort not already order a swing to be built in the Imperial Garden? Why is there no movement? Forgive me, Your Highness. The Empress Dowager said that without His Majesty's permission no one is allowed to alter a single blade of grass in the Imperial Garden, or they will be punished according to palace rules. A flicker of irritation crossed Consort Wei's eyes. She said impatiently, the Empress manages everything, and now she meddles in my affairs. She reached out to pick a vivid peony, when suddenly a voice came from behind. His Majesty arrives. Startled, she quickly dropped the peony flower in her hand. Emperor Xuanzhao in his bright yellow dragon robe had a face as gloomy as the winter ice. Your subject consort pays respects to His Majesty. Consort Wei, you are truly resourceful. I never realized you were so capable. Your Majesty, what is wrong? Who has angered you? Consort Wei thought that someone else had angered the Emperor, and he happened to meet her in the garden, so he was venting his anger on her. She was displeased and a hint of annoyance showed on her face. Emperor Xianzhao let out a cold laugh. One does not shed tears until seeing the coffin. Consort Wei, you have served me for quite some time, and know my temper. His voice was as cold as the winter wind. I will give you a chance. Confess and be lenient. You'd better tell me everything you've been hiding from me without missing a single word. I may even grant you a whole corpse. A growing sense of unease coiled tightly within Consort Wei's heart. Had His Majesty discovered something? No, it was impossible. She firmly suppressed such thoughts. Whenever she met with Qingji, she would dismiss all the palace attendants, leaving only her most trusted maid, Shi Xian, privy to their meetings. Shi Xian had served her since childhood, never having made a single mistake over the years, and she trusted her utterly, believing she would never betray her. She kept such thoughts hidden behind a composed facade. Facing the oppressive aura emanating from Emperor Xuanzhao, Consort Wei did not flinch or look away. Instead, she met his gaze directly. "Your Majesty," she ventured cautiously, "have others whispered malicious words in your presence?" Emperor Xuanzhao's face grew grim and dark, offering no reply. Tears welled in Consort Wei's eyes instantly. Though past 30, she still retained a striking elegance, and her tears bore a heartbreaking beauty. Under normal circumstances, seeing her so distressed would have long prompted him to offer comfort. Yet at this moment Emperor Xianzhao remained utterly impenetrable and cold. "I have served you faithfully for so many years, always treading carefully lest I make a single misstep. Your Majesty must not believe the idle rumors spread by others. If Princess Ping'an were to hear your Majesty utter such grave words against me, without cause it would break her heart." The third princess's honorific title was Ping'an, Princess Peace. Having lost both the first and second princesses, Emperor Xianzhao doted exclusively on his sole remaining daughter, fiercely guarding against any misfortune befalling her. Hence he bestowed upon her the title Ping'an, hoping she might live a life entirely free from peril. "Wretched woman, you dare mention that bastard." Emperor Xianzhao raised his hand high, and with a sharp crack delivered a vicious slap to Consort Wei's face. Mentioning the third princess only stirred darker memories, linking his thoughts to Shen Yuxi's earlier conversation with the system. The princess was in fact Consort Wei's illegitimate child, born with her childhood sweetheart. A wave of revulsion churned within Emperor Xuanzhao, as though he had cast his utmost devotion to the dogs. "Oh!" Consort Wei cried out in agony. The force of the blow was so great that it dislodged the vermilion gold hairpin tucked behind her ear. Struck hard, she stumbled to the ground, one side of her face instantly rising with a vivid five-finger imprint burning with pain. "Your Majesty!" The head eunuch called out anxiously, but the very next moment men under Yang Gongong's command restrained him and forced him to his knees. Consort Wei was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Fear and grievance swirled together in her gaze as tears spilled uncontrollably down her cheeks. Emperor Xianzhao looked down upon her from above, his eyes devoid of any mercy, filled only with bone-chilling coldness. "That bastard's veins have never carried my royal blood. You conspired with this eunuch to deceive me for over a decade. Do you truly take me for a fool?" His icy words fell like judgment, and he would not even utter the word Ping'an anymore. Each word struck her ears like a death warrant. Trembling, she lifted her head to look at Emperor Xuanzhao, her eyes brimming with terror, dread, and a fractured haze of confusion. "No, your Majesty, that is not true. How could Ping'an be a bastard? She is your daughter, your own flesh and blood." Ignoring the burning sting on her face, Consort Wei tried to crawl toward the Emperor's feet. He kicked her away with brutal force. Emperor Xianzhao let out a derisive scoff. "No wonder. I always wondered why that bastard bore not the slightest resemblance to me. At the time I merely reasoned she was a girl, so her lacking my features mattered little. Consort Wei, you and this eunuch." "Oh, I apologize, I should not call him an eunuch, for he is still a man. Otherwise he could never have fathered that bastard with you." The moment the words left his lips, both Consort Wei and the eunuch shattered into sheer panic. "Your Majesty, I do not understand what you are saying. As for this eunuch, he was selected by the Directorate of Palace Affairs. I kept him by my side as senior steward because he appeared steady and trustworthy." "What illicit affair, what bastard child? It all has nothing to do with me." She clung to the belief that as long as she denied everything to the bitter end, the Emperor would have no evidence and could do nothing. Even if they took Cheng Ji below to conduct a physical examination, she would merely shift the blame onto the Directorate. It was the Directorate's dereliction of duty and negligent inspections that allowed such a thing to occur. "Wretch, do you take me for a complete fool?" Seething with rage, Emperor Xianzhao struck out with another kick. Consort Wei shrieked, collapsing onto the floor in agony. Her features contorted with pain, feeling as though her internal organs had been displaced. "A palace servant witnessed you indulging in secret trysts with another man while I was absent. All these years you managed to conceal it remarkably well. Which servant was it? I demand to confront them face to face." A trickle of blood escaped the corner of Consort Wei's lips. "Your Majesty cannot condemn me for infidelity and question Princess Ping'an's lineage based solely on one-sided testimony." Tired of wasting breath on her Emperor, Xianzhao knew she would never confess regardless. Thus he delivered her fate without further hesitation. "Consort Wei has committed adultery with an outsider, deceived the sovereign, and muddied the royal bloodline. Guards, drag Consort Wei away, cast her into the cold palace, and administer poison." Emperor Xianzhao cast a glance at Cheng Ji, his eyes thick with murderous intent. "As for him, tear him apart with 5 horses." Consort Wei's eyes widened in sheer terror. She desperately denied everything. "Your Majesty, please. I am wrongfully accused, wrongfully accused. Your Majesty, this was all this lowly one's doing. Consort Wei was coerced by me. I beg you spare her." Emperor Xuanzhao's fury twisted into a cold laugh. "You are certainly devoted to her, daring to commit adultery with the reigning consort noble lady. Your crimes and the crimes of your 9 clans will soon be paid for in full." The chilling pronouncement hung in the air. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Gongong summoned servants who immediately dragged Consort Wei away. Before Ji could even utter a plea for mercy, a hand clamped over his mouth, and he was forcibly hauled outside. Yang Gonggong carefully observed the emperor's expression before cautiously asking, "Your Majesty, what shall be done with the third princess?" "Best to end it with a cup of poisoned wine," the Emperor Xianzhao said coldly. "The third princess likely wishes to see you. Would you care to meet with her?" The third princess was not currently in the imperial palace. Once she returned and learned of concubine Wei's infidelity, and that she herself was the illegitimate daughter born of concubine Wei's affair, she would surely demand an audience with the emperor. A bastard. What reason would I have to see such offspring only to add to my displeasure? Although Chief Eunuch Yang felt this was inappropriate, seeing the emperor's resolute demeanor, he swallowed his words. Aside from the fourth prince, the emperor had doted most upon the third princess. Who could have imagined she was not of imperial blood? Concubine Wei possessed truly audacious boldness. While Chief Eunuch Yang sighed with disbelief, he could not help but admire Shen Yuxi. Given the gravity of the matter, although the emperor trusted Shen Yuxi, he still dispatched someone to investigate the midwife who delivered concubine Wei and the imperial physicians who had attended to the royal pregnancy. As expected, the investigation uncovered the truth. Concubine Wei had not given birth prematurely. All those years she had conspired with the imperial physicians to fabricate the pregnancy timeline, deceiving everyone. After dealing with concubine Wei and the others, Emperor Xianzhao swept aside his broad sleeves and turned away without hesitation. He urgently needed a quiet place to be alone and cool his temper. Qingyu Courtyard. Shen Yuxi lay sprawled on her bed, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the ceiling. "Host, you should sleep now, or you won't wake up tomorrow morning and your father will yank your ears again. Just a reminder, by modern timekeeping it's already past 1 in the morning. I'm not sleepy." The next day, Shen Yuxi hadn't even opened her eyes before Minister Shun had already roused her from bed. "Father, let me sleep a little longer. I'm nearly falling apart from exhaustion." As she spoke, Shen Yuxi covered her mouth and let out an enormous yawn. Minister Shun gazed at his daughter with her unmistakable dark circles with utter exasperation. "I may allow you to sleep, but will the emperor permit you to continue your slumber? You must change your habit of staying up late. How many times has father told you that early to bed and early to rise keeps one healthy? You cannot keep sleeping so late." Shen Yuxi closed her eyes, clutching her father's arm, and proceeding by feel. Defiantly, she retorted, "I wish to sleep early too, but my body simply won't allow it. A habit cultivated over 10 years cannot be broken in a single day or night. Persevere without ceasing and you shall become a noble person. I persist without wavering, and habit will merge with your nature. When habit merges with nature, it becomes effortless." Minister Shun continued his lecture. Habit becomes second nature. Continue attending court sessions, and after some time this habit of late sleeping and late rising will be corrected. System, my father really loves speaking in refined literary terms. Isn't he subtly mocking my lack of education right to my face? He knows perfectly well I won't understand him. Shen Yuxi and the system exchanged silent reproaches within their minds. Minister Shun fell silent. "Host, your father probably never considered that you wouldn't understand. After all, having spent so long in officialdom, his words flow as naturally as composed verses. The fourth prince's mansion. Your Highness the Emperor has summoned Grand Tutor Wei for a private audience." Mo Xianshun idly turned a dagger in his hand, its keen edge gleaming with cold silver light in the sunlight reflecting the man's ruthless features. Haning kept his head lowered, his voice steady as he continued reporting. "Concubine Wei's illicit affair has tainted the imperial bloodline. The emperor is furious and has sentenced both concubine Wei and the third princess to death by poisoned wine." How did the emperor discover this? It is said that third Miss Shun exposed the truth during a court session, that the third princess is actually the illegitimate daughter born from concubine Wei's affair with one of the senior eunuchs. The emperor believed her apprehended the imperial physicians and midwife from that year and extracted the confession through severe torture. Mo Xuanqin's lips curved into a faint smile, his dark eyes carrying an indescribable gleam. "No wonder. I was wondering why the emperor, who had been confounded for over a decade, suddenly uncovered the truth about concubine Wei and her daughter. Now it makes sense. Only Mo Xianshun in all of Mo's state would dare openly call the reigning emperor foolish." Haning had grown accustomed to his lord's attitude toward Emperor Xianzhao and felt no surprise. Considering Grand Tutor Wei's years of diligent service in court, and since he was unaware of the affair, the emperor showed leniency and imposed only a penalty of 10 years' salary. As a veteran minister who had served 2 reigns and once tutored him, Emperor Xianzhao could not bring himself to execute him despite his fury. A severe reprimand would suffice. Nevertheless, a shadow of distrust had fallen between the emperor and Grand Tutor Wei. Henceforth, the Grand Tutor would never again hold his head high in the emperor's presence. The concern is that Grand Tutor Wei likely bears a grudge against third Miss Shun. Upon hearing this, the amused expression on Mo Xuanqin's face dimmed slightly and the relaxed line of his jaw tensed. And sudden silence fell over the air. After a moment, the man's voice rang out cold and grave. "Keep a close watch on Grand Tutor Wei. Send someone to protect her in secret. It went without saying who she referred to. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Ying's otherwise calm eyes. Though he knew his lord held third Miss Shun in particular regard, he never imagined he would dispatch guards to protect her. This was entirely uncharacteristic of his lord's usual conduct. Yes, when his lord gave orders they obeyed without question, no explanation required. Shen Yuxi had fallen into a deep slumber within the carriage. The jolting of the carriage and the noise of passers-by did not disturb her sleep in the least. If I hadn't been bound to this host, and didn't know she was a college graduate from a prestigious university, I would have suspected she was reincarnated from a pig. Such an extraordinary capacity for sleep. The system muttered to itself. Upon hearing these words, Minister Shun nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yet he wondered what graduated from a 985 university meant. From the system's tone, it seemed his daughter had been quite impressive in her previous life. Minister Shun was extremely curious about his daughter's past life, but the system had only offered that single remark before falling silent. He found no way to press further. Daughter, wake up. Upon reaching the palace gates, Minister Shun patted Shen Yuxi's shoulder with practiced ease. Calling out twice, Shen Yuxi acted as though she could not hear, continuing her sound slumber. Minister Shen's patience ran out, and he simply grabbed his daughter by the collar and dragged her out of the carriage. Bystanders watched in surprise as he abandoned his usual refined and composed demeanor, striding forward in a huff, while hauling someone along behind him. Out of curiosity, they glanced back, only to realize it was young Master Shun. Relieved, they returned to their business. Minister Shun, what is the meaning of this? The Minister of Works approached and spoke, noticing that Minister Shun's official cap had tilted askew and couldn't help but suppress a grimace. Finally, Shen Yuxi stirred awake. The moment her eyes opened, she saw the officials waiting for court proceedings, her father's towering figure before her, and the collar she was being held by. Her mind went blank for a moment as she struggled to process what was happening. Host, you were sleeping so soundly that your father couldn't wake you, so he had no choice but to drag you to court. Drag. Shen Yuxi's eyes widened in shock. This is bullying, pure and simple. Her suddenly raised voice startled everyone present. Before the system could respond, Shen Yuxi raged internally. I am at least the Emperor's personally appointed historian. To be dragged along by my father in full view of everyone. My colleagues will ridicule me to no end. What face will I have left to stand among the court officials? Minister Shun remained speechless. Even if he hadn't dragged her, she had long since lost all dignity. There aren't that many spectators in life. Host, rest assured, they won't dwell on this little episode. The system paused, its tone laced with schadenfreude. The host will need to grow accustomed to this over time, as similar incidents are sure to follow. Based on its understanding of the host, within 10 to 15 days, Minister Shun would drag her back to court once more. Its host would never abandon her sleep over embarrassment. No sooner had the system finished speaking when a voice laced with quiet menace echoed within the mind of Shen Yuxi. Each word seemed squeezed out through clenched teeth. System, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Repeat it for me. I said your father is being too much. Next time I'll help the host get revenge. The system quickly retracted its smirk and shifted its accusations toward Minister Shun. I said your father is being too much. Next time I'll help the host get revenge. The system quickly retracted its smirk and shifted its accusations toward Minister Shun. To Shen Yuxi, most of the officials in court were unfamiliar faces. She couldn't possibly recognize them all in such a short time and would have to rely on the system to guide her. Suddenly, Shen Yuxi sharply detected an unfriendly gaze fixed upon her. She raised her head and followed the feeling. What she found was an official roughly in his late 50s standing ahead, his eyes locked onto her with a piercing stare. She saw deep hatred and disgust in his eyes. Shen Yuxi's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. System, who is that? Why is he staring at me like I dug up his ancestral grave? He is Grand Tutor Wei, the father of Consort Wei. Upon hearing their exchange, Grand Tutor Wei reluctantly tore his gaze away and turned his body, no longer looking at her. The others' glances moved back and forth between Grand Tutor Wei and Shen Yuxi. Ever since learning from the young minister about Consort Wei's alleged affair with a man outside the palace, they had been closely watching both Consort Wei and the third princess, eager to know whether the young minister's claims were true and how the emperor would deal with the situation. What no one could have predicted was that the emperor, without the slightest hesitation, had ordered the execution of both Consort Wei and the third princess. Having lost his daughter, Grand Tutor Wei naturally harbored resentment toward the young minister. Minister Shun's brows furrowed tightly into a furrow, and he pulled his youngest daughter behind him. Shen Yuxi, her head bowed, failed to notice her father's gesture. The old emperor discovered that Consort Wei had been having an affair with one of his personal eunuchs and had bribed the royal physicians to fabricate the months of her pregnancy. In a rage, he directly ordered the execution of Consort Wei and the third princess. Grand Tutor Wei is in a terrible mood. He barely slept last night. She asked puzzledly, I don't even know him. Why does he look at me like he wants to kill me? It wasn't like I asked the emperor to kill Consort Wei and her daughter. Grand Tutor Wei, standing ahead, clenched his palms so tightly that the hatred in his eyes seemed almost tangible. Grand Tutor Wei is just in a foul mood. Everyone looks like they're about to devour him. It's not specifically directed at the host. If the host is angry, I'll spill some tea on Grand Tutor Wei later. Grand Tutor Wei, maintain your composure. Mo Jingyu drew near, his gentle voice carrying a hint of warning. Young Minister Shen's exposure of Consort Wei's scheme to confuse the imperial bloodline was a meritorious deed. Otherwise would the honor of a royal princess be bestowed upon a lowborn bastard. Grand Tutor Wei enjoys deep trust from your majesty. Do not do anything foolish. Grand Tutor Wei stiffly pulled at the corners of his mouth, forcing a smile. Your Highness, the Crown Prince misunderstands. His Majesty handled my disobedient daughter on my behalf. I could not be more grateful. Then all is well. Even in the court, Shen Yuxi's inner thoughts showed no sign of stopping. Emperor Xianzhao and the ministers listened to the conversation between one host and one system while conducting state affairs. Compared to dull and tedious work, gossip was far more entertaining. System Grand Tutor Wei suffered the loss of his daughter and stayed up all night yesterday. How does he have the energy to attend court this morning? Emperor Xuanzhao's eyes flicked lightly over Grand Tutor Wei's face. Overnight, Grand Tutor Wei appeared to have aged a dozen years. If I tell you that Grand Tutor Wei not only has the energy to attend court, but also the energy to consort with his concubine, would the host be more shocked? EW. Shen Yuxi gave Grand Tutor Wei a disgusted glance. She thought no one noticed her subtle reaction, unaware that most of the court had already taken note. How old is Grand Tutor Wei, and he's still indulging in such things? How old is his concubine? Early 20s. Good heavens. Grand Tutor Wei could be her father, and he still had the nerve. Grand Tutor Wei's face cycled through red, white, and every shade in between like a painter's palette. Having his private matters paraded before the entire court by Shen Yuxi was no different from public humiliation. The second prince quietly covered half his face with his hand, casting a look of eager anticipation toward Grand Tutor Wei. He teased, Grand Tutor Wei's vigor remains as vigorous as ever. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but secretly sneer. Vigor. More like an old cow grazing on tender grass. Though such things were not uncommon with the young ministers saying it aloud, they suddenly felt Grand Tutor Wei was being extraordinarily shameless. The system burst into hearty laughter, filling the hall like surround sound. Don't let Grand Tutor Wei's age fool you. His abilities are formidable. He battled his concubine all night last night, and is still full of energy for court this morning. His own daughter is dead, yet this father still has the spirit to roam and revel, enjoying fleeting romance. This shows just how heartless Grand Tutor Wei is. Shen Yuxi's words were filled with distaste and sarcasm. Emperor Xianzhao cast a thoughtful glance toward Grand Tutor Wei. How could he have been so blind as to once consider Grand Tutor Wei a man of noble character and respected virtue? He was clearly a shameless old wretch. Grand Tutor Wei has more than just Consort Wei as his daughter. Consort Wei's death did not afflict Grand Tutor Wei for long. On the contrary, he is now planning how to send his youngest daughter into the palace and offer her to the emperor. Shen Yuxi's mouth slowly formed an O shape. He really dares to think that. The emperor has been worn a green hat for over a decade, and is currently in the most sensitive phase of his life. Doesn't Grand Tutor Wei fear making the emperor even angrier by choosing this exact moment to send his daughter into the palace? The system answered matter-of-factly, he is afraid. The old emperor holds great grievances against Grand Tutor Wei. Grand Tutor Wei fears losing the emperor's trust entirely, gradually falling out of favor, which would undermine his position at court. So he's decided to go all out, a desperate gamble to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. His youngest daughter is more beautiful and enchanting than Consort Wei. Grand Tutor Wei believes that with her beauty and figure, she will surely win the emperor's favor. The system whispered, however, Grand Tutor Wei's youngest daughter does not have her heart set on the old emperor. Compared to the emperor, who is more than a generation older than her, she would rather find a suitable match of comparable age. Grand Tutor Wei would surely not agree, right? Grand Tutor Wei's youngest daughter has a fiery temper. She explodes at the slightest provocation. Unlike Consort Wei, she does not obey Grand Tutor Wei unquestioningly. Grand Tutor Wei is at a loss. He wants to send his youngest daughter into the palace, but fears her temper will further anger the emperor. Shen Yuxi clicked her tongue and shook her head. The Grand Tutor Wei's youngest daughter has quite a personality. If it were me, I wouldn't want to be with an old man either. Xianzhao Emperor. Where am I old? I am clearly in the prime of my life, at the height of my vigor. So I hope things turn out as she wishes. And the emperor? Shen Yuxi said with utmost contempt. If the emperor truly takes a young girl almost as young as his own daughter as a consort, then I've misjudged him, and he's no good either. Xianzhao Emperor, rest assured, I never intended to agree to Grand Tutor Wei's proposal. It's all Grand Tutor Wei's fault. The emperor, unable to contain his anger, glared at Grand Tutor Wei. If it weren't for his idea, he wouldn't have been scolded by Shen Yuxi for nothing. The emperor probably won't agree with Grand Tutor Wei's approach, especially after the example of Consort Wei. The old emperor is now extremely disgusted with Grand Tutor Wei's family. The system changed its tone. But it's not impossible that the old emperor, unable to resist the temptation of beauty, forcibly takes Grand Tutor Wei's youngest daughter into the palace. Xianzhao Emperor nonsense, I did not. In this era, it is common for powerful and wealthy men to take concubines decades younger than themselves. Everyone is accustomed to it, not to mention the most honored man under heaven, the old emperor. Even if he were 70 or 80, as long as he wished, countless young maidens in the bloom of youth would be within his reach. Host, look at the court. Except for a very few men, which one does not have a flock of wives and concubines. Scumbags, Shen Yuxi said succinctly. The officials labeled scumbags, including the Xianzhao emperor, inexplicably lowered their heads in shame. Look at my father, he is the epitome of a true man, loving only my mother. He returns home immediately after court, never visits brothels or takes concubines. Even if he comes home late occasionally, it's only to buy delicious food for mother and us. Shen Yuxi praised him wildly in her heart. The system nodded in agreement. Even by modern standards, Host's father is a rare good man. The Xianzhao emperor and the other officials simultaneously turned their gaze toward Minister Shen. A good man. At that moment, Minister Shen proudly raised his head, puffed out his chest, and became the center of attention. He received glances of admiration and praise from all directions. Oh, why does my daughter always speak the truth? For once, Minister Shen felt that even a dog's mouth could produce ivory. He decided that in the next few days, when he woke his little daughter, he would be gentle and not grab her by the collar. Your Majesty, I impeach Minister Jia. He allowed his son to bully and beat commoners, and afterward showed no remorse. Not only did he fail to offer compensation, but he also threatened the victim, leaving the victim's leg injury unhealed to this day. The Xianzhao emperor's expression instantly turned cold. His gaze sharp as a blade shot toward Minister Jia. He said in a deep voice, Minister Jia, do you have anything to say in your defense? As the words fell, Jia Kuen's legs gave way, and with a thud, he fell heavily to his knees. A sharp pain shot through his knees. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body trembled like a leaf in the wind. The emperor detested those who oppressed the common people. Once a scion of a noble family, relying on his power, had harassed many innocent maidens, causing widespread gossip. When the emperor learned of this, he was enraged and had the scion beaten to death with a club. No amount of pleas or persuasion could change his mind. Jia Kuen, under the immense pressure from the throne, spoke with a trembling voice. Your Majesty, I was unaware of what Minister Meng said. When I return, I will strictly interrogate my son. If he truly committed such illegal acts, I will punish him severely without leniency. System, is Jia Kuen telling the truth or not? False. The system affirmed. Jia Kuen knows what his son did, but he only scolded him a few words lightly. Jia Kuen's son swore he would never make mistakes again and would stay home obediently to avoid causing worry. Did Jia Kuen believe him? Yes. Jia Kuen thinks his son is young and doesn't understand, so he indulges his son's mistakes time and again. Every time he decides to teach his son a harsh lesson, Jia Kuen's son kneels down sincerely and slaps himself hard, and Jia Kuen's heart softens. Spoiling a child is like killing him. Doesn't Jia Kuen understand such a simple truth? He's wasted decades of his life. Other officials with sons nodded in agreement. Spare the rod, spoil the child. The old ancestor's words hold some truth. Jia Kuen, as if drained of all strength, collapsed onto the ground in despair. It's over, truly over. The emperor will not let them off. He understands. The system said. But compared to reason, he cares more about his son in his heart and cannot bear to be harsh. Jia Kuen's son has exploited this psychology, making him more and more excessive. The Xianzhao emperor didn't know whether to call Jia Kuen stupid or accuse him of being overly soft-hearted. As a father, he is completely manipulated by his son. If his own son were like Jia Kuen's son, he would have already removed him from the imperial genealogy and acted as if he had never been born. In the court, the crown prince and the second prince suddenly felt a chill wind at their backs. Even Mo Xianshun in the fourth prince's mansion couldn't help but sneeze. Your Highness, have you caught a cold from the wind? I'll have someone prepare a bowl of ginger soup for you, Xiao Mingzi asked tentatively. No need. Mo Xianshun turned a page of a military treatise and said calmly. You may withdraw. Yes. Xiao Mingzi tiptoed out quietly and closed the door, careful not to disturb the fourth prince. Having learned the truth from Shen Yuxi and the system, the Xianzhao emperor wasted no more time. He said in a deep voice, Where is the Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review? I am here. Lu Song, the Chief Justice, stepped out from the ranks. I order you to assist in the investigation. Find out whether Minister He's accusations are true, whether there was indeed oppression of the common people. If so, deal with it according to the law. I obey the decree. Your Majesty. Jia Kuen called out unwillingly. Minister Jia, you can rest assured that Minister Lu handles affairs fairly and impartially. He will give you a resolution. The Xianzhao emperor's tone turned cold, carrying an invisible pressure that silenced Jia Kuen. Filled with dread and fear, Jia Kuen had no choice but to return to his position. Father General Wei has sent a message to the capital. The Ruoxiang kingdom is now at its last gasp. The Ruoqiang Emperor has sent a letter of surrender promising that Ruoqiang is willing to submit to the Mo kingdom, paying tribute annually and paying homage each year. The crown prince stepped forward. The Ruoqiang kingdom is full of malice and deceit. Who knows what scheme they are plotting with this sudden surrender? A minister said solemnly, Ruoqiang's submission is merely out of fear of the fourth prince. But they attempted to poison the fourth prince and actively provoked the Mo kingdom. This cannot be easily forgiven. Therefore I believe that this time we must not let Ruoqiang off. We should annihilate them completely to have no future worries. When the Ruoqiang kingdom, taking advantage of Mo Xuanqian's severe injuries after his return to the capital, sent countless assassins to kill him and poison him while he was staying at an inn. This was almost common knowledge. Of course, the Xianzhao emperor had first learned of it from Shen Yuxi and the system. The Xianzhao emperor did not hide it from his ministers. The Ruoqiang emperor believed that Mo Xianzhen was doomed and thus sought to deliver a heavy blow to the Mo kingdom while they were grieving over the loss of the fourth prince. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuxi stumbled upon Mo Xianzhen and saved him by neutralizing the poison. Ruoqiang's scheme fell through. When Mo Xianzhen returned to the capital, General Wei took over from the fourth prince and clashed fiercely with Ruoqiang. Suffering one defeat after another, Ruoqiang finally grew fearful. Rather than being conquered by force and having their dynasty overthrown, they chose to submit voluntarily. At least they could keep their lives. What Lord Gao says is mistaken. This war between the Mo kingdom and Ruoqiang was not an easy one. Thousands of soldiers have perished in this conflict. Since we can peacefully reclaim Ruoqiang now, why must we mobilize countless troops? Are the lives of Mo kingdom soldiers not lives? Lord Gao sneered. Lord Xia speaks lightly. If Ruoqiang harbors treacherous intentions and feigns submission only to stir up trouble and reignite war later, what then? Wildfire never consumes it completely. The spring wind blows it back to life. To let Ruoqiang go now is no different from releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Once they recuperate and catch their breath, even more innocent soldiers and civilians will be harmed. At that time, what shall we do? But we should not blindly choose to solve problems by force. This year disasters have struck frequently across the land. The national treasury has spent enormous sums and is no longer well supplied. It is not only Ruoqiang. We too need time to recover. Do not forget that the Mo kingdom's enemies are not merely Ruoqiang. Other surrounding powers are also watching covetously. Although we currently hold the advantage, Ruoqiang is no paper tiger. Pushed to the brink, they still have strength for one final battle. If we continue to fight, the casualties will only become even more tragic. Moreover, as a sign of submission, Ruoqiang has already shown the utmost sincerity, ceding territories, paying reparations, and offering countless treasures. I believe that with the possibility of peace talks, the soldiers and civilians at the border surely do not wish to see the flames of war reignite. In the court, one faction advocated war while the other advocated peace. They argued until their faces flushed red and their temples throbbed, spittle flying in every direction. Shen Yuxi's eyes were wide as saucers. System, they're arguing so fiercely. The morning court is always a show. These ministers shout every single day. They can argue for ages over the most trivial matters. Is the emperor's hearing still okay? Shen Yuxi thoughtfully glanced toward the throne. Her inner voice lingered and echoed through the great hall. The ministers instantly fell silent, and the hall went as quiet as death. Hey, why did they stop arguing? Keep going. Shen Yuxi's eyes sparkled. I just saw a minister angrily pinch another minister's butt, and the one who got pinched didn't even fight back. The two ministers who had nearly come to blows immediately lowered their heads. They did not want to be noticed by little Lord Shen. Shen Yuxi. Shen Yuxi was utterly immersed in the drama. Her host quickly reminded her. Host, the old emperor is calling you. Shen Yuxi snapped back to attention and looked up to find Emperor Xianzhao gazing at her. She quickly stepped forward, cupped her hands, and replied, Your subject is here. You startle me. Next time the emperor calls my name, can he please speak a little louder? Thank goodness the system reminded me, or I would have been guilty of disrespecting the emperor and punished. Minister Shen. You know you can be punished, yet you still dare to lose focus. Facing his own troublesome little daughter, Minister Shen felt utterly exhausted. Lord Shen, you have worked hard all these years. Mo Yao said solemnly, patting Minister Shen on the shoulder. The second prince flatters me. Although my little daughter is a bit mischievous. Well, she still has quite a few merits. Minister Shen spoke hesitantly. He could not bring himself to say any more insincere words. The surrounding ministers wore expressions that were difficult to describe. A bit. More like a great deal, probably. Emperor Xianzhao said softly. Regarding the question the ministers just discussed, what is your opinion? Shen Yuxi clicked her tongue. Asking such a question to her, a mere minor court historian, was hardly appropriate, was it? But since the emperor asked, she had no choice but to answer. She organized her thoughts for a moment. The next second, Shen Yuxi's calm voice resounded through the great hall. If it were your subject, I would choose peaceful means to maximize benefits. Emperor Xianzhao raised an eyebrow, slightly seemingly intrigued. As an emperor, he too found it difficult to choose between war and peace. Behind every decision he made lay the fates of countless lives. Tell me your reasoning. The ministers in the court remained silent, leaning in to listen, equally curious about what Shen Yuxi would say. First, in the past 2 years, natural disasters have struck the Mo kingdom without cease. Floods, droughts, and blizzards have severely damaged harvests. Tax revenue has declined, and the court has spent vast sums of gold and silver to aid disaster victims in rebuilding their homes. Silver flows out like water. The national treasury is no longer well supplied, and supporting the military is extremely costly. This is not the time to continue the war with Ruoqiang. Even if we fight, it would be a victory that costs us 1,000 men to wound the enemy by 800. Second, Ruoqiang and the Mo kingdom are evenly matched in strength. Although Ruoqiang surrendered after being defeated by the fourth prince and General Wei, that does not mean they lack the power to prolong the war. If the fighting continues, the Mo kingdom will find it difficult to claim victory in a short time. Moreover, the surrounding states are eyeing us covetously. Even if the Mo kingdom conquers Ruoqiang, what if those neighboring powers take advantage of the chaos to strike? Third, Shen Yuxi paused for a moment. Your subject believes that the soldiers and civilians at the border, just like me, do not delight in war and do not wish to see casualties. Ruoqiang provoked us and harmed the fourth prince, a crime beyond forgiveness. But since they have now bowed their heads and offered heavy tribute, your subject believes we should be content with what we have gained. As for the future, we can discuss that another day. At least for now, Ruoqiang has shown a posture of submission. Should we not also display the magnanimity of a great nation? If we let momentary anger cost more soldiers their lives, would that not be far too willful? Compared with human lives, any emotion can be set aside. Having lived in a peaceful modern society in her previous life, Shen Yuxi hated the idea of war between nations more than anyone present. After all, behind every living, breathing life lay countless families as well. When her voice fell, the entire great hall sank into a dead silence, so profound that the drop of a needle could be heard. They had not expected that a young girl like Shen Yuxi could think so far ahead. Some of the war-favoring officials blushed with shame upon hearing these words. They were not even as thoughtful as a little girl. Emperor Xianzhao was also deeply moved, and a glint of relief flickered in his eyes as he looked at Shen Yuxi. Little Lord Shen's words are reasonable. In that case, Crown Prince, your son is here. Send word to Ruoqiang. I accept their plea for peace, but not a single item of the reparations they owe may be omitted. Mo Jingyu nodded slightly. Your son understands. Shen Yuxi let out a sigh of relief. Phew, host, you now have the air of a loyal minister who admonishes the emperor and worries about the nation. The morning court session continued with Shen Yuxi listening to the ministers drone on, as if chanting scriptures. Her head bobbed like a chick pecking at rice, nodding up and down as her eyelids fought to stay open. The system kept quietly silent, sensing it was not the time to disturb the host's slumber. Emperor Xianzhao and the ministers alike noticed that Shen Yuxi had fallen asleep leaning against a nearby pillar. They were amazed in their hearts. Amidst the noisy court assembly, how could Shen Yuxi have fallen asleep while standing? Truly, she was a miraculous figure. Some ill-advised ministers sought to impeach Shen Yuxi for sleeping openly in court, only to find Emperor Xianzhao raising a finger to their lips in a silent gesture. Keep your voices down, he instructed quietly, not wishing to disturb the young girl's rest. The gathered courtiers witnessed the emperor's extraordinary leniency toward Shen Yuxi, far exceeding mere indulgence. Such unprecedented favor left the ministers speechless. They instinctively lowered their voices, abandoning their heated disputes and personal attacks. With heaven and earth as witnesses, the young Lord Shen's slumber reigned supreme. This peculiar atmosphere persisted until the morning audience concluded, at which point the system urged the host to awaken. Shen Yuxi blinked awake, catching sight of Emperor Xuanzhao's departing figure, and quickly knelt with the others to pay their respects. Once the court adjourned, she disregarded her father and hurried ahead to climb into the carriage. My daughter, I truly bow to your composure, Minister Shen said, pressing a hand to his chest in admiration. If I possessed even half your tranquil disposition, I wouldn't live in constant anxiety. Court sessions left him drenched in sweat day after day. Fortunately, the emperor's unexpected indulgence toward his youngest daughter eased his worries considerably. Father, I've noticed you've grown increasingly peculiar. Especially since I entered the bureaucracy, you seem rather high-strung, Shen Yuxi asked with concern. Are you unwell? Nonsense, I'm perfectly fine, Minister Shen retorted, cursing under his breath. Shen Yuxi took small steps backward, retreating a couple paces. Pouting, she complained, Father, you can speak your mind without resorting to insults. You little rascal, he shot back. Driver, make for Zui Xianju. Shen Yuxi huffed softly and turned to call out. Right away, miss, came the driver's reply. What, Zui Xianju? Your mother and the others are waiting for us to return home for dinner. I'm craving that honey-glazed duck from Zui Xianju, she insisted. And mother enjoys it as well, Shen Yuxi added. As Minister Shen was about to order the driver to turn back, he fell silent upon hearing his daughter's words. The carriage suddenly halted, and the driver's voice came through. Sir, miss, the road ahead is blocked. We should consider a detour. What's happening? Shen Yuxi pulled back the curtain and craned her neck to see. A commotion erupted outside with people pressed together in a tight circle. Tongzi, is there gossip to be found? The system replied, it appears to be Jia Kuan's son caught red-handed at a brothel by his wife. Shen Yuxi let out an excited sound, her eyes alight with anticipation. Father, you go ahead to Zui Xianju and order the roast duck. Come back for me once you're finished. Before her father could respond, Shen Yuxi slipped out of the carriage like a slippery loach. Minister Shun withdrew his outstretched hand and sighed to himself. Shall we wait here for the young miss or proceed to the restaurant first? The driver asked tentatively. We should go on ahead. Waiting for her to finish watching the spectacle could take forever. As a minister of the Board of Rights and a colleague of Jia Kuan, he knew it would be awkward to be spotted lingering and gawking. Besides, unlike his daughter, he had no taste for such distractions. While they conversed, Shen Yuxi had already pushed through to the front of the crowd. You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on me? Have you forgotten who runs this household? Jia Kuan's daughter-in-law Lu Mingwan clutched her face with wide, furious eyes, her gaze burning with hatred as she threatened to devour him alive. The son matched her fury with equally vicious words, his eyes rolled upward in contempt. Lu Mingwan, who do you think you are? I've shown you nothing but kindness, yet you truly believe yourself someone of importance. His eyes dripped with mockery. Only because our families are old friends and my grandfather pleaded with me repeatedly. How could I have tolerated you this long? Look at yourself and tell me where you see even a hint of the virtuous wife and loving mother you should embody. You're nothing but a shrew, repulsive to behold. His words were thick with disdain. I'm a shrew. Lu Mingwan's anger broke into a bitter laugh. Yes, I'm a shrew, but tell me who isn't one. What about the low-born woman you spend your days with? Good heavens, this man is utterly despicable, Shen Yuxi thought. Which woman could remain composed after being slapped by her husband and called a shrew? Shen Yuxi shouted inwardly, go for it, don't back down. Slap him too. Lu Mingwan trembled with rage, and Shen Yuxi's words reached her ears. She found the reasoning sound. In a fit of fury, she raised her arm and delivered a sharp slap across the scoundrel's face. The sound echoed through the crowd. Lu Mingwan felt a wave of relief, the suffocating weight in her chest finally dissipating. She searched around for the source of the voice, but the crowd was too dense to identify anyone. You bitch, I'll kill you. Struck publicly by a woman, his masculine pride was trampled into the dirt. Jia Kuan's son clenched his teeth, his gaze filled with hatred. Lu Mingwan held her head high, showing no fear. Shen Yuxi wondered inwardly. Tongzi, tell me, is Jia Kuan's son missing something upstairs? He's the son of an official, for heaven's sake, publicly shaming and beating his wife, frequenting brothels with everyone witnessing it. Is he truly unconcerned about his father being impeached? The system chimed in. While Jia Kuan's son isn't entirely brainless, he was kicked on the head by a donkey in childhood. Perhaps that accounts for it. The bystanders, unaware that this exchange was Shen Yuxi's inner monologue, assumed it was merely someone chatting with a friend. Several couldn't suppress a giggle. Jia Kuan's son whipped around. Who was speaking? It seemed to be a young woman. How could she possibly know he had been kicked by a donkey as a child? Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly the sound of approaching footsteps drew near. Shen Yuxi followed the crowd's gaze and discovered to her surprise that it was Lu Song, the minister of the Court of Judicature and Revision, accompanied by a detachment of officers. Tongzi, why has Lord Lu arrived? Shen Yuxi asked curiously. To make an arrest, of course. The emperor tasked Lord Lu with investigating Jia Kuan's son for bullying commoners. Having learned of this incident from witnesses, Lord Lu arrived with men from the Court of Judicature and Revision to apprehend him for further interrogation. The commoners, like startled birds, scattered in all directions at the sight. Only Shen Yuxi remained standing alone. Lu Song truly hadn't expected her to stay and watch the commotion. Stepping forward, he said, Young Lord Shen. Lu Song offered a polite greeting. Lord Lu, hello. Shen Yuxi waved awkwardly. Hearing Shen Yuxi's voice, Lu Mingwan and Zhao Wei, his son, immediately fixed their eyes on her face. It was she who had spoken just now. Why is young Lord Shen here? Lu Song asked with a smile. Can I say I stayed here specifically to enjoy the gossip? Shen Yuxi mused silently. Hearing this, Lu Song's lips involuntarily twitched. Indeed, no excitement in the capital could escape young Lord Shen. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Shen Yuxi, Lu Song turned to look at Zhao Wei, his son. Facing him, Lu Song's expression instantly turned cold. His demeanor was no longer as gentle as before. Zhao Wei, someone has accused you of oppressing the common people and abusing your lawful wife. Come with us now. Zhao Wei's eyes widened abruptly, a flash of panic emerging on his face. He denied it, saying, My lord, where did you hear such rumors? There is no such thing. It's a frame-up, absolutely a frame-up. Whether it's a frame-up or not, I will investigate and find out. Lu Song did not want to waste words. He ordered coldly, Take him away. The officers of the Dali Temple responded instantly, grabbing Zhao Wei's arms from both sides. Let me go, my lord. My father is. Gag him. Since he was acting under imperial orders, it didn't matter who Zhao Wei's father was. The next second, a cloth was stuffed into Zhao Wei's mouth. After Lu Song and his men left, Lu Mingwan walked over to Shen Yuxi. Just now, thank you. Shen Yuxi was utterly confused. Thank me, eh? She had never met Lu Mingwan before, why thank her? Lu Mingwan smiled, faintly a hint of wistfulness in her eyes. Zhao Weihe has brought this upon himself. I will gather evidence and report every single one of his deeds to Lord Lu so that he receives the punishment he deserves. Shen Yuxi found Lu Mingwan a bit strange, but still said, for someone like Zhao Weihe, keeping your distance early is a good thing for you. Recently, the enthusiasm of court officials for attending morning court has greatly increased. Those who used to be sick or on leave now show up on time without fail. Eunuch Yang smiled. This is all thanks to young Lord Shen. Emperor Xianzhao gave a proud snort. I see it clearly. They're just afraid that the little girl will catch them gossiping when they're absent, and even more afraid that she'll dig up their secrets. After spending time with Shen Yuxi, Emperor Xianzhao had perfectly adopted the term gossip as eat melon. A bunch of sly old foxes terrified that the little girl will expose their crimes desperately, trying to keep her out of the court. Even now some officials with no foresight are still submitting memorials saying it's unreasonable for me to grant her an official post. The officials are always uneasy, especially after Lord Jia's incident. They are all in a state of panic. While helping Emperor Xianzhao change clothes, Eunuch Yang said, I've heard that these past few days every official's household has been conducting strict self-inspections, rooting out many idle sons who were living off the family. Some are confined to their rooms, some kneeling in ancestral halls. Better to deal with them quietly in private than to have the little girl expose them in public, sparing me the headache. But this will make young Lord Shen's situation much more dangerous. Eunuch Yang's tone was tinged with worry. Both the imperial relatives and the aristocratic families would see young Lord Shen as a thorn in their side. Because as long as young Lord Shen remained in the court, their secrets would be exposed. A flicker of deep thought passed through Emperor Xuanzhao's eyes. It seemed he would have to send someone to protect the little girl in secret. Although Minister Shen said she had a system to protect her, an extra layer of security couldn't hurt. Your servant also has some good news for your majesty. Oh, seeing the barely concealed smile on Eunuch Yang's face, Emperor Xianzhao became intrigued. Don't keep me in suspense. Speak. A few days ago, the fourth prince personally went to the Shen residence and sent several carriage loads of gifts to young Lord Shen. Emperor Xianzhao was slightly surprised. What does Chener want? The fourth prince said he was simply thanking young Lord Shen for saving his life that day. Eunuch Yang couldn't help but laugh. No one would believe that. The fourth prince was naturally cold by nature, and after spending years at the border, he was even more aloof. Sometimes he would even put on a cold face in front of the emperor. Given the fourth prince's usual conduct, even if he wanted to thank someone, he would send a subordinate, not go in person. This move had ulterior motives. The little girl is lively and endearing. I like her too. Emperor Xianzhao raised an eyebrow. But I can see that the little girl has no romantic interest in Chener. On the contrary, she seems to avoid him. It seemed she didn't want to get involved with the imperial family. For both public and private reasons, Emperor Xianzhao actually wanted Shen Yuxi and Mo Xianxin to be together. But in the end, it would depend on the fate of the two youngsters. At today's morning court, an unexpected person arrived. Sitting on the dragon throne, Emperor Xianzhao looked surprised to see Mo Xianxin below. Fourth, why are you here? Didn't I give you a month's leave? Mo Xianxin replied, your son's wounds have healed. I dare not neglect state affairs, so I have come to court early. Damn, the fourth prince is way too devoted. Mo Xianxin paused slightly, then pretended nothing had happened and returned to his position. Shen Yuxi's inner voice continued, full of envy. If I were the fourth prince with an excuse like serious injury, I wouldn't come to court for a year, let alone a month. What's wrong with enjoying life? Why go out of your way to find trouble? There must be something wrong with his brain. Mo Xuanxin, whose brain was supposedly flawed. Mo Yao burst out laughing. Mo Xianxin turned his head and gave Mo Yao a cold glare. Second imperial brother seems to enjoy laughing so much. After court, come to the fourth prince's residence. I'll make sure you have a good laugh. At this, Mo Yao immediately wiped the smile off his face, putting on an expression as if nothing had happened. After a few years at the border, the fourth brother had become quite intimidating. Fourth brother, I wasn't laughing at you on purpose. Shen Yuxi called you brain damaged, why don't you scold her? Facing Mo Xuanxin's threatening gaze, Mo Yao snorted and turned away. Stinky fourth brother, always picking on the weak. Only knows how to bully me. Crown Prince, imperial brother. Mo Yao whined and sidled up to Crown Prince Mo Jinyu for comfort. Only the Crown Prince had the best temper and knew how to soothe him. This is probably the difference between a general and a soldier. Host, look how hard the fourth prince works while you only think about lying flat. Shen Yuxi retorted, this isn't lying flat. This is stealing a moment of leisure from a busy life, living each day happily. It's the clarity of choosing to live for oneself after understanding the rules. In my previous life, I worked myself to the bone to achieve success, but in the end, with just a casual stroke of fate, didn't it all come to nothing? Reborn into this life, I have a family who dotes on me and a comfortable existence that requires no struggle. Only a madman would turn down such a pampered life in pursuit of some hollow ambition. Perhaps having lived a previous life, Shen Yuxi had come to see many things more clearly. The host's thoughts are sound. The most important thing is happiness. With this system by your side, there's no need to fear even if the heavens were to fall. This system will bear the burden. You need only focus on enjoying food, wine, and a carefree life. She was her own host to cherish. Deeply moved, Shen Yuxi said, Tongzi, you truly love me. Minister Shen could only sigh helplessly. The system completely spoiled his youngest daughter. If one day his daughter were to take a life, there would be nothing surprising. The system would undoubtedly be the one handing her the dagger. Meanwhile, others watched with envy, wondering how they might experience such indulgent favor from a system of their own. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Rajiang Kingdom has sent word that their envoy has set out and will arrive in the Mo Kingdom within days. Host, shall we investigate? Yes, let me see. Today, whose affair shall we investigate? Shen Yuxi's dark, lively eyes swept across the court officials, her fingers twisting together in thought. Their voices drifted through the air like whispered temptations, reaching every official present. Every man suddenly grew tense, their minds racing with desperate prayers. Please, heaven, protect us. Let it not be any of us. Having witnessed what Shen Yuxi and her system were capable of, they were thoroughly terrified. Yet they couldn't suppress their burning curiosity, eager to hear what the host and system would uncover. As long as the subject wasn't themselves, it was rather entertaining. A sinister chuckle escaped the system. Host, can you see the man standing third behind your father, the one to his left? Shen Yuxi craned her neck to look, while others secretly exchanged glances. Who is he? Vice Minister of War, Wen Xingyuan. What mischief has he caused? The moment Shen Yuxi spoke, Wen Xingyuan nearly choked. Wen Xingyuan, if you dare to cause trouble, don't wait for His Majesty to deal with you. I'll be the first to settle it with you. The Minister of War was a hot-tempered brute, with a square jaw, terrifying when angered. Minister, Wen Xingyuan protested desperately. He hadn't done anything wrong. The system's voice returned. He hasn't committed any crimes, but he does have a peculiar habit. Hearing this, Wen Xingyuan exhaled in relief. But the next instant his face flushed crimson, from shame so intense it burned like a monkey's rear. He already knew what was coming. Others turned their curious gazes toward Wen Xingyuan, wondering what this strange habit could be. Shen Yuxi voiced their question aloud. The system replied, Wen Xingyuan prefers to sleep while hugging a pig. Huh? Everyone blinked in disbelief. Shen Yuxi rubbed her ear. Did I hear that correctly? Someone actually likes sleeping while hugging a pig. Wen Xingyuan bowed his head lower and lower, as though hoping to sink into the ground. It was over. His reputation was ruined. The system continued merrily. You heard correctly, host. Moreover, Wen Xingyuan has a particular fondness for piglets. At night, he surrounds himself with them. Left arm around one, right arm around another. So much so that even his wife has no room to join him in bed. How eccentric, Shen Yuxi asked. Does his wife permit this? Certainly not, but she cannot change him. Each time she forbids him from bringing the piglets into the bedroom, he simply moves to the study. Wen Xingyuan keeps several pigs at home. His wife had considered selling them all, but Wen Xingyuan would sit on the floor clinging to a pig's leg, declaring that if she wanted to sell the pigs, she should sell him first. I would perish alongside my piglets before I let them go. The image made Shen Yuxi double over with laughter in her mind, and the officials around her exchanged knowing looks with Wen Xingyuan. Who would have guessed? The ordinarily quiet and reserved Vice Minister of War harbored such an unconventional passion. Emperor Xianzhao clicked his tongue in disapproval. No wonder. On one occasion, when Wen Xingyuan had visited the imperial study alone, the emperor had noticed a large dark stain on his sleeve and inquired about it. Terrified, Wen Xingyuan immediately knelt to beg forgiveness, claiming a small pet had soiled his clothing without his knowledge. Emperor Xianzhao had dismissed the matter lightly and allowed him to withdraw. Now it all made sense. That so-called small pet was nothing more than pig dung. His wife had flown into a rage over the incident, threatening divorce if he dared continue sleeping with pigs. Wen Xingyuan had reluctantly agreed to a compromise, allowing himself only a brief cuddle with the pigs before sleep, with strict rules against letting them enter the bedroom. Habits are difficult to break, Shen Yuxi observed. Without his pigs, Wen Xingyuan probably cannot sleep soundly. Precisely, the system agreed. When he cannot sleep at night, he slips out to embrace his piglets, then creeps back before his wife awakens. How could holding a pig compare to holding a woman? The Vice Minister of War is quite hopeless in romance. I wonder what his wife ever saw in him. The system erupted in hearty laughter. When Vice Minister Wan and his wife first began their courtship, she was charmed by his apparent tenderness toward animals and assumed he had good character. Who could have imagined that his true passion lay solely with pigs? Please, young Lord Shen system, stop, I beg you. Wen Xingyuan was mortified beyond measure. Meanwhile, the Minister of War's brows knit into a deep furrow. He resolved to have a thorough discussion with Wen Xingyuan once court adjourned. This cannot continue. Unable to stand it any longer, Shen Yuxi, who had skipped breakfast and stood for an entire watch, was starving. While no one was watching, she quietly retrieved a handful of shelled pistachios from her spatial pocket and nibbled them discreetly. Her cheeks puffed out with each bite, resembling a tiny hamster. Mo Xianxian kept his attention fixed on her throughout, a faint, barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched her adorable antics. Your Majesty, the prefect of Qingzhou requests an audience. The guard's voice shattered the tranquility of Taiji Hall, and the ministers exchanged bewildered glances. Emperor Xianzhao spoke in a grave tone. Let him enter. The atmosphere in Taiji Hall grew heavy. Standing before them was Cui Mingjian, the prefect of Qingzhou, who had rushed back from the disaster zone without rest. His official robes were soiled with mud, his body prostrated before the dais, his voice hoarse as though torn apart. This subject, Cui Mingjian, pays homage to your Majesty. Cui Mingjian's wretched appearance shocked all present, and Emperor Xuanzhao's heart grew heavy. I sent you to Qingzhou to manage the relief efforts. Why have you returned? The floods in Qingzhou had been severe, and upon receiving word, Emperor Xianzhao had immediately dispatched relief funds and assigned personnel to assist the prefect and county magistrate. Your Majesty. Cui Mingjian's voice was fraught with difficulty. Less than 10 days after the floodwaters receded, a plague erupted within the city walls. Countless citizens suffer from fever and hemoptysis, violent vomiting, and diarrhea, and the physicians are helpless. On my journey here, I received word that Qingzhou has already claimed hundreds of lives. What did you say? A thunderous cry of rage erupted from the throne. Emperor Xuanzhao's grip tightened on the dragon chair's armrest until veins bulged upon his hand. He had reviewed the reports on Qingzhou's relief efforts. All indicated that the floods were receding and refugees were being settled properly. How could a plague erupt overnight? The ministers in the hall erupted into shocked murmurs, their whispers filling the air. Cui Mingjian's forehead struck the stone tiles with a sickening thud. I dare not lie, Your Majesty. The plague spreads with terrifying speed. Within mere days it has exploded across the region in an uncontrollable surge. I implore Your Majesty to send aid to Qingzhou. Plague. The very word had struck terror into every dynasty throughout history, a dreadful force that no one dared approach. The immediate priority, the Minister of Revenue said as he stepped forward and bowed, is to dispatch imperial physicians to Qingzhou to treat the afflicted commoners and study remedies for the epidemic, halting its spread as swiftly as possible. Easier said than done, Prime Minister Shui replied, his brow furrowed. For many years the Mo Kingdom experienced only one epidemic during the former emperor's reign. How we handled it, then, everyone is well aware. At once silence fell upon the assembled officials. Emperor Xianzhao pressed his thin lips into a taut line, his face growing nearly ashen. Shen Yuxi detected something amiss. Tongzi, what does Prime Minister Shui mean? The system whispered, during the former emperor's reign the epidemic first broke out in a remote village. Because of its isolated location, the former emperor deemed it unnecessary to go to great lengths, so he employed the simplest and most brutal approach. He ordered soldiers to seal off the mountainous region and let the villagers fend for themselves, resulting in the deaths of hundreds. The former emperor publicly claimed that the village head, unwilling to burden others, had set fire to the village in the dead of night, burning it to the ground. Merely listening to this, a furious wrath already blazed within Shen Yuxi's heart. She cursed fiercely, inhumane. With so many living souls at stake, how could the former emperor simply abandon them? A person like this has no right to rule. Absolutely. The system concurred. But karma never fails. The former emperor spent his final years bedridden, enduring great suffering before he breathed his last. Good deeds reap good rewards, and evil deeds reap evil ones. It's not that retribution doesn't come, but merely that the time hasn't yet arrived. Shen Yuxi spoke with calm composure. The sins the former emperor himself committed, he should rightly pay for. Your Majesty cares for the common people as a father cares for his children. You would never follow in the former emperor's footsteps. She turned her gaze toward Emperor Xuanzhao, whose expression remained tense. No, the circumstances are entirely different. The system explained slowly. Under the former emperor, the epidemic struck an isolated village. Easy enough to keep hidden from public view, and it never spread widely. But Qingzhou is no small place. Even if the emperor wished to abandon Qingzhou, he simply could not. There are still quite a few officials in the court hailing from Qingzhou. Everyone fell into deep contemplation. Emperor Xianzhao wanted to say, he was a good emperor. No matter how dire the situation in Qingzhou became, he would never abandon its people. He rose from his seat and cast a sharp gaze across the assembly. Issue my decree. Immediately allocate 300,000 taels of silver, 50,000 shur of rough rice, and 1,000 caddies of medicinal herbs escorted by the imperial guard to arrive in Qingzhou within 3 days. Han Yuanzhou. This subject is here. The head of the Imperial Medical Bureau stepped forward and bowed. Select 10 imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau to depart for Qingzhou. Post broad proclamation stating that any physician or healer willing to travel to Qingzhou to treat plague-stricken civilians shall be rewarded with 100 gold pieces. The Imperial Medical Bureau shall dedicate itself entirely to researching a remedy for the epidemic. Whoever develops such a prescription shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. Under such generous rewards, there will surely be those brave enough to act. Quarantine Qingzhou completely. No one enters or leaves. The area must be temporarily sealed off, for if those inside were to exit and spread the infection further, the situation would deteriorate even worse. Sigh. The system let out a heavy breath. and everyone present felt their hearts tighten. How pitiful, how tragic. Speak plainly, get to the point. Host, you're a young lady. Could you refrain from speaking so rudely? The system chided. Rudely? I'll show you what truly rude looks like another day. Shen Yuxi rolled up her sleeves. The system? Others, why does Lord Shen's words sound so strange? Minister Shen, she's my little girl. Where exactly did I go wrong raising her that she behaves like a hooligan? Probably. The common folk of Qingzhou won't survive long enough for Physician Han and the others to develop an epidemic remedy. The Mo Kingdom has no prior epidemic cases to reference. Physician Han and his colleagues would essentially need to start from scratch, which would consume considerable time. Instantly, a chill settled over the hearts of all the officials in the court. Emperor Xianzhao cast a piercing glance toward Han Yuanjing, who nodded heavily, confirming the system's assessment. They possessed neither experience nor confidence when confronting the epidemic. Alas, let us silently pray Qingzhou can weather this crisis. Won't the host help them? How could I? I have no medical knowledge. Shen Yuxi's eyes widened. Have you forgotten, host? You have the marketplace. You can purchase an epidemic prescription. The system's built-in marketplace carried an exhaustive selection. Nothing went unbought, if merely thought of. A simple epidemic remedy would pose no difficulty to acquire. Truly, both Emperor Xianzhao and Han Yuanzheng were more stirred than anyone. The emperor nearly lost his composure, wanting to immediately ask Shen Yuxi if she could procure one. Fortunately, both managed to hold on to their restraint, forcibly suppressing their inner restlessness. All eyes fixed upon Shen Yuxi, brimming with expectation and hope. Right, I'll look it up now. Shen Yuxi made no refusal. If she could obtain it, the number of lives saved would far exceed tens of thousands. Upon searching, the price of the epidemic prescription appeared directly on the screen. 70,000 points, within an acceptable range. Since she had been permitted to leave the residence, the gossip she'd consumed had grown ever more abundant and her points had surged exponentially. Shen Yuxi currently had 588,000 points remaining. Had she not spent her first 13 years confined to the estate merely consuming gossip, her point total would undoubtedly be far greater. Without hesitation, Shen Yuxi clicked to exchange. The epidemic prescription materialized instantly within her storage space. Scratching her head in thought, she wondered, if I hand this prescription directly to the emperor, will he believe me? Emperor Xuanzhao, believe. I believe you if you said you ate feces. At first he might not believe, but once Physician Han receives the prescription, he'll certainly examine and study it thoroughly, and then the emperor will believe. Very well. Shen Yuxi adjusted her collar and cuffs, then strode forward with pride and confidence. Emperor Xianzhao sat upright, his gaze following her every movement. His eyes regarded Shen Yuxi as though she were a walking mountain of gold and silver, a rare treasure indeed. Shen Yuxi came straight to the point, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, this subject possesses a prescription for treating the epidemic. To conceal any suspicion from Shen Yuxi, Emperor Xianzhao deliberately adopted an expression of feigned surprise and confusion. He suddenly raised his voice. What? My dear Minister Shen actually possesses an epidemic prescription. The ministers witnessing the emperor's performance thought, Your Majesty, your acting is rather obvious. Indeed. Where does my dear Minister Shen's prescription come from? Emperor Xianzhao inquired. This subject dared not conceal from Your Majesty that she once dreamt of a divine physician in a previous dream who bestowed this epidemic prescription upon her. He seemed to have foreseen the outbreak in advance and told her that at a critical moment this prescription could save lives. Shen Yuxi improvised. In a dream. Hearing the emperor's half-doubting tone, Shen Yuxi knew he did not believe her and considered her to be jesting frivolously. Lord Shen, you dare produce a prescription of unknown origin? Some obstinate officials refusing to accept this insisted on interjecting. Shen Yuxi didn't deign to give him even a glance. She continued, Your Majesty may dispatch the Imperial Medical Bureau to verify the prescription's reliability alongside this subject. Where is the prescription? This subject has carried it upon her person at all times. Speaking thus, Shen Yuxi retrieved the epidemic prescription and raised it slightly above her head with both hands. Eunuch Yang was about to take it to present to the emperor, but Emperor Xianzhao directly instructed Han Yuanzheng to return to the Imperial Medical Bureau to examine whether the prescription was viable. Upon receiving the epidemic prescription, Han Yuanzheng's hands trembled slightly with excitement. Let alone the Mo Kingdom. Even other nations would find themselves helpless against the epidemic. If Lord Shen's prescription proved effective, it would demonstrate that the Mo Kingdom had taken a significant leap forward in combating epidemics, which would undoubtedly be a blessing for all the people beneath heaven. Imperial Physician Han, you've reviewed the prescription. What do you think? Emperor Xianzhao asked eagerly. Your Majesty, I believe the formula provided by Minister Shen might be effective, but it requires testing to be fully certain. Imperial Physician Han spoke candidly. Emperor Xianzhao had a deep-seated trust in the prescription Shen Yuxi had provided for the epidemic, yet he could not let it show in her presence. The stern voice resounded through the Grand Hall. The Imperial Medical Institute must conduct trials promptly to determine the efficacy of the formula. Your servant shall obey. The emperor's eyes fell upon Shen Yuxi's face, his tone resolute and brooking no dissent. Minister Shen, if your prescription indeed cures the epidemic, I grant you a promise. Within my power you may name any request, for a sovereign's word is as solid as gold. Shen Yuxi's face lit up with delight. I thank your majesty. Your majesty, this is not reasonable. There were always those who at critical moments deliberately spoiled the mood. Shen Yuxi's brows furrowed slightly. Without turning her head, she recognized the speaker by his voice alone. Sis, is Grand Tutor Wei out of his mind? Why does he keep picking on me? I haven't provoked him or offended him. She couldn't fathom it. The system was equally baffled, fuming. Grand Tutor Wei is even more old-fashioned than Chancellor Shui, a stubborn fossil through and through. From the very start, he couldn't stand a woman serving in the court. The emperor's words grant you enormous leverage. Grand Tutor Wei is just jealous and opposes it. Chancellor Shui. If you're going to insult Grand Tutor Wei, why drag him into it? He had already reformed, hadn't he? Now, whenever Minister Shen attended court, he gave his full support with both hands and feet. Shen Yuxi sneered. That old fool Grand Tutor Wei is useless. He takes the sovereign's salary, but fails to share his burdens. Instead of letting others advance, he obstructs them, utterly malicious. Shen Yuxi, you are far too insolent. Grand Tutor Wei nearly dropped his court tablet. The pent-up fury of days erupted in an instant as he pointed angrily at Shen Yuxi's nose. I am a veteran minister of 2 reigns. How dare you slander me so? Grand Tutor Wei, step back. The emperor's voice suddenly hardened, rebuking him. Mo Xuanxuan's dark eyes glinted with icy sharpness as they fell upon Grand Tutor Wei, who felt as if needles pricked his back. Shen Yuxi's expression darkened. Grand Tutor Wei, from start to finish, I have not uttered a single word. It is you who have been attacking me. Who is truly being insolent? Don't you have any self-awareness, Grand Tutor Wei? With the last sentence, Shen Yuxi raised her voice slightly, her tone dripping with displeasure. The courtiers exchanged glances. What did Minister Shen mean by self-awareness? It must be a curse word. You clearly said. Suddenly Grand Tutor Wei felt the air in his chest drain away, a numbing pain spreading rapidly through his limbs, causing him great agony. Terror filled his eyes as he clutched his throat with both hands, opening his mouth, but producing no sound. Bam! The sharp pain in his limbs made him unable to support himself. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor with a thud. The sudden mishap startled everyone. Imperial physician Han, quick-witted, rushed over and knelt, inserting a needle into Grand Tutor Wei's acupoint. But it was to no avail. He grabbed Grand Tutor Wei's hand to check his pulse, yet even with his medical expertise, he could not determine what was wrong. The pulse indicated everything was normal. He shook his head at the emperor seated above. The emperor's eyes narrowed. Shen Yuxi patted her chest in fear, communicating uncertainly with the system. Sis, is Grand Tutor Wei deliberately provoking me to set me up? Possible. That scheming old fox is putting on quite a show. Putting on a show. Those who had been afraid of Grand Tutor Wei collapsing in the hall now looked at him with increased suspicion. But he doesn't look like he's faking it. Shen Yuxi scrutinized Grand Tutor Wei closely. The system dismissed it casually. Whether he's faking or not, it doesn't matter. He started the attack. The host is an innocent victim. Even if he dies of anger today, that's his fate. But if she actually angered him to death, she would be in the wrong, even if she was right. Host, remember our motto. Shen Yuxi clenched her fists. Set aside personal decency, enjoy a morally bankrupt life, reject internal exhaustion, go wild when provoked. Better to trouble others than to wrong yourself. The civil and military officials. That speech actually sounded quite reasonable. Where's their notebook? Write it down, write it down. They should learn more from Minister Shen. Exactly. The host must put herself first. As long as she's not wronged, who cares about others? Grand Tutor Wei was hostile to the host. The host was already generous by not giving him a few good punches. The system stood firmly behind its host. Hearing the system's words, the lingering hesitation and conflict in Shen Yuxi's heart vanished instantly. As for Grand Tutor Wei, he rolled his eyes, twitched all over, and fainted outright. Your Majesty, Grand Tutor Wei has collapsed. Imperial physician Han reported helplessly. Take him away and ensure he is well cared for. 2 eunuchs brought in a stretcher and hurriedly carried Grand Tutor Wei out of the hall. The morning court continued. Grand Tutor Wei passed out from anger, and the emperor didn't blame me. It's clear the old emperor favors the host. I can feel it, otherwise he wouldn't have overruled everyone to give me an official post. Shen Yuxi was puzzled. But I really don't understand the emperor's logic. If he wanted to reward me for saving the 4th prince, why not make me a commandery princess? That would have been wonderful. Instead, he insists on making a girl with no grand ambitions a court official. What can I even do? Emperor Xuanzhao, oh, you can do a great deal more than that. Host, I've noticed you can be quite dense sometimes. The system was exasperated, dropping a bombshell. Don't you get it? The old emperor has his eye on you. Of course, he wouldn't make you a princess or commandery princess. Emperor Xuanzhao, I did not, you're lying. Civil and military officials, good heavens. Minister Shen, eyes wide open. Mo Xuanxuan shot a glare like a knife at his father. Shen Yuxi clenched her teeth in fury, her hands hidden in her sleeves twitching. Sis, I think you need a good thrashing. Host, a gentleman uses words not fists. The system screeched. A deathly smile curled on Shen Yuxi's lips. Too bad your host is a lady, not a gentleman. Host, don't misunderstand me. Afraid of being beaten, the system quickly explained. I mean, the old emperor intends to pair you with the fourth prince. Hearing this, Emperor Xianzhao and the others heaved a great sigh of relief. Shen Yuxi fell into a rare silence. As the words fell, Mo Xuanxuan's hand clenched tightly, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. The war god who had killed without blinking on the battlefield showed a hint of nervousness for the first time. Everyone held their breath, listening intently, not missing a single word. Speaking purely of Mo Xuanxuan's appearance and his decisive, overbearing nature, I do rather like him. Mo Xuanxuan's clenched hands suddenly loosened, and a faint, barely perceptible smile flickered across his narrow phoenix eyes. Fourth brother, the future holds great promise. Mo Yao leaned close to Mo Xuanxuan's ear, whispering, then threw an arm around his shoulders and gave him a thumbs up. Mo Xianxuan was in a good mood now and chose not to mind him. Minister Shen wore a look of deep anguish. Oh, a daughter once raised is a daughter lost. Shen Yuxi had no idea that her careless remark had set countless minds scheming. But I feel that this kind of liking is unrelated to romantic love. It's like when I read a novel and a certain domineering CEO character captivates me, I fantasize about being the female lead. If I met such a person in reality, I would steer clear because our stations in life are mismatched. As for Mo Xianxuan, for now I appreciate and admire him, but it's not love. The morning court session ended. Young Master Shun, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager wishes to see you. No sooner had Shen Yuxi stepped out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony than a palace maid appeared and blocked her path. Shen Yuxi was utterly bewildered. She asked in confusion, "Did Her Majesty mention why she summoned me?" "This servant does not know." The maid shook her head. Shen Yuxi did not change her clothes. After a moment's thought, she followed the maid in her official robes to the Palace of Compassion and Tranquility. The Palace of Compassion and Tranquility. As she stepped through the vermilion gate, an aura of solemnity and calm washed over her. Inside the hall, a faint scent of sandalwood incense drifted in wisps, soothing the mind and seeming to dispel all agitation and anxiety. Your subject Shen pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and Her Majesty the Empress. May the Empress Dowager enjoy boundless blessings, and may the Empress be at peace. Shen Yuxi performed the formal bow, her voice clear and melodious, neither servile nor arrogant. From the head of the hall came the Empress Dowager's voice, gentle yet dignified. "Rise. Be seated." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Though Shen Yuxi was usually a lazy scholar and free-spirited, she knew all the basic etiquette expected of a young lady. Now before the Empress Dowager and the Empress, she sat demurely on the chair, her hands naturally folded and resting on her thighs. Why is Her Majesty the Empress here too? The Empress's family went to great lengths to procure 1,000-year ginseng and presented it to her. The Empress Dowager is frail and takes medicine year-round. The Empress, thinking she had no use for it, sent the ginseng to nourish the Empress Dowager. Oh, the Empress is quite filial. 1,000-year ginseng is rare. On the surface, Shen Yuxi was proper and quiet, but inside, she couldn't resist chatting with the system. A flicker of barely noticeable astonishment passed through the Empress Dowager's eyes. Though she had heard from the Emperor and Empress about the peculiarities of Minister Shun's youngest daughter, seeing it firsthand still left her deeply shaken. Could that spirit called system truly know the hidden secrets of the world? Having been a victor in palace intrigues for most of her life, the Empress Dowager recovered from her surprise in an instant and resumed her usual gentle demeanor. "Third young lady Shun. That sounds rather distant. Would you mind if I call you Yuxi?" "Of course." Shen Yuxi thought to herself that the Empress Dowager was easier to get along with than she had imagined. The Empress Dowager's lips curved into a gentle smile, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes radiating warmth. "I've long heard that Minister Shen's youngest daughter is clever and charming. Now that I've met you, I see the rumors are true." The Empress chuckled in agreement. "Mother is right. Just look at third young lady Shen. What a lovely face she has." Shen Yuxi was so flattered she didn't know where to look. "Good child, this is our first meeting, and I have nothing special to give you." The Empress Dowager removed a fine ice green jadeite bracelet from her wrist and offered it to Shen Yuxi. The bracelet's water was excellent, its color like spring water carved with entwined lotus patterns, and its texture was moist and smooth. One look told it was priceless. This bracelet was a gift from the late emperor when I was invested as a noble consort. Now I give it to you. Good child, you must not refuse. Shen Yuxi swallowed the words of refusal and accepted the jade bracelet handed over by the palace maid. "Your subject thanks Your Majesty for the gift." A gift from an elder must not be declined. Had she refused, it would have been a slight to the Empress Dowager's face. Seeing the genuine smile on Shen Yuxi's face, the Empress Dowager's eyes grew even more kindly. Such a natural and unpretentious girl was far more endearing than those noble ladies who put on a show. "Tongzi, does the Empress Dowager treat other young ladies this way too?" "Why would host ask that? Don't you think the Empress Dowager has been too kind to me? My second sister said that when she saw the Empress Dowager at imperial banquets, she was always stern and majestic. But now the Empress Dowager is completely different from what my sister described." It can only mean one thing. What? Shen Yuxi asked curiously. Everyone who meets host falls in love with you. The Empress Dowager took a liking to you at first sight. Shen Yuxi's head was full of question marks. She asked doubtfully, am I that charming? Even the Empress Dowager is won over by me. The system nodded with deep conviction. Even the great and noble system itself bowed to host and bonded with you. That's true. Host, stop asking about that. I've spotted a huge piece of gossip. Want to hear it? Here it comes. The Empress clutched her handkerchief in excitement, looking at Shen Yuxi with eager eyes. She had heard the Emperor mention Shen Yuxi's gossip-eating exploits, but she had never witnessed it herself. Spill it. What's the gossip? This gossip is about the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, who was sitting back waiting for the show, raised an eyebrow slightly. About me. She grew interested and wanted to hear it. Emperor Xuanzhao, who had reached the doorway, overheard this. He paused mid-step as he crossed the threshold, then pretended nothing was amiss and walked in. The Emperor is here without sending word. The Empress Dowager was the first to notice him. The Empress and Shen Yuxi quickly rose to bow, but Emperor Xuanzhao bade them rise. He strode briskly to the chair opposite the Empress Dowager, first casting a covert glance at Shen Yuxi. Then he laughed heartily. I heard Mother has been feeling better these days. Since court ended early today, I thought I'd come to pay my respects. Why is the Emperor here at this hour? Shouldn't he be deliberating with the ministers in the imperial study? The system mercilessly exposed Emperor Xuanzhao's true motive. The old Emperor has his eye on the 1,000-year ginseng the Empress gave to the Empress Dowager. He's come to snatch it. Shen Yuxi was speechless. The Empress Dowager is recovering from a serious illness. Ginseng is nourishing for her. The Emperor is young and strong. Why would he vie with her for ginseng? The system held its belly and roared with laughter. A couple of days ago, the Emperor was about to enjoy a night with his consort, but just as he was ready to mount the steed, he surrendered his arms at the last second. The look on the Emperor's face at that moment was blacker than the bottom of a pot. He immediately abandoned the consort, fled back to the Qianqing Palace like a fugitive, locked himself in his room, and pondered life for an entire night. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager and the Empress cast strange glances at Emperor Xuanzhao. The Emperor, in the prime of his life, was already too weak to perform. Emperor Xuanzhao pretended to sip tea, burying his head nearly into the cup. He was grinding his teeth in secret. Damned girl. Between her and that system, his embarrassing secrets would be laid bare down to the last shred, leaving him not a shred of dignity. Could he be allowed to keep at least a sliver of the dignity befitting a sovereign? Shen Yuxi was cackling inwardly. So the Emperor has set his sights on the 1,000-year ginseng to replenish himself. Yep, a 1,000-year wild ginseng is rare. Even the old Emperor can't have one just whenever he wants. He's not greedy. Just a small piece will do, or a few bowls of the decoction from the Empress Dowager's palace. With every word the system spoke, Emperor Xuanzhao's ears turned redder. In the end, they became a soft pinkish hue. Shen Yuxi's and the system's mocking laughter echoed around Emperor Xuanzhao like 3D surround sound, filling him with such embarrassment that he wished he could sink into the ground. Seeing her son in this awkward state, the Empress Dowager felt an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. After teasing Emperor Xuanzhao, the three power brokers of the palace were chatting, paying no attention to her. Distracted by their conversation, Shen Yuxi asked the system, what about that big gossip you mentioned regarding the Empress Dowager? Spill it. The three pretended to chat, while secretly listening intently to Shen Yuxi's inner thoughts. Upon hearing her words, all three unconsciously lowered their breathing. Although the Empress Dowager was elderly and not in robust health, she had been free from illness until a year ago when her condition suddenly deteriorated. The imperial physicians were powerless to help, leaving her to rely solely on herbal remedies. When you entered the hall, you should have noticed the strong aroma of medicinal herbs. Shen Yuxi hummed in acknowledgement. The Empress Dowager's complexion was noticeably sallow, and her voice carried an unmistakable weakness. She was clearly surviving on nothing but medicine. Actually, the Empress Dowager's health was quite fine before someone secretly poisoned her, which is what left her so frail. The system's words struck the eavesdropping trio like a bolt from the blue. Who would dare to harm the Empress Dowager? Emperor Xuanzhao's expression turned icy as he already plotted 1,000 cruel ways to make the mastermind pay. The Empress glanced at the Empress Dowager with worry. That shouldn't be. The Dowager devoted herself to Buddhist practices and stayed out of both court and harem affairs, posing no threat to anyone. Shen Yuxi couldn't understand. If the enemy were from the court, wouldn't attacking the Emperor be more satisfying? I thank you indeed. Emperor Xuanzhao thought to himself. The system corrected her. You've misunderstood. The one who poisoned the Empress Dowager wasn't a political enemy, but a consort from the harem. Who? The Dowager's own niece, consort Xian. Upon hearing this, both the Emperor and Empress's expressions shifted dramatically. How dare consort Xian? Shen Yuxi's mouth fell slightly open in disbelief. Consort Xian has the Empress Dowager as her protector. The Emperor, out of respect for the Dowager, would surely favor her. Why would consort Xian resort to poisoning? The system sighed. Though consort Xian is the Dowager's niece, she is notoriously timid. Aside from paying respects to the Empress and Dowager, she rarely interacts with others in the harem. Both the Empress Dowager and the Empress nodded inwardly in agreement. Indeed, Consort Xian was mild-mannered and kept to herself. Neither could have believed she was behind the Dowager's illness. A year ago, Consort Xian became unexpectedly pregnant, though she did not yet know it. At that time, the Ruoxiang kingdom had launched an invasion. The border people were dying or wounded. Mo Xianxin was appointed in this critical moment and fought the first battle against Ruoxiang. The Ruoxiang kingdom's strength rivaled that of the Mo dynasty, and they had already captured several border cities. That battle was fought under extremely difficult circumstances. Worried about her grandson's safety, the Empress Dowager organized the consorts to kneel before the Buddha statues day and night, praying for Mo Xuanxin's safe return. Consort Xian, pregnant for the first time, suffered from an unstable pregnancy. After kneeling for a full day and night, she felt unwell with abdominal cramps. But seeing the Dowager and Empress continue kneeling, she dared not ask to rest. The system's words brought the three back to that fateful year ago. The Empress Dowager's eyes darkened slightly, as she had not known Consort Xian was ill or pregnant at that time. If only Consort Xian had spoken up, she would have immediately summoned imperial physicians and sent her back to her quarters to rest. What a fool, Shen Yuxi thought. What could possibly be more important than one's own body? Shen Yuxi lamented her missed courage. If only Consort Xian had been braver, then the outcome might not have been so dire. Indeed, agreed the system. After kneeling for so long, Consort Xian suffered a miscarriage. Overcome with grief, she snapped upon waking and destroyed everything within sight in a fit of rage. The system shook its head. She blamed the Dowager for her loss, believing that if the Dowager had not made her kneel, she would not have lost her child. With hatred festering in her heart, Consort Xian secretly obtained a slow-acting poison from outside the palace, one that would gradually drain a person's vitality without causing immediate death. Desiring revenge for her child, Consort Xian composed herself and resumed her routine visits to pay respects to the Dowager. But how could the imperial physicians fail to detect the source of her ailment? The imperial physicians were not infallible, the system explained. Fearing that directly sending gifts would raise suspicion, Consort Xian used herself as the vector. She took an antidote beforehand and deliberately wore a poison sachet while approaching the Dowager. No one could have possibly found anything on her person. Shen Yuxi clicked her tongue. On one hand, she endured the pain of a miscarriage rather than anger the Dowager. Yet on the other, she dared to poison the Dowager herself, risking execution of her entire clan. Human beings are such contradictory creatures, the system remarked. The Dowager did care for Consort Xian greatly. Without her protection, someone as weak and inept as Consort Xian would have perished long ago. When Consort Xian thought of her dead child, she could not recall a single kindness the Dowager had shown her. She poisoned the Dowager without the slightest hesitation. But how could the Dowager be made aware of the poisoning? They could not simply allow Consort Xian to kill her. Hearing this, warmth spread through the Empress Dowager's heart. Shen Yuxi pondered for a moment, and when she raised her head, Emperor Xianzhao and the others quickly looked away, pretending to be deep in conversation. Your Majesty, this humble one has something to say, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to speak. The Empress Dowager smiled gently. My dear, speak freely. I grant you absolution. Shen Yuxi stepped forward 2 paces with a grave expression. I observe that your forehead is darkened, your complexion is sallow, and there is slight swelling at the corners of your eyes. This does not resemble a common illness, but rather poisoning. Poisoning. The 3 pretended to be shocked. Unaware of their act, Shen Yuxi nodded seriously. I have some knowledge of medicine. Would your Majesty permit me to take your pulse? The Empress Dowager promptly extended her hand. Shen Yuxi placed 3 fingers on her wrist with practiced grace, closed her eyes, and felt carefully. After half a minute, Shen Yuxi withdrew her hand with a grave expression. Emperor Xianzhao eagerly asked, What is the Dowager's pulse? Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager's pulse indicates poisoning without a doubt. The poison afflicting the Dowager is extraordinary. It is understandable that the imperial physicians could not detect it. How can you be so certain, Lord Shun? Stop asking questions. The priority is saving the Dowager. The moment Shen Yuxi grew impatient, Emperor Xianzhao immediately fell silent. The Empress and the Dowager exchanged suppressed smiles. For the first time, they had seen the Emperor silenced and unable to retort, all because of a young girl. If your Majesty and the Dowager place your trust in me, I am willing to treat her. Just then a palace maid entered to announce that Consort Xian had requested an audience. Shen Yuxi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Fate had brought her at the perfect moment. She had been wondering how to warn the Dowager about Consort Xian. Upon entering the hall, Consort Xian discovered not only the Emperor and Empress, but also an unfamiliar young woman. She had never seen her before. However, judging by the official robe she wore, Consort Xian had a fair guess. Though she resided in the harem and knew little of court affairs, she was aware of the widespread rumor the Emperor had ignored the objections of civil and military officials and decreed an official position for Minister Shen's daughter. So this must be Shen Yuxi, Minister Shen's daughter. Consort Xian performed the customary salutations. Unexpectedly, Emperor Xianzhao and the Empress Dowager did not bid her to rise as usual. After a long pause, until Consort Xian's legs began to tremble, slightly Emperor Xianzhao spoke indifferently. Rise. Consort Xian, her lower abdomen quivering, leaned on her attendant's arm to slowly take a seat. A flicker of resentment passed through her lowered eyes. The Empress Dowager did not miss the trace of bitterness that flashed across Consort Xian's gaze. At this moment, she could not help but reflect, having spent most of her life in the palace, she had failed to see through Consort Xian's underhanded schemes. She was living backward. It was her fault for trusting her weak niece too much. Your Majesty, as I said, I can cure your poison. Would you trust me just this once? Shen Yuxi continued the previous topic. Bang. Consort Xian accidentally knocked over the teacup on the table. Finding the others' gazes upon her, Consort Xian suppressed her panic and immediately feigned shock and concern. Anne is poisoned. Why was I not informed? She asked urgently. The Empress replied calmly. If not for Third Miss Shen, her Majesty herself would not have known of the poisoning. Third Miss Shen. Consort Xian's gaze shifted to Shen Yuxi. Her words were veiled with barbs. Third Miss Shen, I have no prior acquaintance with you and do not intend to make things difficult. On what grounds do you claim my aunt is poisoned? The entire Imperial Hospital could not cure my aunt's illness. You, an unmarried young lady, presumptuously declare it poisoning and offer to treat her. Consort Xian changed her tone, feigning deep concern for the Empress Dowager. She pleaded earnestly, Aunt, you must think twice. Your Majesty, you cannot entrust Aunt's life to a mere girl. Should anything go wrong, regret would be futile. Consort Xian thought the Emperor and Empress Dowager would heed her words at least somewhat. To her surprise, neither paid her any attention. Their eyes were fixed on Shen Yuxi, as if Consort Xian were heir. She wondered why the Emperor and her aunt seemed so different today. Yuxi, I believe you can help me detoxify. Even if you cannot, it does not matter. Regardless of the outcome, the Emperor and I will not blame you. Shen Yuxi scrolled through the marketplace for an antidote. Host by this white bottle. Economical and effective, good quality, without high price. Shen Yuxi saw the price, 8,000 points. She casually clicked to purchase, and a white porcelain bottle instantly appeared in her space. The sudden strange voice startled Consort Xian. Who spoke? She looked at the three others, but their expressions remained unchanged, as if they had not heard the voice. Could it be that she had imagined it? Your Majesty, I need a private space to administer the antidote. The Empress Dowager naturally agreed, and she and Shen Yuxi went to the side hall behind the screen. Consort Xian grew increasingly anxious. Logically, a mere slip of a girl could not possibly cure the poison. She had purchased those toxins from a master poisoner, and even the Imperial Hospital had failed. Yet inexplicably her heart pounded wildly, and she could not sit still. Consort Xian, what is wrong? You are sweating profusely. Shall I summon a physician? Asked the Empress. Consort Xian was lost in her own world. The Empress called her several times before she responded, sluggishly, forcing a stiff smile. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I am merely too worried about my aunt. Rest assured, Third Miss Shen does not act without certainty. During the outbreak in Qingzhou, the cure was provided by her. Her medical skills are no less than those of the imperial physicians. As she spoke, the Empress's voice was firm and resolute, almost convincing even herself. Though Third Miss Shen did not understand medical theory, she could procure antidotes. Thus, in a way, she was versed in medicine. To make her treatment appear more credible, Shen Yuxi told Emperor Xianzhao that she needed to go to the palace gate to instruct her maid to fetch some items required for the detoxification. Lu Ying returned to the Shen residence, retrieved the treasure box from Shen Yuxi's room, and brought it to the palace. Your Majesty, please drink this first. Once the medicine takes effect, you will fall asleep, and I will administer acupuncture. Time passed slowly. The three waiting in the outer hall grew increasingly anxious. After nearly 2 hours, Shen Yuxi emerged. How is Her Majesty? The Emperor and Empress asked eagerly. Her Majesty is out of danger. The poison has been neutralized, but it has accumulated in her body for too long, so recovery will not be immediate. She needs gradual nourishment. Emperor Xianzhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. In contrast, Consort Xian was tense and utterly incredulous. Third Miss Shen, the entire Imperial Hospital was helpless against my aunt's condition. You cured a year-long ailment in just 2 hours. Or are you merely trying to please His Majesty and my aunt by silence? Emperor Xuanzhao's furious roar made Consort Xian fall to her knees with a thud. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I spoke rashly. Shen Yuxi said with a half-smile. One might think Consort Xian is afraid of the Empress Dowager being cured. Nonsense. I am merely concerned for my aunt. I spoke without thinking in my anxiety. Shen Yuxi shifted her gaze to the sachet at Consort Xian's waist. Consort Xian's sachet is exquisitely embroidered. Would you be willing to show it to me? I would like to have my embroiderer replicate it. No. Consort Xian refused without hesitation. Realizing her reaction was too strong, she hurriedly excused herself, flustered. Do not think me petty, Third Miss Shen. I simply dislike others using anything similar to mine, especially personal accessories. Shen Yuxi did not expose her immediately. After all, Consort Xian was the Empress Dowager's niece. Your Majesty, since Her Majesty is safe, the priority now is to find the culprit behind the poisoning. The Empress said, To be honest, little Shen, some physicians previously suspected poisoning, but all of Her Majesty's food and clothing were thoroughly inspected and found normal. If the items are normal, what about the people? Shen Yuxi cast a subtle glance at Consort Xian and continued, whom does Her Majesty frequently come into contact with? And who has the opportunity to harm Her Majesty without being discovered or suspected? Her Majesty's life is at stake. Your Majesty must investigate thoroughly. Both the Emperor and Empress were intelligent. With such a hint, they would surely have some ideas. Half an hour later, the Empress Dowager gradually regained consciousness. For the first time in a long while, she felt an unprecedented lightness and comfort. The oppressive heaviness that had weighed on her for days had completely dissipated. Even her breathing became easier. Consort Xian watched the Emperor and Empress surrounding the Empress Dowager, the three of them in harmonious joy, and her nails dug deep into her palms. Emperor Xuanzhao, overjoyed, bestowed upon Shen Yuxi a treasure trove of gold, silver, jewels, and antiques. The Empress Dowager was not to be outdone as she ransacked her private treasury to pick fine gifts for her. If not for this young girl, she would have died, without knowing she had been poisoned by her own niece. The young girl had saved this old woman's life. Shen Yuxi had stayed up all night reading a novel, too excited to sleep. The next day, with dark circles under her eyes, she stumbled into the morning court. Today's morning court had no drama, leaving everyone immensely bored. They unconsciously glanced at Shen Yuxi, who was leaning against a pillar and sleeping soundly, their eyes filled with hope that she would wake up and provide some entertainment. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The Xianzhao Emperor coughed lightly into his fist, but Shen Yuxi did not wake. The others had no choice but to withdraw their gazes regretfully and resumed discussing state affairs. Lord Shen, please wait. After court, Shen Yuxi planned to rush back to her residence to continue sleeping, but was suddenly called out. Physician Han. Director Han hurriedly caught up. Lord Shen, there are some aspects of the epidemic prescription you presented last time that I cannot fully understand. Would you be willing to accompany me to the Imperial Medical Academy to enlighten me? Shen Yuxi hesitated for 2 seconds. Then please lead the way, Physician Han. Mo Xuanxia, who was following closely behind, had originally wanted to have a private chat with Shen Yuxi. As soon as he exited the Supreme Harmony Hall, he saw Director Han eagerly pulling Shen Yuxi toward the Imperial Medical Academy. Entering the academy, a faint scent of herbs wafted over. Everywhere in the Imperial Medical Academy, various medicinal herbs were planted. Physician Han. Director Han smiled and introduced, this is Lord Shen, the youngest daughter of Minister Shen. Everyone was familiar with Shen Yuxi and greeted her with smiles. Lord Shen, this way please. Physician Han led Shen Yuxi to a large table. The epidemic prescription had been transcribed onto a huge sheet that nearly covered the entire table, pasted onto its surface. It was convenient for study and discussion. On the paper there were traces of ink with different handwriting. Lord Shen, this prescription is exquisitely composed. We have studied it roughly for several days, yet there remain several points that are difficult to understand. Physician Han's gray beard slightly lifted as he asked softly, Lord Shen, the duckweed is light and clear, able to expel external pathogens, which is indeed suitable for treating epidemic qi attacking the exterior. However, the lepidium seed is fierce in purging the lungs. When combined with the deficiency syndrome at the onset of epidemic, would it be too harsh? Another physician Tang, also chimed in with a confused tone. And what about the dosage of kudzu root? Patrinia is bitter and cold. If it encounters the epidemic in the elderly, weak women and children, such a dose might be difficult to bear. The epidemic prescription uniquely lacks herbs like patchouli and eupatorium for resolving dampness. Currently, many epidemic patients suffer from vomiting, diarrhea, and abdominal distension. Without dampness resolving herbs, how can we relieve this dampness stagnation? We have pondered back and forth, but still cannot find the solution. Tongzi. Shen Yuxi, who knew nothing of medical theory, had to call upon the universal encyclopedia system. Finally remembered me. I thought the host was going to ignore me all day. The system's sour voice suddenly rang out. The few who had heard Shen Yuxi's thoughts for the first time remained outwardly calm, but were deeply shocked inside. The emperor had ordered that no one was to discuss Lord Shen's thoughts on pain of execution. Everyone dared not show any abnormality, fearing that Shen Yuxi would notice. How could that be? You are my most beloved system. It's only possible for you to ignore me. How could I ever neglect you, right? Shen Yuxi's few words made the system smile. The system gave a reluctant hum and said, host, dare you lock me in the little dark room again? I dare not. Shen Yuxi was extremely sleepy, annoyed that the system kept chattering incessantly, so she unilaterally locked it in the little dark room. The system was furious and jumped around. It decided not to talk to the host for 3 days. However, after being coaxed by Shen Yuxi's sweet words for a while, it threw its grand ambitions to the wind. The system snorted lightly and said seriously, this epidemic appears to be wind cold attacking the exterior, but in fact the epidemic qi is wrapped in dampness, stagnating and transforming into heat, obstructing the lungs. The patient's initial high fever, shortness of breath, and panting are all due to the lungs losing their dispersing and descending functions. Duckweed is light and clear, able to expel epidemic qi outward. Although lepidium seed is fierce, it specifically purges the damp heat obstructing the lungs. The two combined, one expelling and one purging, is not a violent attack, but rather a relief of the lungs' congestion. Moreover, the prescription already includes poria and atractylodes to strengthen the spleen and consolidate the earth precisely to prevent the harshness from harming the spleen. For elderly and weak patients, simply reducing the dosage of lepidium seed will cause no major harm. Kudzu root raises yang and relieves the muscles. Doubling its dosage can both expel exterior pathogens and generate fluids to quench thirst, relieving the patients suffering from high fever, depleting fluids. Although Petrinia is bitter and cold, it can clear heat, detoxify, and reduce abscesses and expel pus. The patient's skin developing macules is precisely a sign of epidemic toxin entering the blood. Petrinia can exactly clear the heat toxin in the blood, and when combined with lithospermum and peony bark, its blood cooling power is even greater. Shen Yuxi repeated the system's words. The physicians nodded incessantly, marveling at every sentence, adding annotations beside the prescription with their brushes, and most of the confusion in their eyes dissipated. After the speech, the hall was silent for a moment, with only the crackling of charcoal in the medicine stove and the lingering aroma of herbs. Physician Tang was the first to regain his composure, stroked his beard, and made a deep bow, his eyes filled with admiration and relief. Lord Shun has penetrated the crux of the epidemic and the compatibility of medicinal properties so thoroughly. We are suddenly enlightened. This prescription is finally completely clear. Lord Shun is so young and already accomplished like this. Your future prospects are immeasurable. Shen Yuxi smiled. Stop praising me, stop praising me. I feel guilty. The epidemic in Qingzhou was far more severe than imagined. Despite the imperial court sparing no effort and resources to support Qingzhou, the plague spread rapidly from one person to 10 and then to hundreds. Before the epidemic prescription could even be delivered, a large number of commoners had already died. Panic gripped the people. The situation spiraled out of control. When one's life is threatened, rules and regulations can all go to hell. Many citizens, their mental strain reaching the breaking point, attempted to break through the soldiers' cordon and flee. After being forcefully repelled, they clashed with the soldiers in a chaotic brawl. For this reason, the morning court sessions over the past few days had been consumed by heated debates on the Qingzhou crisis. Your Majesty, your servant suggests dispatching Junior Minister Shun to Qingzhou with the epidemic prescription. At these words, the entire court erupted in uproar. The clamorous debates abruptly ceased, and the hall fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Many secretly glanced at the minister who had made the suggestion. Good heavens, you really have guts. The faces of Minister Shun and Mo Xianxian visibly darkened. Shen Yuxi suddenly mentioned thought. Who did I offend? Shen Yuxi was so furious that her hair nearly stood on end. System, who was it that just spoke and recommended me to go to Qingzhou? The system replied angrily, Jia Kuan. Is he insane? Why doesn't he go himself? To send a delicate, weak young girl like me to such a dangerous place. How malicious. No wonder his son is a useless and detestable scoundrel. Jia Kuan looked like a cat, with its tail stepped on, his old face flushed with suppressed rage. Veins bulged visibly on his forehead. Jia Kuan's mind has become deranged. He's like a mad dog that bites whoever it sees. His only precious son is thrown into prison and will be executed after autumn, and he himself. The system hesitated. What? Though angry, Shen Yuxi still asked. Jia Kuan seemed to sense what the system was about to say next, and tried to interrupt, but Imperial Physician Han, with quick hands and sharp eyes, gave him a needle to his mute acupoint. Lord Jia, there's no need to thank me. Thank my ass. Jia Kuan desperately wanted to curse. Lord Jia, His Majesty is watching. Imperial Physician Han reminded him gently. The system's voice then sounded. When Jia Kuan's wife learned that her son had been thrown into prison, she had a massive quarrel with Jia Kuan. During their scuffle, Jia Kuan accidentally crashed his lower body directly into the corner of the table. Hiss! All the men present collectively sucked in a sharp breath. As if sharing the pain, they winced and grimaced. Jia Kuan's little brother is completely ruined. Everyone's gaze involuntarily darted to Jia Kuan's lower body. Jia Kuan's head was practically steaming with rage. Despite all his precautions, he had failed to prevent this. Now everyone knew he had lost his manhood and dignity. How could he ever show his face in the court again? Imperial Physician Han's eyes were full of sympathy. For the sake of their years as colleagues, he would personally treat Jia Kuan after the morning court ended. But he didn't hold much hope. After all, even the system said Jia Kuan's little brother was ruined and would never rise again. Imperial Physician Han didn't think he was more capable than the system. Jia Kuan refused to believe the physician's words. To prove he was still capable, he summoned all the beautiful concubines in his mansion and took turns favoring them to see if any could make him hard. The system's voice said clearly, but ruined is ruined. In such matters, effort does not guarantee results. Shen Yuxi glared at Jia Kuan. Just wait, when I get back I'll spread the news of Jia Kuan's impotence, so everyone knows he's not up to it. Minister Shun's face darkened. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, my daughter is young and inexperienced, shallow in learning, and completely ignorant of epidemic matters. If she goes, she won't be of any help and will only cause trouble. If your Majesty needs to send someone to Qingzhou to stabilize the situation, your servant is willing to go. No. Shen Yuxi instinctively cried out to stop him. Realizing she was still in court, she quickly stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, my father is old and cannot withstand the hardship. Besides, he is the Minister of Rights, and the Ministry of Rights has many affairs to attend to. It would be better for me, your humble servant, to go. Shen Yuxi. Minister Shen, for the first time disregarding propriety, shouted her full name in anger. Shen Yuxi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, her cheap father was mad. Usually her cheap father only called her full name when he was angry. On the throne, Emperor Xianzhao was speechless. He hadn't even said he would definitely send Shen Yuxi. The father-daughter competition made him look like a villain trying to separate them. Host, I think you can go to Qingzhou. The system suddenly spoke, interrupting Minister Shen's next words. Minister Shen had no choice but to subtly redirect the conversation to Emperor Xianzhao. Huh, why? Seeing that her father was talking to the Emperor, Shen Yuxi felt safe to communicate with the system. That old emperor and his ministers are all focused on the epidemic, but they've overlooked the most crucial question. Qingzhou is prosperous and abundant with ample resources. How could an epidemic suddenly break out there? Emperor Xianzhao and the officials couldn't help but fall into thought. Floods cause viruses to spread rampantly, and the people's immunity drops. Isn't it normal for an epidemic to occur? In fact, this epidemic could have been avoided. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Emperor Xuanzhao's dark eyes glinted with a cold light. Could it be that someone had deliberately created and spread the epidemic? Mo Jingyu and others shared the same thought. The system let out a heavy sigh. When the floodwaters had not yet receded, the disaster relief grain and provisions allocated by the imperial court were embezzled layer by layer along the way, and by the time they reached Qingzhou, only 60% remained. The Qingzhou County Magistrate, not only showing no concern for the people suffering, instead embezzled all the grain stored in the official granaries and secretly colluded with local grain merchants to jack up the price of stockpiled coarse rice and millet by several times. Ordinary families had already lost their fields and homes to the floods and lost their livelihoods with empty pockets. How could they afford such exorbitant prices? When the epidemic first emerged, the medicine merchants raised the prices of herbs. Even common epidemic prevention herbs like coptis and patchouli became rare treasures worth 1,000 gold. Physicians were willing to administer medicine but had no money to purchase materials and could only watch patients suffer helplessly. The civil and military officials dared not breathe loudly, all lowering their heads. Even the faint sound of the bronze bells at the eaves outside the hall was magnified several times in this dead silence, making the officials' hearts tighten with dread. Embezzling disaster relief funds was a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations. Emperor Xuanzhao's slightly lowered eyes held an unfathomable coldness, the fury surging in his dark pupils suppressed deep within. Damn it! He had not received even a whisper of this information. If not for hearing it from the system, he, the dignified emperor, would still be kept in the dark by those corrupt pests. But what does this have to do with me going to Qingzhou? Since taking office, the Qingzhou County Magistrate has lined his own pockets and accepted bribes. His private assets are at least equivalent to half a year's tax revenue of the national treasury. Rumble. Emperor Xuanzhao's fury was fully ignited. The national treasury was empty, and as emperor, he dared not even throw a lavish birthday banquet. Yet a mere Qingzhou County Magistrate's assets equaled half a year's tax revenue. Host, haven't you been short of money lately? Why not take the opportunity to go to Qingzhou, find evidence, and expose the county magistrate, and incidentally fill up your own little treasure chest? The Qingzhou County Magistrate is insatiably greedy. If you don't expose his misdeeds in time, Qingzhou will likely not survive this crisis. Shen Yuxi, far away in the capital, could only go there herself to gather solid evidence. After all, you have a protection mechanism and are not afraid of the epidemic. The system said, we won't touch the ill-gotten gains from the people, but he has opened many taverns and brothels. His legally obtained money. We can take a little, and no one can say anything. Is that okay? You even have to scrimp on money for jewelry, and you're worried about whether it's okay. Emperor Xianzhao and the others instantly turned their gaze to Minister Shen. Minister Shen was actually so harsh with his little daughter that he didn't even give her money for jewelry. Mo Xuan's eyes darkened. The little girl was short of money. He would send her several chests of gold and silver when he returned to his mansion. Minister Shen looked extremely wronged. He had never stinted his beloved daughter on spending money, in fact, giving her more allowance than his eldest son and second daughter combined. But he could not withstand her extravagant spending habits. No matter how much allowance he gave her, she managed to spend every last coin. Shen Yuxi casually asked, where is the Qingzhou Magistrate's wealth kept? The Qingzhou Magistrate was clever. He had converted most of his wealth into fixed assets, restaurants, tea houses, mansions, and farmland, with the remainder hidden away in an underground vault he had constructed. Opening the chamber required 2 keys, one concealed in a secret compartment beneath the desk in his study, the other buried within his dog's kennel. Good heavens, who could possibly locate such a hiding place? The system remarked while the people of Qingzhou struggled to feed themselves. The magistrate feasts on delicacies at home. Host, if you expose the magistrate's crimes, and the emperor grows pleased, you might just receive a promotion. I would not care for that. Shen Yuxi was uninterested and rolled her eyes. If His Majesty truly wishes to reward me, he should gift me gold, silver, and jewels. Nothing compares to the practical value of money. That said, she was quite interested in what the Qingzhou magistrate had stashed away. She rubbed her hands together, eagerly anticipating action. Let me handle an opportunity like this to earn merit. Minister Shen covered his face in exasperation. Daughter, you must not harbor such thoughts. Fortunately, His Majesty bore no grudge. Your Majesty, Shen Yuxi suddenly exclaimed with excitement, startling Emperor Xianzhao. Does my esteemed Minister Shen have something to say? Emperor Xianzhao asked deliberately. Shen Yuxi nodded. Your Majesty, this humble official wishes to travel to Qingzhou and begs your Majesty's permission. Qingzhou is plagued by a severe epidemic. It is unsuitable for you to go. I will select a more appropriate person. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuxi knew she could not accept such an answer. She alone held knowledge of the Qingzhou magistrate's secrets. This humble official possesses basic medical knowledge and can better assist the imperial physicians in treating patients. Moreover, I am confident I can avoid contracting the epidemic. If your Majesty dispatches another official, they risk contracting the epidemic and losing their life. An unfavorable exchange. Emperor Xianzhao fell into deep contemplation. He wrestled with whether to grant Shen Yuxi's request. Father Emperor, this son is willing to accompany Minister Shen on this journey. As soon as Emo Xianxian spoke, all eyes turned toward him. Emperor Xianzhao hesitated, his gaze shifting between Emo Xianxian and Shen Yuxi. Truthfully, he wished above all else to keep his son from danger in Qingzhou. Yet the emperor understood his son well. Once made up his mind, nothing could sway him. Even without his permission, Emo Xianxian would find a way. After a long silence, Emperor Xianzhao sighed and relented. Granted. Host, are you not upset that the 4th prince is accompanying you? Shen Yuxi grumbled. How can I achieve merit with the 4th prince watching my every move? Emo Xianxian overheard he had been found objectionable. Well, try seeing it positively. Alone getting close to the Qingzhou magistrate would be difficult, but with Emo Xianxian there, he can provide cover for you. Then you will have easier access to search the magistrate's residence for evidence. The system reasoned carefully, offering comfort. If you go alone, the magistrate might desperation drive him to reckless action. With Emo Xianxian present, he certainly will not dare act improperly. Consider it as being assigned a bodyguard. Host. What is a bodyguard? Everyone present bristled with confusion at the unfamiliar term, their heads adorned with question marks. The departure was set for the following day. When word spread that Shen Yuxi would travel to Qingzhou, Madame Shen nearly fainted. Shen Yuxi curled up in a corner, arms wrapped around her head, lips pouted, looking as though she had suffered some tremendous grievance. Before her stood her mother, breathing heavily to steady herself, Minister Shen busy comforting Madame Shen, and Shen Shi and Shen Tinglan, their faces etched with worry and anxiety. Shen Tinglan spoke angrily. Sister, how could you make such a significant decision without consulting us? Shen Shi's brows knit tightly. Qingzhou is ravaged by epidemic disease. How could we feel at ease sending you alone? What if something were to happen? Big brother, TSK. Do not speak such inauspicious words. Shen Yuxi listened silently to her family's reprimands. Already knowing she was in the wrong, she dared not speak. She curled up even tighter. Madam, do not be angry, do not be angry. Do not let this rascal ruin your health. It is all your fault. Madam Shen's eyes burned red with anger. Sierra is foolish, and you are equally dumb. Why did you not stop her back then? Shen Yuxi interjected. You told me to keep quiet. Minister Shen was speechless. He had only heard her thoughts and knew she was determined to go. Shut your mouth. You are the least considerate of all. Madam Shen said angrily. Can you not learn from your elder brother and second sister? Let your mother have some peace of mind. After being scolded by her mother, Shen Yuxi obediently shut her mouth. Mother, since the emperor has ordered the 4th prince to accompany our youngest sister, he must have made thorough preparations. Otherwise, given how much the emperor cherishes the 4th prince, he would never have agreed to let him go. Yes, mother. Our youngest sister is full of schemes, as she must have confidence in protecting herself before volunteering. Thinking of the system on their beloved daughter, the family found some psychological comfort. Madam Shen looked at her daughter, seeing her cowering like a quail, feeling both angry and helpless. Why are you silent? Have you realized your mistake? Realized her mistake? That was impossible. Shen Yuxi blurted out. You told me to keep quiet. She did not dare speak otherwise. Madam Shen was silent. Her heart ached with anger. The decision was final. No amount of anxiety or frustration would change it. They rushed to prepare everything Shen Yuxi would need, along with provisions through the night. A mother worries when her child travels far. Shen Yuxi was picky about food, and Madam Shen feared her daughter would neither sleep well nor eat properly during the journey. So she packed many portable foods for her. Everything was loaded into the carriage. Early the next morning, as Shen Yuxi was just waking, Mo Xuanqin's carriage was already waiting at the gates of the Shen residence. Shen Yuxi was so sleepy, she could barely keep her eyes open. As Lu Ying dressed and groomed her, she remained as limp as a cloth doll. Only when she stepped outside and the cold wind hit her did she shiver awake. Yuxi instantly became half awake. Boarding the carriage, she waved goodbye to her family. Sitting in the bumpy carriage, she had no trace of sleepiness, her eyes wide open. Why? Because Mo Xuanqin, for reasons unknown, had chosen to crowd into the same carriage rather than take the spacious and magnificent one reserved for him. Your Highness, men and women should maintain proper distance. With our colleagues watching, this will cause misunderstandings, Shen Yuxi whispered. This journey was not limited to just the two of them. Several physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau and 5,000 Imperial Guards escorted them. Mo Xuanqin showed no concern, his expression calm. We are merely sharing a carriage. If they wish to misinterpret, it speaks only to their corrupt minds. The separation line has been removed as per content cleaning rules. Shen Yuxi was at a loss for words. Honestly, who in the Mo kingdom did not know that the fourth prince had no interest in women, let alone such an intimate gesture as sharing a carriage with a lady? She could hardly blame them for overthinking. But one cannot bend a reed against an oak. Shen Yuxi knew she could not prevail over Mo Xuanqin, and she certainly would not drive the fourth prince off her carriage. She sighed silently in her heart. She leaned back against the soft cushion and closed her eyes, feigning slumber. Otherwise the two of them would simply stare at each other, and how awkward would that be? The procession arrived at Qingzhou, where the county magistrate and other officials had been notified well in advance, and waited at the city gate to receive them. The carriage rolled to a slow halt, the rhythm of hooves falling silent. The Qingzhou magistrate hurried forward, his weathered face crinkled into a grin like a blooming chrysanthemum. Your Royal Highness, I received word of your arrival, and have been waiting here since before dawn. It is a blessing to finally welcome you. I have prepared fine wine and delicacies at my residence to honor your journey. Would you do me the favor of staying? Hearing the Qingzhou magistrate's obsequious tone from within the carriage, Shen Yuxi needed neither to step out nor to see his face to imagine exactly what manner of man he was. After what seemed an eternity of waiting, a barely audible murmur of assent drifted from inside the carriage. The magistrate's face lit up with delight, and he hastily stepped aside. Just as the Qingzhou magistrate was about to board the carriage with the others to return to his residence, one foot already upon the step, Mo Xuanqin's subordinate appeared unexpectedly. He blocked the magistrate's path and said coolly, "We trouble Magistrate Zhao to lead the way." Before Zhao Ponghua could respond, Feng Yu continued, "His Royal Highness does not take kindly to being escorted by carriage. Therefore we shall trouble you to walk alongside and guide us." What? Zhao Ponghua was utterly stunned. The distance back to the magistrate's residence was considerable. He would have to walk for nearly 2 hours at this rate. Aye, such is His Royal Highness's wish. Feng Yu's single sentence shut Zhao Ponghua's protest firmly in its tracks. This humble servant obeys. Zhao Ponghua wore a countenance of utter woe, his brows drawn so tightly together they could have crushed a fly. The officials trailing behind shared his discomfort, but seeing Zhao walk obediently ahead of the carriage, they had no choice but to follow. Whether Zhao Ponghua or the retinue of officials, all were men accustomed to comfort and luxury delicate beyond measure. Who among them had ever suffered such treatment? Hardly half an hour into the walk, Zhao Ponghua looked as though he had been dragged from a river. Forehead beaded with perspiration the size of soybeans, his face flushed crimson. His back was soaked through the damp fabric clinging to his skin in an unpleasant manner. His legs and feet ached unbearably, his whole body drained of strength as though he might collapse at any moment. Feng Yu cast him a look of open disdain. TSK, already exhausted after but half an hour. Truly useless. Another 15 minutes passed, and Zhao Ponghua could endure no more. With a thunderous thud, he fell face first into the dust, chipping a front tooth and bleeding freely from his mouth. Feng Yu sought permission from his master, and upon receiving Mo Xuanqin's assent, ordered men to help Zhao Ponghua back into the carriage. Seated within the carriage, Zhao Ponghua stared at the blood-stained tooth in his palm, barely holding back tears. The carriage finally came to a stop before the magistrate's residence. "Your Highness, please come in." Zhao Ponghua spoke through a mouth missing its front teeth, the cool wind whistling through the gap as he talked. The sight was ridiculous and laughable. "And who is this?" Zhao Ponghua's eyes brightened when he caught sight of Shen Yuxi. "Her Majesty has personally appointed her as a female official, esteemed Lady Shen." Though far away in Qingzhou, the news of Xian Zhaodi's appointment of a female official was known throughout the Mo kingdom. After all, it was the very first precedent since the founding of the state. When Zhao Ponghua first heard the news, he had been genuinely curious as to what manner of woman could have moved the emperor to make such an extraordinary concession, a move that entirely contradicted ancestral tradition and patriarchal order. Beneath his surprise, he held a deep contempt for the notion of women entering government service. Women ought to remain at home, attending to their husbands and educating their children. How could they possibly stand on equal footing with men in the imperial court? Such was Zhao Ponghua's private conviction. His eyes fixed themselves greedily upon Shen Yuxi. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Repulsed, Shen Yuxi shifted closer to Mo Xuanshan's side. Zhao Panghua started. Where had that female voice come from? He scanned the area around them. Aside from themselves, there was only the young girl Shen Yuxi. Could it have been Lady Shen? But she had not spoken a word just now. Magistrate, your highness and Lady Shen have endured a long and tedious journey and must be quite weary. Let us first escort them to something to eat and arrange for their rest. Prompted by those nearby, Zhao Panghua snapped out of his reverie. Yes. How forgetful of me. As Shen Yuxi followed him into the main hall, her gaze swept across the tables laden with delicacies and fine wines, and the smile on her face gradually faded. Behind vermilion gates, wine and meat go to waste while frozen corpses line the roadside. The common folk of Qingzhou suffered in misery and hardship, struggling even to fill their bellies, yet the county magistrate turned a blind eye and retired home to indulge in luxury. Zhao Panghua, you have some nerve. The icy, merciless words fell like blades. Zhao Panghua did not understand, yet under the suffocating weight of Mo Xuanshan's piercing gaze, he dropped to his knees. He hissed in pain. His knees already ached, and this sudden kneeling sent fresh agony through him. Your Highness, this humble servant does not know what wrong he has committed. The people outside lie dead and wounded, and you still find the leisure to throw these pointless welcoming feasts. Grain is in short supply, yet this humble servant observes that your magistrate's residence remains entirely unaffected. Mo Xuanshan's voice carried no hint of emotion, as still and calm as a dark sea at night. Yet beneath his composed exterior, the glacial chill lurking in his eyes cut, like an ice-coated blade striking straight at the magistrate. Zhao Panghua shuddered involuntarily, and upon grasping the gravity of the situation, he frantically began to confess. Your Highness, forgive this humble servant. I know my errors. I have been consumed day and night with worry over the epidemic, unable to rest or eat in peace. Most of the grain in my residence has been donated to the people, but upon hearing of your arrival, I feared offending you, and so I indulged in this single extravagance. Zhao Panghua told lies without so much as blinking. His entire performance was seamless and fluent. As he spoke, he stole glances at Mo Xuanshan, reading his expression in fleeting moments. Seeing that the other remained expressionless, showing no sign of softening, his heart sank further. He hurried to offer more excuses, his tone growing increasingly desperate, even tinged with the quality of a man on the verge of tears. Your Highness, see clearly. The epidemic has not yet subsided, and grain is indeed scarce. After donating my stored grain, my own household is reduced to coarse tea and plain food. The banquet today was entirely borrowed from the few remaining grain merchants in the city. I only wished for your Highness to rest. I dare not waste, nor dare I disregard the lives of the common people. As he spoke, he pressed his forehead to the ground in repeated kowtows. This humble servant understands that the people are now displaced and starving. As their parent official, I ought to share their hardships, and should not have prepared such an ill-timed feast. But your Highness holds a position of supreme dignity, and I dared not show disrespect. In my moment of folly, I committed this error. I implore you to grant me another chance. I will immediately order the banquet dismantled, and all grain transported to the relief centers to be distributed among the suffering people, unable to rest or eat. Coarse tea and plain food. The audacity of this man. Shen Yuxi thought to herself, shouldn't he look down at his own belly before talking? The system, mused Zhao Pangua's thick skin, far exceeds even the host's. The moment the words were spoken, he was met with a deadly glare from Shen Yuxi. A trace of amusement flickered across Mo Xuanshan's slender phoenix eyes. Meanwhile, the slow-witted Zhao Panghua finally realized that the voice he had heard came from Shen Yuxi. He could hear Shen Yuxi's inner thoughts. Zhao Panghua was deeply shocked, yet dared not show the slightest abnormality on his face. Mo Xuanshan said coldly, I will let this slide. Go prepare the rooms first. This prince and Lord Shen will stay at your residence for the next few days. Having fought on the frontier, he had gnawed on grass roots and tree bark, so delicacies or simple pickled vegetables and steamed buns made little difference to him. As long as he was full, it would suffice. Shen Yuxi was different. Treasured like a pearl by the Shen family, she could not endure any hardship in clothing, food, shelter, or travel. Huh? Zhao Panghua spoke in surprise. What is there a problem? No. Zhao Panghua feared saying anything that might displease Mo Xuanshan, so he hurriedly explained, Your Highness, please understand. I had no idea you would reside at the magistrate's mansion and did not prepare in advance. He had assumed the fourth prince and the others would stay at an inn or some other residence he arranged. Staying at his own mansion would not make anyone uncomfortable, would it? Who would have thought Mo Xuanshan would simply say no problem, effectively shutting down Zhao Panghua's protests. Zhao Panghua dared not display even a hint of dissatisfaction and obediently ordered his servants to prepare the rooms. That said, the meals Zhao Panghua had prepared actually suited Shen Yuxi's taste. After the meal, Shen Yuxi stretched and gave a languid yawn. Host, when do you plan to make your move? Shen Yuxi cast a sidelong glance at the unconscious, snoring Zhao Panghua and replied, tonight. Strike, while Zhao Panghua's guard is down, crush his operations, and spare the common people further suffering. Upon learning from the system that Zhao Panghua conspired with merchants to inflate grain prices, harmed innocent citizens, and committed a string of conscienceless crimes, she felt that letting him live 1 second longer was already a kindness. Shen Yuxi excused herself early, saying she wanted to take a walk and see the scenery of the magistrate's mansion. Naturally, no one stopped her. Walking alone along the bluestone path, she followed the system's guidance to the dog kennel. Zhao Panghua raised a large wolfhound with dark brown fur, sharp fangs, and fierce eyes that stared unblinkingly at Shen Yuxi. Animals possess extremely keen perception, especially sharp creatures like wolfhounds. During a confrontation, one must never show fear, for the more afraid you are, the fiercer it becomes. Shen Yuxi met its gaze without flinching. After an unknown stretch of time, the wolfhound finally relented, letting out 2 howls, as though finding the encounter tedious. It wagged its tail and lay down to one side. Relying on her protective mechanism, she needed not fear even if the dog bit her. With the system's help, Shen Yuxi successfully dug out a key from the doghouse. The large wolfhound watched as an unfamiliar woman rummaged through its own waste. Holding the key, still carrying the stench of dog feces, Shen Yuxi delicately rinsed it in a nearby small pond with a look of distaste. Good dog, thank you for your cooperation. Shen Yuxi patted the wolfhound's head with a bright smile. Woof woof woof. The other key was in Zhao Panghua's study. Shen Yuxi pondered how to enter. Zhao Panghua's study was surely guarded. Breaking in alone was hardly a wise choice. Young Lord Shen, are you not asleep yet? A low magnetic voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Shen Yuxi's thoughts. She turned to see Mo Xianxin standing tall and upright, quietly positioned not far away. His pitch-black eyes, deep as an abyss, appeared even darker in the night. Didn't your highness also stay awake? This prince is unaccustomed to sudden changes in unfamiliar surroundings. Host, just tell the 4th prince the truth. With him here, a mere county magistrate cannot cause trouble. I know, but if Mo Xianxin asks why, having only arrived on the first day and barely spoken to Zhao Panghua, I would know Zhao Panghua's secrets. Just make something up. Isn't that your specialty? Shen Yuxi was speechless. Still, the system was right. No one in the magistrate's mansion would dare stop the 4th prince. After a brief silence, Shen Yuxi raised her apricot eyes and spoke earnestly. 4th prince, I have something very important to tell you. Mo Xianxin feigned ignorance, his eyebrow arching slightly. Oh, this prince listens. Shen Yuxi scanned their surroundings and stated solemnly, Magistrate Zhao has used his position over the years to accept bribes, seize fertile land, abuse public power for personal gain, and embezzle countless assets, enough to equal half a year's state revenue. What are your plans, young Lord Shen? Arrest Zhao Panghua first. Shen Yuxi studied Mo Xianxin's expression. The man wore a serious countenance. He was not joking with her. Shen Yuxi was startled. Your Highness believes me. Doesn't Mo Xianxin doubt? It concerns a county magistrate of an entire prefecture. I merely mentioned it, and there are no concrete evidences yet, but he's already considering arresting Zhao Panghua. The 4th prince must know that since the host dares speak these words face to face, there must be substantial evidence. Otherwise, the host has no grudge against Zhao Panghua. Why sully his reputation for no reason? Mo Xianxin smiled faintly. This prince believes Lord Shen would not say such things without reason, and I trust in your character. Hearing this, Shen Yuxi breathed a slight sigh of relief. She knew confessing to Mo Xianxin so abruptly was unusual, but dealing with Zhao Panghua sooner would only bring greater peace of mind. Zhao Panghua's study was a restricted area where outsiders were not permitted. 6 guards were posted at the entrance. However, Mo Xianxin's men were no pushovers and quickly knocked out the guards with remarkable efficiency. The commotion at the study spread quickly, and nearly everyone arrived one after another. The sharp-eyed personal servant crawled and scrambled to warn his master. Master! Master! A major crisis has occurred. Zhao Panghua lay sprawled on his bed, fast asleep. When he heard the servant's panicked cries, he frowned in headache. Cursing angrily, what crisis could possibly be more important than my sleep? Get out, you useless fool! The servant wailed. The 4th prince has brought men to storm your study. The guards could not stop them. All knocked unconscious. In a single sentence, it struck like thunder from a clear sky, shattering every last drop of drunkenness from Zhao Panghua's mind. What did you say? Zhao Panghua sprang upright, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the servant, searching desperately for any sign of deception on the man's face. But there was none. The servant would never dare lie about such matters. A cold chill gripped Zhao Panghua's heart, and a sense of foreboding grew within him. Scorning his disheveled appearance, he sprinted toward the study, fearing even a second's delay. 20 years of pampered luxury meant he rarely walked more than a few steps at a time. Running all at once made Zhao Panghua clumsy. He stumbled several times. By the time he finally reached the study, the scene before his eyes made his eyes crack with fury. The door to the underground secret chamber stood wide open, and one after another grand rosewood chests were carried out. Opening the chests revealed mountains of gold and jewels, their gleaming surfaces almost blinding. Zhao Panghua's mind was filled with only one thought: it's over. He knelt down, trembling, the fat on his cheeks quivering uncontrollably, revealing the terror and panic in his heart. Your Highness, Lord Zhao truly has opened my eyes. Mo Xuanqian's tone was ambiguous, betraying neither joy nor anger. Yet it nearly made Zhao Ponghua wet his pants in fear. According to the laws of the Mo Kingdom, the monthly salary of the Qingzhou County Magistrate is 8 taels of silver with 3 dan of rice as grain allowance plus various rewards and subsidies totaling no more than 300 taels a year. Then Lord Zhao, can you explain to me where these hundreds of thousands of taels of silver came from? This did not even include the revenue from his estates, fields, taverns, and other properties. Your Highness, this humble official. I do not know, but it is definitely not mine. I have been honest in office, never taking bribes. Please see clearly, Your Highness. The evidence was irrefutable, yet Zhao Ponghua refused to admit it. Although he knew in his heart that no one would believe his words, he still clung to a faint hope, or perhaps it was the struggle before death. Then how do you explain these silver taels, Lord Zhao? Shen Yuxi said calmly. Could it be that someone secretly transported them into your secret chamber while you were off guard, and then hid the key under the dog kennel and the study chair? Zhao Ponghua raised his head abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could she know where he hid the key? In the mansion apart from himself, not even his most beloved wife knew. At death's door, yet you still dare to talk back. He must be extremely puzzled about how I knew where the key was hidden. You? Mo Xianshan interrupted coldly, saying, take him away, detain him for now, and deal with him later after the matter is resolved. As the Qingzhou County Magistrate, Zhao Ponghua would naturally be dealt with by the Xinjiao Emperor. Embezzling a huge amount of property was punishable by death according to law. Zhao Ponghua's eyes bulged like copper bells, but before he could speak, a cloth was stuffed into his mouth. He could not utter a single word, but his eyes were fixed on Shen Yuxi with intense hatred. Fourth Highness, what should we do with all this gold and silver? Shen Yuxi asked. Taken from the people, used for the people. The epidemic is raging in Qingzhou, and many are starving. I will write to inform His Majesty of the situation. Since these silver taels were extorted from the people by Zhao Ponghua, they should naturally be used for them. Shen Yuxi nodded in agreement. If the epidemic had not struck Qingzhou, Zhao Ponghua's assets would have been confiscated entirely according to regulations. But with Qingzhou in turmoil, there was no need to return them to the national treasury. After all, if the money was insufficient, the emperor would have to allocate from the treasury. What a pity, I was thinking of stealing a few gold bars. Shen Yuxi stared longingly at the glittering gold ingots. My hands are itching. The system said speechlessly, host, the Shen family has never mistreated you since childhood. Not to say they spend money like water, but they support your expenses more than enough. Why are you still so fond of money? Ordinary noble ladies have little fondness for gold and silver, thinking that too much emphasis on money would lower their status. Only its host was different. You don't understand. Shen Yuxi said frankly, money can make the world go round. Without money you can't move an inch. I was poor in my past life, afraid of poverty. Now that I have the chance, of course, the more money the better. You can't spend it all anyway. Who says I have to spend it all? She said, can I save it? For emergencies. Just seeing the money in my little private treasury increase every day, even if I don't spend it, makes me happy. The system said it didn't understand. Shen Yuxi said that it was obvious the system had never experienced the life of a working-class wage slave. The concept of saving money is etched into the DNA of working people. Shen Yuxi couldn't help but think of the 3 million deal she had secured before her transmigration. With bonuses and commissions, she could get 200,000. She had planned to deposit 150,000 as a fixed deposit and use 50,000 to buy gold bars. Alas, what a pity. But on second thought, heaven was very partial to her, seeing how hard her life was, and instantly freed her from the bitter life of a wage earner. Transmigration and rebirth. Ordinary people do not have such luck. Mo Xianshan quietly listened to Shen Yuxi's inner thoughts, and the corners of his mouth curled up imperceptibly. His eyes brimmed with laughter. What a little money grubber. The epidemic situation in Qingzhou was even worse than Shen Yuxi had anticipated. The once bustling streets were now deserted, leaving only the sound of patrol soldiers' footsteps and occasional wails, making this world seem like the end of days. Shen Yuxi followed the doctor to the temporary shelter. All those infected with the epidemic were gathered here, divided by severity, with the more serious cases closer to the center. The outer perimeter held the less severe cases. The air was thick with a faint smell of medicine mildew and a hint of decay, suffocating. Don't touch my grandma. All of you go away. A hoarse, sharp voice reached her ears. Shen Yuxi instinctively stopped and looked ahead. A little boy of about 6 or 7, covered in dirt, his once bright eyes now bloodshot. The small figure stood in front of an old woman facing 2 tall soldiers. There was no fear or retreat in the boy's eyes, only the determination to protect. Kid, your grandmother is seriously ill. The doctors say there's no hope. According to regulations, she should be taken away to make room for others to save food and medicine. The soldier's ruthless words made the boy's eyes redden. But he insisted, shouting, that's not true. My grandmother isn't that sick. You're doing it on purpose, bullying us because we have no power or influence. One of the soldiers let out a hey, and made as if to roll up his sleeves to intimidate him. Brat, stop talking nonsense here. Hey, stop it. It'll look bad if someone sees. The other soldier stopped him. Beans. Grandma. Hearing his grandmother's voice, the boy finally showed a smile. He tightly grasped her hand. Beans, the officer is right. Grandma is done for. Staying here will only burden others. Cough, cough. The old woman's face was gaunt, her lips dry and peeling. Every word she spoke was followed by a long bout of coughing. Each cough nearly drained her strength. She looked at her grandson with pity in her eyes. Be good, Grandma can't be with you anymore. Beans, you have to take care of yourself. I won't listen. Grandma, I won't let you say that. The boy cried, tears streaming down his face. Grandma has to stay with me forever. The child's tragic and painful crying moved everyone to sympathy. Even the people around could not bear it. Shen Yuxi watched this scene, her heart aching. Acting on impulse, she slowly approached the grandmother and grandson. Chui Mingjian stretched out a hand, Master Shen, but Shen Yuxi pretended not to hear. Oh. Chui Mingjian resignedly followed. Lord Chui. The two soldiers recognized Chui Mingjian and quickly bowed. Chui Mingjian gave a serious He introduced briefly, this is Master Shen, a female official personally appointed by His Majesty. Shen Yuxi frowned and asked, what's going on? Can't you talk things out properly? The two soldiers honestly explained the whole story. Suddenly the boy, who had been immersed in grief and pain, pushed the soldiers away violently. He knelt on both knees before Shen Yuxi, his dark, dirty little hands seeming to reach for her hem. But seeing her light, expensive clothes, he was afraid of soiling them and being disliked. He only looked up with tearful eyes and said, Miss, please save my grandma. Don't let them take her away, okay? Beans was sobbing intermittently, his words broken and hesitant. Shen Yuxi's face showed compassion as she glanced toward the elderly woman lying on the straw mat, barely clinging to life. System, is there still hope for her? Yes. As long as she takes the herbal decoction on schedule, she will gradually recover in another 10 to 15 days. The system's unequivocal answer instantly put Shen Yuxi at ease. Just as she was about to comfort the boy, the system in her space let out an unexpected heavy sigh. Shen Yuxi had already formed a conditioned response. Whenever the system sighed now, she knew immediately that the matter was far from simple and that hidden complications lay beneath. As expected, the system explained, host, you may not fully understand the current situation. Among the 10 households, at least 8 have contracted the seasonal plague and are being isolated for treatment. There are too few physicians and too many patients, with demands far exceeding the supply of medicinal materials. The court has taken the Qingzhou epidemic seriously and issued orders that regardless of whether one is nobility or commoner, treatment shall not be separated, but rather allocated according to the severity of illness. This has resulted in those with wealth and power being unable to enjoy superior treatment, forced instead to share resources with the common folk they normally disdain. Would those people willingly accept such treatment? The system's tone carried a hint of anger. They secretly colluded, bribing soldiers and physicians, having the doctors deliberately exaggerate the severity of certain patients' conditions while the soldiers then took them away. In this way they could enjoy greater resources without easy detection. What? Chui Mingjian's eyes widened in shock. Someone was pulling such schemes right under his nose, reckless and doomed. The two soldiers turned pale. They had not seen Shen Yuxi's lips move, yet they clearly heard her, and another voice exposed their wicked deeds. Beans was initially confused, but once he realized what was being said, his expression turned to pure fury and indignation. His eyes reddened with bloodshot veins, his fists clenched tightly. He wanted to ask Shen Yuxi whether what she was saying was true. Before he could open his mouth, Chui Mingjian lunged forward in the next instant, disregarding all dignity and covering the boy's mouth with his hand. The emperor had issued a decree: no one was permitted to reveal the matter of mind reading. If the young Master Shen sensed any awareness of it, everyone present, including Chui Mingjian himself, would face but one fate: death. Chui Mingjian's sudden movement interrupted Shen Yuxi's communication with the system. Confused, she asked, Lord Chui, why are you covering his mouth? Chui Mingjian felt deeply guilty. I noticed food residue on his mouth and was helping him wipe it. He hastily offered an excuse and quickly said, Young Master Shen, I will take him to find a physician first. Let the doctor examine your grandmother's pulse and assess the condition before making any further decisions. Yes, use our own physician. Yes, Chui Mingjian replied, and promptly pulled the young Beans away, forgetting not to summon the two soldiers as he departed. The disposal of those two soldiers needed to happen where young Master Shen could not see. Boy, whatever you heard just now, pretend you never knew. You must never mention it in young Master Shen, understand? Chui Mingjian crouched down to meet Beans' eye level. He wore a specially crafted white gauze veil, revealing only a pair of serious, earnest eyes. Why? Beans asked, bewildered. Because if you speak of it, none of us, not you, not me, and not your grandmother, will escape a grim fate. But my grandmother. As for your grandmother's matter, I assure you official measures will ensure she receives the finest medicines. Once you and your grandmother have fully recovered, I shall personally award you 20 taels of silver. You need never worry about your livelihood again. 20 taels of silver was a considerable sum for Beans and his grandmother. though young Beans was sharp and quick-witted. To him his grandmother was the most important person in the world. Since Cui Mingjian had spoken so plainly, he simply nodded obediently. As long as his grandmother could recover, everything else was secondary. Seeing the boy agree, Cui Mingjian finally felt his heart settle. Meanwhile, the two soldiers had long been dragged away and quietly executed. Shen Yuxi understood well that even with her knowledge of the inner workings, her own power was insufficient to resolve the matter. Though Cui Mingjian served as prefect of Qingzhou, he lacked the authority to suppress those privileged nobles. The best course of action was to inform Mo Xianshun. Only his intervention could deter those stirring up trouble. Mo Xianshun had not accompanied Shen Yuxi today. It was not that he did not wish to, rather he was occupied inventorying the assets under Zhao Pengwa's name, and at the same time leading troops to eradicate a bandit stronghold entrenched in western Qingzhou. This bandit group had allied with Zhao Pengwa several years prior, reaching a mutual arrangement. Zhao Pengwa protected them from suppression, and in return the bandits shared their plundered gold and treasures with him. Initially the bandits numbered only about 30, surviving through robberies of passing travelers. Over the years their stronghold expanded to more than 200 members, openly establishing what they called the bandit fortress. Terrified, the local people barely dared to travel that road. Mo Xianshun's speed in crushing the bandits was surprisingly swift. When the bandit chieftain received word that the fourth prince was leading troops to destroy their fortress, the wine cup in his hand slipped and shattered violently against the ground. A crisp sound echoed through the hall. "Chief, what should we do? Perhaps we should flee quickly. If the fourth prince captures us, our fate will be worse than death." Several subordinates looked panicked, each offering their own suggestions. They had all heard of the fourth prince's fearsome reputation, a merciless demon on the battlefield who would show them no mercy. "Flee? Flee where?" The third chief gritted his teeth. "Under the vast heavens, all lands belong to the emperor. Unless we abandon the Mo kingdom entirely, the fourth prince will hunt us down no matter where we go. Let us simply surrender and beg for mercy from the fourth prince. Perhaps he will spare our lives," the second chief said with a grave expression. Everyone turned to look at the chief. In truth, they all understood clearly escape was impossible, resistance was futile, and how could mere bandits ever oppose the imperial court? Aside from begging for mercy, they could see no path to survival. Yet ultimately the final decision rested with the chief. His gaze swept over his men below, and he closed his eyes deeply. "Your Highness, 800 paces ahead lies the entrance to the fortress." The lead soldier beside him said, "The terrain here is treacherous, easy to defend, but difficult to assault. The bandits are cunning. Your Highness must be extremely cautious." The words had barely left his lips when he turned his head. Before him stood a densely packed multitude of bandits, all kneeling in unison at the fortress entrance, seemingly having prepared long in advance to welcome their arrival. The lead soldier's expression of astonishment could not be concealed. The wind swept up dust with a soft rustle, yet it could not drown out the thunderous synchronized footsteps rolling forward. The Xianzhou emperor had ordered the imperial guards to escort Mo Xianshun and his party. However, Mo Xianshun held the local Qingzhou soldiers in disdain and selected only 100 imperial guards for this mission. At the very forefront of the imperial guard formation rode Mo Xianshun. Today he wore a dark brocade robe with a patterned cloud embroidery cape draped over it, the cape's edges stitched with silver thread depicting coiling dragons. The wind billowed it, dramatically accentuating his upright and commanding posture. Unlike the flamboyance typical of ordinary nobles, he exuded an aura of composure and aloof detachment. His right hand lightly grasped the reins, his long-fingered joints elegant, while his left arm hung naturally at his side. A jade pendant hung at his waist, emitting a soft clicking sound with each stride. "This humble one, Cheng, is incompetent. We bow before your Highness the fourth prince." Cheng Wuning's expression was grave, his tone carrying an indescribable tension. "I know my sins are deep and I dare not beg for your Highness's forgiveness, but these brothers behind me are innocent. I implore your Highness, spare their worthless lives. Even if you assign them the dirtiest and most toilsome labor to live like beasts of burden for life to atone for the crimes they committed." "Big brother." The second and third chiefs abruptly raised their heads and shouted simultaneously. How could they survive alone without their elder brother? The three brothers had sworn an oath, not to be born on the same day, but to die on the same day. "Shut up." Cheng Wuning turned his head and snarled at the two. Looking at the brothers who had accompanied him for years, his heart was filled with reluctance. Only by living could there be hope. Mo Xuanxin's eyes were indifferent, his expression so still it was nearly apathetic, devoid of any warmth. He asked a completely irrelevant question. "The plague rages below the mountain, yet how are you all safe and sound?" "Yes." From the moment he ascended the mountain, Mo Xianxin had noticed that the people in the bandit stronghold seemed untouched by the plague. It was like a secluded paradise, untouched by the mundane world, tranquil and safe. A flicker of surprise crossed Cheng Wuning's face as he organized his words internally. He spoke truthfully. After the plague broke out, none of the brothers dared to go down the mountain. We ate the stored grain in the warehouse as well as wild fruits from the mountains and occasionally hunted. The water we drank came from a separate pond beside the stronghold which no one else could contaminate. Perhaps because they never went down or interacted with others, not a single one of the 100-odd people in the stronghold caught the plague. All were strong and healthy, lively and vigorous. It was just the time when manpower was needed. Killing over 200 strong men would be a pity. Mo Xianxian had a plan in mind. As an outstanding general and commander, he knew best how to make the best use of resources, achieving maximum benefit with minimal cost. I will not kill you for now. Cheng Wuning's heart sank, but his face showed no hint of joy. When the man lifted his eyes, his gaze was faint, his voice soft and light, like a wisp of wind, leaving no trace of emotion. Everyone in the stronghold immediately organize and descend the mountain. The sick and displaced below lack manpower. You shall go there to await orders and assist the physicians in treating the patients. His eyes were dark as if hiding a blade within. I am giving you a chance to atone for your crimes. If you perform diligently and behave well, I will consider that you still have some conscience and spare your lives. Then his tone turned cold. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Useless people do not deserve to live. These bandits had robbed countless innocent people over the years, causing families to be ruined and lives lost. Killing them would not be a pity. After Zhao Ponghua was imprisoned, the county magistrate's residence became almost empty. Only a few maids and servants were left to attend. Shen Yuxi ordered several buckets of hot water to be brought to the room. Warm mist swirled, steam diffused, spilling over the edges of the bathtub, blurring everything around into a hazy scene. Shen Yuxi leaned back in the warm water, her ink-black hair clinging wetly to her neck and shoulders, her skin glowing with a faint porcelain white in the steam. When she lowered her eyes, her long lashes cast delicate shadows. Phew, I really miss the days when Lu Ying was here, able to help scrub my back and massage my shoulders. No one answered her. The only system by her side had been forcibly locked into a dark room by her. Once, when Shen Yuxi was still unfamiliar with the system, she forgot about it. While bathing, she didn't block the system, and it suddenly spoke, nearly scaring her to death. From then on, every time Shen Yuxi bathed or used the toilet, her first priority was to block the system. When Mo Xianxian returned to the residence, the sky had already turned completely dark. The first words the man asked were, "Where is young Master Shen?" Young Master Shen was busy all day and has retired to his room early. The subordinate replied truthfully, then reported everything that had happened during the day to Mo Xianxian. Mo Xianxian frowned slightly. Throw those who stir up trouble for no reason, regardless of who they are, aside, and let them fend for themselves. If anyone resists, execute them on the spot. Although he knew the fight against the plague would be difficult, he hadn't expected that within just a few days of his arrival, some would be unable to restrain themselves and attempt to cause trouble. Yes, Mo Xianxian was used to sleeping late. At the hour of high, around 9 to 11 p.m., it was far from his usual bedtime. Unconsciously, his steps had already stopped at the door of Shen Yuxi's room. The man, dressed in plain black robes, stood silently outside the door. Inside, the candle had long been extinguished, leaving only the moonlight outside seeping through the window lattice and casting a faint glow on the floor. He stood there quietly, listening to the even long breaths from within, each one falling into the softest part of his heart. She must have been sleeping soundly, turning over so lightly it was almost inaudible. Mo Xianxian's phoenix eyes lowered slightly, and he let out a faint chuckle so low that only he could hear. Given his temperament, when he wanted to see someone, he had no mood to care about the other's feelings. So even he could be so cautious. The system, having witnessed everything, clicked its tongue and shook its head. It muttered softly, "The male lead of this world setting is clearly a cold-blooded, ruthless villain who kills without blinking, yet now he has developed feelings for the host. This really surprises me. Mo Xianxian, could he be turning into a lovesick fool? No, definitely impossible. Character settings are not so easily changed. If the male lead's setting collapses, wouldn't the small world collapse with it? The system denied itself, murmuring, headquarters will not allow such a bug to appear. Mo Xianxian, although my host is loved by everyone and blossoms like a flower, you have an official partner. Don't come to provoke my host." At dawn, the sky took on a pale white hue. Tendrils of light crept over eaves and narrow alleyways like gentle hands, softly lifting the heavy gloom of the night before. It was as though even the plague and unrest lingering in the mortal realm were gradually dispelled by the first light of daybreak. Old sorrows faded with the night. A new morning brought clarity and peace. "Your Highness, the worst-hit areas of the epidemic are quite dangerous. Might I accompany young Master Shen?" Cui Mingjian observed Mo Xianxian's expression and asked cautiously. Absurd. The fourth prince was the emperor's greatest treasure. If anything were to befall him in Qingzhou, not even 9 generations of his clan would be enough to pay with their heads. Mo Xianxian did not speak. His dark phoenix eyes cast a gentle sweep, landing on Cui Mingjian, yet it seemed to convey everything. Cui Mingjian felt his heart tighten under that gaze, and his breathing instinctively grew lighter. He immediately lowered his head and kept silent. He had been too wordy. The air was thick with the scent of quicklime and mugwort. The bandits they had brought back were now dressed in uniform clothing and headscarves, weaving back and forth among the rows of patients. When the villagers first realized these were bandits from the mountain stronghold, they resisted strongly. The ill reputation left by the bandits' malicious deeds could not be erased overnight. The fourth prince had given his order. With staff in short supply, the villagers could only force themselves to overcome their inner fear of the bandits. Fortunately, those bandits knew they were unwelcome, their faces locked in tight, expressionless masks. No words were exchanged. The little boy he had met the day before caught sight of Shen Yuxi from far away, and unable to hide his joy, scampered over with happy steps. Sister Shen. Shen Yuxi smiled and greeted him. How is your grandmother? Is she feeling better today? Yes, grandmother is much improved. Dauda looked earnest and grateful. Sister Shen, thank you. Shen Yuxi stroked his head, the corners of her mouth lifting. Why thank me? You should thank yourself. You were the one caring for your grandmother, and you were the one who protected her at the critical moment. Dauda shook his head vigorously. His dark little face made only his eyes stand out bright and clear. If Sister Shen hadn't helped, I could never have saved grandmother on my own. Even Director Chui and those physicians were kind to him and his grandmother only because of Sister Shen, who would have cared about two insignificant people otherwise. Mo Xianchen lifted his eyelids slightly and let out a soft scoff. The sound was barely audible. Dauda glanced in the man's direction by chance and froze on the spot. He had never seen anyone so extraordinarily handsome before, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. The man stood there wrapped in an aura of pale frost, his features cool and refined. Without a smile, he carried an air of natural detachment. Intimidating. Director Chui noticed Daudu staring blankly at Mo Xianchen, 3 black lines crawling across his forehead. He clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed heavily. Staring directly at a royal prince was a grave disrespect. Daudu snapped back to reality, his innocent eyes pure and untainted. Big brother, you're so handsome. You and Sister Shen would be such a perfect match. Mo Xianchen's irritated brows instantly softened, a trace of delight coloring his features. The thin curve of his lips lifted, and even the air around him seemed to lighten. Looking up at Daudu, he showed a rare gentleness. Shen Yuxi, however, adopted a serious expression and corrected, Little Daudu, you mustn't say things like that carelessly. She turned to Mo Xianchen. Your Highness the fourth prince, Little Daudu, does not know who you are. Children speak without thinking, so please do not take it to heart. Mo Xianchen gave an indifferent little hum. He took it very much to heart. Shen Yuxi felt a headache coming on. She was no fool when it came to matters of the heart. Even adding on her past life, she had never been in a relationship, truly a lifelong solo. But one need not have eaten pork to have seen a pig running. Mo Xianchen's difference toward her was plain for anyone to see, let alone for her, the person involved. Little Daudu's eyes widened like bronze bells, nearly believing his ears had deceived him. Fourth prince. This exceptionally handsome man before him was actually a royal prince. A cold sweat broke out along his back. Then had he just been disrespectful to a prince? Upon learning that Mo Xianchen was a prince, Little Bean was so nervous that his hands were at a loss. Fortunately, Shen Yuxi spoke up in time to break the silence. Little Bean, you should go back now. You've been out for a while, your grandmother is definitely looking for you. Little Bean was more than eager to leave right then. After greeting Shen Yuxi, he scurried away like a gust of wind. Shen Yuxi watched his receding figure and raised an eyebrow. That child is surprisingly robust. The plague is severe, many adults have fallen ill or died, yet he is still lively and bouncing. The first time he approached host, I ran a test. His body contains a special antibody that makes him immune to the plague, a rare constitution. The system said actually if we could extract the antibody factor from his body and make a potion, it might also cure the plague. Now that we have a specific remedy for the plague, there's no need to sacrifice a child. The system's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. Host, I've picked up a lot of juicy gossip. Want to hear it? You've been busy with the plague lately and haven't indulged in gossip. I've been so bored. Its voice suddenly drooped with dejection. The system's sole purpose was to gossip. Without it, it couldn't maintain its energy flow. If that happened, it would become a completely useless system. I'm all ears. Chui Mingjian immediately perked up his ears, concentrating intently. His gossip soul was burning fiercely. This was the second time he had heard Little Shun snacking on gossip, but the first time he was genuinely listening for entertainment. His colleagues had privately told him that Little Shun's system knew everything, even the color of your underwear. The affair between Consort Wei and her lover, which led to the birth of the third princess, was uncovered by Little Shun and the system. Host, look to your left. That woman in the blue linen shirt is named Wan Shui. Shen Yuxi's gaze fell on the gentle woman who was carefully feeding medicine to an elderly person. Chui Mingjian also strained his eyes to peek. Only Mo Xuanche's eyes never left a single person. The woman appeared to be in her 20s. She had gentle brows, a straight nose, faint lip lines, and a soft, mild face. She had the kind of warm, kindly appearance that immediately suggested a soft and good-natured temperament. The elderly woman she was caring for, however, wore a sharp and mean expression. Shen Yuxi frowned in distaste. Could that be her mother-in-law? Yes. Usually the elderly woman a young lady cares for is either her own mother or her mother-in-law. Given the old woman's face, how could such a mean mother produce such a gentle daughter? Wan Shui, not far away, paused for a moment when she heard her name. But she didn't think much of it, assuming it was just neighbors gossiping about her. The system narrated unhurriedly 3 years ago Wan Shui met and fell in love with her husband Chen Shursong, marrying into the Chen family. The Chen family was not wealthy. They had 9 generations of single sons, and this generation only had Chen Shursong as the sole heir, so his family cherished him immensely. Initially, the Chen family strongly disliked Wan Shui. They thought their son was outstanding a scholar, and that Wan Shui was not good enough for him. Shen Yuxi pursed her lips. If they looked down on her, why let her take care of them? What about Chen Shursong? He's not even helping his wife. He went to the capital for the imperial examinations. The triennial civil service exams are about to start. Chen Shursong passed the provincial exam the year before last and became a juror qualifying for the metropolitan exam. The Chen family gave all their savings to Chen Shursong, hoping he would pass the top imperial exam, become a high official, and take them to the capital to enjoy a life of luxury, never again enduring poverty. Chen Shursong does have some real talent and knowledge. Shen Yuxi spoke calmly, muttering, but growing up in such a family, could Chen Shursong really remain unaffected by his environment? The way Wan Shui's mother-in-law treats her doesn't seem like a sudden change. I suspect that even before Chen Shursong left for the exams, his mother was already ordering Wan Shui around in front of him. The system sighed softly. Wan Shui married Chen Shursong not for his parents, but for the meticulous care and affection he showed her. Wan Shui's family had 5 children, so she was inevitably neglected. Chen Shursong's arrival was like a beam of light illuminating her lonely world. He cared for her, looked after her, giving her a warmth she had never felt before. As long as she could be with Chen Shursong, it didn't matter how her in-laws treated her. Shen Yuxi sympathized with Wan Shui's plight, but as an outsider she could only sigh ruefully. Everyone has their own choices, as long as they don't regret it. Silly girl. Wan Shui, who had heard everything from beginning to end, was first shocked that the unfamiliar voice had recounted her experiences verbatim. After the shock came self-mockery. Indeed silly. She knew her behavior was seen as courting trouble. A woman who couldn't marry into a good family would ruin the rest of her life. Yet she knew life in the Chen family would be hard, and she still insisted on her choice. The days she spent with Chen Shursong were the happiest and most joyful of her 20 years. She had experienced what it truly felt like to be loved, and to have someone to rely on, no longer living in a world of her own. She was too greedy for that warmth. Wan Shui looked around, trying to find the source of the voice. When she caught sight of Shen Yuxi and her companions, she froze in surprise. System, is she staring at us? Shen Yuxi asked uncertainly. Based on the visual angle, it appears so. Realizing she had been discovered, Wan Shui hurriedly pretended to be busy fumbling with the bowl of medicine her mother-in-law had left. At the same time, she was utterly astounded. Recognizing the familiar voice, she guessed that one of the unfamiliar voices she had just heard belonged to that young woman. She had heard of that young woman, the only female official in the Mo Kingdom, Little Shun. She had been sent to Qingzhou by imperial decree to treat the plague. A few days ago, she had uncovered evidence of Magistrate Zhao's corruption, had him imprisoned, and ridding Qingzhou of a major menace. Wan Shui was full of doubt. Why did Little Shen know so much about her? As if she had witnessed it all. The system shook its head regretfully. Wan Shui devoted herself to Chen Shursong, but little did she know that on the 5th day after arriving in the capital, he had already attached himself to the youngest daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. Crash. Wan Shui felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The world spun, darkness closed in, her blood ran cold. She stood frozen, her face drained of color, shock and grief seizing her simultaneously. Shui Mingjian's eyes held a new sympathy and pity. Judging by her expression, she must have heard the conversation between Little Shun and the system. Alas, while she was at home dutifully serving her in-laws, her husband was gallivanting around. Poor girl. Shen Yuxi clenched her fists in anger, her cheeks puffing up. She cursed, heartless wretch. He's a modern-day Chen Shimi. She couldn't help but curse out loud before realizing what she was doing. Only after her outburst did she turn to glance at Mo Xianxian and Shui Mingjian sitting nearby, only to find herself caught off guard by the man's unfathomably dark eyes. Shen Yuxi forced herself to look away from him, seeking to divert her attention. Wan Shui hasn't found out yet, has she? If she knew, would she still have the heart to serve her mother-in-law? System Chen Shursong hasn't been studying at all lately. He spends every day with the young miss from Duke Ding's estate, and he's promised to marry her once he passes the imperial exams. Shen Yuxi was thoroughly disgusted by Chen Shursong's behavior. Come on now. Duke Ding's youngest daughter was raised in absolute luxury and surrounded by elite suitors. How could she possibly develop feelings for someone like Chen Shursong? Chen Shursong had striking good looks and solid education, paired with a silver tongue that could charm anyone. With just a few sweet words, he had Shangwan Niao completely smitten. Does Shangwan Niao know Chen Shursong is already married? If she's unaware, that's one thing. But if she knows the truth and persists anyway, that's sheer shamelessness. She knows. Wan Shui's knees buckled beneath her, barely holding herself upright. Yet she gritted her teeth and forced herself to listen to every word. Even if it means death, she'd rather die knowing the truth. Her husband. She couldn't bear to accept that the man she loved so deeply would treat her this way. Before departing for the capital to take the imperial examinations, he had taken her hands in his and sworn oaths. He promised that once he achieved the top scholar title, he would return for her and never let her suffer again. But how could everything have unraveled so completely? Her heart urged her to trust in her husband's love for her, that he would never betray her. Their shared memories replayed like a film, each moment unfolding in her mind. Yet reason demanded she face the truth, however painful. That voice had likely spoken honestly. Since her husband left for the capital, not a single letter had reached her. She had assumed Chen Shursong was dedicating himself to studying, never imagining he was instead courting another woman. Wan Shue bit her lip until it bled, tears streaming down her face as her breath hitched with sobs. Tongzi, why is she crying? Shen Yuxi happened to catch sight of Wan Shue's red-rimmed eyes and fractured expression and paused for a moment. What happened? Perhaps her mother-in-law is deliberately making things difficult for her, and she feels wronged. The system scratched its head and replied, an old woman who can't appreciate having such a good daughter-in-law. If it were me, I'd smash that medicine bowl right in her face. Cui Mingjian nodded in agreement. But young Master Shen certainly wouldn't face such treatment. The Empress was gentle and kind, always treating others with warmth. With the Emperor's protection, no member of the royal family would dare provoke him. Fourth Prince was even more protective. He'd likely have anyone who caused trouble for young Master Shen flogged by the next day. Host, should you go help her? Shen Yuxi hesitated. For Wan Shue, I'm torn between helping her see through this scum or letting her stay in ignorance. At least the status quo remains intact. Wan Shue was both sensitive and fragile inside. If she discovered her beloved husband was having an affair with another woman behind her back, even if she didn't lose her mind, the sorrow would consume her, eroding her self-worth. She understood Wan Shue all too well, because in her past life, she had been much the same. The first time experiencing genuine love, the first time opening her heart so completely. Such cruel revelations could shatter a person entirely. Telling someone to simply move on from a man ignores how devastating it is for someone so sensitive and unloved to face such loss. Yet keeping silent would be cruel to Wan Shue. She'd spend her life in ignorance, trapped with a man like Chen Shursong. Shen Yuxi sighed. I can't just walk up to her and tell her husband has betrayed her. She might not fully believe me. Once we return to the capital, I'll gather solid evidence first. Chen Shursong with such character doesn't deserve an official position even if he passes the exams. As a fellow woman, she felt compelled to help Wan Shue, to protect her from people this terrible. They had stayed in Qingzhou for nearly a month. The epidemic in Qingzhou was no longer as severe as before, with 6 or 7 out of 10 patients showing steady improvement. Everything was gradually returning to normal. Meanwhile, Emperor Xianzhao and the entire Shen family in the capital had been plagued by worry, unable to sleep soundly. Now that Qingzhou's situation had stabilized, Emperor Xianzhao promptly issued orders for Shen Yuxi, Mo Xuanchen, and the others to depart immediately. Your Majesty, it is time for court, Eunuch Yang reminded softly. Sighed. He had lost count of how many times he'd sighed today. Without the girl and system there to gossip, even court sessions feel strange. He hadn't noticed before. Since Shen Yuxi began attending court, her constant chatter and tendency to expose his shortcomings had somehow made the atmosphere lighter and more joyful. Eunuch Yang smiled and calculated. Young Master Shen and the 4th Prince should arrive within a couple days. Emperor Xianzhao entered the Taiji Hall, surveyed the kneeling officials, and said calmly, Rise, my lords. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials stood in silence, their solemn compliance creating an eerie emptiness. It wasn't just the emperor who felt unsettled. Most officials wrestled with conflicting desires. They wanted Shen Yuxi back for the entertainment, yet feared what she might uncover about them. Losing face was manageable, but losing their lives was not. Any petitions? Court is dismissed. The sharp voice echoed through the hall. Not a single official dared to step forward, all falling silent. Dismissed. Emperor Xianzhao cast a cold glance, dropped those words, and departed without hesitation. The officials bowed once more in unison. Zhao Pangwo was transported back to the capital as the central figure in the case. Upon learning of his corruption and bribery, the emperor erupted in fury and sentenced him to death by lynching 3 days hence. His entire family was stripped of status and imprisoned, awaiting execution in autumn. For causing so many innocent deaths, Emperor Xianzhao felt even this punishment was too lenient. On the return journey, Mo Xianchen attempted to share a carriage with Shen Yuxi, but she refused outright, citing the need for rest during travel. Father, mother, eldest brother, second sister. The Shen family gathered early at the gate upon hearing the news. Shen Yuxi bounded toward them like a small cannonball. She embraced her parents tightly in each arm. Shen Shiyan and Shen Tinglan exchanged a helpless glance. Hee brother sister. A master of balance couldn't show favoritism. Shen Yuxi quickly turned to hug her brother and sister. I missed you so much. Don't be ridiculous, brother always accuses me unfairly. Shen Yuxi pressed both hands to her chest in a heart shape. frowning as if deeply hurt. Half a month away and I've wasted away from longing. Can't sleep, can't eat. Look at me, I've grown thin. She pointed to herself. Madame Shen traced her daughter's cheek with concern. You have grown thinner. Have you been too busy to eat properly? The other three simply stared in silence. They truly couldn't see any difference in their little daughter's appearance. Let's go, your mother has prepared a table full of your favorite dishes. Let's eat first. Madame Shen pulled Shen Yuxi as they walked into the manor. Minister Shen and the two brothers shook their heads, helplessly following behind. In the Shen family, the little sister always reigned at the top of the food chain. Shen Shiyan and Shen Tinglan felt no jealousy. Instead, they doted on Shen Yuxi together. The little sister was sweet and adorable. They cherished her too much to ever vie for her favor. Eat more meat. Shen Yuxi's mouth was stuffed full, her cheeks puffing out as she chewed, resembling a little hamster. Madame Shen and the others kept piling food onto her plate, their gazes filled with affection and indulgence. Miss Yu finally returned. Lu Ying was overwhelmed with excitement, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed forward ready for a heartwarming reunion embrace. But Shen Yuxi seemed to anticipate this, nimbly sidestepping. Lu Ying stumbled forward, nearly face-planting into the ground. Miss, she whimpered, please take me with you wherever you go from now on. I was so worried while you were in Qingzhou. Without her to attend to her, how could the young lady possibly take care of herself? She was a household servant raised alongside the young lady since childhood. Wherever the young lady went, she followed, never separated. Good Lu Ying, don't cry. I'll take you with me wherever I go from now on. Shen Yuxi gently stroked Lu Ying's head and said softly, the journey to Qingzhou was dangerous, the fewer people the better. Besides, I was on official business, not a pleasure trip. As long as I'm with you, I fear neither fire nor water. Lu Ying said, her eyes red. You're the best, Lu Ying. That evening, after washing up and lying in bed, she was surrounded by familiar furnishings filled with familiar scents. Shen Yuxi's heart finally felt grounded. She closed her eyes and let out a slow sigh. There's no place like home. The thought of eunuch Yang, who had visited the Shen residence. Shen Yuxi clutched the brocade quilt and twisted it fiercely, her cheeks puffed up like an angry pufferfish. This emperor is such a slave driver. I worked hard to return from Qingzhou and helped him catch a corrupt official. Was that easy? Not only did he not give me a vacation, but he also demands I attend the morning court on time tomorrow. Wretched capital. No wretched imperial autocracy. Host, think of the bright side. The system chirped happily. You've rendered such a great service this time. The emperor will surely reward you handsomely. How can you worry about not getting a vacation? Sigh. Life is hard, and the beast of burden sighs. Achoo. Late at night, Emperor Xuanzhao, who was still laboriously reviewing memorials, suddenly sneezed. Startled, eunuch Yang quickly ordered the windows closed and instructed a palace maid to bring a bowl of ginger soup. Your Majesty, the night is deep and the dew is heavy. Though the weather is warming, you must take care of your health. It's late, may I assist you to rest? No need. Emperor Xuanzhao waved dismissively, rubbing his nose. Suddenly he chuckled softly. It's probably Shen Yuxi cursing me behind my back. No need to guess. He had deliberately sent eunuch Yang to the Shen residence to remind the little girl to attend court on time. There was no way Shen Yuxi could be happy about that. Eunuch Yang knew Emperor Xuanzhao well. He understood that the emperor would never truly be angry with the young lady Shen. Smiling, he said, the young lady Shen is pure and lively. At most she'll grumble a few words. She would never dare to curse you. Then you don't know her well enough. Emperor Xuanzhao looked up at the sky. It was almost midnight. Then he glanced at the half-reviewed memorials. A petulant whim arose in his heart. If he wouldn't review them. He flicked his sleeves and rose. Send all these memorials to the fourth prince's residence. Never mind. Thinking of the trouble of sending memorials out of the palace, Emperor Xuanzhao changed his mind. Tomorrow after court, remember to detain the fourth prince. Oh, and the crown prince too. Emperor Xuanzhao was not one to wrong himself. Better to share the hardship. What's the use of having sons if not to put them to work when needed? As you command. Eunuch Yang mused. The crown prince would obediently comply, but the fourth prince might not. The fourth prince was not the heir apparent. By custom, he had no qualification to handle state affairs for the sovereign. In previous years, the fourth prince had been fighting on the borders, expanding the territory of the Mo kingdom, with no opportunity to engage in court affairs. Under the deterrence of the fourth prince and the invincible Mo army, neighboring kingdoms maintained a superficial peace with the Mo kingdom. Only after the fourth prince returned this time and decided to settle in the capital did the emperor begin to deliberately delegate power to him. However, the fourth prince had no interest in court politics. Sigh. Eunuch Yang looked at Emperor Xuanzhao, who was lying on the bed caressing a jade pendant with a reluctance to let go. The jade pendant was a relic left by the late empress. The emperor had moved all of the late empress's belongings to the Qianqing palace. At least half of the decorations there came from the late empress's bedchamber. Officials said nothing openly, but privately, who could not fathom the emperor's intentions. Everyone speculated who would eventually inherit the throne. Clearly the emperor cherished the fourth prince the most, yet the position of crown prince was reserved for the first prince. The emperor's heart is as unfathomable as the deep sea. Even though His Majesty is currently in good health, the undercurrents of power struggle never ceased. A new reign brings new ministers. One wrong step leads to a complete loss. Ministers, fearing they might back the wrong side, constantly tried to gauge the emperor's heart and prepare for the future. Only Eunuch Yang, a veteran who had served the emperor for years, could glimpse a fraction of the monarch's thoughts. The crown prince had always been a decoy set up by the emperor to protect the fourth prince. The emperor wanted only the son born of the woman he loved most to ascend the throne and become the most honored person in the world. If not for the fourth prince's years of warfare on the borders, how could the position of heir have fallen to the first prince? Both the front court and the inner palace were fixated on the throne. The emperor had to temporarily appoint a crown prince to stabilize the court and protect the fourth prince. In the years after the late empress's death, the father-son relationship between the emperor and the fourth prince plummeted to an icy low. A heartbroken young fourth prince, ignoring the emperor's objections, resolutely went to the military camp. Relying not on his status, but on his own abilities, he founded the Mo army and earned the genuine respect of his generals. It was also that year that the Zhou kingdom launched a massive invasion, causing the Mo kingdom to retreat repeatedly and lose several cities. The fourth prince casually left a remark, "The Zhou kingdom must be taken," and led the Mo army to the front lines. The emperor felt pain, worry, and anxiety, but he had no way to control the fourth prince, the sole bloodline left by the late empress. In the end, the fourth prince lived up to expectations, winning his first battle brilliantly, leaving the Zhou kingdom powerless to resist. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the Zhou emperor sent a surrender document willing to submit to the Mo kingdom. But the fourth prince gave him no chance to beg for mercy. He launched an all-out attack, severing the Zhou emperor's head with a single sword stroke and hanging it on the city wall, exposed to the sun for 7 days and 7 nights. This battle not only showcased the might of the Mo kingdom, but also made the name Mo Xuanzhen renowned across all nations. Whenever mentioned, people inevitably thought of the decisive and ruthless young man. Though still bearing some youthful rawness, he had already revealed a cutting edge that could cleave heaven and earth, planting the seeds of fear deep in the hearts of all. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor, long may he reign. Rise, my ministers. Thank you, your majesty. After more than half a month, Shen Yuxi finally stood once again within the court. The atmosphere in the court had grown lively again after a long absence. Tongzi, is it just me? Why do I feel like these ministers are secretly staring at me? Shen Yuxi precisely locked eyes with one of the ministers who had been sneaking a glance at her. The minister flusteredly turned his head away, looking at the sky and the ground, anything but Shen Yuxi. A cascade of question marks exploded in her mind. Puzzled, she touched her own face and said, "Tongzi, quickly take a look for me. Is it because I didn't wash my face this morning? Is there something on my face?" Washing her face in the morning was too much trouble. Shen Yuxi wanted to sleep in a little longer, so she simply skipped the step of washing her face. What's there to wash on a face anyway? It was just going through the motions for work. In her opinion, even showing up for court was already good enough. Make an effort to groom herself. No way. Your face is perfectly clean, host. The system covered its mouth with a laugh, probably because you haven't been to court for so long they missed you. As soon as those words were spoken, all gazes fixed on Shen Yuxi immediately withdrew. Those words couldn't be spoken carelessly. The fourth prince would kill someone. While they did indeed miss the grand spectacle of little Shun and the system gossiping during court. As long as the subject of gossip wasn't themselves, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Shen Yuxi chuckled every single one of them back, then wished they could bash their heads on the ground, spill blood in the hall, to stop His Majesty from granting me an official post. Those people must be thinking, how did Shen Yuxi come back so soon? We finally had a few days of peace, and now we have to see her in court every day again. How annoying. The civil and military officials. No, I didn't. You're lying. Some ministers who had been struck in their hearts instinctively wiped their foreheads, sweating profusely. Emperor Xianzhao couldn't help but smile, cleared his throat, and said the timely resolution of the epidemic in Qingzhou owes much to little Shun. Shen Yuxi, your subject is here. Shen Yuxi stepped forward as called. Oh ho, His Majesty is about to reward me. The system asked, what does host want? Holiday, holiday, holiday. Give me a vacation. She roared in her mind. Minister Sher, closest to her, silently covered his ears. In 2 months of service, she had only 8 days off. Well worked, 6 days rest 1. In her previous life, she at least had a 2-day weekend. Emperor Xianzhao was about to ask Shen Yuxi what she wanted, ready to grant her wish. The words died on his lips. A vacation? No way. If Shen Yuxi took a vacation, who would handle affairs for him? Who would help him expose corrupt officials? Most importantly, how would he still get to enjoy the gossip? Shen Yuxi for exposing the crime of the Qingzhou magistrate who embezzled grain and harmed the state, for presenting a cure and saving the people. Your merits benefit the nation. My heart is greatly comforted. I hereby bestow 1,000 taels of gold and 100 acres of fertile land. Whoa. The reward was not small by any means. But Shen Yuxi's contributions were worth it. Emperor Xianzhao was amused to see Shen Yuxi frozen in place. So happy you forgot to thank me. Your subject thanks your majesty for your boundless grace. Shen Yuxi bowed in gratitude. A satisfied smile spread across Emperor Xuanzhao's face. Just as he was about to tell her to rise, Shen Yuxi unexpectedly said, "Your Majesty, your humble servant has a small request, and begs your Majesty to grant it. If the mountain won't come to me, I will go to the mountain." Shen Yuxi always preferred to take the initiative. "Speak." Emperor Xianzhao had a feeling he knew what Shen Yuxi would say next. "Sure enough. Your subject has recently been drained of energy due to the affairs of Qingzhou, and feels my vitality is at its limit. Forcing myself on might hinder your Majesty's great matters. I earnestly beg your Majesty to grant me leave, and once I have recovered my strength, I will brave fire and water for your Majesty." The words were sincere, and every sentence was reasonable. Emperor Xianzhao couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Not granted. Then wouldn't he be labeled a cruel ruler, heartless and unjust? The hall fell into a strange silence for 3 seconds. "Your Majesty, Tongzi, His Majesty isn't responding to me. The old emperor doesn't want to give you a vacation." Shen Yuxi pouted. "Why? I caught corrupt officials for him, presented the epidemic cure, solved a huge problem for him, and he still won't give me a vacation. Exploitative bosses are all like this. They take away your rest time, wishing you'd work for the company forever." Emperor, you skinflint. Oh dear. Minister Shun was about to lose his life. He had actually missed his little daughter when she wasn't around. Now that she was back, he was once again living on edge. Emperor Xianzhao felt a moment of shame from Shen Yuxi and the system's words. Afraid Shen Yuxi would curse him again. With so many people present, where would his face go? "Granted. I'll give you 3 days off. Rest well, and then come back to court." "Only 3 days?" Shen Yuxi blurted out. 3 days is not a small amount. Look at the Chancellor, he caught a cold, but still insists on coming to court. At this, Shen Yuxi's eyes turned and landed on the Chancellor. The Chancellor was a small, old man in his 50s. Though there were a few silver strands at his temples, his eyes were still clear and bright, his back straight, and his speech and manner showed no signs of weakness. "This old man. I heard from my father that when His Majesty insisted on granting me an official post, the Chancellor led a group of civil officials, knelt at the entrance of the imperial study, and earnestly begged His Majesty to rescind the order. His Majesty ignored him, and the old man fainted from anger." Quite a temper. Shen Yuxi either slept or gossiped in court, and barely paid attention to the movements of officials. She only remembered Chancellor Shue's appearance. As the head of all officials, he was one of the most prominent figures in court. Wherever there were people, there were keen gazes, all falling upon him. Scrutiny was a perfectly ordinary thing. He swallowed, his throat bobbing. For the first time in his life, Chancellor Shui felt uneasy standing while being stared at like this. Shen Yuxi asked curiously, "Chancellor Shui thinks I'm a woman and shouldn't be in court, but I've been here for so many days. Why hasn't he impeached me or made things difficult for me? Shouldn't he be trying every means to drive me away? A stubborn old feudalist, can he tolerate me?" Chancellor Shui, no, I can tolerate you. He's feudal, but not unreasonable. The system said slowly, the old emperor is determined to keep you. Making things difficult for you is making things difficult for the emperor. He's not stupid. Besides, there was the menacing Mo Xianxin watching. As long as the host hadn't made any mistakes, if the Chancellor dared to cause trouble, Mo Xianxin would dare to trouble him. The system left the second half unsaid. Is Chancellor Shui's cold serious? I've been watching him sniffle all the time. Quite serious. He had a high fever all night the day before yesterday, and medicine didn't help. As soon as the words fell, Chancellor Shui's nose once again involuntarily began to run. He quickly pulled out a handkerchief he had prepared earlier, wiped it clean in a flash to avoid losing decorum in the hall. His nose was blocked, so he could only breathe through his mouth in small breaths. His throat hurt so much he didn't even want to speak. Shen Yuxi clicked her tongue. If this were modern times, 1 ibuprofen would solve it perfectly. Herbal medicine works a little slower. Emperor Xuanzhao, seeing Shen Yuxi silent, raised his voice slightly. "Shen Yuxi." "Ah, here." Shen Yuxi snapped back to attention, hypocritically echoing, 3 days of leave, your subject is very satisfied. Satisfied, my ass. Shen Yuxi's tears streamed down her face as she once again tasted the helplessness of being at the mercy of circumstances in the world of officialdom. Emperor Xianzhao deftly changed the subject lest Shen Yuxi begin bargaining. A composed voice followed. "The spring examination is imminent. How are the Ministry of Rights preparations coming along?" Minister Shen stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, your servant has led the various departments of the Ministry of Rights in commencing preparations for the spring examination. The examination compound has been fully repaired by the Ministry of Works. All examination cells have been inspected and reinforced one by one, ensuring the candidates' safety in lodging and writing their papers. Patrols will be increased, and unauthorized personnel will not be allowed near the premises. Food and medicine will also be prepared for the candidates." Shen Lang presented the measures in a clear, orderly manner, having prepared for the spring examination so many times he was rich in experience. "System, which one is Duke Dinghua?" At the mention of the spring examination, the image of Chun Shisong embracing Shengwan Niao, while Wan Xue was cast aside, instantly flashed through Shen Yuxi's mind. Her fists clenched. "Hey, see that middle-aged man behind the Prime Minister, the one with the scar at the corner of his eye? He has the face of a treacherous scoundrel. No wonder his daughter is so lacking in decency. Shen Yuxi snickered inwardly. Duke Dingwa suddenly called out looked utterly aggrieved and bewildered. His ox-like eyes bulged wide. Young Lord Shun, those words of yours really cut me to the heart. Never judge by appearances, host. Don't mind that Duke Dingwa is rather hard to describe. He is loyal and righteous to the core. Look at that scar at the corner of his eye. Back when he was fighting on the battlefield, Duke Dingwa was wounded by an enemy's sword while saving a deputy general under his command. He came within a hair's breadth of losing that eye completely. After winning that battle, the old emperor was overjoyed and conferred on him the title Duke Dingwa, signifying the pacification and stabilization of the realm. Duke Dingwa nearly burst into tears. The sharp-tongued system had finally said something agreeable. But what did it mean by hard to describe? He had been one of the capital's most renowned handsome young men in his youth, mind you. Even though he was older, now he had not a shred of treachery about him. Shen Yuxi gave a light snort. He raised a daughter of poor character. Knowing full well that Shen Shursong had a family, she still threw herself at him. Duke Dingwa, as the father, bears the primary responsibility. What's that old saying? The fruit doesn't fall far from the tree, it's in the blood. A snort of laughter escaped before someone could hold it back. Duke Dingwa's old face burned crimson and rage blazed in his heart. His eldest daughter was kind and gentle. He was certain that the one who had committed such a shameless act could only be his youngest daughter. Once he returned home, he would have to interrogate her thoroughly. Family discipline would be administered. A colleague beside him, eager to watch the drama unfold, said, "You'd better watch your step, Duke Dingwa. Once young Lord Shun has his eye on you, you're doomed." After the jesting subsided, the court continued discussing the spring examination. Every detail had to be brought up for careful deliberation. Listening to the tedious sequence of procedures, Shen Yuxi remarked, "This is even stricter than the Gaokao. Eating, drinking, relieving oneself, and sleeping all had to be done inside one's own examination cell, without leaving even half a step. Just imagine the smell." Ancient examination supervision was nowhere near as sophisticated and comprehensive as modern ones. Cheating could easily occur and was hard to verify, especially at the stage of sealing and transcribing the papers where it was all too easy to cheat. How many scholars who had studied diligently by the cold window were replaced by imposters at the metropolitan examination, never even getting the chance to attend the palace selection? Yan Hui, a scholar of the Hanlin Academy, stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, the spring examination papers are the very core of selecting officials. The procedures of printing, sealing, transcription, and collation must be handled with exceptional rigor. Your servant humbly begs Your Majesty to issue a strict order to the Ministry of Rights appointing dedicated officials to oversee the examination papers. Specially made paper brushes and ink should be used in printing to prevent forgery. During sealing, dedicated officials must verify each candidate's name and place of origin, then affix the seal to ensure the name is not divulged. For transcription, select persons with neat handwriting and reliable conduct. Collation officials must check each transcribed copy against the original one by one, eliminating transcription errors and the malpractice of tampering with papers. Furthermore, if any candidate questions his result, he may petition the Ministry of Rights to inspect his examination paper, thereby guaranteeing fairness and impartiality." Emperor Xianzhao nodded with an mm. "The spring examination preparations are of great importance. The Ministry of Rights shall take overall charge, and all other ministries shall coordinate in support. There must not be the slightest slackness." All the ministers answered in unison, "Your servants obey the decree. For this imperial examination, the examiner shall be Shen Yuxi." Huh. Shen Yuxi pointed at herself in disbelief. "Your Majesty, are you joking with me? Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Shen Yuxi had the system at hand. If any cheating occurred in the imperial examination, the system would absolutely be the first to know. Emperor Xianzhao was at ease in trusting the post of examiner to Shen Yuxi. There would absolutely be no cases of injustice. "Your servant has no experience. The Ministry of Rights will select examiners to assist you. Your servant will personally make the selection," Minister Shen echoed. Emperor Xianzhao waved his hand. His tone brooked no argument. "It is settled." Shen Yuxi pulled a long face and roared inwardly, "System, dig up the emperor's dirt. Spare no detail. As you command." Emperor Xuanzhao's mouth twitched and his heart gave a lurch. His ears rang and only one thought remained in his mind: "It's over. Today is going to be the death of me again." The ministers perked up their ears in excitement. While conferring with Emperor Xianzhao in measured voices, they listened with rapt attention, not missing a single word from young Lord Shen. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed the emperor's gossip. Emperor Xianzhao wanted to slip away, but with state affairs unfinished, there was no escape. The system searched through its records and suddenly burst into thunderous laughter. "Huh, I can't. I'm dying laughing." Emperor Xuanzhao's eyelid twitched violently. "Host, let me tell you, don't be fooled by the old emperor's steady, dignified manner now. When he was little, he was a rambunctious monkey, turning the imperial palace upside down every so often. When he was 5, a young imperial physician had just arrived at court and was ordered to take the emperor's pulse for a health check. The emperor noticed a square glass bottle in the young physician's medicine chest. The emperor asked curiously what it was. The young physician, being young himself, saw how adorable the emperor was and deliberately teased him, saying it was a bottle of elixir that refreshed both body and mind. Everyone who drank it sang its praises. With that, he opened the bottle and held it out for the emperor to smell. No one knew how the young physician had concocted it, but the liquid gave off a sweet, fragrant aroma. The emperor was overcome with craving and wanted to drink it, but the young physician refused. This stirred the emperor's rebellious streak. The more he was denied, the more he insisted. As luck would have it, the young physician went to the latrine that day and left the medicine chest on the table. The emperor slipped and spotted the square bottle at a glance, pulled out the stopper, and poured it straight into his mouth. After drinking it, he smugly put the bottle back, pretended nothing had happened, and ran to the imperial study to recite his lessons before the former emperor. Emperor Xuanzhao's expression turned unnatural. On closer inspection, a faint blush had even crept across his cheeks. At the system's words, the scene from that day involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Awkward. Utterly awkward. Before half an incense stick had burned, the emperor's stomach began to churn violently, gurgling like thunder. At the critical moment of recitation, the emperor's face turned green. He sprang up on the spot, clutched his stomach, and charged toward the latrine, shouting as he ran, "Quick, this prince needs the privy." The sudden mishap left the former emperor utterly dumbfounded. The young physician, rushing back, saw the medicine chest and was scared out of his wits. If only he hadn't teased the little prince. When the former emperor asked, he learned that the bottle was no elixir at all. It was a purgative to clear the bowels. Seeing the emperor drained by diarrhea, the former emperor was secretly delighted, thinking he could finally discipline this little monkey. But the fact that the young physician had made the prince suffer diarrhea could not be forgiven. The former emperor punished him with 20 strokes of the rod and 1 year's salary. And there is one more thing, host, you will never guess. The system lowered its voice. The young physician who pranked the emperor back then is none other than the current head of the Imperial Medical Academy, the renowned Director Han. Shen Yuxi looked utterly incredulous. Holy crap. Haha, surprising, isn't it? A stir swept through the hall. In an instant, Director Han, ordinarily inconspicuous and standing at the back, suddenly drew stares from every direction. People always seem busy when they are embarrassed. Director Han awkwardly stroked his beard, then brushed at non-existent dust on his robes. He looked up at the sky with studied nonchalance. The weather is rather nice today. Emperor Xianzhao hadn't anticipated that the system would mock him for an embarrassing incident from 800 years ago. His face instantly flushed crimson. Mo Yao's shoulders trembled as he bent over slightly. Because he couldn't let Shen Yuxi notice, he was forcing himself to suppress laughter. Father Emperor usually carries such a majestic, dignified demeanor, so strict and proper. Who would have thought he was such a mischievous rascal as a child? And he still has the nerve to scold me for being a handful. At that time, Grandfather Emperor must have been hopping mad every day and finally spanked Father Emperor's bottom. At the thought of that scene, Mo Yao laughed even more gleefully. Beside him, Mo Jingyu also pursed his lips and smiled lightly, but his laughter was not as unrestrained as Mo Yao's. Cough, cough, cough. After all, it was his own father, so he had to spare some face. Emperor Xianzhao glared at Mo Yao. You little brat, daring to mock your father. Believe it or not, I'll give you a spanking. Mo Yao immediately wiped off his mischievous grin and replaced it with a stern, unsmiling expression. Shen Yuxi suddenly asked, what about Mo Xianchen? What was he like as a child? Oh, he was even more mischievous than that old emperor. If you didn't spank him for 3 days, he'd be up on the roof tearing off tiles. The old emperor was once driven to question his own existence. I really can't tell. In terms of temperament, Mo Xianchen is actually the one most like the old emperor. However, the various events that happened later changed him. Mo Xianchen doesn't look much like his majesty. The system said Mo Xianchen takes after his mother. The late empress was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Shen Yuxi's eyes turned to Mo Xianchen and he felt her gaze. Meeting her eyes, he smiled softly. Shen Yuxi felt her heart inexplicably skip a beat. Seeing the gentle curve of his lips, her ears instantly flushed a delicate shade of red. Then she casually averted her gaze. Host, why are your ears red? The system's mechanical voice deliberately drew out the words light and mischievous. No, not at all. It's definitely not because of Mo Xianchen. Shen Yuxi, in a classic case of protesting too much, denied it hastily. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she had spoken too quickly without thinking. Host, I didn't even mention Mo Xianchen. You're the one who confessed without being asked. Fine, you little system, you dare to tease me. I, the host, hereby decide to break off relations with you for 1 hour. As her words fell, the ministers could no longer hear Shen Yuxi's inner thoughts. They felt a hint of regret. Emperor Xianzhao heaved a great sigh of relief. As long as they weren't eating his melon, everything else was fine. However, everyone's gazes began to wander subtly between Mo Xianchen and Shen Yuxi, full of meaning. And the most unfriendly stare came from Shun Lang. Minister Shun glared angrily at Mo Xianchen, his eyes filled with the feeling of a tender fresh cabbage about to be rooted by a pig. He silently resolved to guard his little daughter well and not give the fourth prince the slightest opportunity. Without the system chattering in her ear, drowsiness washed over her. Shen Yuxi yawned, glanced around, and noticing no one was paying attention, she stealthily leaned against the dragon pillar and fell asleep. The civil and military officials were accustomed to this and pretended not to see. Until eunuch Yang's shrill, drawn-out voice rang out, Shen Yuxi opened her eyes in an instant. Her eyes were clear with no trace of the daze of someone just awakened. Emperor Xianzhao suspected she hadn't been asleep at all. Young Master Shen. Daughter. Two voices simultaneously stopped her. Minister Shen spoke first. Daughter, since His Majesty has appointed you as the invigilator for this spring imperial examination, there are some precautions I must explain to you in detail. Don't go back to the mansion yet. Come with me to the Ministry of Rites. All right. Another voice came from Duke Dinghua. Duke Dinghua was terrified. Being remembered by young Master Shen was absolutely a deadly matter. Duke Dinghua. Shen Yuxi's brows showed confusion, as she didn't know the Duke at all. Young Master Shen. The Duke's expression seemed to hesitate. He didn't know how to explain to young Master Shen, afraid that abruptly mentioning his youngest daughter would arouse Shen Yuxi's suspicion. The words died on his lips. Meeting Shen Yuxi's bewildered gaze, Duke Dinghua gave two dry laughs. He said, in half a month it will be my birthday. The Duke Dinghua's mansion will hold a banquet, and I sincerely invite young Master Shen to come and attend my birthday feast. Shen Yuxi muttered in her mind. Is Duke Dinghua this enthusiastic? I'm not familiar with him, and he invites me to his birthday banquet right off the bat. It's more like a Hongmen banquet. Duke Dinghua thought, I'm being wronged. He just wanted to build a good relationship with young Master Shen. His youngest daughter had indeed been getting close to a man recently. Since she was a concubine's daughter and not favored, the Duke had never paid much attention to her. He never expected that this time she would have offended young Master Shen. It absolutely could not be tolerated. When the birthday banquet was held, young Master Shen would just have finished with the spring examination affairs. At that time he would use the excuse to have his youngest daughter bring that Chen Shursong along. Whatever way young Master Shen wanted to vent his anger, he would support it. After all, his daughter was the one who made the mistake first. The system said, Host, you seem to quite enjoy conspiracy theories. He simply wants to get closer to you. He's an old man, why would he want to get close to a young girl like me? You're no longer just a maiden who never leaves the mansion's gates, but also a colleague of Duke Dinghua, deeply trusted by the Emperor. It's perfectly fine for him to invite you to a banquet. Shen Yuxi finished chatting with the system in her mind, then suddenly looked up with a smile. All right, I will definitely arrive on time. Ah. Duke Dinghua exchanged a greeting with Minister Shen and slipped away. In a residence within the capital, the warm chamber was filled with the faint scent of lilies' fragrance permeating the air as laughter and sweet talk lingered. Shursong, am I annoying you by clinging to you all day? Shangguan Niao leaned sideways in Shen Shursong's embrace, her gorgeous attire hanging loosely, revealing large patches of fair skin. Her slender jade-like fingers toyed with the man's lapels, her eyes shimmering with coquettish charm. Shen Shursong wrapped one arm around her slender waist while with the other hand, he picked up a honey tangerine from a silver plate and lowered it to her lips. His voice was as gentle as water, his nose brushing against the soft hair at her temple. How could that be? I wish Anio would cling to me forever, never to be separated in this life. Come, open your mouth. Shangguan Niao parted her red lips slightly and gently bit into the slice of tangerine, her tongue inadvertently brushing against his fingertips, causing Chen Shursong to chuckle lowly. Shursong, in 3 days the spring examination will begin. You don't look nervous at all. Your good wife day and night hopes you will become the top scholar and bring her to the capital to enjoy a life of comfort. If you don't work hard, would you be worthy of her? Saying so, yet there was not a trace of sincerity in her words. They were filled with mockery, even tinged with a hint of contempt for Wanshua. Don't mention her, it's bad luck. Chen Shursong thought of Wanshua far away in Qingzhou, and a flicker of disgust along with a trace of inexplicable resistance unconsciously passed through his eyes. I've long been fed up with her. Back then, if she hadn't insisted on marrying me, how could I have ever wed her? And now, because of that, I don't even have the right to ask for your hand in marriage. Although Chen Shursong was arrogant, he was not without self-awareness. The daughters of the Dinghua Duke's mansion, even the concubine-born ones, would never be allowed to marry a man who already had a wife, unless his status and position were weighty enough. But if that were the case, why would he go to such lengths to get close to Shangguan Niao? He was tired of Wanshua, and yet he also despised Shangguan Niao. The moment Chen Shursong laid eyes on Shangguan Niao, he knew her family background was extraordinary. After deliberately drawing near, he learned that she was the youngest daughter of the Dinghua Duke. If he could win her favor with the support of the Dinghua Duke's mansion, his future would be boundless. A broad road lay before him. How could Chen Shursong not be tempted? These days he had been by Shangguan Niao's side constantly, even neglecting the all-important spring examinations. The piles of books on the table remained untouched, not a single page turned, not a single word written. And Niao, you said before that you would introduce me to the Duke. What's the rush? Shangguan Niao interrupted him. You strive for a good ranking. In half a month it will be my father's birthday. Then I'll take you to see him. With a scholarly honor to your name, my father will surely regard you differently. Chen Shursong forced a smile, but it failed to reach his eyes. And now rest assured I won't let you down. He gently took her hand, his eyes brimming with feigned affection. Once the spring examinations are over, I'll return to my hometown and divorce that vile woman. I'll strive to earn the Duke's approval, and then with pomp and ceremony, I'll marry you as my wife. I'll be waiting. Shangguan Niao's face beamed with a sweet smile. The two embraced tightly. Gradually Chen Shursong's hands grew restless. Shursong, stop it. The room slowly filled with heavy breathing. Shen Yuxi had been busy the whole day at the Ministry of Rites, and returned home with her father. Back in Qingyu courtyard, she didn't eat, didn't even take off her shoes, and flopped onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Lu Ying looked at Shen Yuxi sprawled outside, and skillfully removed her clothes, covering her with the blanket. In the dead of night, with the stars hanging low, most ordinary households in the capital had long since gone to bed. Only the nearby taverns and streets remained brightly lit, never extinguishing their lights. Occasionally through the window paper one could see a dim yellow glow, and inside a scholar bent over his desk studying hard, his back straight, his head nodding with fatigue. When extremely drowsy, they would splash cold water on their faces, rub their cheeks, and continue writing furiously, or they would sway their heads while holding a book, reciting repeatedly until they knew it by heart. There was no laughter, no noise, only the heavy, almost stubborn atmosphere of intense study permeating the capital's streets late at night. They dared not slack off even slightly. A moment's relaxation would mean being overtaken by hundreds or thousands. A moment's indulgence in sleep would betray 10 years of hard study, a 1,000-mile journey for the exam, and the hopes of their entire family. These scholars staked their entire lives' honor and success on this single spring examination. Until the last day, Shen Yuxi had a sudden whim to go see the scholars in the capital. Shen Yuxi strolled slowly into a street. The system said that this street was home to all the scholars from out of town. The wealthy ones stayed in inns while the poor huddled together, squeezed into a corner. Inside the street there were thatched sheds and reed mats, and as far as the eye could see there were only the backs of scholars diligently reviewing their books. Shen Yuxi frowned slightly. System, doesn't the court arrange inns for them? Although spring had arrived, the night wind was still chilly. Host, do you think this is Earth where students get preferential treatment for everything? System, the number of scholars is huge. If they were to put them all up in inns, it would be a considerable expense. Holding the spring examinations is already very costly. Throughout the years, scholars have always brought their own travel expenses. Otherwise, who would be willing to bear an extra large expenditure? The old emperor isn't a fool. He'll save wherever he can. But what if they fall ill from the cold? The court would lose a talented scholar, and in the end it's the court that suffers. That's why I say it all depends on fate. The system said those with good luck naturally get through this hurdle. Those with bad luck can only resign themselves to it. The voices of the girl and the system drew the attention of all the scholars present. Actually, from the moment Shen Yuxi appeared, everyone's eyes had been on her. This street was inhabited only by scholars, and no woman had ever set foot here voluntarily. Brother Lin, look at that girl. She's really beautiful. Hey, she's looking at you, Brother Lin. Could she be here for you? A tall, thin scholar suddenly moved next to Lin Shubai and excitedly patted his shoulder. His excitement was as if he had discovered some huge secret. Shut up. Nonsense. Do you know that spreading such rumors could ruin the girl's reputation and cause her trouble? Lin Shubai's voice was sharp and stern, barely containing his anger, a far cry from his usual gentle demeanor. The tall, thin man, seeing Lin Shubai angry, made a tisk sound, muttered, boring, and slunk back to his reed mat. Brother Shubai, he's always been loose-tongued. Don't mind him, Yanqing has soothed. I'll give him a few punches later to vent your anger for you. Shen Yuxi looked at Lin Shubai purely because the system was gossiping about him. Mindful of the difference between men and women, Shen Yuxi stood at the head of the street and didn't go inside. The scholars farther away couldn't hear clearly, but Lin Shubai and Yin Xinghe, being closest to her, could. The system's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to be heard. His name is Lin Shubai. His family is extremely poor. You can tell from his washed-out clothes. The system's tone was full of regret. Lin Shubai's family is so poor they can't even afford a meal. How poor? They might not even see a single grain of rice during festivals. When the whole family is starving, they go up the mountain to gnaw on leaves and dig up roots, saving everything they can to support him in his studies. His parents never let him do farm work. They only told him over and over, you just need to study hard. Your parents have done everything they can, the rest is up to you. Even if you don't do well in the exams, we hope you won't blame us for being useless. Lin Shubai's eyes dimmed slightly. He had never felt ashamed or embarrassed by his family's poverty. On the contrary, he was deeply grateful to have such loving family members in his life. Carrying the hopes of his entire family and an unyielding spirit against fate, Lin Shubai studied so hard that he collapsed from exhaustion. He constantly compressed his eating and sleeping time to devote it all to memorizing texts. Yin Xinghe nodded in deep agreement. He and Lin Shubai shared similar humble backgrounds. Yin Xinghe had been adopted by a hunter's family since childhood, and his foster parents treated him inconsistently, often scolding and beating him. He no longer wanted to beg for a living from his foster parents. The only thing he could do was to stake everything on hard study to seize the faint chance of defying fate. How unfortunate. He had nothing but a worthless life. How fortunate. He had nothing but a worthless life. Without any weakness he feared no loss, and thus could move forward fearlessly and unyieldingly. Lin Shubai and Yanqing had stared at Shen Yuxi in shock. How could this stranger whom they had never met before know the intimate details of their private affairs? No, it wasn't this girl. To be precise, it was an ethereal mechanical voice. And yet the girl before them hadn't spoken a word. How could they hear her voice? Could it be that what they were hearing was her thoughts? The two exchanged a glance at this realization. The system's voice continued. Lin Shubai has considerable talent and is diligent in his efforts. Among the current scholars, those who can match his brilliance are few and far between. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Shubai will secure a place among the top rank. Heaven never fails to reward those who are willing to work hard. Shen Yuxi sighed inwardly. In her previous life, had she not been another Lin Shubai? 9 years of compulsory education, thinking that once she got into high school, everything would be fine. Then in high school she thought if she worked hard and got into college it would be all right. After graduating from college, she wanted a good job, and once she had a job, she wanted a high salary. Yet behind a high salary lay unseen struggles, endurance, sacrifices, and desperate gambles. One hurdle after another. Who hasn't gritted their teeth and pushed through? Yan Xinghe patted Lin Shubai's shoulder with relief devoid of jealousy, his voice full of admiration. Brother Lin, let me offer my congratulations in advance. Since that voice could accurately speak of their private matters, what it said must be true. Lin Shubai gave a modest smile. The system's words had undoubtedly granted him immense confidence and encouragement. He knew well the principle that there is always someone better, and there is always a sky beyond the sky. Especially during the Chunwei, where countless brilliant minds gathered. Determined to perform well, Lin Shubai dared not relax for a single moment. Tomorrow the Chunwei would begin. So nervous that he hadn't even eaten dinner, he spent all his time reviewing his books. The taut string in his mind seemed as if it might snap at any moment. The system's words were like a dose of reassurance. Lin Shubai felt the oppressive weight that had been constricting his chest gradually dissipating. Miss, it's so late. Are you looking for someone? Lin Shubai rose and asked. Judging by Shen Yuxi's attire and the guard stationed not far away, her status was undoubtedly extraordinary. Shen Yuxi chuckled lightly. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll. Before I knew it, I ended up here. The Chunwei begins tomorrow. Aren't you going to sleep? Everyone is too anxious to sleep, worried they might fail the exam. So they're all reviewing. In truth, Lin Shubai's words weren't entirely accurate. Some of them were already drowsy, merely forcing themselves to stay awake through sheer willpower. It was like a competition, each vying to outdo the other. When one person studied, the others refused to fall behind. Afraid that someone else might learn a little more than them, they created a situation where no one dared to sleep first. In the coming days, you will face immense pressure. If you can't even sleep, well, how will you have the energy to tackle tomorrow's exam? Shen Yuxi comforted them. Learning is not a matter of a single day or night. Studying one more moment won't make you the top scholar. Studying one less moment won't ruin all your previous efforts. Your foundation has long been set. Rather than pushing yourself to the brink of exhaustion, it's better to get a full night's sleep and enter the exam hall with the clearest mind. That alone will win you half the battle. Shen Yuxi strolled around for a while before returning to her residence, leaving Lin Shubai rooted to the spot. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Yan Xinghe raised his voice and called several times before Lin Shubai snapped out of it. Go to sleep now, it's too late. With that, Lin Shubai was the first to lie back down on his mat, pulled the blanket over himself, and slept in his clothes. Yan Xinghe was dumbfounded. Brother Lin, just half an hour ago you were adamant that you wouldn't rest until midnight. With the first person taking the lead, the other students who had been forcing their eyelids open to study suddenly felt the taut string within them loosen. Fatigue surged like a tidal wave, impossible to resist. One by one they yawned, their eyes bloodshot as they gathered their books and lay down to rest. The sky had not yet fully brightened. Only a pale streak of fishbelly white in the east. The Ganyuan was heavily guarded with imperial soldiers standing at attention, their halberds erect and banners fluttering solemnly in the wind. High walls and thorny stockades encircled the area, isolating it from the outside world. The atmosphere was stern and oppressive, forbidding anyone from daring to breathe too heavily. Thousands of scholars in blue robes gathered in a cloud, queuing according to their tickets, each face taut with tension. Many still bore the traces of exhaustion in their eyes, yet every one of them stood with their backs straight, their expressions intense and solemn. Some clutched books tightly to their chests, making silent, final memorizations. Others closed their eyes, regulating their breath to force calm. Still others had pale faces and trembling fingertips, clearly unable to steady their turbulent emotions. Today was the grand occasion of the Chunwei. Shen Yuxi, serving as an examiner, arrived at the Ganyuan half an hour early. Minister Shen had already explained to her the various duties she would need to handle as an examiner. Yet the moment she appeared before the crowd, she still astonished the scholars. Those who had slept in the streets the night before had already recognized her. The most shocked were Lin Shubai and Yin Qinghe. Wasn't this the girl from last night? She was actually the chief examiner for this session. Oh, of course. Some quick-witted scholars had already guessed Shen Yuxi's identity. The first female official of the dynasty, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rites, the young Master Shun. The news of the emperor's appointment of a female official had spread far and wide. It was hard for them not to know. Shen Yuxi's gaze swept across the entire scene, and when her eyes landed on Lin Shubai, she glanced at him lightly before looking away. She spoke in a calm tone. Scholars, today is the grand spring imperial examination of the court, a process to select talents for the nation, fair and just. You have endured 10 years of solitary study and traveled thousands of li to take this exam, all harboring aspirations to serve the country and establish yourselves. The court and all the examiners will naturally act impartially, selecting only the worthy. Once you enter the examination hall, strictly abide by the rules. Do not harbor any illusions of luck nor engage in any dishonest practices. Maintain reverence in your hearts and let your brush follow your true intent. Simply pour out all that you have learned onto the paper. The court selects scholars not by momentary cleverness, but by learning character and conduct. All you need to do is answer the questions with a calm mind, neither panic nor impatience, and let your knowledge shine. Yes, we shall remember. At the hour of Chun, the bell rang on time, echoing through the Gonyuan. Shen Yuxi's voice was decisive. Enter. The scholars lined up for inspection. The supervising officers undressed them one by one, searching for any hidden notes, crib sheets, or ways to communicate. They verified their birthplaces, portraits, and names, and only after confirming that everything was correct could they proceed inside. Once all the scholars had entered their individual cells, the supervising examiners closed the main gate, locking it and applying seals. Within the thorny walls, it became a world of its own. The cells were narrow and low, one person per room, isolated from each other, within sight, but unable to speak. In each cell, a desk, brush, ink, paper, inkstone, oil lamp, and clear water had all been prepared. Altogether, there were 30 inspectors. As an examiner, Shen Yuxi was required to patrol continuously. The examination papers were personally unsealed by Shen Yuxi to ensure they were correct, and then distributed one by other clerks. Silence reigned everywhere, broken only by the rustling sound of brushes on paper and the soft footsteps of the inspectors. The atmosphere was so oppressive it almost felt stagnant. Shen Yuxi walked unhurriedly past each cell, and when she reached Lin Shubai, she paused. Lin Shubai caught a glimpse of Shen Yuxi standing before him from the corner of his eye. His brush paused for a moment, then he continued writing as if nothing had happened, utterly focused on the examination paper. Shen Yuxi glanced at his work. His handwriting was neat, his arguments clear. He wrote swiftly but with careful deliberation, his brow carrying a clear, confident air, a stark contrast to his tense demeanor from the day before. Inside the examination hall, the occasional soft cough or the faint scratch of a brush against paper could be heard. Suddenly, a dull thud broke the silence. From a nearby cell, a scholar collapsed straight onto his desk. His brush rolled away and ink splattered across the examination paper, spreading into a dark blotch. The unexpected incident instantly drew the attention of most people. Shen Yuxi frowned and spoke sternly. Focus on your answers. Do not be distracted. Hearing this, the restless scholars quickly composed themselves, suppressing their curiosity and burying their heads in their papers. Only a few pairs of eyes still stole a glance in that direction. Imperial physicians were stationed inside the Gonyuan to handle emergencies. The Vice Minister of Rites and several clerks quickly carried the unconscious scholar to the rest area. The scholar's face was pale as paper, his eyes tightly shut, his lips cracked, his breath faint, and his blue robe soaked through with sweat. System, check him out. What's the situation? The system scanned him and said it's nothing serious. He hasn't been eating well these past few days, studied day and night, memorizing texts, suffered from sleep deprivation, and coupled with the tension of the exam hall, he has collapsed from exhaustion. Hearing this, the Vice Minister of Rites breathed a sigh of relief. But he still had to put on a show of concern, so he quickly summoned the imperial physician. The physician took his pulse, checked his breathing, and went through the entire procedure. Moments later, he reported in a low voice, this person is suffering from overwork and deficiency of qi and blood. He only needs to rest properly and eat something after waking up, and he will be fine. From what you say, this person must be very diligent in his studies, but he doesn't take good care of his body. Judging by his clothing, he was probably from an ordinary family. After all the effort to earn the qualification to come to the capital for the exam, to stumble at the final hurdle at such a critical moment, it was truly a pity. Shen Yuxi sighed. Who knows whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first? All is ordained by fate. Not a single aspect lies within human control. Lord Bao, please arrange someone to stay by his side. When he awakens, his emotions may become unstable. The Vice Minister of the Board of Rites nodded and replied yes. When the fainting student regained consciousness, the sun was already sinking in the west. He opened his eyes, still half aware of his posture, bent over the desk, filling out his examination paper. His fingertips instinctively searched for his brush, but only met the cold surface of the table. Only upon realizing he was in a side chamber and hearing the clerk recount the preceding events did his eyes well up with tears. He struggled to sit upright. My examination paper. Can I return to complete it? The clerk hesitated, unable to bear delivering the news. Technically, yes, but there is only a quarter of an hour remaining. Going back now would serve no purpose. The student lay rigid upon the cot, tears sliding silently down his face. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. Gazing toward the examination compound beyond the window, and hearing the faint sound of brushes striking paper in the distance, his heart overflowed with reluctance and regret. He could answer the majority of the questions on the examination paper, yet now he was denied even the chance to put pen to paper. 10 years of arduous study, a dream shattered in a single moment. He had fallen at the very threshold, undone by an unforeseen accident. Shen Yuxi had not forgotten the primary objective of this mission, supervising the scholars and preventing any acts of cheating. Post beneath that man's tongue lies a tiny slip of paper. He has already copied half of it. Upon hearing these words, the scholar's face drained of color and his grip on the brush nearly faltered. Shen Yuxi's expression darkened as she spoke coldly. You, come with me. The man knew his fate was sealed, his spirit utterly crushed. As the clerk led him away, his legs quivered weakly like cotton. Shen Yuxi continued her patrol of the examination cells. She approached another scholar, and this time, even without the system's prompt, she herself sensed something amiss. For reasons unknown, that scholar trembled uncontrollably, his expression radiating guilt. The system let out a disdainful "eu." With a tone dripping with contempt, it declared, "Host, you simply will not believe this. He has concealed the cheat sheet inside his rectum, intending to retrieve it and peek at it. Good heavens, this is simply disgusting." Shen Yuxi turned and waved to the clerk, pointing at the scholar. "Take him away." The clerk nodded. He understood the system's infallible nature. None of those led away had been wrongfully accused. Subsequently, the system uncovered several more individuals employing the identical method of concealing cheat sheets in the same unspeakable manner. Shen Yuxi could only press her fingers to her forehead in exasperation. These people would resort to absolutely any means to cheat. Indeed, that particular passage proved remarkably suitable for concealment. The system explained pre-examination inspections are extremely thorough. Scholars must disrobe completely. Even undergarments are prohibited, to prevent them from carrying smuggled notes or writing on their bodies and clothing. With conventional opportunities for cheating eliminated, these desperate souls could only resort to such covert and private methods to evade detection. As twilight deepened, some scholars had already finished and were carefully reviewing their papers, correcting minor details. Others continued to write furiously, while a few rubbed their sore wrists, took a brief respite, and then picked up their brushes once more. Finished writing. It did not matter. Force the answers, write down everything you can recall. Once more the sound of bells and drums echoed through the compound, signaling the end of the examination. With the examination concluded, any scholar still writing would be treated as a cheater. The candidates set down their brushes, organized their papers, and the clerks moved through the halls, collecting the examination sheets one by one. Shen Yuxi and the Vice Minister of Rights conducted a final count of the examination papers. After verifying everything was in order, the sheets were sealed with anonymous names and transferred to specialized scribes for transcription, after which they were promptly sent to the Ministry of Rights. The examination has ended. Rest well, and meals will be brought to you shortly. Too exhausted to speak, the scholars collapsed onto the crude beds provided within their cells and closed their eyes. The cheating scholars were assigned to the side hall, confined together with the student who had fainted earlier. In accordance with regulations, those caught cheating would be placed on a blacklist, permanently barred from ever sitting for the imperial examinations again. Imperial guards carried meal boxes, placing one before each scholar. As the wooden lids were opened, "Wow, it smells wonderful. Is that braised pork? There are pastries too." The assembled scholars stared in disbelief before their eyes widened with delight. For the past several days within the examination compound, their meals had been provided by the state. Whether to conserve expenses or to preserve the scholars' health, the provisions were consistently light and plain, virtually no meat in sight, and certainly no refined delicacies. Yet this time the meat considerably outnumbered the vegetables. The enticing aroma of pork tightened their throats. Long hungry, they abandoned all pretense of decorum and eagerly shoveled rice into their mouths. The menu for this meal had been personally designated by Shen Yuxi. The scholars had expended tremendous mental energy throughout the day. If they could not even enjoy a piece of meat, how terribly unfair that would be. What good were mere vegetables and steamed buns? Their bodies had endured sufficient hardship. Let their mouths find some pleasure and satisfy their appetites. That was only fair. "Host, he is Chen Shursong." Shen Yuxi raised an eyebrow slightly and looked up. The man appeared to be about 20 years old, with an extremely handsome appearance of face like warm jade and fair skin. No wonder he had captured Shang Wanyao's heart. He looks gentle and harmless, but who would have thought that behind the scenes he is a downright scumbag? A person like Chen Shursong, a pure egoist, is emotionally indifferent and self-centered. In his eyes, no one matters except himself, not even his parents. The system's tone was laced with disgust and anger. Despicable. On the night before the spring examination, he secretly conspired with Shangguan Niao, intending to hire someone to kill Wan Shui after the examination. What? A small flame of rage burned fiercely in Shen Yuxi's heart, and her gaze at Chen Shisong held a hint of murderous intent. He cheated, and now he wants to kill. Who gave him the guts? Chen Shisong wanted to marry Shangguan Niao, and the biggest obstacle was Wan Shui. He believed that Wan Shui alive was a ticking time bomb, and divorce was too troublesome. He didn't want to waste any more time. So he decided to eliminate Wan Shui once and for all. Shangguan Niao was against it at first, but Chen Shisong said that only then would they have no worries in the future. Shangguan Niao finally relented, promising to keep silent. She would not actively expose Chen Shisong, but she also would not intervene or help. She didn't want to be involved in a murder, leaving Chen Shisong to figure it out himself. Whether Wan Shui is killed or not, success or failure, it's none of her business. Shen Yuxi closed her eyes, let out a light sigh, and asked what does Chen Shisong plan to do. He wrote a letter to his childhood friend and sent 10 taels of silver, asking his friend to create the illusion of Wan Shui accidentally drowning. After all, his friend grew up with him, and Wan Shui would certainly not be on guard against him. The river was deep and swift. Even if reported to the authorities, the body couldn't be retrieved quickly. By the time it was found, who knows how long would have passed, and there would be no evidence to prove he was responsible. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he was a kind-hearted, loving husband and family man. His childhood friend grew up with him, sharing deep bonds, and had no reason to harm his good friend's wife for no reason. Shen Yuxi sneered that childhood friend is bold enough to conspire with Chen Shisong to kill for just 10 taels of silver. The friend had just built a house and was short of money, unwilling to refuse the silver that came his way. Moreover, his friend knew that Chen Shisong had latched onto the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, elevating his status. Even if the scheme was exposed, Chen Shisong could protect him. As long as he clung to Chen Shisong's golden thigh, he would surely benefit in the future. Bang! Chen Shisong's fingers suddenly lost strength, and the silver chopsticks clattered onto the table. His whole body stiffened, his jawline taut, and trembling, his eyes wide open with a surge of panic. The usually composed expression completely shattered, a shock of having his secrets exposed, and his facade collapsed. Chen Shisong suddenly looked up, staring fixedly at Shen Yuxi, as if she were a monster. You? Are you human or ghost? The sudden commotion drew the attention of others, who looked up at the two in confusion. The examinees were not allowed to leave their cubicles. Those near Chen Shisong's cubicle could see clearly, but it drove those who couldn't see crazy. They scratched their ears and cheeks, eager to join the excitement. Shen Yuxi, who already loathed him, showed a faint trace of impatience in her eyes, unwilling to spare him even a glance. A cold and mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips, her voice light and icy like shattered ice, each word dripping with disgust. Ghost. That word suits you best. Devil. How did you know? I. Before he could finish, a bone-splitting, excruciating pain suddenly exploded, as if invisible giant hands were brutally snapping his ribs. A dull, piercing pain instantly swept through his limbs and bones, causing his vision to go black. He could no longer suppress a miserable scream. Oh! A piercing scream shattered the silence. His body suddenly bent and crashed heavily to the ground. He curled into a ball, his hands gripping his ribs, knuckles turning white from the force. Beads of cold sweat instantly covered his forehead, rolling down his pale cheeks. Chen Shisong couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Young Master Shen, the Vice Minister of Rights, and the other officials were startled, fearing that Shen Yuxi might be in trouble, and rushed to her side. Bao Qing's expression turned panicked, and he asked urgently, "Young Master Shen, are you hurt?" If something happened to young Master Shen under his watch, the Emperor and Minister Shen would definitely skin him alive. I'm fine. He's the one in trouble. Shen Yuxi lifted her chin. Bao Qing looked her up and down, making sure she was truly unharmed, then let out a heavy sigh of relief. He turned to look at Chen Shisong and was startled by his miserable state, writhing in pain and vomiting blood. Heavens, this. Shen Yuxi spread her hands and said, "This has nothing to do with me. I just walked up to him and he called me a ghost, then he started acting like he had a seizure and ended up like this." System: Does Chen Shisong have epilepsy? No, the symptoms of epilepsy are whole body stiffness, limb convulsions, foaming at the mouth, and loss of consciousness. Chen Shisong's symptoms don't match. Then what's wrong with him? The scan results show that apart from slightly low blood sugar, all his physical indicators are healthy. Bao Qing, standing nearby, roughly guessed what was happening. It must be that young Master Shen and the system were gossiping, and Chen Shisong heard young Master Shen's thoughts. Anyone who hears young Master Shen's thoughts cannot speak about it in front of young Master Shen. If anyone tries to speak of it, they will be immediately punished with dire consequences. Although it looks terrible, he probably won't die. You two take him to the side hall to rest. The Vice Minister of Rights felt weary. In just one day, so many incidents had occurred. Cheaters, fainters, madmen. This batch of examinees is the most troublesome he has ever dealt with. Bao Qing. Chen Shisong cheated. Even if he wakes up, he is no longer qualified to continue the exam. Make sure to have someone watch him closely. Rest assured, young Master Shen. Bao Qing didn't doubt Shen Yuxi's words at all. If young Master Shen said someone cheated, then they cheated. His childhood friend. The system knew what Shen Yuxi wanted to ask, and said softly, Wan Shui is very smart. After the friend received the letter, he tried to lure Wan Shui out under the pretext of choosing a gift for Chen Shursong, but Wan Shui ignored him completely. No matter what the friend said, she never left her house. On the second day after we left Qingzhou, Wan Shui, contrary to her usual behavior, ignored her bedridden mother-in-law and resolutely packed up to return to her parents' home. Wan Shui's family was large, all crowded in one courtyard. Although she was subtly mocked by her family upon returning, she was still their daughter, so they didn't drive her away and let her stay. Thus the childhood friend had no opportunity to act. Although the epidemic in Qingzhou had stabilized, almost everyone was semi-forced to stay at home with soldiers patrolling everywhere. The childhood friend found it difficult to frequently approach Wan Shui without arousing suspicion. Shen Yuxi returned to her seat and sat down to eat, taking a bite of braised pork. Adultery, conspiracy with a childhood friend, attempted murder. According to the laws of the Mo Kingdom, Chen Shursong should be sentenced to 30 years in prison. It seems that after the spring examinations, I must pay a visit to the Court of Judicial Review. Investigating cases and apprehending criminals falls within the purview of the Court of Judicial Review. Do they have any correspondence between them? Only with irrefutable evidence can I gain the trust of the Chief Justice of the court. System, your childhood friend wrote a letter to Chen Shursong, its contents sufficient to prove their collusion. And the letter? It will arrive at the West Street Courier Station tomorrow evening. Shen Yuxi lowered her eyes in deep contemplation. She could not leave, so she would have to arrange for someone to go to the Court of Judicial Review and apprise Lu Song of the details. Given Lu Song's meticulous nature with a life at stake, he would never let a single clue slip. At the Court of Judicial Review, Chief Justice Lu Song was buried in reviewing case files. When he heard the news brought by the messenger, the vermilion brush in his hand suddenly halted. Ink spread a dark blotch on the dossier, and the ease on his face was instantly replaced by shock. Are you certain? Chen Shursong conspired with a friend to murder his own wife. Lu Song pressed in a deep voice, his tone thick with disbelief. The messenger replied, I dare not lie, my lord. Lord Shen sent me to inform you of this. Please intercept the letter. Truth or falsehood you will know once you read it. Lu Song fell silent for a moment. He naturally trusted Lord Shen. The system had never been wrong. Yet the news was so sudden that it caught him off guard, especially involving the young daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. He rose slowly, his expression growing increasingly solemn. A life is at stake. We cannot afford any misstep. Lu Song did not dare waste a moment. He ordered his men to saddle a horse and set off immediately for the West Street Courier Station. The station master, upon seeing the Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review arriving in person with an urgent look, dared not show the slightest negligence. He hurriedly bowed and stepped forward to receive him. After hearing the purpose, he immediately ordered his men to retrieve all recent correspondence along with the registration ledger and accompanied the Chief Justice in searching through them. Before long, a bailiff raised a sealed letter, respectfully presented it, and reported, my lord found it. Lu Song took the letter, his eyes darkening, and decisively tore open the envelope. The contents of the letter were laid bare. The letter read, Song Wan Shui has gone mad for no reason and returned to her parents' home, leaving Auntie with no one to care for her, not even a meal. Following your instructions, I tried to invite her out in your name and find an opportunity to drown her, but that wretch not only refused, but also told the patrolling soldiers that I harbored ill intentions, and since the epidemic hasn't ended, I was wandering about. I was driven back home by the soldiers and forbidden to go out. Now I can't find a chance to get close to her. What should I do next? Why don't you come back yourself? She likes you. It would be much easier for you to kill her. The further he read, the colder Lu Song's expression became, and his fingers gradually clenched. The evidence was conclusive. He could now order the arrest of Chen Shursong and his childhood friend. But there was no need to rush. The spring examinations were not yet over, the examination hall was sealed, and no one could enter or leave at will. Moreover, this case involved the Duke of Dinghua, so it required careful handling. With the sound of a bell, the several days of the spring examinations officially came to an end. After seeing the scholars off, Shen Yuxi rushed to the Court of Judicial Review without a moment's delay. The court's personnel had long been waiting outside the examination hall. As soon as Chen Shursong stepped out before he could react, he was taken away by the bailiffs. Lord Shen, I wish to see Lord Lu. Please announce my arrival. Yes, Lord Shen, please wait a moment. The bailiff dared not be negligent, immediately acknowledged, turned, and strode quickly into the office to deliver the message. Before long, the bailiff returned swiftly and respectfully, led Shen Yuxi inside through the corridor straight to the door of Chief Justice Lu Song's study. He knocked and reported, Lord Lu, Lord Shen has arrived. Come in. The door was pushed open. Shen Yuxi steadied herself, stepped inside, and met Lu Song's gaze as he looked up. Lord Lu. Shen Yuxi gave a slight bow. Lord Shen, please take a seat. Lu Song, with a genial expression, personally poured Shen Yuxi a cup of tea and introduced it. Try this. It's tea brought by a friend of mine from Qingzhou. Shen Yuxi lifted the cup, smelled it, took a small sip, and praised the tea's fragrance, wafts smooth and mellow on the palate. Truly excellent tea. Lord Shen, have you come about Chen Shursong? Indeed. Shen Yuxi set down the teacup. Lu Song said, I have already sent men to verify. That letter was indeed written by Chen Shursong's childhood friend Gao Kai. After Gao Kai was captured in Qingzhou, he could not withstand the interrogation and confessed the entire affair and has agreed to testify against Chen Shursong. He still has letters written to him by Chen Shursong instructing him to murder Wan Xue. With both human and material evidence, Gao Kai will arrive in the capital in 2 days, and I will pass judgment on the two of them. As for the Duke of Dinghua, since there is no evidence linking Shangguan Niao to this case then, this was a delicate balance to strike. The Duke of Dinghua was highly favored by His Majesty Lu Song, could not simply arrest Shangguan Niao based on a few words from Lord Shen. Moreover, Lord Shen had stated that Shangguan Niao was not involved in the plot to murder Wan Xue. At most she had failed to report what she knew. Shen Yuxi nodded, indicating her understanding. System Lord Lu didn't even ask me how I knew about Chen Shursong's plan to kill his wife, or about that letter. I made a special trip here, prepared a story, and was ready to explain. Maybe he forgot. After staying at the Court of Judicial Review for a while, Shen Yuxi once again boarded the carriage back to the mansion. The main street was bustling with people and noise. Shen Yuxi instructed the driver to take a side alley. Just as she was about to close her eyes for a nap, the carriage stopped without warning. Miss, it seems to be the carriage of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. Host, the person opposite is Shangguan Niao, said the system. This alley was narrow, allowing only one carriage to pass, but one of them had to back up to make way. The embroidered curtain of the opposite carriage was lifted and Shangguan Niao stuck her head out arrogantly, her brows raised to the sky, her tone shrill to the extreme. What lowly thing dares to block the way? Move back at once, or I'll tear this shabby carriage of yours apart. She was in a raging temper. Originally, she had been happily waiting for Chen Shursong to return and celebrate the end of the spring examinations. But then her maid suddenly told her that Chen Shursong had been taken by the Court of Judicial Review. Now she was on her way to the court to demand why Lu Song had arrested him without cause. Vile creature, she's the vile one. Her tongue is so foul. Shen Yuxi remained expressionless while the system fumed and stomped around in the void of her mind. If not for being an intangible consciousness unable to manifest, it would have torn apart Shangguan Niao's mouth long ago. Hey, you in the carriage, didn't you hear? Make way immediately. If you delay our lady's affairs, can you bear the consequences? The maid was equally arrogant. No wonder it said that like mistress like maid. No one can stay in good spirits after being cursed at and pointed at. Moreover, Shen Yuxi was never one with a gentle disposition. She swiftly lifted the carriage curtain, locking eyes with Shangguan Niao. Seeing Shen Yuxi's appearance, Shangguan Niao's brow furrowed deeply. She detested any woman more beautiful than herself, for it made her feel inferior. Shangguan Niao's gaze fell upon Shen Yuxi's official robe, and her expression soured further. A woman in official robes. Her identity was unmistakable. The youngest daughter of Minister Shen Yuxi. The only female official personally appointed by His Majesty in the Mo Kingdom. So it's the young Lord Shen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shangguan Niao, the second daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. Shangguan Niao, losing no ground in pride, put on an air of utmost arrogance. Tossing her head back, she haughtily declared, I did not know the carriage held the young Lord Shen. My words earlier were rather harsh. I trust Lady Shen, being magnanimous, will not hold it against me, will you? However, she feigned sympathy, yet her words dripped with malice. Is the Shen residence so short of funds that they have the young Lord Shen traveling in such a shabby carriage? Even my servants' carriages are more luxurious than this. Lady Shen, why not visit the Duke of Dinghua's mansion? I could gift you a few carriages, far more spacious than this one for sure. Ah, this system is going mad. The system roared in fury. Dig up the gossip, dig deep. I want Shangguan Niao utterly disgraced. Shangguan Niao thought she was hallucinating, for she saw no one speaking. Who had made that sound? The system was highly efficient, digging up everything about Shangguan Niao in mere seconds. Host, this Shangguan Niao is an intensely jealous person who cannot bear to see any woman more beautiful than herself. Even the maids who serve her must be plain and unremarkable in appearance. Throughout the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, any maid she deemed even slightly attractive she had sold off by various means. Her elder sister Shangguan Qing's face she deliberately framed. Shangguan Niao slipped, nearly falling from her carriage. Fortunately, the maid steadied her just in time, exclaiming, Second miss. System, this is no place to gossip. Let's discuss it at home. For now, let's deal with Shangguan Niao. Shangguan Niao's eyes widened as if doused with a bucket of ice water. She stared at Shen Yuxi in sheer terror, her mouth opening and closing, yet no sound came out. She had not seen Shen Yuxi's lips move, so how could she hear her voice? And that strange, unfamiliar voice, where did it come from? How did it know about Shangguan Qing's face? No one else knew the truth except her. The beggars involved in that incident were all dead, leaving no trace to verify. The unknown is what truly breeds fear. Shangguan Niao recalled her father's warning, avoid provoking anyone, but above all never provoke Shen Yuxi. She had only thought her father looked down on her as worthless, inferior to Shen Yuxi's ability to bring glory to the family, and had never taken his words to heart. Now it seemed her father must have known of Shen Yuxi's peculiar nature, which was why he had been so stern and insistent. Shangguan Niao was frantic, her palms sweating. She did not know what methods Shen Yuxi possessed. But if the truth about Shangguan Qing's disfigurement were exposed, her father would surely break her legs. Leave. Quickly. Shangguan Niao could not bear to stay a moment longer. Her mind was filled with a single thought: to get far away from Shen Yuxi. Hurry. Drive. The maid supported Shangguan Niao's nearly limp body, urgently instructing the coachman. Shen Yuxi watched the entire scene unfold, baffled. Shangguan Niao had not even given her time to counterattack before fleeing, as if her life depended on it disappearing from sight. Did Shangguan Niao have a change of heart? She shook her head. Expecting a conscience from someone like Shangguan Niao was more unlikely than believing pigs could fly. The system speculated going back to get reinforcements. Perhaps she realized she couldn't see Lu Song alone and went to seek help from her father. She can't honestly think the Duke of Dinghua will save Chen Shursong, can she? Shangguan Niao knows full well the Duke won't intervene, but until she asks and gets an answer, she won't give up. Shen Yuxi tapped her fingers lightly on the table, speaking slowly and deliberately. Shangguan Niao has been entangled with a married man involved in a murder case. The Duke of Dinghua will be lucky to shield her. This time the Duke of Dinghua will lose face and dignity. In my view, Shangguan Niao is in for a harsh lesson. At the Duke of Dinghua's mansion. Father, I wish to see father. Your Grace is dining with the eldest miss. Second miss you. Shangguan Niao's gaze turned cold, and she strode directly toward Shangguan Qing's courtyard. No matter how busy the Duke of Dinghua was, he would always find time to dine with Shangguan Qing and her mother. And her father never took the initiative to dine with her. Even when she invited him, he would use business as an excuse to decline. How could she not hate this? Father. As soon as she entered the room, the heartwarming scene of a family of three enjoying a meal together greeted her eyes. The Duke of Dinghua was placing dishes into Shangguan Qing's bowl, a picture of paternal affection. Though she had witnessed it countless times, jealousy still gnawed at her heart. The Duke of Dinghua's smile faded slightly upon seeing her. His voice was stern. What are you here for? Father Chen Shursong has been arrested by the Court of Judicial Review. Can you save? Bang! The bowl and chopsticks slammed heavily onto the table, producing a crisp, violent sound. Mentioning Chen Shursong only infuriated the Duke of Dinghua further. Lu Song had already informed him of the entire situation. Considering there was no evidence, and having heard the young Lord Shen's inner thoughts which indicated she was not involved in the murder, Shangguan Niao was not arrested. However, this incident left the Duke of Dinghua even more disappointed in his daughter. He had lived a life of integrity and iron will. How could he have fathered such a shameless daughter? You dare mention that scoundrel again? Shangguan Niao, it seems I have been too lenient with you, allowing you to be so reckless and ignorant of propriety. The Duke of Dinghua's face darkened, his voice sharp and cutting. A life is at stake, and you dare to pretend ignorance, allowing Chen Shursong to plot against his lawful wife. I did not. Shangguan Niao panicked vehemently, denying the accusation. Father, I had no idea about Chen Shursong's plan, nor did I know he had a wife. If I had known, I would never have been with him. I am a victim too, Father. You insolent wretch. How dare you lie? The Duke of Dinghua struck the table in fury, bang bang, startling Shangguan Qing and her mother into speechlessness. Shangguan Qing tried to soothe him. Father, please calm down. Let little sister explain herself. Perhaps there are other circumstances. The Duke of Dinghua snorted heavily. You had better behave yourself. Just because there is no evidence to pin you down this time, doesn't mean you will always be so lucky. If there is a next time, I will cast you out of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion and sever our father-daughter bond. Such a daughter was not worth keeping. Shangguan Niao could hardly believe it, her voice trembling as she cried out, Father, for such a trivial matter, could you truly disown me as your daughter? Not that I refuse to acknowledge you, but you were the first to reject me as your father. Dinghua Gong pointed toward the door and roared with fury, Get out. I don't want to see you. Shangguan Niao's eyes instantly reddened and tears spilled uncontrollably down her cheeks. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she pressed her hand to her mouth and fled through the doorway in the midst of sobs. Sister. Shangguan Qing's face etched with worry, and she hurried after her. Little sister, father tends to speak harshly when he's angry. Please don't take his words to heart. Shangguan Qing reached out to wipe the tears from Shangguan Niao's face, but Niao turned her head away, stubbornly refusing even to look at her. Shangguan Qing showed no resentment, her tone gentle and reassuring. In a couple of days it will be father's birthday. I'll help you prepare a gift for him, and once he sees it, all his anger will surely fade away. Suddenly an idea crossed her mind. Shangguan Niao turned her head and caught sight of the ugly scar on her eldest sister's face, a subtle flicker of satisfaction dancing in the depths of her eyes. Back then the Duke had summoned renowned physicians from across the land, even calling upon imperial doctors. Yet the wound on Shangguan Qing's face had been too severe. Even after several years had passed, the scar had merely lightened slightly. The scar trailed from the corner of her eye down to her chin, grotesque and contorted like a centipede coiled across her face. A hideous, jarring mark. Whenever Shangguan Niao caught sight of her eldest sister's scarred visage, even her worst moods would dissolve into satisfaction. So what if she enjoyed greater favor? What man would desire someone so ugly? Only her father could treasure Shang Wanqing as a precious jewel. In remarkably cheerful spirits, Shang Wanniao asked, "Sister, will the Shen household be joining us for father's birthday celebration?" The duke's birthday banquet had always been orchestrated by Shang Wanqing and her mother, with Shang Wanqing drafting the guest list for each occasion. Naturally, Minister Shen is father's colleague and they share a good rapport. In past years, he has always attended father's birthday celebrations. Shang Wanqing's lips curved into a faint smile as she replied, "Though this year may see one additional guest. Minister Shen's youngest daughter has been appointed as a female official by His Majesty, and she should accompany him." At the mention of Shen Yuxi, Shang Wanniao's heart skipped an involuntary beat of panic. The words escaped before she could filter them. Couldn't we simply not invite them? Moi. Shang Wanqing regarded her younger sister with surprise and bewilderment. "Little sister, have you fallen out with the Shen family?" Noticing the faint shadows clouding her sister's expression, Shang Wanqing gently probed further. Almost immediately, she regretted the question. Her sister rarely interacted with the Shen household, so there should have been no reason for any conflict to arise between them. "No, I'm exhausted and need to rest first." Shang Wanniao kept her gaze lowered to conceal her conflicted emotions, then turned and made her way toward her own courtyard, leaving Shang Wanqing rooted to the spot, helpless and at a loss. Before long, the day of the duke's birthday arrived. The duke's residence blazed with festive lanterns and colored banners, its crimson doors thrown wide open. Rows of servants dressed in cyan stood respectfully at attention, their lanterns casting golden brilliance upon the eaves, while elegant melodies from silk and bamboo instruments drifted from the inner courtyard. A truly distinguished birthday celebration befitting the capital. Nearly all the court officials who shared friendly ties with the duke had arrived, accompanied by their families. Guided by attendants, they took their seats. Shen Yuxi sat among the women, markedly reserved and withdrawn compared to the other noble daughters gathered in animated conversation around her. Having not left the estate in over a decade, she had made few acquaintances. She felt no closeness to these young ladies and absolutely no desire to force herself into their chatter, choosing instead to focus entirely on the pickled cabbage fish before her. The duke's kitchen prepared far superior pickled cabbage fish than what her own family's cooks managed. She couldn't fathom how the seating arrangements had been organized. Her mother and second sister were seated so far away from her. "Miss Shen, I am Xue Min, granddaughter of Chancellor Xue. It is a pleasure to meet you." Xue Min stepped forward eagerly to strike up a conversation, and after introducing herself, she offered a graceful slight bow. Her demeanor was poised and refined, honoring the proprieties expected of a noble family, while carrying a warmth typical of a young woman. Shen Yuxi lifted her gaze to meet those bright, earnest eyes, momentarily surprised by such unexpected friendliness. With mild puzzlement, Shen Yuxi asked, "Do you know me, Miss Xue? I'm certain we've never met before." Xue Min's almond-shaped eyes curved with delight, and she leaned in, slightly lowering her voice with a mischievous knowingness that spoke of girlhood confidences. She chuckled softly. "Among the young ladies of the capital, I know well nearly all of them I've encountered, yet I've never come across anyone quite like Miss Shen, both in appearance and bearing. What's more, I noticed Tinglong glancing this way from time to time with such obvious interest. It seems quite clear you must be the renowned Shen Yuxi." At these words, Shen Yuxi maintained her composure. "I am indeed Shen Yuxi, but I dare not accept the title of renowned. You flatter me too much, Miss Xue. I do not exaggerate. Miss Shen is the very first female official ever appointed by His Majesty in the Kingdom of Emo, a distinction unmatched in glory, and when Xingzhou faced its direst crisis, you provided the medicinal formula that saved tens of thousands of lives." Midway through her praise, she paused with tactful restraint, then smiled warmly, her eyes curving with affection. "I truly admire you, Shen Yuxi. From now on, may I call you Yuxi? And please simply call me Amen. This formal Miss Shen and Miss Xue between us feels so distant." A barely perceptible warmth flickered in Shen Yuxi's eyes at these words, softening the aloofness that had marked their first meeting. She gave a gentle nod. "Very well, Amen." Upon receiving her assent, Xue Min's face blossomed into a radiant smile, dimples deepening to enhance her girlish charm. She casually shifted her chair closer to Shen Yuxi's side. Her gaze swept across the untouched, delicate pastries on the table, and she casually selected a piece of osmanthus cake, offering it to Shen Yuxi. "Do try this. The Duke's osmanthus cake is particularly authentic, sweet, yet not cloying. I've already had 2 pieces myself. Post while I was away at headquarters, you've made yourself a new friend." At these words, Shen Yuxi's lips curled into an involuntary smirk of satisfaction as her fingers gently brushed aside the stray hairs framing her face. "Indeed, your host is beloved by all. Flowers bloom at my presence. Is it surprising that I'd make friends?" She deliberately prolonged her tone with a touch of coquettish pride, as though declaring this merely standard procedure. "Enough. Tell me about the business at hand. What rewards did headquarters provide?" Headquarters dispatched word that Shen Yuxi and the system had spent the recent period enthusiastically consuming gossip, resulting in a dramatic surge of energy and remarkable performance gains. Consequently, the system was summoned back to headquarters to receive commendation and claim the reward. A whisper of astonishment flickered across Shen Min's previously composed features. Her grandfather had once spoken to her about Miss Shun's extraordinary nature, advising her to cultivate a friendship with her and make every effort to become close companions. Initially, she found it difficult to believe. Where had this notion of inner voice even originated? How could anything resembling an omniscient system possibly exist in the world? Now witnessing it with her own eyes and hearing it with her own ears, it was more genuine than anything she had ever known. Shen Min felt her entire worldview built over more than a decade shatter before her, leaving her seated motionless with an expression of stunned disbelief. The system's voice couldn't hide its excitement. A simple antique ring entirely crimson, with faint flame patterns swirling upon its surface, materialized within Shen Yuxi's storage space. The system explained the mysterious fire ring. Worn upon the fingertip, it can channel the fire spirit energy of heaven and earth. Its flames pierce directly into flesh and muscle, scorching bones and veins. Those struck will find their skin charred and flesh rotted in an instant, utterly defenseless. Even ordinary water cannot extinguish such fire. It can also summon a sky-filling rain of fire to sweep across all directions, transforming into a vast sea of flames, towering infernos and scorching heat waves, turning the surroundings into a living hell. Enemies who touch it will instantly burst into flames, suffering widespread burns. The flames respond to the user's will with power controlled by the wielder, effective in both close quarters and long-range combat, exuding tremendous intimidation. Shen Yuxi's large, luminous apricot eyes sparkled with astonishment. She could not resist hugging the system and pressing fervent kisses upon it. Tongzi, I love you so much. Mwah mwah mwah. The system grew flustered, its cheeks burning hot, as its nearly transparent body instantly flushed a soft pink. Pretending to be disgusted, it replied, "Oh, aren't you annoying? You're grown now, yet you still do this whole kissing thing." In truth, the corners of its mouth had nearly reached its ears. A textbook case of saying one thing, but meaning another. Shen Yuxi let out an arrogant huff, then set the system down. "Fine, I won't kiss you then." The system, unaccustomed to the sudden loss of that soft embrace, wobbled slightly. A faint trace of disappointment rose from the system's heart, for no apparent reason. But watching Shen Yuxi's joyful expression as she donned the ring, it shook its head and cast that strange feeling aside. Shen Min could only watch in shock as an ancient ring materialized out of thin air on Shen Yuxi's slender, pale ring finger. Her heart churned with turmoil. Could such a small ring truly wield such immense power? Shen Min found it hard to believe, yet the astonishing and magical scenes unfolding before her left no room for denial. Duke Ding sat at the head seat, his gaze slowly sweeping across the assembled guests. It lingered briefly on Shen Yuxi's direction before returning to normal. His expression was both dignified and warm. Raising his hand in a gentle pressing motion, his voice resonated steadily and sonorous throughout the banquet hall. He lifted a cup of wine and said cheerfully, "Today is this Duke's birthday. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. Court duties are demanding and worldly concerns weigh heavily upon me, yet it is rare indeed that we gather today. Please speak freely and enjoy yourselves without restraint. Be at ease, let nothing constrain you." With those words, he drained the cup in one gulp. Host, there's so much drama here, more thrilling than the court gossip from the ministers. Want to hear? The system let out an excited shout, and immediately all conversation ceased. "I haven't finished digesting the gossip about Shang Wanqing from the past few days. Go on. We're right here at Duke Ding's mansion. Let's find an opportunity to expose Shang Wanniao's vicious deeds." Shen Yuxi had not forgotten Shang Wanniao's insulting words. That was something she held a grudge over. The ladies and young misses who were hearing Shen Yuxi's innermost thoughts for the first time couldn't help but marvel. Ever since Shen Yuxi's inner thoughts had been exposed in the court, the officials had returned home to sternly warn their families to stay away from her. If they happened to cross paths, they should keep their distance. Most people simply refused to believe in the phenomenon of audible inner thoughts. It seemed too extraordinary to accept. Only when they heard it with their own ears did they fix their curious gazes upon Shen Yuxi. Shen Yuxi was absorbed in studying how to use the mysterious fire ring when she looked up and noticed all the ladies and young misses around her staring directly at her. She felt as though she were some kind of ape on display at a zoo with tourists gawking at her. "Tongzi, have you noticed something strange? No matter where I go, those people keep looking at me with such peculiar expressions." How could she describe that gaze? It was as if they had encountered an entirely new species. Shen Yuxi wondered aloud, "Am I really that ugly? Or perhaps I'm too beautiful, and they can't help but admire me." The moment she finished speaking, those who had been stealing glances at her quickly averted their eyes. "This is your first time attending such a gathering, host. Those ladies and young misses have never seen you before, and you are the first female official in this dynasty favored by the emperor himself. Naturally, they are curious about you, and cannot help but glance your way." The system changed its tune, speaking in a light-hearted manner. "Of course, it may also be that host simply looks too stunning. Look around at the noble daughters here. In terms of beauty, few can compare to you. Women, after all, cannot bear to hear others imply they are not beautiful enough. Every noble daughter present had been pampered like the moon surrounded by stars. Their innate pride made such derogatory remarks from the system intolerable to endure. Yet when they glanced at Shen Yuxi's radiant and delicate features, they could not help but admit she truly surpassed them. The young woman's skin was luminous as refined white jade, flawless in every way, her eyebrows and eyes exquisitely formed. Her beauty was strikingly gorgeous, yet devoid of any vulgarity. Instead, it possessed a clear brilliance like a peony just opening in spring, or moonlight cascading across water. One glance was enough to hold one's gaze forever. Having received praise, Shen Yuxi waved her hand modestly. Just average, ranked third in the world. Somewhere at the table, someone laughed at her boastful words. The topic has strayed. Let's get back to the gossip. The system eagerly replied, where was I at? Shang Wanqing's face was ruined by Shang Wan Niao. Oh, right. Those words struck like thunder from a clear sky, leaving everyone stunned. The entire hall fell deathly silent at once. Not a single sound could be heard. The most shocked among them was undoubtedly the Duke's family. Shang Wanqing suddenly raised her gaze towards Shen Yuxi, her usually calm eyes narrowing in disbelief, as if her blood had been frozen in an instant. Shen Yuxi failed to notice the shifting atmosphere around her. When it came to gossip, she was utterly absorbed. Shen Shangshu's family appeared unusually composed. Since they had dared to bring the young miss to the banquet, they had anticipated such scenes long ago. Their daughter's habit of devouring gossip was hardly new, and since they could not stop her, they simply joined in. The woman standing behind Duke Ding, wearing a white veil, is Shang Wanqing. Because her face was ruined, leaving an ugly scar, she has concealed herself behind a scarf for years, daring not show her face to others. Shen Yuxi instinctively glanced upward, and Shang Wanqing hastily averted her gaze. The system's voice continued, Shang Wan Niao is a concubine-born daughter. Duke Ding values her far less than his legitimate daughter. She harbors jealousy toward Shang Wanqing's noble status, the way she is cherished like the moon among stars, and her superior beauty. Shang Wanqing, kind-hearted as she is, understands her concubine-born sister's difficult position and indulges Shang Wan Niao greatly. She gives her precious items, even when she herself does not need them, making her one of the few in the mansion who treats Shang Wan Niao with genuine affection. However, Shang Wan Niao interpreted these acts as deliberate humiliation, believing her legitimate sister was condescending and bestowing charity upon her from a position of superiority. Shang Wan Niao harbored hatred toward Shang Wanqing, but rather than simply killing her, she wished to drag her older sister into the abyss, transforming her into someone universally despised and mocked. A vile plan quietly took root in her heart. An unbearable silence filled the entire hall as everyone held their breath, absorbing every word the system spoke. On the day of the flower festival, Shang Wan Niao confided in Shang Wanqing that she had fallen for a certain young man and wished to confess her feelings, but being too shy, she begged her sister to accompany her. Shang Wanqing's thoughts drifted back to that day as she listened to the system's words. Shang Wanqing would naturally never refuse her younger sister's request. It was already late that evening. Shang Wan Niao deliberately led Shang Wanqing through a secluded alley. Halfway there, several beggars suddenly emerged from the shadows. Though frightened, Shang Wanqing steeled herself to protect Shang Wan Niao. But she remained unaware that those beggars had been hired by Shang Wan Niao specifically to ruin her. The beggars tore at Shang Wan Niao's clothes and slashed Shang Wanqing's face with knives. Just as matters grew dire, a passing elder heard the commotion and chased the beggars away with a spade. Having achieved their purpose, the beggars fled in haste. What they did not know was that Shang Wan Niao had smeared arsenic onto the silver coin she had given them. The men had intended to spend their silver drinking and whoring at a brothel, but instead perished on the beds within. After Shang Wanqing's face was scarred, rumors swirled throughout the capital. Some claimed she had secretly interfered in another woman's marriage and been slashed by the rightful wife. Others whispered that Shang Wanqing suffered from mental illness and frequently self-harmed, that her scars were self-inflicted. The relentless barrage of gossip tormented Shang Wanqing beyond endurance. She wept endlessly each day, so overwhelmed by despair that she contemplated ending her own life. At that very moment, Shang Wan Niao emerged once more, feigning compassion as she urged her sister to remain strong. Unbeknownst to Shang Wanqing, the vicious rumors circulating outside were entirely Shang Wan Niao's fabrication. Tears streamed down Shang Wanqing's face in uncontrollable drops. She clutched her chest, as though countless fine needles had pierced straight into her heart, pressing down until she could scarcely draw breath. As the system recounted the events of that fateful year with exact precision, Shang Wanqing could no longer deceive herself. Her entire life had been destroyed by the younger sister she had loved and trusted most. The Duke of Ding's countenance darkened to an almost palpable degree, shock and fury warring within him. His chest rose and fell violently, betraying his incomparable rage. After all these years, could Shang Wanqing truly have failed to perceive Shang Wan Niao's malice? Was her nature simply too kind, or did her love for her sister outweigh everything else? Though Shen Yuxi felt genuine sympathy for Shang Wanqing's plight, she had to admit, By any measure, Shang Wanqing was simply foolish. The system replied with absolute conviction. Not at all. Shang Wanqing had always believed her fate to be cruel and life unjust. In her eyes, Shang Wanniao was merely willful at times and prone to fits of temper, but fundamentally good-natured. She saw no reason why her sister would ever wish to harm her. Shen Yuxi noticed something troubling. She asked, did the Duke of Ding not pursue the matter after his daughter was harmed? In a twist of dark irony, the moment the beggars entered the brothel, their money was stolen from their pockets. The Duke of Ding could only confirm that several beggars had died from poisoning within the establishment, but the source of the poison remained completely untraceable. A thorough investigation would have sparked scandal. News of one daughter stripped and another scarred would have ruined both their reputations. Caring above all for his daughter's honor, the Duke chose not to make a public fuss, thereby inadvertently losing the optimal opportunity to uncover the truth. Silence fell across the hall, heavy and suffocating. No one could have imagined the truth was so absurd. An elder sister loved her younger sister wholeheartedly, yet the younger sister, consumed by jealousy, destroyed her elder's entire life with the cruelest methods imaginable. Qing'er, Shang Wanqing's body went suddenly limp. Her slender frame swayed once, then twice before she collapsed backward, eyes closed, completely unconscious. Gentlemen, this has come as quite a shock. I must take my daughter home at once. The Duke bowed his fists to the assembled guests in apology. Only Shen Yuxi wore an expression of confusion. Everyone else understood precisely why Shang Wanqing had fainted. The agony of betrayal by those closest and dearest was beyond measure. All eyes turned towards Shen Yuxi with newfound reverence. How terrifying she was! Who among them did not harbor secrets they would rather keep buried? Once exposed, a person's reputation could be ruined, or worse, their life forfeited. Young Master Shun was indeed not someone to be trifled with. The banquet continued, but an unmistakable strangeness hung in the air. They had expected nothing more than a quiet evening before returning home. Instead, a maid approached to refill Shen Yuxi's tea and deliberately spilled it across her garments, drenching half of them. This humble servant deserves death, deserves death. Before Shen Yuxi could utter a word of reproach, the maid had already dropped to her knees, banging her forehead against the ground in desperate plea for mercy. She looked at Shen Yuxi as though she were some ravenous beast ready to devour her whole. The commotion drew every eye in the room once more. Sierra, little sister. The entire Shen household cried out in alarm. Her father and Shun Shiyan remained at the men's table and could not approach, while Madame Shun and Shen Tinglan rushed to Shen Yuxi's side in haste. It's fine, the water isn't hot, Shen Yuxi said, grasping Madame Shun's hand. The maid ventured carefully. Young Miss Shun must find it uncomfortable to wear damp clothes. Might I escort you to the side chamber to change? Shen Yuxi's brow furrowed slightly. A strange unease settled over her. Just then the system's voice chimed through her mind with delightfully mischievous anticipation. Host, there's quite the spectacle tonight. Would you care to watch? Shen Yuxi raised an eyebrow and replied almost without hesitation in her mind, absolutely. Let me tell you, this maid was bribed by Shangguan Niao to deliberately splash water on you. Hearing these thoughts, the maid flinched violently, her shoulders trembling almost imperceptibly as she kept her head bowed tight. Shen Yuxi let out a disdainful snort. What scheme does she have in mind? Surely not another affair scenario. Having devoured countless palace intrigue novels, she knew these manipulations intimately. In an era where a woman's virtue and honor were valued above life itself, no blades were needed, no fatal wounds inflicted. A single accusation of improper conduct, of secret rendezvous, of defiling the inner chambers was enough to cast a noble lady into irreversible ruin. Ruined reputation, public scorn, family dishonor. Nothing left to stand upon. This was the most vicious, the most reliable, and the most fatal blow of all. The system ground its teeth before confirming, exactly right. Hidden in the side chamber is a man stripped bare. Shangguan Niao intends to lure you there and lock you inside with him. On the Duke of Ding's birthday banquet, with so many witnesses gathered, the mere sight of you alone with a bare-chested man would utterly destroy your reputation. The faces of the Shun family darkened to the color of charred coal. Fire raged within Shun Shiyan's heart. His palm tightened around the wine cup in his grasp until it shattered into fragments. What a vicious scheme. Had the system not warned them, his younger sister might have walked into the side chamber unwittingly and spent the rest of her life enduring the pointed fingers and whispering tongues of others. Shen Yuxi's eyes turned cold, yet not with fear. Rather, a sly amusement stirred within her. How delightful. I hadn't even sought her out, and yet she comes to me of her own accord. System, where is Shangguan Niao now? From the very beginning of the banquet, aside from the Duke of Ding and Shangguan Niao had been nowhere to be seen. Guanxian Niao, angered that Duke Ding had ignored her, had feigned illness and secluded herself in her courtyard, refusing to see anyone, completely unaware of what was unfolding outside. Shen Yuxi's gaze fell upon the maid. The corners of her lips curved into a faint smile, her voice betraying neither joy nor anger. Guanxiang Niao has prepared such a generous gift for me. It would only be fair for me to return the favor. The system rarely saw its host in such a state, and knew she was genuinely furious. Tongzi, I seem to recall there is a obedience perfume in the mall. A light spray, and anyone who inhales the fragrance will lose their free will and come under another's control. Yes, one application lasts for one shurchin. That's sufficient. Shen Yuxi spent 200,000 points and purchased a bottle of pink-cased obedience perfume from the mall. Good heavens, what manner of creature is this system bound to young Master Shen? Can such a thing as a mind-controlling perfume truly exist? The crowd was momentarily struck, dumb bewilderment etched upon their faces in varying degrees. The word perfume was entirely unfamiliar to them, yet piecing together fragments of the conversation they had half heard between Shen Yuxi and the system, they had begun to form their own conjectures. This so-called perfume was likely akin to the scented powders and pastes commonly used by women, yet far more extraordinary, capable astonishingly of controlling the human mind and spirit. Damn it, could I purchase a bottle from young Master Shen? Price is no object. The voice carried undisguised yearning. Its speaker was a young master from a prosperous family, his eyes burning with fervent anticipation as he fixed his gaze upon Shen Yuxi. Gold seemed to glitter in his eyes at the sight of Shen Yuxi. Had he not been restrained by propriety, he would have seized it outright. Human nature is inherently greedy, especially when confronted with a miraculous treasure seemingly capable of commanding others, a treasure beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Desire stirred within, at once impossible to suppress. Once one person broke the ice, the rest could no longer contain themselves. Hushed discussions erupted instantaneously, their tones thick with greed and eagerness. Exactly. If we could possess such a perfume, wouldn't we be able to make our beloved utterly devoted? I would pay any price. I am not greedy. I only ask that young Master Shen grant me a small portion. The murmur of discussion rose and fell like waves. The glances that had once borne shock and apprehension now gleamed predominantly with greed. Every pair of eyes locked onto Shen Yuxi as hungrily as starved wolves fixated upon their prey, burning and desperate. Xue Min possessed exceptionally acute perception, gazing at the surrounding eyes brimming with covetous desire. Her brows drew tightly together. What a group of presumptuous fools. The system eagerly chimed in with another scheme, its tone dripping with encouragement and an undercurrent of bloodthirsty anticipation. Host, didn't you just acquire the mystic fire ring? That ring can incinerate individual foes and scorch over vast areas. Why not use Guanshang Yao, this ridiculous clown, as a test subject to gauge its power? As it spoke, the system's voice grew increasingly vicious, even its electronic tone tinged with sadistic glee. We shall not burn anything else, only her face. Let her taste what it means to be disfigured. Let her wail and scream in agony as the flames consume her, watching helplessly as her meticulously cared-for face is gradually devoured by fire until reduced to charcoal. How terrifying! How can young Master Shen's system be so vicious? Upon hearing the system's words, many felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. The mere thought of being engulfed in roaring flames made their bodies shudder in sympathetic terror. They must never provoke young Master Shen, or they too might suffer such a fate. In an instant, those who had harbored designs on approaching Shen Yuxi to steal the perfume abandoned their schemes. Their lives were far more precious. Shen Yuxi's fingertips curled slightly, and at her tips, she seemed to feel the scorching warmth emanating from the mystic fire ring. A flicker of hesitation, barely perceptible, passed through her eyes. Host, do not soften. Showing mercy to your enemies is nothing short of cruelty to yourself. Guanshang Niao sought to put you to death. Would you still show her leniency? We shall be discreet. No one will trace this back to you. Those others the system referred to. Excuse us, but we already know. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Shen Yuxi covertly withdrew the obedience perfume from her sleeve and, aiming at the maid kneeling before her, gave a light spray before swiftly retracting her hand. She assumed her subtle movements had gone unnoticed, yet every single person had witnessed them clearly. All turned their curious gazes toward the maid. Could such a tiny amount of perfume truly be that miraculous? The maid caught a whiff of the sweet fragrance upon her nose and lost focus for a fleeting moment before immediately regaining her composure. She lowered her voice and queried within herself, Tongzi, will she obey me now? She appears no different from a normal person. Shouldn't a person whose mind had been controlled display vacant eyes and a dazed expression? That's how it's always depicted in novels. The system, thoroughly exasperated and filled with frustrated indignation, retorted, Host, I am a product of advanced technology, not those crude and inferior sedatives or dark arts. That sort of control, dead eyes, rigid movements, is the most primitive method imaginable. It is riddled with flaws at a single glance. Anyone with marginal perceptiveness could see right through it. How can you even call that controlling someone? The system let out a disdainful snort. The obedience perfume operates without impairing mental clarity, without disrupting emotional expression, without altering outward behavior. The controlled individual retains their own faculties for thought, displays normal facial expressions, speaks coherently, and appears indistinguishable from any ordinary person. The sole difference is this: whenever the person who applied the perfume issues a command, the target will obey unconditionally without resistance. Upon awakening, they will have no recollection whatsoever of what transpired during the controlled period. Now this is true mastery. Invisible control, leaving no trace whatsoever. Even the most accomplished imperial physicians would detect not the slightest anomaly. Wow, no wonder it's premium grade. Impressive. Shen Yuxi gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Ahem. Take me to the side hall to change my clothes. Shen Yuxi spoke to the maid. Yuxi, Xuanmin called out uneasily. Shall I accompany you? No need. It is merely a change of clothes. I can manage on my own. Realizing that her presence might hinder whatever Shen Yuxi intended to do, Xuanmin nodded. Very well. Then return quickly. Watching Shen Yuxi's retreating figure grow ever fainter, the wife of the vice minister of war leaned close and whispered to Madame Shen, Madame Shen, will you not accompany her? The vice minister's wife harbored deep affection for Shen Yuxi from the bottom of her heart. If it were not for her husband would still be sleeping embracing a piglet to this day. Back then she had beaten him and scolded him repeatedly, yet when Xing Yuan refused to reform. Who could have imagined that young Master Shen's mere few words would cause when Xing Yuan to quit his piglet obsession entirely of his own accord? When Xing Yuan's wife was overjoyed. Now every evening when Xing Yuan willingly slept in the same bed with her. When he embraced someone, it could only be her. No more piglets intruding between the husband and wife. Madame Shen wore an air of calm composure, not a trace of panic in her demeanor. If I accompany her, I will only slow down Shear's blade. Shen Tinglan supported Madame Shen and nodded with a composed expression. Madame Wen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No wonder she was the mother and elder sister of young Master Shen. Just look at that composure, so steady. The Shen family thought used to it, all practiced over time. The Shen family being accustomed to it didn't mean others weren't curious. Who doesn't enjoy a good spectacle? And so some had already grown restless, sneaking quietly in the direction Shen Yuxi had departed. Once the first had gone, the second followed. Within the span of a cup of tea, nearly half the guests at the banquet hall had slipped away. Looking around, the space was nearly empty, leaving only a group of men gazing at one another in bewilderment. Misunderstand not. They were not unwilling to follow the fun, but as outside men they could not enter the inner courtyards like their own wives and daughters. A maid led Shen Yuxi to the side hall. Go and summon Shangwan Niao. Yes, madam. Shen Yuxi stood before the side hall door, but hesitated to push it open. Did you see with your own eyes that Shen Yuxi entered the side hall? Yes, that is why this servant rushed to inform Miss at once. Shangwan Niao sat upright on a soft couch, a cold smile, curling her lips, her voice dripping with viciousness. She sneered, you have done well. Now go to the banquet and spread the news. I want everyone to witness with their own eyes that Shen Yuxi is a shameless, loose woman. She had never intended to make an enemy of Shen Yuxi. The only fault lay in the fact that Shen Yuxi knew Shangwan Niao had ruined elder Miss Qing's face. Though years had passed, and proof was long gone, she could not rest easy. If her father ever found out, true or not, once the seed of suspicion took root, her position within the Duke Dingwa manor would plunge into an abyss from which there was no return. Feeling the time was right, Shangwan Niao set off toward the side hall. Standing before the door, she pressed her ear against it, but no sounds reached her as she had imagined. A flicker of doubt crossed Shangwan Niao's mind. That was impossible. Miss Shangwan, are you looking for me? A familiar voice came from behind. Shangwan Niao whirled around, her eyes wide with disbelief at Shen Yuxi perfectly unharmed. You? What? I'm not where I should be according to plan. I was supposed to be indulging with a man. Shen Yuxi approached her expression icy. Shen Yuxi, what are you doing? A trace of panic crossed Shangwan Niao's face. What am I doing? Returning the favor in kind. Rest assured, everything you prepared for me will be returned to you, not a single detail missed. Without another word, Shen Yuxi sprayed perfume directly at Shangwan Niao several times. Cough, cough, cough. Shangwan Niao choked, coughing violently. You? Before she could finish, her demeanor completely transformed, becoming respectfully deferential. Go on inside and enjoy the fruits of your labor. The man inside had been sprayed with the same perfume. Shen Yuxi watched coldly as Shangwan Niao entered the side hall, the door closing slowly behind her. Soon sounds that made one's cheeks flush echoed from within. Host, I must say you have a real talent for being a villain. Shen Yuxi's lips curved slightly, a faint chill flashing in her eyes, but not a hint of guilt. She was never some gentle and weak creature, nor was she one to stir trouble without cause. All of this was Shangwan Niao bringing it upon herself. None could be blamed but her. Soon the people she summoned will arrive as well. The noble ladies and young misses arrived faster than expected. A great crowd gathered, but dared only to follow from a distance, fearful of arousing young Master Shen's suspicion. Upon hearing the news, the Duke Dingwa felt his vision darken and his body sway, nearly fainting. Shangwan Niao planned to frame young Master Shen, unfilial daughter. The Duke trembled with rage, his fists clenched tight. My lord, I will watch over Qing. You must go find young Master Shen at once. The Duke did not linger a moment longer and hurried out the door, nearly breaking into a run. If anything happened to young Master Shun within his own mansion, how could the Emperor and the fourth prince let him off? Thinking of the consequences, the Duke's anxiety and fear mixed with an urge to beat Shangguan Niao to death. Arriving at the side hall under a servant's guidance, he spotted a large crowd gathered at the doorway, and his heart sank. A sense of foreboding arose. Young Master Shun. Seeing Shen Yuxi standing unharmed among the crowd, the heavy stone in the Duke's heart finally settled. He swallowed the words he had been about to ask. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? The Duke's tone turned stern. Only when they drew near the room and heard the indecent sounds from within did the Duke's face turn ashen. And of course some loved nothing more than to watch the drama unfold. One remarked with false sweetness, "My lord, please do not take offense. We learned from this maid that a noble lady took advantage of your birthday celebration to tryst with a man in the side hall. Such immoral behavior must be severely punished." Shen Yuxi feigned confusion. The sounds inside sound so familiar. The Duke could hardly miss Shen Yuxi's meaning. She had no intention of letting this go easily. Dumb or wise at this moment, the Duke had already guessed the person inside could only be Shangguan Niao. Shangguan Niao had attempted to frame young Master Shen only to be outmaneuvered, losing both the hen and the rice. The Duke felt utterly drained. This birthday banquet was the most distressing one he had experienced in decades. Having learned from young Master Shun that his eldest daughter's face had been deliberately slashed by his youngest, and sensing the younger daughter's deep malice toward her elder sister, he had already resolved to cast Shangguan Niao out and sever all father-daughter ties. Now Shangguan Niao had set her sights on young Master Shen, simply digging her own grave. The Duke felt no pity for her. But if that door opened today, his face would be utterly ruined. Would not the Duke Dingwa mansion become the talk of the entire capital? Turning it over in his mind, if he did not let young Master Shun vent his anger, the young man might harbor resentment toward him. After a moment's hesitation, the Duke ultimately decided to go along with Shen Yuxi. Dignity, face, pushed aside. What mattered most was young Master Shen's peace of mind. The Duke steadied himself and stepped forward. With a soft creak, the door opened. The Duke entered first, and the rest surged behind him, all eager not to miss a single moment of the spectacle. The next second, seeing the scene before them, everyone collectively gasped. Behind the curtains, two figures emerged, clothes disheveled and tangled together in an immodest pose. Upon seeing the intruders, Shangguan Niao let out a scream. She raged furiously. "Get out. All of you get out." That voice. Is that the Duke's second miss? Xuemin chimed in. The Duke's face was beyond description, his blood pressure surging, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the bed. "You wretched creature, get out this instant." "Father!" Shangguan Niao cried out in panic, hastily throwing on clothes that hung loosely, barely covering her body. She pulled open the bed curtains. Gazing at the familiar and unfamiliar faces before her, Shangguan Niao's mind went blank. With a thud, her legs gave way, and she rolled off the bed. Only one thought filled her mind: it's over. Everything is over. Duke Dingwa, his finger trembling, pointed at Shangguan Niao's nose and roared, "Wretch! How could the Dingwa estate produce such a shameless creature?" "No, it wasn't me. Father, you must believe me." Shangguan Niao shook her head repeatedly, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with incredulous panic and fear. She fell into a daze. How could this happen? It shouldn't be me. Suddenly a thought struck her, and she jerked her head up. Her eyes fixed on Shen Yuxi, not far away, a venomous glare, as if she wanted to tear the other apart. Her voice hoarse, "It's you, Shen Yuxi. You deliberately framed me." Shangguan Niao's eyes were filled with malice. "Huh. A bitch is just a drama queen." The system fumed, unleashing a barrage. "You schemed to ruin my host's innocence, and now you're reaping what you sowed. How dare you shamelessly claim my host framed you? Don't be angry, little system. Look, you're so mad your fur is all puffed up." Shen Yuxi patted the system's head. "Host, I just can't stand her. What a scumbag. Duke Dingwa is damned unlucky to have such a daughter." Shen Yuxi said sympathetically, alas, who would deny it? Duke Dingwa is really pitiful. Duke Dingwa. Once again he was stabbed. "Shen Yuxi, how dare you mock me? What sorcery did you use? Why am I here?" Shen Yuxi replied calmly. "Miss Shangguan, you can eat carelessly, but you cannot speak carelessly. I have no grudge against you. Why would I frame you? Besides, how you ended up here, you should ask yourself. I'm also wondering, who is this man? Do you like him, Miss Shangguan? Even if you're eager, you should choose the right occasion, right? Look at this mess, how embarrassing." Shen Yuxi clicked her tongue and shook her head. Her leisurely demeanor nearly made Shangguan Niao spit blood. "I don't know him at all." Shangguan Niao was still making her last-ditch struggle. She looked at Duke Dingwa like a drowning person desperately grasping at a straw. She crawled with difficulty to Duke Dingwa's feet, wrapping her arms tightly around his legs, lifting her head and sobbing. "Father, believe me, it's all Shen Yuxi's doing. She sprayed something on me, and then I lost consciousness and remember nothing." "How dare you!" Duke Dingwa kicked Shangguan Niao over, showing no mercy. She screamed and fell weakly to the ground. "Shangguan Niao, I've always known you were cruel and petty, but I never imagined you would not only harm your legitimate sister and have Qing'er's face slashed, but also refuse to repent and even slander Lord Shen." Shangguan Niao couldn't believe that Duke Dingwa wouldn't even listen to her explanation. She was his daughter, her honor defiled, yet he cared nothing. But what shocked her even more was that Duke Dingwa knew that Shangguan Qing's face was slashed by her order. The only one who knew everything was Shen Yuxi. It must be Shen Yuxi who told Duke Dingwa. Duke Dingwa was extremely annoyed by the naked man on the bed. He gave an order, and two servants stepped forward to drag the man away. Shen Yuxi, like the other ladies, retreated, covering her eyes, but she still caught a glimpse. Tisk how small. Just as the two servants were about to drag the man away, he seemed to regain his senses. Looking at the scene before him, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Second miss. Tell them to let me go. The man looked at his own disheveled clothes and Shangguan Niao as the two servants handled him roughly. He shouted urgently, Second miss, save me. Where are they taking me? Didn't you say you would reward me afterward? He had been ordered by the second miss to guard the side hall, and any woman who entered would be his. Could the woman be referring to this second miss? With those words, Shangguan Niao's escape route was completely cut off. Duke Dingwa was even more furious. With a crash, he smashed a vase ornament nearby. Everyone flinched in fright. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is a family matter of my estate. It's not suitable for outsiders to be present. The banquet in the front hall is about to end. Please return to your homes, and I ask you not to spread today's affair. Yes. The ladies and misses responded in unison and immediately hurried away. What a satisfying show today. Shen Yuxi walked at the back of the crowd, observing and asking System, I haven't told Duke Dingwa the truth yet. How did he know that Shangguan Qing's face was slashed by Shangguan Niao's order? Strange, my data doesn't show any means by which Duke Dingwa learned the truth. Duke Dingwa's heart tightened, and he thought, this is bad. Earlier, in a moment of anger, he had lost his composure due to Shangguan Niao. He forgot to be careful around Lord Shen, and one sentence had aroused Lord Shen's suspicion. The system tentatively guessed Duke Dingwa had long been dissatisfied with Shangguan Niao. Witnessing her openly consorting with another man, he became furious and blurted out his suspicions directly, which was a lucky guess. That is indeed possible. Since even the system couldn't find out, that was the only explanation. Phew. Duke Dingwa let out a deep sigh of relief. Good Lord Shen didn't suspect anything. The guests who had enjoyed the juicy gossip were still savoring it. So following Lord Shen to eat melon was this interesting. Husband, from now on, whenever Lord Shen is present, you must take me, okay? No wonder father now can't wait to go to court every day. It's because he can follow Lord Shen to enjoy gossip. How unfair. Why can father listen to gossip, but I can't? Father, why don't you go to His Majesty and ask for an imperial decree for me to attend court with you? I really love following Lord Shen to eat melon. Dream on. Do you think you're Lord Shen? How thick-skinned are you? Ask His Majesty to let you attend court. A girl should stay quietly at home, read the female precepts, often do needlework, and stop thinking about all these nonsense. Hey, how can you talk to your daughter like that? What's wrong with being a girl? Can't she have ambitions? I won't stoop to your level. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for many. Host Duke Dingwa, to seek justice for Shangguan Qing, cruelly ordered someone to slash Shangguan Niao's face. He also said that once Shangguan Niao's wounds heal, he will send her and her mother back to their hometown, not wanting to see them for the rest of his life. The next day dawned bright and clear, the azure sky as clean as if freshly washed, without a single cloud in sight. The morning sun broke through the clouds, casting golden radiance across the capital, and even the glazed tiles of the palace walls were bathed in a warm, gentle luster. The breeze was crisp and the air clear. The morning mist had fully dispersed, leaving heaven and earth in a state of pristine openness. Truly a rare fine day. Shen Yuxi, clad in official robes, stood among a crowd of men, her bearing not the least diminished. Why does Duke Dingwa look so ghastly? Unshaven stubble, dark circles under his eyes. What unspeakable deeds did he get up to last night? Duke Dingwa. Heavens, would young Lord Shen just spare him? Duke Dingwa, do maintain your composure. When young Lord Shen is struck by a whim, even a passing dog gets a couple of gossip-worthy remarks. Prime Minister Shui offered this consolation with great patience. Yet his face was alive with the eager excitement of one who relished watching the show. 3 black lines creased Duke Dingwa's forehead, and he said crossly, if your excellency the prime minister would wipe that gloating expression off his face, I might trust your words a little more. At that, Prime Minister Shui promptly withdrew his smile and let out a petulant little huff. The system replied, because of Shangguan Niao. No matter how contemptible and insufferable Shangguan Niao was, she was still Duke Dingwa's own flesh and blood. After punishing Shangguan Niao, Duke Dingwa couldn't help but feel miserable inside. Last night, Duke Dingwa tossed and turned, suffering through a sleepless night, utterly perplexed as to why Shangguan Niao and Shangguan Qing turned out so different. One raised to be recklessly arrogant and malicious of heart. The moment those words faded, the chief eunuch standing at the foot of the steps raised his horsetail whisk, and his piercing yet solemn voice rang out across the palace stairs. All officials enter the hall. Morning court begins. At the call, the civil and military officials, one and all, composed their expressions, held their breath, straightened their robes, and ascended the stairs in due order. To Shen Yuxi's surprise, Emperor Xianzhao had already seated himself on the dragon throne early for today's audience. Long live His Majesty, 10,000 years. All ministers rise. We thank your Majesty. Shen Lang stepped steadily out of the ranks, bowed his head, and spoke in a voice both resounding and composed, carrying clearly through the entire Taiji Hall. Your Majesty, all examination papers from the candidates have been collected in full with no risk of omission or misattribution. As of today, the examiners have completed grading 2/3 of the papers. For the remaining papers, I have strictly ordered the examiners to expedite their grading, and they will assuredly finish within 3 days. Emperor Xianzhao lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon throne and gave an The Ministry of Rights is rather quick, just a few days, and they've nearly finished grading. A sudden question occurring to her, Shen Yuxi promptly asked system in the exam grading process, has any cheating occurred? As soon as these words were spoken, every official present gave a start, especially those from the Ministry of Rights. Emperor Xuanzhao's eyes darkened, his mind already weighing whether if the system pointed a finger at someone, he should have the culprit beheaded immediately as a public warning or wait until after autumn to execute them. Fortunately, the system's answer allowed everyone present to heave a great sigh of relief. No. The officials involved in grading have been dedicated to their duties, conscientious and responsible. There is absolutely no fraud. While these old codgers are quite dependable, the grading officials could not help rolling their eyes. Who would dare? If they were caught, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to spare them from the blade. The system suddenly delivered a piece of news. Host Chen Shursong is dead. Lu Song, Chief Justice of the Dali Court, felt a jolt in his heart, caught completely off guard by the sudden development. How could this be? Chen Shursong had been perfectly fine just a few days ago. Shen Yuxi voiced the confusion weighing on Lu Song's mind. Wasn't Chen Shursong in fairly good health? Why did he die so abruptly? As for someone plotting against him, that was absolutely impossible. Chen Shursong wasn't important enough for that. To be precise, Chen Shursong died of sudden cardiac death, what people commonly call a heart attack. Imperial Physician Han picked up his little notebook, licked the tip of his brush, and hastily jotted down that sudden cardiac death equals heart attack. Young Lord Shen's system was truly too remarkable. In medical knowledge, it even far surpassed him. He absolutely had to study seriously with the system. Although Imperial Physician Han did not quite understand what sudden cardiac death and heart attack meant, he wrote them down and immediately pricked up his ears, listening with focused attention. He looked exactly like a diligent student attentively absorbing a lesson. Chen Shursong's sudden death stemmed from a problem in the coronary arteries. The myocardium was instantly deprived of blood and oxygen, rendering it unable to contract properly, and the heart simply ceased to beat. In fact, careful observation would have revealed that Chen Shursong's lips were faintly tinged with purple. But he was such an insignificant person that nobody paid him any mind. After all, Chen Shursong normally ate and drank well and appeared healthy, so no one would ever think he was ill. Shen Yuxi felt it was a pity after committing so many evil deeds without receiving his due punishment, he died young, all too quickly. Still, it was just as well. He could no longer harm Wanchua, that poor girl. For this kind of sudden cardiac death, is there any method of treatment? Given the current medical capabilities of this world, there is none. Cardiac arrest is not a disease. It can only be treated with emergency measures, not cured by medicine. Once it strikes, the mortality rate is 100%. Imperial Physician Han's heart sank with disappointment. He had encountered many such cases in his practice, but for years it had remained a perplexing problem for physicians. A suitable medicine was simply beyond reach. For sudden death cases of this kind, the optimal rescue window is extremely short. The only options are cardiopulmonary resuscitation and AD defibrillation, using an electric shock to prompt the heart to resume beating, then sending the patient to a hospital for further treatment. Imperial Physician Han was utterly bewildered, but that did not stop him from understanding that the treatment devices the system described did not exist in their world. Host, being newly arrived at court, you wouldn't know, the previous Chief Justice of the Dali Court also died of sudden cardiac death. At the time, the previous Chief Justice was still poring over case files in pursuit of the true culprit. Late at night, alone in the Dali Court, his heart simply stopped, and within minutes he had ceased to breathe. The next day, the Deputy Chief Justice of the Dali Court, now the current Chief Justice Lu Song, found the body already cold and stiff. The system's words, like a lit fuse, instantly rekindled Lu Song's buried memories. The scene from that year reappeared vividly before his eyes. He had been the first to discover the Chief Justice's body. At first, he assumed the Chief Justice had merely fallen asleep at his desk, exhausted from casework. He reached out to rouse him, but at the lightest touch, the Chief Justice's body went limp and suddenly toppled over. Lu Song reached down to check his breath, and the result nearly caused him to lose his footing. No breath. Lu Song hastily called for a physician, and at the same time rushed to the palace to report to the emperor, requesting that an imperial physician be dispatched to the Dali Court. But it was already far too late. The imperial physician was powerless to reverse the outcome. With the Chief Justice's sudden death, Lu Song naturally succeeded to the position of Chief Justice of the Dali Court. There had once been rumors circulating that Lu Song had deliberately done away with his superior in order to seize the post. Though the gossip had only spread in private, Lu Song had nonetheless heard many versions of it. He simply pretended not to know. No one realized how enormous the pressure was that he bore. The common folk pointed fingers at him. His Majesty harbored suspicions. His colleagues at the Dali Court cast contemptuous glances. Even his own family did not trust him, suspecting him of having killed the Chief Justice. He tried to explain himself, but those who had already believed the rumors seemed deaf to his words. Time and again, Lu Song plunged into danger, solving cases with astonishing speed and punishing the wicked wherever they lurked. Through his own abilities, he proved himself again and again, demonstrating to all that Lu Song would never stoop to sneaky, underhanded deeds. What he wanted, he would achieve through his own merit. The system's words plunged everyone present into deep contemplation. Shen Yuxi happened to catch a glimpse of Lu Song standing tall with his back ramrod straight and could not help but sigh. Nothing wounds more invisibly than the world's rumors and whispered gossip. Ordinary people are weak of heart to begin with. When 3 men claim a tiger, the lie becomes truth. 1,000 tongues can melt metal. No cruel torture, no blades required. Mere street gossip and court whispers are enough to drag an innocent soul into the abyss and utterly destroy them. The human heart is fragile. It cannot withstand the condemnation of 1,000 fingers. No matter how unyielding one's backbone, it cannot bear the tales of 10,000 mouths. It's truly remarkable that Lu Song managed to pull through. Lu Song had never cared much about what others said. Even when people cursed him as ungrateful, vicious, and devious, he remained impassive and focused solely on doing what needed to be done. But today, exposed by Shen Yuxi's few words, he suddenly realized that he had cared all along, that his heart was not as strong as he had believed that. He too was fragile. His heart ached faintly. Brother, you've had a hard time. A colleague beside him patted his shoulder with a measured, gentle force. Lu Song composed his expression and shook his head, feigning that all was well. Back to the matter at hand. The system explained generally sudden death in most people is caused by prolonged overwork, consecutive late nights, insufficient sleep, excessive mental stress, high-intensity exercise, binge eating, and so on. Especially those with underlying heart problems, they must be particularly wary of these factors. Imperial physician Han's brush was practically flying off the page. Cherish life, keep sudden death at bay. Shen Yuxi, her heart trembling with lingering fear, touched her chest and declared with solemn conviction, from now on I will eat on time, sleep on time, and never stay up late again. The system saw through her. At once, host, do you even believe that yourself? No. Shen Yuxi shook her head. She probably, possibly, perhaps couldn't manage it. She was merely indulging in empty words. The system gave a light snort. I knew it. But I don't blame you, host, for you are not the only one who fails at this. Everyone present, including the Supreme Emperor seated upon the dragon throne, who among them can achieve perfection? Most people, compelled by circumstance, do what they must and live lives they never chose. Even the old emperor cannot live a standard, healthy life as he wishes. He still has to stay up late reviewing memorials, rack his brains for the realm and its people, and live in constant dread that someone might rebel and snatch the dragon throne from beneath him. Shen Yuxi curved her lips into a smile. Seems about right. Now that you put it that way, system, I've suddenly stopped envying His Majesty. What supreme ruler of the realm? When you get right down to it, isn't he just the same as us? I'm a beast of burden, and His Majesty is merely a slightly more refined beast of burden. Emperor Xuanzhao. The civil and military officials. Hearing young Lord Shen's words, they suddenly felt that being emperor wasn't so wonderful after all. Everyone is fated to a life of toil. Emperor Xuanzhao suddenly felt that his fate was so bitter. No. Emperor Xuanzhao shook his head, almost brainwashed by Shen Yuxi's few words. But after hearing Shen Yuxi and the system, everyone present felt a warning bell in their hearts. They must do fewer things that harm their bodies in the future. The minister of the Court of State Ceremonial, Yuan Shanjin, reported, Your Majesty, the envoy of the Ruoxiang Kingdom will arrive in the capital in 5 or 6 days. Emperor Xuanzhao nodded slightly. Crown Prince. Your son is here. Mo Jingyu stepped forward. You will greet him at that time. Your son obeys the decree. System, who did the Ruoxiang Kingdom send? The eldest legitimate son, Chong too. Shen Yuxi raised an eyebrow slightly. Although the Ruoxiang Kingdom is a defeated nation, I see that the Ruoxiang Emperor cares greatly about face. To sue for peace after defeat, such a shameful matter, and yet he sent the eldest prince as envoy. Hearing this, Emperor Xuanzhao and the others nodded in agreement. They had thought the Ruoxiang Emperor would casually assign an inconspicuous prince, but unexpectedly, it was the eldest legitimate son. Could it be that the Ruoxiang Kingdom still harbors ambitions and is planning some underhanded moves? Although the Mo Kingdom is fearless, it would still be annoying if something actually happened. The system's answer, however, gave them a reassuring pill. The Ruoxiang Emperor dislikes the eldest prince born of the Empress and favors the third prince born of Consort Ling. Such a disgraceful matter certainly cannot be handled by the third prince, who is protected like the apple of his eye. The eldest prince naturally becomes the best candidate. Shen Yuxi, so you see, people fear favoritism the most. The Ruoxiang emperor has few offspring, only 4 princes. The second prince is a sickly one, always confined to his mansion, kept alive daily by herbal medicine, and might kick the bucket any day almost unnoticed. The fourth prince is young, only a 7-year-old child, unable to compete with his elder brothers. Therefore, the most intense struggle in the court is only between the faction of the eldest prince and the faction of the third prince. The system said slowly the Ruoxiang emperor favors the third prince and intends to pass the throne to him. However, the third prince is a heap of mud that cannot be plastered on the wall. Spoiled by the emperor and consort Ling since childhood, he is accomplished neither in literature nor in martial arts. Even with the emperor's support, he cannot command respect. Most officials in the court do not recognize this third prince, who indulges in pleasure all day and knows nothing about state affairs. On the contrary, the long-neglected eldest Prince Chang, too, has silently endured over the years, built up his strength, secretly contacted court officials, and is more capable of ascending the throne. However, the more outstanding he is, the more the Ruoxiang emperor detests him. Shen Yuxi understood and said, defeated, huh? He can't accept that his disliked son is actually more outstanding than the son he values. It's like you painstakingly sow seeds, water and fertilize them daily, nurture them carefully, yet no flowers bloom. Then you casually glance and see the seed you once tossed aside, not deigning to look at it, yet it has taken root and sprouted in an unnoticed corner, blossoming into a dazzling flower. Some people might be happy, feel fondness and care for it earnestly. Others might feel dissatisfied, as if the existence of that flower mocks their judgment and slaps their own ability in the face. Why should the seed you carefully nurtured not grow as well as the seed you casually discarded? The system nodded affirmatively, but Chang, too, is no pushover. He has the support of the empress's family and a host of court officials. If the emperor wants to deal with him, he must be careful. Previously, when the Ruoxiang kingdom went to war with the Mo kingdom, Chang, too, strongly advised against it, seeking peaceful coexistence. But the emperor would not listen, stubbornly adhering to his own views. Now that they have lost, he remembers the eldest prince. The Ruoxiang emperor wants to use the Mo kingdom to severely dampen Chang Tu's spirit and make him lose face. Shen Yuxi, so Chang Tu might be someone we can win over. The Ruoxiang kingdom has been defeated and bows to the Mo kingdom, but who knows how long the Ruoxiang emperor's heart of submission will last. If Chang Tu, as the next emperor, is willing to truly coexist peacefully with the Mo kingdom, wouldn't that save a lot of trouble? Theoretically, that is the case. The system said calmly Chang Tu is now fully capable of securing the throne, but the Ruoxiang emperor is in his prime, so Chang Tu cannot find an opportunity for now. Emperor Xuanzhao's eyes narrowed, slightly pondering to himself. His thoughts were completely different from Shen Yuxi's. Since the system said that Chang Tu is capable and cunning, such a person must not be allowed to ascend the throne. Once he ascends the supreme position in the short term, he might assess the situation and willingly submit to the Mo kingdom. With the Ruoxiang kingdom in his hands, it's hard to guarantee that it won't become even stronger. What if one day it stages a comeback? Any spark must be extinguished in the cradle. As for winning over Chang Tu, host, you'd better not think about it. In my view, the old emperor not only won't help him, but also fears that the fire isn't burning strong enough. He wishes that Chang Tu would lose and the useless third prince would ascend. Emperor Xuanzhao, struck in his heart, coughed violently, choked by his own saliva. Oh, your majesty, are you all right? Eunuch Yang was frightened and quickly patted Emperor Xuanzhao's back. When the emperor calmed down, he handed him a cup of tea. The emperor gulped down several mouthfuls of hot tea and felt much better in his throat. Shen Yuxi understood Emperor Xuanzhao as a sovereign. His majesty naturally has the ambition to unify the world and dominate all nations. The Ruoxiang kingdom may not be truly submissive, and its overall strength is not much inferior to the Mo kingdom. It's normal for his majesty to be worried. The old emperor is thinking of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. The Ruoxiang emperor and the eldest prince are like the snipe and the clam, contending. Even if one side wins, it will be severely weakened, and the Mo kingdom will benefit as the fisherman. As expected of his majesty, a sly old fox. Shen Yuxi's eyes were full of admiration. She unabashedly gave a slight thumbs up upwards, her tone carrying a mix of playful and sincere praise. Emperor Xianzhao shot her a secret glare. Old. He was still young. Let the old emperor worry about the rest. Host, watching the drama is the top priority. The system let out 2 malicious laughs, its eerie voice making everyone present tighten up. Let me choose who is the protagonist of today's drama. You. Shen Yuxi said excitedly. Minister of the Court of Judicial Review Lu Song. Lu Song raised an eyebrow slightly. He had never done anything shameful in his life, and was not afraid of Minister Shen revealing his shortcomings. He was curious about what the system would reveal about him. Everyone attended court while watching the drama. The system let out a wow and made a startling statement. Host, Lu Song is likely to be assassinated and forced into a ghost marriage. Everyone. Lu Song. Shen Yuxi, huh? Some days ago, Lu Song accompanied his family back to his hometown for a visit. He was noticed by the daughter of a local wealthy man who was determined to marry him, forcing her parents to propose marriage to Lu Song's family. The wealthy man couldn't resist her and had to comply. But how could Lu Song agree? He refused outright, completely disregarding the wealthy man's face. Seeing Lu Song's refusal, the wealthy man's daughter felt utterly disgraced and humiliated. Wasn't everyone eager to marry her? Although the wealthy man was angry at Lu Song's disrespect, he had strong self-esteem, so he warned his daughter not to think of marrying Lu Song anymore. But his daughter was not obedient. When the wealthy man refused, she protested by starving herself. The system said in an admiring tone, after starving for several days without a drop of water, she actually managed to starve herself to death. Shen Yuxi was shocked. What a talent. System chimed in. Indeed, after the wealthy couple discovered their daughter had starved to death, they were overwhelmed with grief. She was their only child. They hated Lu Song with a vengeance. If he hadn't refused to marry their daughter, none of this would have happened. Shen Yuxi's mouth twitched. No wonder they say that if a child is ill, they are the least sick in the family. Their own daughter caused her own demise, yet they still blame others. A family of fine specimens. The wealthy man, having lost his daughter, recalled that she had loved Lu Song in life and sought to fulfill her unfulfilled wish after death. Thus he inquired through various channels, bribed an assassin, and sought any opportunity to kill Lu Song, bring his corpse back, and arrange a ghost marriage for his daughter. Lord Lu, how tragic you are. Even in death someone covets and defiles your corpse. The vice minister of the Court of Judicial Review looked at him with deep sympathy. The wealthy man was also reckless, daring to attempt the assassination of the minister of the Court of Judicial Review. Did they really think Lord Lu was a pushover? Lu Song's expression darkened slightly. He hadn't taken the rich man seriously, but the thought that the man intended to arrange a ghost marriage between him and his daughter sent a chill down his spine. Since that was the case, he need not show any mercy. As the grading of the examination papers came to an end, the next morning arrived. Outside the examination hall, the crowd had already swelled into a sea of people. The scholars awaiting the results stood densely packed, their expressions tense and faces etched with anxiety. The list was posted for 3 days, allowing scholars to check repeatedly. Some, after verifying their names several times, finally let out a long sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles of weight lifted. Others scanned the entire list from top to bottom, finding no trace of their own names. Their faces gradually dimmed, the light in their eyes extinguished entirely. They lowered their heads in dejection and silently turned to leave. Lin Shubai and Yen Xinghe stood at the very front of the crowd, their eyes fixed on the names on the list, scanning character by character, afraid to miss a single one. The next moment his gaze suddenly halted at the top spot. The 3 characters Lin Shubai were clearly visible. Yen Xinghe's eyes immediately lit up, unable to contain his excitement. He grabbed the person beside him, his voice brimming with irrepressible joy. Brother Lin Yu, you are the top candidate. He was overjoyed, his tone resolute, celebrating his close friend's success with even more excitement than if he himself had passed. Lin Shubai was stunned. Following the direction he pointed, he saw his name at the top of the list. His heart pounded wildly, almost leaping out of his chest. He had succeeded. He had truly succeeded. Lin Shubai stood frozen in place until Yen Xinghe's ecstatic voice reached his ears. I passed. I passed too. Great. Now we can take the palace examination together. Yen Xinghe put his arm around Lin Shubai's shoulder like a brother and said, come on, let's go have a feast tonight. My treat, how about it? Brother Yen, the palace examination hasn't started yet. Let's prepare well for it first. We can celebrate after it's over. As the saying goes, excessive joy may lead to disaster. We must not be careless. Yen Xinghe seemed to finally come to his senses and slapped his own head hard. Pulling Lin Shubai along as they walked, he said, Right. Brother Lin, what you said makes sense. Let's go. We should hurry back and study more to prepare for the palace selection in 7 days. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The final palace selection was held in the Taiha Hall, with the emperor himself posing the questions. At the auspicious hour, bells and drums resounded together, shaking the hall. The interior was solemn to the extreme, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. A cohort of scholars dressed in green robes filed in one by one. Their postures were upright, but their tension was unmistakable. They bowed their heads, held their breath, and performed the ritual of 3 kneels and 9 prostrations in turn. The solemn and tense atmosphere in the air was so oppressive that one could hardly breathe. For the first time entering the palace and facing the emperor's countenance, no one was without nervousness and fear. Upon the dragon-throned Emperor Xuanzhao, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, seemed even more stern and profound in his countenance. His dragon-like eyes swept over the crowd below with a calm but imposing look, exuding an unspoken authority that silently spread throughout the hall. After a moment, the emperor spoke slowly, his voice low and mellow, carrying the authority and composure of one long accustomed to the highest seat of power, echoing clearly to every corner of the hall. You have spent 10 years in solitary study, and now you ascend the hall. You are all future talents of the state. Today's palace examination will test your views on current affairs. Speak your minds freely, answer truthfully, and do not be afraid. Hongzi, look at the first column on the left. The scholar standing at the very end. He seems about to faint. In the midst of the extremely solemn atmosphere, Shen Yuxi, with just a single short sentence, managed to puncture the heavy solemnity of the entire hall, creating a subtle, yet comical crack. Emperor Xianzhao helplessly rubbed his forehead. He should have heeded Minister Shen's advice. On such a serious occasion, Shen Yuxi should not have been forced to attend. A mere historiographer like her had little use being here. Yet for some reason Emperor Xianzhao had grown accustomed to having Shen Yuxi within his sight. When she was not by his side, he always felt unsettled. The system scanned the area and affirmed he is too nervous, causing his breath to stagnate and his blood to surge. He will most likely faint. As soon as the words were spoken, the scholar collapsed to the ground. With a heavy thud, he hit the ground solidly. The other officials were at a loss for words, their expressions complex. Imperial physician Han hastened forward, instructing people to quickly carry the unconscious scholar away. Every year there were those who fainted during the palace examination. The imperial physician was present throughout to handle such emergencies. Shen Yuxi's eyes widened. Tongzi, you're a prophet. Perhaps it was the humorous exchange between Shen Yuxi and the system that broke the heavy and solemn atmosphere, and the scholars immediately felt less oppressed. Lin Shubai dared not lift his head, but from the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Shen Yuxi, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The scholars took their seats in order at low tables on which brushed ink, paper, and inkstone had already been placed. Emperor Xianzhao composed his expression and spoke in a deep voice, presenting the question. I have received the mandate of heaven to rule over all lands. I rise early and eat late, seeking only good governance. Since ancient times, the sage king's governance has prioritized nothing more than nourishing the people, nothing more urgent than official discipline, nothing more important than selecting the worthy, nothing more essential than moral education, nothing more foundational than the state's roots, and nothing more strengthening than military preparedness. Now the realm is roughly at peace, yet there are still uncultivated lands in the fields, families whose livelihoods are not yet prosperous, officials who may harbor corruption or laziness, scholars who may indulge in ostentation. Border defenses cannot be relaxed in the slightest, state expenditures must be economized, judicial cases must be clear, and customs must be made upright. I wish to ask, to pacify the people and secure the foundation, what should be given priority? To purify officialdom, what method is essential? To select talented individuals, what technique is most refined? To encourage agriculture and sericulture, and to store against famine, how can such measures be sustained without abandonment? To train the military, strengthen arms, secure borders, and repel aggression, how can this be maintained without fatigue? To rectify the mind, cultivate the self, regulate the family, and govern the state. What is the sequence and essence, and how can it be put into practice? All scholars may speak their minds freely. Shen Yuxi, unable to stay idle, raised her hand and popped a mulberry into her mouth, then complained, Your Majesty's question is a bit difficult. So many words. I can't even remember them, yet I have to answer. Host, don't underestimate them. For these scholars who have made it to the palace examination, answering is not difficult. It's just a matter of whose answer can satisfy the old emperor. The system's casual reminder stirred the scholars' minds. Indeed, they had read extensively and mastered the structures of policy essays. Their rhetoric and literary grace could be refined to perfection. However, the examiner of the palace examination was the son of heaven, and the judge was the imperial heart. Not only must the writing be exquisite, but it must also make His Majesty's eyes light up. The second question. Emperor Xianzhao spoke slowly. A monarch and his ministers are one entity, jointly governing the myriad realms. If a ruler possesses the wisdom of Yao and Shun, yet lacks the assistance of capable ministers, then governance cannot succeed. If a minister has the talents of Yi Yin and Lu Shang, yet does not encounter a sage ruler above, then his loyalty and strategies cannot be displayed. Yet between the upper and lower, sometimes emotions fail to communicate, slander may enter, and loyalty and treachery are hard to distinguish. How should a minister serve his lord with utmost loyalty and correct failings? How should a lord treat his ministers with propriety, extend sincerity without suspicion, so that the ruler and ministers share a common virtue, leading to enduring peace and long-term stability? The great hall fell silent, leaving only the scratch of brushes as the students wrote with utmost concentration. One final question. Emperor Xianzhao paused slightly in his tone. The greatest calamity under heaven is none other than obstruction and concealment. The ruler's gate is 1,000 miles away, making it difficult for conditions below to reach him. Officials deceive and hide the truth, and the people's suffering remains unheard. Great benefits remain unimplemented and great harms remain unreformed. All because the sentiments above and below fail to communicate. How should we open the channels of remonstrance, understand public sentiment, conduct strict investigations, and guard against deception, so that the court gains a clear view of the advantages and disadvantages across the realm, without the flaw of scratching an itch from outside the boot? The final incense stick burned out. Time was up for answering. The students quickly stopped their brushes. The eunuchs stepped forward, carefully collected the examination papers, and presented them to Emperor Xianzhao. Upon the imperial throne, Emperor Xianzhao casually drew out a paper, his fingertips lightly flipping through it as he perused it slowly. A group of students below the steps held their breath, not daring to exhale, their nerves stretched to the utmost. They were filled with anticipation, yet feared that the paper His Majesty was reviewing might be their own. Even Yin Qinghe, who was always jovial and took nothing to heart, had his knuckles turning white. Only Lin Shubai stood still like a pine, his expression calm, without a trace of panic. Suddenly Emperor Xuanzhao, seated on the dragon throne, called out abruptly, "Shen Yuxi, come here. Let's take a look together." As soon as the words fell, the entire hall was astounded. This time not only were the students shocked, but the officials were also utterly bewildered. Could His Majesty be confused? Little Shun was unlearned. What could she possibly discern? The students speculated silently. Although Little Shun was a female official, she was highly valued by His Majesty. Being personally invited by the Son of Heaven to review papers, what a rare honor. Shen Yuxi was dumbfounded. She broke open a piece of mangosteen flesh, not knowing whether to put it in her mouth or not. His Majesty has water in his brain. He clearly knows I can't do anything, yet he wants me to review papers in front of so many people. Oh, I get it. She suddenly realized it must be that His Majesty saw me eating mangosteen the whole time, and since he couldn't have any, he was so envious that he deliberately found an excuse to give me trouble and not let me be idle. It must be so. Shen Yuxi nodded deeply in agreement. Don't think she hadn't noticed. His Majesty had sneaked several glances at her. Mangosteen was a rare delicacy not found in this world. Host, don't think of the old emperor as so undignified. The system couldn't watch any longer. Its host was a pure foodie, assuming the old emperor was just like her. Emperor Xianzhao and the officials were all accustomed to Shen Yuxi's peculiar train of thought and paid no heed, but a group of students were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. Little Shun actually dared to curse His Majesty. Even if it was only in her mind, an ordinary person wouldn't have such audacity. Indeed, before coming, Emperor Xianzhao had commanded that the students be specifically informed of the matter of hearing thoughts, strictly forbidding them from divulging it. Hearing Little Shun's thoughts amazed them, but hearing her curse His Majesty terrified them. Especially since His Majesty showed no sign of anger, but rather a hint of indulgence. Emperor Xianzhao coughed lightly into his fist, then feigned impatience as he called again, "Shen Yuxi, what are you dawdling for?" Of course he knew that Shen Yuxi was unlearned and couldn't distinguish the quality of the papers, but he saw her looking delighted eating fruit, while cheerfully chatting with the system. A strange sense of imbalance welled up in his heart. "Your subject is coming." Shen Yuxi hurriedly picked up her official robe and ascended the steps. The officials silently revised their estimation of Little Shun's status in His Majesty's eyes. In their view, it wouldn't be long before Little Shun obtained the title of princess. It was not impossible. His Majesty seemed quite willing to have such a daughter, even though this daughter was a bit unruly and always liked to jab at His Majesty's sore spots. As soon as she reached the steps, Emperor Xianzhao changed the subject and asked, "What were you eating just now?" "It looked like garlic cloves." System C. I was right. His Majesty had his eye on my mangosteen. Outwardly, Shen Yuxi answered obediently. "Your Majesty, it is a fruit called mangosteen. The flesh of the mangosteen looks very much like garlic cloves, but it is sweet, soft, and juicy. It's delicious. I want to eat it too," Emperor Xianzhao blurted out. After saying this, he caught a glimpse of the stunned expressions of the students standing below and belatedly realized that his dignified and majestic image was thoroughly ruined. Ruined be it. Emperor Xianzhao resigned himself to the fact. Ever since Shen Yuxi had entered the court, what image did he have left? Shen Yuxi was speechless for a moment. Nevertheless, she obediently took out the mangosteen she had just peeled, but not yet eaten, adding, "The seed inside the flesh cannot be eaten." Emperor Xianzhao took it, pinched a piece of the flesh, and put it into his mouth. The soft, sweet, and juicy sensation exploded in his mouth, and Emperor Xuanzhao's eyes lit up. The others stared at him with great curiosity. Mangosteen was something they had never heard of before, and it seemed to taste quite good. "Minister Shun, is mangosteen delicious?" "I'm sure Little Shun has given you a taste right." Minister of Public Works Su Jiangwen asked in a low voice. Shenlang nodded. "Of course. I recall Minister Su's favorite fruit is lychee. Mangosteen is far more delicious than lychee. Now that Minister Shen mentions it, I'm even more curious. How about Minister Shen brings me a few to try another day? What will you give in exchange?" Shenlang glanced at him lightly. "I'll give you my entire allowance for next month." Su Jiangwen gritted his teeth. "Old scoundrel, he's emptied another month's allowance from me." Earlier they had made a bet, and Shenlang lost, forfeiting a month's allowance to him. Now it was returned. Next month he would have to tighten his belt again. Deal. Shenlang was delighted. Minister Su, like himself, had his allowance strictly controlled by his wife. Every month he had only a pittance, barely enough to buy wine. He had been fretting over when to find another opportunity to bet with Su Jiangwen and win back his allowance. After finishing the mangosteen, Emperor Xianzhao did not forget the main business. "Shen Yuxi, your father says you are ignorant of the classics, but I think he underestimates you. Among these essays, can you pick out which one is the best?" Emperor Xianzhao handed the 3 best papers he had selected to Shen Yuxi and made a shocking statement. In your opinion, which of these 3 should be the top scholar? Your Majesty. Shut up. His Majesty knows what he's doing. Some officials opened their mouths to stop Emperor Xuanzhao's absurd move, but were restrained by those beside them. Shen Yuxi looked at Emperor Xianzhao in shock, pointing at herself. Me. Your Majesty, are you joking? Was the top scholar such a jest? Emperor Xuanzhao, I am only testing your learning. Just look, the final decision rests with me. Shen Yuxi scoffed inwardly. What time is it? And he's still testing me. Can't you see the eager eyes of the students below? Just announce the results and put them out of their misery. Shen Yuxi kept complaining. Not to be rude, but isn't His Majesty getting on in years, always fussing over appearances? Emperor Xianzhao was silent. The officials feared that the emperor would be infuriated by little Minister Shen any moment, while the scholars were filled with profound admiration for Shen Yuxi. Little Minister Shen is amazing. Despite her complaints, Shen Yuxi earnestly reviewed the 3 answer sheets. After all, in her previous life, she had been a legitimate student at a prestigious university, so she could at least offer a few comments on the quality of the essays. Your Majesty, I believe this scholar wrote the best, she said. Upon hearing this, the scholars all craned their necks, their hands clenched tightly inside their sleeves, each silently hoping that they were the one. Shen Yuxi handed the selected answer sheet to Emperor Xianzhao. He took it, scanned it once, and a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Though his lips did not curl up, his expression softened somewhat. It seems His Majesty is quite satisfied with this answer sheet, she thought. System, whose paper is this? Lin Shubai. The eyes of the scholars below were faintly fixed on Lin Shubai at the front, unable to conceal their envy. Having received little Minister Shen's affirmation, Lin Shubai's score was certainly not bad. Emperor Xianzhao read each one, carefully marking them with red brush. Time trickled by, but the heavy and tense mood of the scholars did not ease in the slightest. Maids placed exquisite pastries and tea on their desks. The palace pastries were undoubtedly delicious, the kind one could not buy outside, even if they wished. Yet at this moment no one had their mind on the pastries. Half an hour later, Emperor Xianzhao finished reviewing all the papers, picked up the one marked Zhuangyun, unsealed the name, and his voice echoed through the hall. First place, Lin Shubai. Zhuang Yuan, appointed as compiler of the Hanlin Academy, rank 6B, to serve in the Hanlin. As his words fell, the Hall of Supreme Harmony erupted into an uproar. Lin Shubai is quite learned. During the metropolitan examination, I saw his essay. Brilliant in style, every word a gem. It's only fitting that His Majesty chose him as the Zhuang Yuan. Indeed, His Majesty has a discerning eye. Several examiners and graders who had participated in the metropolitan exam gathered together, whispering. Lin Shubai was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. He hastily adjusted his robe, already soaked with sweat, and pressed his forehead heavily against the golden bricks, his voice trembling with barely concealed emotion. Student Lin Shubai kowtows in gratitude for Your Majesty's great grace. Long live the Emperor, long live, long live. Second place, Yin Xinghe, appointed as editor of the Hanlin Academy, rank 7A, to serve alongside Lin Shubai in the Hanlin. Yin Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the Bangyan. He had never dreamed of making it into the top 3. He would have been grateful just to pass the palace examination. Quickly thank His Majesty. What are you waiting for? A friend beside him whispered. Yin Xinghe snapped out of it, knelt heavily, and kowtowed in gratitude. Emperor Xianzhao immediately conferred titles on the 3 top scholars. The eunuch recited the names of the selected scholars one by one. Those whose names were called beamed with joy, while those who never heard their names turned pale and tottered. After the palace examination, only Shen Yuxi was kept behind. She thought Emperor Xianzhao was going to assign her another task, but instead he asked her directly, Mangosteen, do you still have any? Yes. How much do you have? I'll buy it all. It was clear that Emperor Xianzhao really liked mangosteens. When I return, I'll send you a basket of them. Is that all right? No need for payment. As your subject, it is my duty to share your worries. If Your Majesty enjoys them, that will be the highest value of the mangosteens. Then, changing the topic, Shen Yuxi said with some hesitation, However what? Speak your mind. Emperor Xianzhao snorted inwardly. He knew that getting something from this little girl would not be easy. Shen Yuxi gave an embarrassed, hee-hee laugh. Mangosteen cultivation and picking are very laborious. If Your Majesty wants a basket of mangosteens, it would take me half a day just to pick them. So, I beg Your Majesty to grant me no one day off. Let me rest tomorrow, and I promise to deliver a full basket of sweet mangosteens to you. Shen Yuxi raised one finger and looked at Emperor Xianzhao with hopeful eyes. Host Tomo. Can't you see I'm negotiating? Don't disturb me. Shen Yuxi decisively silenced the system. The system seemed to want to say something, but stopped, seeing its host's pathetic appearance for a single day off, and shook its head helplessly. Silly host. Emperor Xuanzhao, unlike his usual self, was not reluctant to grant leave. He raised an eyebrow, looking in a good mood. One day tomorrow, is that enough? Enough. Shen Yuxi nodded repeatedly. The morning after tomorrow, I guarantee that every mangosteen will be delivered to the palace. All right, I agree. Emperor Xianzhao said very readily. Yage, Shen Yuxi was overjoyed and praised His Majesty actually acted like a decent person for once and agreed to my leave. Last time when I returned from Qingzhou, I had to plead until I was spitting foam before he grudgingly gave me 3 days. I thought he would never agree to such an absurd excuse. Unexpectedly, His Majesty is quite humane. Tomorrow I'll buy His Majesty a full basket of sweet and fresh mangosteens. The mangosteens she ate were bought from the system shop, fruits were very cheap, and a basket of mangosteens cost only a few points. Hearing this, Emperor Xianzhao touched his nose guiltily. He urged, "All right, you should go back now. Your father is waiting for you at the palace gate." "Your servant takes leave, father," Shen Yuxi called out from afar. "Daughter, did His Majesty reward you? You look so happy." Minister Shen saw his youngest daughter's joyful expression and couldn't help but feel happy too. "Father, His Majesty agreed to give me tomorrow off. Host, last time that old emperor gave you 3 days off, you weren't this happy. You even complained it was too short," the system asked in confusion. Shen Yuxi gave a "you don't understand" expression. "Last time it was because I went to Qingzhou. I traveled back and forth for so long without any days off. The 3 days His Majesty gave me weren't an extra reward, they were just enough to make up for the days I missed. This time is different. His Majesty gave me an extra day off, so I'll rest 1 more day this month than others. Most importantly, since His Majesty agreed to such an absurd excuse as picking mangosteens, it proves he can accept other ridiculous reasons. In the future, taking leave will be a piece of cake, right?" However, the next moment one sentence from the system froze Shen Yuxi in place. "But host, tomorrow is already your regular day off." Shen Yuxi froze in place, her expression cracking open in an instant. After hearing the whole story, Minister Shen roughly understood the ins and outs. Catching sight of his younger daughter's expression as if the sky had fallen, he inexplicably wanted to laugh, yet held back out of concern. "Goo!" Minister Shen was about to call out, but the next second Shen Yuxi clutched her head and let out a thunderous roar. She felt like strangling the system. "Why didn't you remind me when we were at the Hall of Supreme Harmony? Woo! I was happily oblivious, and now I've wasted a whole basket of mangosteens." Shen Yuxi was on the verge of tears. The system retorted to the host, saying, "I was going to remind you, but before I could speak you told me to shut up and not disturb your negotiation." After a while, Shen Yuxi composed herself. She comforted herself, it's okay, just a basket of mangosteens, no big deal." "But," Shen Yuxi hummed with sly intentions, "His Majesty knows I have a day off tomorrow, yet he brazenly said he would allow me to take leave, making me happy for nothing. I'll keep a record of this account. System, next time we gossip, His Majesty is the first choice." Received. Minister Shen silently lit a candle for Emperor Xianzhao in his heart. Your Majesty, why must you provoke my little daughter? She is someone who never lets a slight go unavenged." Back in his bedchamber, Emperor Xianzhao sneezed twice, without any warning. He muttered, "It must be that girl Shen Yuxi who figured it out, and is cursing me behind my back." Hearing this, the Empress smiled faintly, her smile as gentle as ripples on a spring lake, neither flattering nor deliberately pleasing, but carrying a composed grace. She gently pinched off the white threads remaining on the orange segments, handed the perfectly peeled honey orange to Emperor Xuanzhao, her voice as soft as if dipped in warm water. "Your Majesty, please taste this. It's a honey orange newly tribute from Jiangnan, thin-skinned, juicy, and sweet." Emperor Xianzhao took a bite, frowned, and immediately spat it out. "Sour." The Empress quickly handed him a handkerchief, picked up a cup of tea, and said softly, "Your Majesty, drink some tea first to suppress the sourness. The fruits tribute from various places are the same every year, completely unoriginal. I'm tired of them." The Empress, though a step-empress and not deeply affectionate with Emperor Xuanzhao, had been respectful to each other for years. After so long together, how could she not be able to read him? So she smiled and asked, "Your Majesty, where did you get this fresh fruit? Let me guess. Is it related to Minister Shen?" She hit the mark. Emperor Xianzhao smiled and casually put down his teacup. "Your Empress is intelligent and pure-hearted. I am not even your equal. I have accompanied Your Majesty for many years. Your Majesty is quite fond of fruits, and I have never heard you complain about the tribute fruits. I suppose you must have tasted something more to your liking." After thinking it over, only Minister Shen has the ability to make Your Majesty so unforgettable. Yes, it was indeed brought by Shen Yuxi. Emperor Xianzhao felt the taste of mangosteen still lingering in his mouth, the corners of his lips lifting. A novel fruit never seen before called mangosteen. It tastes excellent, far more delicious than the tribute fruits. If it can earn such praise from Your Majesty, when I see Minister Shen another day, I must ask her for some. The day after tomorrow, Shen Yuxi will come to the palace to bring me fruit. Saying this, Emperor Xuanzhao's mind instantly conjured the image of Shen Yuxi with a long face pulling a cart of mangosteens into the palace. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Your Empress, think about what a girl of this age likes. When she comes to the palace, send some gifts to cheer her up." A flicker of surprise passed through the Empress's eyes, then she softly said yes. The Empress Dowager was just yesterday saying she wished Minister Shen would come to the palace more often. When Minister Shen enters the palace the day after tomorrow, I will take her to the Empress Dowager's palace. Emperor Xianzhao gave a light You can take her around the harem to familiarize her with the palace environment. Yes. The empress hesitated for a moment, then reported, Your Majesty, consort Xian has hanged herself. The matter of consort Xian poisoning the Empress Dowager had infuriated Emperor Xuanzhao, and he had initially wanted to send her to the cold palace and depose her to a commoner. The Empress Dowager, mindful of family ties, advised Emperor Xianzhao to temporarily confine consort Xian to her own palace. Perhaps knowing she was doomed, that the emperor could not tolerate her, or perhaps having let go of her obsession and feeling deeply ashamed before the Empress Dowager. Consort Xian dismissed all the attendants and found a white silk sash from somewhere to hang herself. The next day, a palace maid discovered consort Xian hanging in midair, was nearly scared out of her wits, and screamed, Someone is dead. Emperor Xianzhao said coldly, Consort Xian took her own life out of guilt. She shall not be buried in the imperial consort mausoleum. Find a place outside the palace to bury her. He had no feelings for consort Xian. Her initial entry into the palace was only out of respect for the Empress Dowager. Today was a day off. Shen Yuxi planned to sleep until noon, specifically telling Lu Ying that no one was to disturb her until lunchtime. The Shen family knew their little girl loved to sleep in, and since she finally had a day off, they tactfully did not disturb her. Just as dawn was breaking, a series of joyful and lively shouts came from outside, faintly mixed with words like, Number 1 scholar. Shen Yuxi was awakened by the noise and opened her eyes groggily. Lu Ying heard the commotion and entered the room, carefully drawing the curtains and hanging them on the silver hooks. Miss, were you woken up? What's that noise outside? Today is the day the new number 1 scholar parades through the streets. I heard that this scholar specifically chose our Yongping Street. The procession has already reached the street entrance, and the people outside are all here to see the scholar's splendor, which is why it's so lively. The number 1 scholar's parade could choose its own route. Shen Yuxi rubbed her eyes and sighed with utter despair. Why did Lin Shubai have to choose Yongping Street today? Lu Ying, feeling sorry for her mistress, who couldn't sleep, couldn't help complaining about the new scholar. Yes, this new scholar is so tactless. Normally new scholars' parades deliberately avoid official residences, but he chose to pass right by our Shen mansion. System, do you have earplugs that block noise well? Buy me a pair. Yes, I do. The system spent points to buy a pair. Host, can you still sleep? Even if the sky falls, it won't stop me from sleeping. Shen Yuxi put on the earplugs. The earplugs worked well. Once she put them on, she couldn't hear a single sound from outside. On Yongping Street, the roads on both sides were crowded with people. Lin Shubai, in a red robe with a jade belt, rode a white horse. His posture was upright, his features handsome and clear. On his black gauze hat, he wore a palace flower. Facing the spring breeze, he nodded slightly, his demeanor outstanding, drawing waves of cheers from the crowd. What a dashing number 1 scholar. Young as he is, he became the top scholar with a handsome face, truly a dragon among men. Many young ladies, upon seeing Lin Shubai's handsome appearance, shyly tossed items from their hands. Fragrant petals, intricately embroidered pouches, handkerchiefs, and small fruits. All kinds of items carrying the girl's affections fell onto Lin Shubai's robe. As Lin Shubai rode past the Shen mansion, he looked up and saw the mansion's main gate tightly closed, and a sense of loss welled up in his heart. He didn't know what he was feeling lost about. Perhaps it was because he didn't see the person he wanted to see. Outside the imperial palace, the ceremonial guard stood in strict formation, with the imperial guards arrayed on both sides, their armor gleaming and banners fluttering. Mo Jingyu, dressed in a brocade robe and jade belt, stood tall, an upright jade pendant hanging at his waist, followed by the minister of the court of state ceremonial and a host of officials. Before long, a faint dust rose in the distance as a procession of carriages and horsemen slowly approached. The Ruoxiang envoys contingent advanced with banners leading the way. The attendants, clad in armor and bearing halberds, marched in orderly ranks. The leading envoy, dressed in foreign attire with a tall crown, bore a composed demeanor and solemn countenance. As they neared the palace, he signaled the procession to slow its pace well in advance. The procession came to a gradual halt. The carriage curtain was lifted and a young man stepped down, clad in an exotic brocade robe with a leather belt cinched at his waist. The man appeared to be about 25 or 26, with fair skin, deep-set features, and sharp brows and eyes. He possessed both the heroic and unyielding spirit of a steppe warrior and the dignified bearing of imperial royalty. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. As they swept over the surrounding ceremonial guard, he showed not the slightest unease, but rather an unruffled composure and an imposing presence. Mo Jingyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Truly worthy of being the most competitive great prince, his demeanor alone was extraordinary. He made a slight bow with cupped hands, his etiquette complete, yet neither humble nor arrogant, his voice low and forceful. I am Chang Tu, the great prince of Ruoxiang. By order of my father the emperor, I have come to pay homage to the celestial court. I am deeply grateful for the crown prince's personal welcome. We encountered some accidents on the road and arrived a few days later than expected. I beg the crown prince's forgiveness. Mo Jingyu also stepped forward, smiling and cupping his hands as etiquette proper. No harm done. The great prince has traveled across mountains and rivers. It has been a long and arduous journey. His Majesty has ordered a banquet prepared to welcome you all. Please, please. Chang Tu walked with Mo Jingyu into the palace, but Chang Tu consciously lagged one step behind. Although they were both princes, the strength and decline of their respective nations dictated that he was destined to be subordinate. The two chatted and laughed along the way, their words filled with mutual probing, yet they stopped at subtlety. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Shen Yuxi, who had originally been enjoying her day off, was forced to accompany Minister Shun into the palace once again due to the sudden arrival of the Ruoqiang envoys. Father, I am but a humble court historian. What use is my presence there? Shen Yuxi could not shake off Minister Shun's grip on her hand, and she drew out the word dad. Minister Shun said with a serious face, tonight at such an occasion I will inevitably drink a lot. What if I get drunk and can't make it back? If you're by my side, you can keep an eye on me and take me home. Your tolerance for alcohol is excellent. You can down 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even if you really got drunk, would His Majesty let you stay in the palace? Besides, you have a coachman to bring you back. She could neither drink in her father's place nor pull him home in the cart like a coachman. What was the point of going? As a mascot? I don't care. I just don't want to be left alone there. Minister Shun rarely complained stubbornly. His Majesty had specifically instructed him to bring his little daughter to the palace. From the little daughter's inner thoughts, they could learn the specific situation of Ruoqiang. System, can I knock my father unconscious and stuff him into a sack? Minister Shen shuddered. Ungrateful daughter. The system fanned the flames from the side, agreeing. I think it's feasible. Ho, see that stone by your feet. It's just right for hitting someone. Stuns without causing brain damage. Minister Shun was quick-eyed and swift-footed. Just as Shen Yuxi was about to lower her head, he quickly pretended to accidentally kick the stone far away, making it impossible for her to pick it up. After entering the hall, he respectfully bowed to Emperor Xianzhao. The great prince of Ruoqiang Chang Tu pays homage to your Majesty. May your Majesty live for 1,000 autumns, and 10,000 years. Long live the Emperor. After a moment, the eunuch's shrill voice rang out long and clear. The great prince of Ruoqiang has arrived. All eyes turned toward the hall's entrance. A party of people entered slowly, led by the great prince of Ruoqiang. He was tall and robust, wearing a dark brocade robe embroidered with falcons, his features deep and sharp, bearing the rugged and heroic aura unique to the foreign tribe. After entering the hall, he respectfully bowed to Emperor Xianzhao. The great prince of Ruoqiang Chang Tu pays homage to your Majesty. May your Majesty live for 1,000 autumns, and 10,000 years. Long live the Emperor. The Emperor's gaze was gentle as he spoke, first his tone carrying the composed magnanimity of a sovereign of a superior state. Great prince, you have traveled far and endured hardships. Today I have prepared a modest banquet to welcome you. Please do not stand on ceremony. Thank you, your Majesty. Chang Tu said, I have come here entrusted by my father the Emperor to apologize and make amends to your Majesty. My father has always adhered to the belief of peace and friendship in dealing with the Mo kingdom. However, not long ago my father fell ill and was unable to govern. All state affairs were entrusted to my royal uncle. But my uncle acted willfully and actually provoked a war. He continued, my father has now recovered. Upon learning of my uncle's actions, he was greatly enraged and has ordered severe punishment. He has reduced my uncle to a commoner and exiled him to a remote, bitter borderland. This was of course an excuse. No one believed it. The Ruoqiang emperor seriously ill? Why would he hand over state affairs not to a prince, but to a king? Was the Ruoqiang emperor afraid that his dragon throne was too stable? Besides, how could a mere king have such great power to mobilize the army and start a war? Everyone knew it in their hearts, but no one pointed it out. The truth didn't matter. What mattered was the outcome. Ruoqiang had been defeated and surrendered. The emperor slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but extremely dignified. War inflicts suffering. I did not wish to see it. That Ruoqiang can recognize its mistake is the fortune of both nations. Upon hearing these words, Chang Tu felt relieved and then raised his hand to signal. Several attendants immediately stepped forward, carrying brocade boxes, animal skin bundles, and carved wooden chests, arranging them in order in the hall. Glimmers of precious gems and metals were faintly visible: snow-white fox furs, deep-sea pearls, whole pieces of warming jade, exotic beasts and rarities, golden vessels, talisman beast diagrams, and so on, a dazzling array of the utmost value. Hundreds of chests of rare treasures nearly filled the entire center of the hall. Ruoqiang had already been severely weakened by this defeat, having ceded several cities to the Mo kingdom. Now sending such a vast quantity of rare treasures was like cutting flesh and draining blood from the Ruoqiang emperor. Pitiable as it was, it did not deserve sympathy. Foolish people must inevitably pay the price for their conceit. Chang Tu said respectfully, Ruoqiang recognizes that its national strength is meager and cannot withstand the superior state. We no longer wish to gamble with the lives of our people, adding only to the slaughter. Now Ruoqiang is willing to submit the entire nation and forever be a vassal of the Mo kingdom, paying tribute annually, offering court visits every year, never raising arms on the border, and maintaining eternal amity through generations. These modest gifts are but a token of Ruoqiang's sincerity. Wow, Ruoqiang is really generous. I'm so tempted by these things. As these words fell, the people of the Mo kingdom turned to look at Ruoqiang, a flash of tension in their eyes. Emperor Xuanzhao's sharp eyes locked onto Chang Tu's face, carefully observing his expression. The Mo kingdom people quickly noticed that the Ruoqiang party appeared unaffected, as if they could not hear little Master Shen's inner thoughts. It seemed that non-Mo kingdom people could not hear the conversations between little Master Shen and the system. That was truly wonderful. The Mo kingdom people breathed a deep sigh of relief. If the existence of little Master Shen and the system were known to outsiders, it would likely attract countless people with ulterior motives. Emperor Xianzhao glanced at Shen Yuxi and saw that her eyes were full of delight. Indeed, there were many novel items among them. He slightly raised his hand, and Eunuch Yang leaned in to listen. Place these items in the side hall of the Taiji Hall. After the banquet ends, take Shen Yuxi to pick some things she likes. Eunuch Yang nodded and said respectfully, this servant understands. Inwardly, he once again marveled at young Lord Shen's favored status, a sight truly enviable. Emperor Xuanzhao's tone softened slightly. I accept the sentiments of the Ruoqiang Emperor. I too hope for peaceful relations between our two kingdoms so that war may be avoided and the people spared from suffering. The banquet is about to begin. Please the great prince and all envoys take your seats. Thank you, your majesty. The Ruoqiang envoy sat opposite the Mo kingdom envoys. Shen Yuxi's eyes darted around, her gaze sweeping over the Ruoqiang envoy delegation opposite. She whispered, system, isn't it typical in such surrender scenes to send a princess for marriage? Why is only the great prince here? The system replied lazily, because the Ruoqiang emperor simply has no daughter. Oh. Shen Yuxi listened, seeming a bit regretful. Originally, the Ruoqiang emperor intended to select a princess from the imperial clan, bestow the title of princess, and send her to the Mo kingdom for marriage. He had written to ask the old emperor's opinion, but was sternly refused, so he dropped the idea. If I were his majesty, I wouldn't agree either. Those not of our kin are bound to have different hearts. If that princess harbored ulterior motives, it would be too easy for her to cause trouble. Humph, but the old emperor's reason for refusal wasn't this. A mere princess is nothing in the old emperor's eyes. In Emperor Xuanzhao's eyes, a princess couldn't stir up any waves. Then why? Shen Yuxi continued to ask. Because. The system deliberately dragged out its words, whetting Shen Yuxi's appetite, then slowly said, the Ruoqiang emperor requested to marry the princess to the fourth prince. At these words, the entire hall was shocked. Only Emperor Xianzhao remained composed. For years his own son had shown no interest in women, spending all his time with the soldiers under his command. Emperor Xianzhao had once suspected his son of having homosexual tendencies. In the past few years he had selected many daughters of noble families, but Mo Xianxian didn't even glance at them, directly ordering the portraits to be sent back. He even told Emperor Xuanzhao, the harem has many vacant positions. Since these noble daughters in the portraits please your majesty, why not take them into the harem as consorts? Emperor Xianzhao was furious. He washed his hands of the matter. But he couldn't truly ignore it, he still wanted to hold a grandson. Now that his son had finally found a girl he liked, and he himself was quite fond of that girl Shen Yuxi, he absolutely could not let anyone affect their relationship. Although, the two didn't yet have feelings for each other. The Mo kingdom ministers all frowned. His majesty had not mentioned this matter to them. The fourth prince was not only his majesty's most beloved son, but also the war god of the Mo kingdom guarding its peace. Matters of marriage naturally required utmost caution. A foreign princess marrying the second prince, third prince, or even the fifth prince would be acceptable, but of all people the fourth prince. Not to mention his majesty, even they would never agree. In recent years the Mo kingdom's expansion and deterrence of other nations relied entirely on the fourth prince and his Mo family army. The Ruoqiang emperor's wish to marry his princess to the fourth prince was a malicious intent deserving of death. Shen Yuxi's brows furrowed slightly. By the way, I haven't seen Mo Xianxian these days. Where has he gone? The system had 3 crows flying over its head. Host, after all this time you only now think to ask about Mo Xianxian. A flicker of embarrassment quickly passed over Shen Yuxi's face, then she said with righteous indignation, so what? Mo Xianxian and I aren't close enough that I need to pester him about where he goes. Emperor Xuanzhao, his son's path to winning a wife is long indeed. The system changed the subject excitedly. Host, I know a big juicy scandal about Xiangtu. Want to hear it? Spare the nonsense, dish it out. The next moment the system dropped a bombshell. Xiangtu is actually not the Ruoqiang emperor's son, but his brother, the same father kind of blood brother. Everyone thrilling. Xiangtu suddenly felt the gazes of the Mo kingdom officials all fall on him at once, their eyes tinged with a hint of shock, quickly disappearing. He was filled with doubt, but couldn't figure out the reason. With a sharp sweep of his gaze, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of clear, bright, almond-shaped eyes. Xiangtu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, Shen Yuxi was the first to look away. Before coming, Xiangtu had specially learned about the recent situation in the Mo kingdom. With just one glance, he guessed that this young and beautiful official was likely Shen Yuxi, the female official that the Mo Kingdom Emperor had insisted on appointing a few days ago. Shen Yuxi perked up, leaning forward with eyes wide open, asking in surprise, "Is it what I'm thinking? Is he the late Emperor's son?" "Yes." "Does the Ruoqiang Emperor know about this?" If he knew, he would have long since been unable to tolerate Xiangtu. Inside the grand hall, music and dance flourished, the sounds of strings and woodwinds melodious and graceful. The dancing girls wore light gauze skirts, swaying their hips, moving with lotus steps, their flowing sleeves fluttering like clouds chasing the moon, their postures soft and graceful. The atmosphere should have been filled with toasting and conversation, yet it held a hint of unusual tension. Xiangtu's heart always harbored an indescribable unease. Shen Yuxi poked at the half-eaten greens on the plate in front of her. She was full, and out of boredom, liked to randomly poke at things with her chopsticks. If others performed such an impolite action, it might be off-putting, but when Shen Yuxi did it, it didn't evoke any dislike at all, though instead one felt that her little gestures were especially endearing and cute. Xiangtu had keen observation. He noticed that the eyes of the Mo Kingdom Emperor and his ministers would frequently fall on Shen Yuxi across the room. Visible attention and importance. What was so extraordinary about a female official? System. Xiangtu's mother was the crown princess appointed by the late Ruoqiang Emperor, but she was not favored by the current Ruoqiang Emperor. The emperor married the crown princess, but spent his days in the chambers of his secondary consorts. 1 or 2 days could be endured, but long-term widowhood was unbearable. One night, with a torrential downpour, the crown princess was in a bad mood, got drunk, shook off her attending maids, and ran alone to the pavilion in the imperial garden late at night. But she never expected that the late Ruoqiang Emperor was also there. The late Ruoqiang Emperor was no good either. If not for the too large age gap and fear of court gossip and public condemnation, he would have taken the crown princess into his harem long ago. The civil and military officials tacitly fell silent to enjoy the gossip. Who doesn't have a gossip soul? The late emperor and the crown princess. Tisk, just thinking about it is thrilling. Shen Yuxi suppressed her excitement. And then in the dead of night, a lonely man and a single woman like dry wood and fire. Shen Yuxi let out a long, "Oh." System, you really don't understand what the audience wants to hear. You brush it off with just a few words. The system sighed. The following scenes are not suitable for children. Saying too much might corrupt the young. System, tell me if word spreads that Xiangtu is the late emperor's son, will the Ruoqiang Emperor kill him in a fit of rage? Yes. It's about a man's dignity. No man can tolerate being cuckolded, let alone an emperor. And the object of the crown princess's infidelity was so distasteful. What does the host want to pass the news to the Ruoqiang Emperor's ears? Shen Yuxi said mischievously, a son becoming a brother. Such a spectacular drama. How pitiful if the person involved remains unaware. She tilted her head slightly. I am a little warrior of justice. The poor emperor of Ruoqiang is kept in the dark, and kind-hearted me simply cannot bear it. Cannot bear it. I think you hosts simply enjoy watching trouble unfold and making matters worse. The system retorted cheekily. Tongzi, I believe you're asking for a beating. Seeing her host fiercely raise a fist, the system stuck out its tongue, showing absolutely no fear. Thrilled by what she was hearing, Shen Yuxi didn't notice the surrounding gazes at all, nor did she detect the brazen stare that had long been fixed firmly upon her. A slightly stout envoy who had been lounging in his seat, likely tipsy after several rounds of wine, with a flushed face, squinted as he watched the dancer. But the moment his cloudy, drunken eyes caught sight of Shen Yuxi, they widened instantly. He suddenly sat upright, shoving away the attendant who came to urge him to drink, his steps unsteady, as though walking on cotton. In his hand, he still held a celadone jade wine cup, the amber liquor inside sloshing dangerously close to spilling. A greasy, brazen smile spread across his lips as he raised his cup toward Shen Yuxi. I heard previously that His Majesty the Emperor has appointed a female official. I suppose this must be the renowned Lord Xiaoshan. Tsk. The envoy clicked his tongue, his tone frivolous and licentious, emboldened by drink to the point of recklessness, paying no heed to the decorum of the grand hall. They say the Central Plains produces beauties, and seeing you today, the reputation is well-deserved. Your Lord Xiaoshan's looks truly surpass even the celestial maidens of the highest heavens. Shibalai, let me toast you. Shibalai downed the wine in one bold gulp. After finishing, his lecherous gaze refused to leave Shen Yuxi. Shen Yuxi felt goosebumps rise all over her body. The sensation was like a toad crawling on her foot, not biting, but deeply unsettling. At those words, the temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop sharply, the air growing thick and still. On the dragon throne, the relaxed smile on Emperor Xuanzhao's face vanished instantly, without a trace. His expression darkened like storm clouds, his aura plummeting as his thin lips pressed into a cold, hard line, while towering rage churned beneath his eyes. The hand that had been gently holding the jade cup now clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. He slammed the cup heavily onto the imperial desk with a dull, sharp sound that made everyone in the hall hold their breath. Minister Shen wore an equally ashen face, consumed by fury, his gaze cutting toward the envoy like a blade. This is a palace banquet of the heavenly dynasty. Who gave you the audacity to speak such filth, to show contempt for the etiquette between ruler and minister? You are utterly arrogant, and your crimes are unforgivable. Turning to Emperor Xuanzhao, Minister Shun bowed deeply. Your Majesty, this man scorns the law and openly provokes. I earnestly petition your Majesty to punish him severely. Shibalai, how dare you? Xiangtu rebuked him in a deep voice. He then quickly rose to his feet, bowing to both Emperor Xianzhao and Shen Yuxi with genuine contrition. Your Majesty, Shibalai drank too much and spouted nonsense. I beg your Majesty and Lord Xiao Shun to forgive him. Shibalai has shown contempt for the heavenly Majesty and deserves 10,000 deaths. Whatever punishment your Majesty decrees, whether execution or dismemberment, I accept it wholly. Xiangtu will not object. Indeed, he deserves to die. Emperor Xianzhao spoke without expression, yet his words betrayed a surging rage. Those from the Ruoqiang delegation wore expressions of utter dismay, wishing they could kill Shibalai themselves, for he was a useless creature who could only bring ruin. However, since he belongs to the eldest prince, it would naturally be best for the eldest prince to handle him personally. Xiangtu understood that Emperor Xuanzhao's action was not merely to defend Shen Yuxi, but also to place him in an impossible position. Shibalai served the third prince, and when Xiangtu came to Mo as an envoy, the third prince had placed his own men within the delegation, seemingly fearful that Xiangtu would scheme against him. Yet at this moment, whose man Shibalai was hardly mattered. What mattered was that if he obeyed the Mo emperor's command and executed Shibalai himself, it would certainly provoke dissatisfaction among the rest of the delegation. Upon returning home, he would have no satisfactory explanation for his father the emperor. To execute one's own countrymen on foreign soil was a profound humiliation. In the future, how could he expect his court ministers to respect him? Xiangtu grasped the full weight of these consequences, but gazing at Emperor Xuanzhao's icy eyes after a brief internal struggle, he ultimately yielded to the emperor's wishes. After all, his purpose in coming to Mo this time extended beyond merely conveying his father's submission. Mo could not be offended. Xiangtu straightened his posture and lifted his gaze once more, his eyes as cold as ever. His look towards Shibalai was that of one regarding a corpse. Guards, Shibalai has shown disrespect to the heavenly dynasty and scorned proper conduct. Take him out and behead him immediately. Eldest prince. The Ruoqiang envoy extended his hand in an attempt to intervene, but a single piercing glance from Xiangtu froze him in place. Shibalai's mind finally cleared, his demeanor now unrecognizable compared to his drunken boldness from moments before. Eldest prince, what right do you have to judge me? If the third prince learns of this, he will not let you off easily. His eyes burned red as he fixed an unyielding stare upon Xiangtu. Two guards flanked him on either side, seizing his arms. Shibalai fought desperately, but his struggles were no match for the burly, powerful attendants. Xiangtu didn't bother offering any explanation, merely waving his hand as Shibalai was dragged away. Roars of unwilling defiance echoed through the grand hall, with curses ringing out without cease. Shibalai was taken to a corner for execution, and from that moment forward those disgusting eyes would never again fixate on any young woman. Lord Xiao Shun, this prince failed to properly restrain his subordinate. I trust you will not hold it against me. Xiangtu apologized to Shen Yuxi and produced a coral bracelet, luminous and brilliantly colored from somewhere unknown. The bracelet comprised dozens of uniformly sized coral beads, their color burning as deep red as fire. Each bead was polished to a flawless smoothness. The threads binding the beads were rare ice silkworm silk, glowing white and translucent, creating a striking contrast against the crimson coral. At the bracelet's end hung a petite Eastern pearl that chimed delicately with each movement. One glance revealed it as an invaluable treasure far beyond ordinary means. Xiangtu presented the coral bracelet with humble reverence. This bracelet comes from the deep seas of my Xiangtu domain. Though not a peerless treasure, it represents my sincere intentions. I implore Lord Xiaoshen to accept it as restitution for Shibalai's misconduct, hoping this unworthy display does not damage the harmonious relations between our two nations. Shen Yuxi gazed down at the radiant bracelet, her expression serene. The eldest prince speaks too harshly. This matter stems from your subordinate's misconduct, not from you. As for this coral bracelet, since the eldest prince offers it with genuine sincerity, I shall accept it. A eunuch promptly took the bracelet from Xiangtu's hand and presented it to Shen Yuxi. Shen Yuxi remained composed, leading Emperor Xianzhao and the others to nearly believe she had undergone a change of heart. But the very next instant her inner thoughts betrayed her. Tongzi, this deep-sea red coral. Is it genuine? The system responded with certainty, genuine and 100-year-old specimen. Shen Yuxi traced her fingertips along the coral beads, reflecting on how wild red coral was simply unmatched. In her previous life, she had spent tens of thousands on what was claimed to be a natural deep-sea coral bracelet, only to discover after authentication that it was counterfeit. The unscrupulous seller refused a refund, stubbornly insisting their merchandise was 100% authentic. Deep-sea red coral was scarce and protected, with most offerings on the market being imitations. Host, I have bestowed such a precious gift upon you, yet you still wish to reveal to the ruler of Chang that Xiang Tu is the son of the late emperor. Emperor Xianzhao felt a sudden, inexplicable tension. He was terrified that Shen Yuxi might reply no. She must not be so easily bribed. Shen Yuxi let out a soft heh and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Do you truly think I cannot distinguish between what is weighty and what is trivial? You believe a mere string of red coral can bribe me? This information I must present to His Majesty. Whatever they choose to do thereafter is none of my concern. She only wished to drift through life like a leisurely salted fish, leaving all other troubles to His Majesty and the ministers. The system knew Shen Yuxi well. Its host was quite skilled at being lazy. Following the awkward interruption by Shabili, the guests' spirits were somewhat dampened. After the banquet concluded, Eunuch Yang personally detained Shen Yuxi and escorted her to a side hall to select gifts. Shen Yuxi was both surprised and flattered. Eunuch Yang, these are all tribute treasures from Chang, priceless artifacts. His Majesty truly permits me to choose freely. Eunuch Yang smiled warmly and said kindly, how dare I deceive you? His Majesty has instructed that young Lady Shen may take as much as she wishes from these items as compensation for the indignity you endured at today's banquet. It hardly amounted to an insult. However, when free treasure comes to you, it would be foolish not to take it. Shen Yuxi selected her choices with unwavering decisiveness. This one is lovely. I'll take it. That one catches my eye as well. Pack it too. Watching her arms grow heavy with treasures, Eunuch Yang's lips twitched involuntarily. An ordinary person granted permission by the emperor to select tributes would typically take only one piece, showing both dignity and restraint, while leaving the emperor with a favorable impression of someone who knew contentment and propriety. Young Lady Shen, however, was unlike anyone else. She cared nothing for others' judgments, following only her own desires. Young Lady Shen, might I help you carry some of these? You cannot hold them all yourself. Besides, it appeared young Lady Shen had not yet finished choosing to her satisfaction. Shen Yuxi cast a casual glance over her selections and handed the bundle to Eunuch Yang. I trouble you, Eunuch Yang. Meanwhile, Minister Shen, who had been waiting inside the carriage for his beloved daughter, watched as she emerged, arms laden with exotic treasures and jewels, returning fully loaded. After holding it in for some time, he finally burst out, you truly are remarkable. The envoys of the Chang kingdom were lodged at the government guest house. Inside the chamber, a subordinate approached with a grim expression. Your Highness, we have been under surveillance. Xiang Tu's demeanor remained composed, offering a casual HM, as if he had anticipated this all along. Your Highness, are you not angered? What is there to be angry about? The Emperor of Mo and his civil and military officials have never genuinely trusted us from the bottom of their hearts. Now that we stand within their capital, they naturally feel apprehensive, fearing we might commit some imprudent acts. Shabili was executed by your order, and when this news reaches the capital with the third prince fanning the flames, His Majesty will once again lay blame at your feet. The subordinate voiced grievances on his lord's behalf, his voice tinged with indignation. It is simply unjust. The third prince excels at nothing compared to your Highness. He spends his days indulging in pleasure and dissipation, accomplishing nothing. Yet why does His Majesty favor him so dearly? For the first time, Xiang Tu did not rebuke his subordinate for speaking so bluntly. Instead, he silently tightened his grip upon the book in his hand, a trace of unnoticeable resentment flickering through his dark eyes. Indeed, he himself could not understand it. He worked tirelessly and diligently, although he might not excel in every area compared to that worthless third prince. He was leagues above him. Yet he could never win his father's favor. No matter how outstanding he became, he only ever received his father's indifference and reprimands. His father would always say to him, you harbor such calculated schemes at such a young age. Can you not learn from your third brother? How laughable. If he possessed not a single scheming thought in this brutal harem and treacherous court, whom would he rely upon for protection? Learn from the third prince. Learn what? To indulge in pleasure and debauchery. To squander his days in dissipation. Suppressing his restless emotions, Xiang Tu raised his gaze once more, his expression settling back into its habitual calm. There is one more matter. Send someone to investigate young Lady Shen thoroughly. I have a strange feeling that at the banquet the reactions of Emperor Xianzhao and the Mo officials were quite peculiar. This young Lady Shen is by no means an ordinary person. How did a teenage girl manage to earn Emperor Xuanzhao's rare decree, granting her a female official position? His intuition told him that young Lady Shen undoubtedly harbored some secret too profound to reveal. Though the subordinate felt puzzled, he never questioned his lord's decisions. He bowed and withdrew as commanded. The door opened and closed, plunging the room back into silence. Xiang Tu sat quietly by the window, gazing serenely at the common folk passing by on the street below. Father, you have always favored the third brother, and I have never uttered a word. I understand. How can a bowl of water be held perfectly level? You have given all your favoritism to the third brother, then leave the throne to me. I will surely surpass you in excellence. Under my leadership, the Chang kingdom will undoubtedly flourish even more. The book in his hands had been crushed to pulp before he tossed it carelessly into the corner. At the Shun residence, in the quiet courtyard. Second sister, I have more than enough clothes. Please stop torturing me. Shen Yuxi was forcefully held upright by Shun Tinglin, standing rigidly, while the matron took her measurements. Her wardrobe could not possibly fit all her garments. Several closets barely contained them. Without exaggeration, she was the person with the most clothes in the entire household, with absolutely no need for newly tailored attire. Shen Yuxi inadvertently spoke her thoughts aloud. Hearing this, Shen Tinglin flicked her forehead lightly. How could that be the same? Those clothes of yours are all worn items. If you were to wear them on the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, you would be ridiculed to death. Everyone would think the Shun family is so impoverished they cannot even afford the silver to tailor new garments. She had heard from her father that after the incident at court last time, when her younger sister and the system had casually exchanged a few words, everyone mistakenly believed her sister lacked pocket money and had to carefully budget for clothes and jewelry purchases. Even the emperor himself had personally inquired about the family's financial situation, saying if the money was insufficient he could increase their monthly allowance, and insisted they not deprive the young lady of her spending. Minister Shun felt as though a tremendous pot had been thrust upon his head. It was profoundly unjust. Their family was wealthy, and they gave their daughter ample pocket money. It was just that their beloved daughter had no idea where all the money had gone. Moreover, their daughter was not like other noble ladies who were so enthusiastic about gold jewelry and ornaments. She purchased fewer accessories, but that did not mean he gave her less money. Prompted by her second sister, Shen Yuxi suddenly remembered. She was nearly forgetting. In just a few days, she would be coming of age. Gazing at the crabapple trees in full bloom within the courtyard outside the window, she fell into a trance, quietly lamenting to the system in her heart. Time passes far too quickly. In the blink of an eye, I have already lived peacefully for 15 years in this unfamiliar world. On Earth, 15 was merely the age of middle school. The system immediately chimed in with a soft, delighted voice tinged with amusement. Exactly so. Who asked our host to inhabit a world so different from before? Once you complete the coming-of-age ceremony, you shall be a proper grown woman. Before long, matchmakers will come flocking to your door to introduce suitable prospects for you, host. A blind date. Hard pass, not interested. Shen Tinglin listened to her younger sister's conversation with the system and pressed her lips into a faint smile. Her younger sister showed no interest in matters of romance, and moreover, ordinary families would never feel comfortable marrying their daughter into such a household. It was not that they feared anyone would bully their younger sister. Nobody could handle her temperament, but rather that her father worried she would torment her husband's family after marriage. Their family had long decided to raise their younger sister for her entire life. Before the madam had finished measuring Miss Shen Yuxi for her clothing, Miss Shen Yuxi was already lifting her skirt hem, preparing to leave the mansion. Little sister, where are you going? I'm heading to the palace. Oh, and second sister. Shen Yuxi quickly withdrew her foot that had already stepped forward, went behind the screen, and retrieved a brocade box, handing it to Shen Tinglin. Curious, Shen Tinglin opened it, and her eyes lit up at what she saw inside. The brocade box was filled with exquisite and expensive hairpins and jewelry, the most precious of which was a crabapple blossom hairpin inlaid with a pearl from the Eastern Sea adorned with dangling tassels that were simply stunning. These were all acquired by me from the emperor. I have no fondness for wearing gold jewelry, but second sister, you frequently mingle with highborn ladies. These will suit you perfectly. Thank you, little sister. A warm and happy smile bloomed on Shun Tinglin's face. She cared not for the value of the gift. As long as it came from her younger sister, even an ordinary little stone would bring her joy. Shen Yuxi entered the palace to deliver mangostines to Emperor Xianzhao. In gratitude for Emperor Xuanzhao's permission to freely select tribute items, and for his favoritism and care, she not only purchased mangostines, but also pineapples, blueberries, mangoes, and cherries, all fruits unknown in this era. Emperor Xianzhao was discussing matters with his imperial princes. Aside from Mo Xuanchen, who was still at the military camp, and the fifth prince who had not yet returned to the capital, all the other princes, including the crown prince, were present. Your Majesty, young Lord Shun requests an audience, announced the young eunuch. Shen Yuxi. She wouldn't come without reason. What does she want? Mo Yao spoke without filter, but received a glare from Emperor Xianzhao. Let her in. Shen Yuxi pushed a small cart of fruits into the hall. Upon seeing the princes, she immediately bowed. This humble official pays respects to your Majesty, to the crown prince, the second prince, and the third prince. Rise. Mo Yao, unable to contain himself, sought to tease her once more. Young Lord Shen taking up carriage driving today? Such labor should be left to the palace servants. Do not weary yourself, or fourth brother will lament. Oh, are you the roundworm in fourth brother's belly, second prince? You know him so well. She could tell that the second prince was purely a gossip monger, inherently not malicious, merely somewhat irritating. Shen Yuxi retorted without hesitation, momentarily forgetting that Emperor Xianzhao was present, though he would never hold it against her. Mo Yao choked, his smile fading. Young Lord Shen, that constitutes a personal attack. Fourth brother is not here to protect you, and yet you refuse my goodwill. If your royal highness truly wishes to look after this humble official, then upon my return, I shall trouble you to pull this cart for me, lest I grow weary. Sharp-tongued is one thing, but actually doing the work was another. Mo Yao knew he could not out-talk her, and simply fell silent. Pull a cart. As a princely heir, he would never stoop to such undignified behavior. Host the second prince is insufferable. Shall we feast on his scandals? Should he provoke you again, you can use these secrets to blackmail him. At the system's voice, Mo Yao shivered, fearful that the system might blab and ruin his reputation. Serves you right for your foul mouth. Mo Fengxiao shot his imperial brother a sidelong glance. Lucky fourth brother is absent, otherwise given his temper, he would have dragged you to the martial training ground for a beating. Recalling the terror of being dominated by his fourth brother, Mo Yao felt quiet, though he stubbornly insisted, I was yielding to him. Oh, yielding. Allowing fourth brother to beat you to a bruised mess. Truly a model of fraternal harmony. Mo Yao. Find both of them were conspiring against him. He felt his life was unbearable. Emperor Xuanzhao, seeing through Shen Yuxi's purpose at a glance, lifted his head and peered into the bamboo basket, noticing it contained more than just mangosteens. Slightly surprised, he remarked, young Lord Shen has brought other exotic fruits as well. Shen Yuxi nodded. Indeed. She then introduced each type of fruit one by one, concluding with, these are all fruits this humble official greatly enjoys, with exquisite flavors. Emperor Xianzhao said warmly to the princes, since you are all here, let us taste them together. Shen Yuxi instructed the palace servants on how to prepare and consume the fruits, after which they took them away to process. Emperor Xianzhao ordered seats to be bestowed upon Shen Yuxi. After they sat down, the emperor and the princes continued their conversation, while Shen Yuxi and the system began savoring the gossip about Mo Yao. Chun, how could Mo Yao bear to have his embarrassments exposed before his own father and brothers? Yet the moment he opened his mouth, Mo Fengxiao swiftly covered it with his hand. The system narrated, host, this Mo Yao fellow has a particularly foul mouth, and does nothing worthwhile day and night. However, because he is a prince and has never committed anything against heaven or the law, the court officials can do nothing about him. In his childhood, he disliked attending classes at the imperial study. Subconsciously believing that if his tutor disappeared, he would never have to study again, one day, he bravely approached the tutor and asked what he feared most. The tutor, not overthinking it, replied that he feared snakes. Mo Yao took note. Summoning his courage, he caught a snake, and while no one was watching, dropped it beside the tutor's feet. During class, he feigned confusion and asked the tutor to inspect what was at his feet. Upon seeing the snake, the tutor was terrified out of his wits and fled in panic. Halfway there, he slipped on a pile of dog feces and fell face first. The elderly tutor in his 60s dashed to the Taiji Hall and clung to the emperor's leg, wailing and begging to be granted early retirement, lest his ancient bones be completely dismantled by the second prince. Shen Yuxi could already imagine the scene. 'Tis how pitiful. Later, when the emperor learned the truth, he was enraged and immediately grabbed a branch, whacking it against the second prince's body with furious strikes, sending the boy running and jumping while wailing to heaven and earth. But it was futile. The emperor was determined to discipline him thoroughly, ordering eunuchs to hold him firmly face down on the ground. The slender branches rained down mercilessly upon his buttocks and legs, ultimately snapping in two. How miserable it was. He did not leave his bed for a month, his buttocks swollen like steamed buns. Host, guess whether the second prince behaved himself after that. Shen Yuxi subtly glanced at Mo Yao and thought, looking at how foul-mouthed he still is now, it's clear the emperor did not beat him hard enough. If one were to speak of the only two who could keep the second prince in check apart from the old emperor, it would be Mo Xianxian. The system, seeing Shen Yuxi's curious expression, cleared its throat and said, among the princes, Mo Xianxian was the emperor's favorite. When Mo Yao was young and naive, he was especially upset that his father personally mentored Mo Xuanxian, showering him with care, yet did not come to see him for 10 days or half a month. Therefore, whenever Mo Yao encountered Mo Xuanxian, he would deliberately provoke him, snatching Mo Xuanxian's ball to play with or passing by him without a greeting, all in an attempt to anger him. Little did he expect that Mo Xianxian could not be bothered to stoop to his level. Mo Yao's competitive spirit was ignited. Fond of martial arts, he would constantly drag Mo Xianxian into fights, hoping to best him in martial prowess. Yet every time, he ended up running back to the palace in tears. Mo Yao. The crown prince and the others could not help but recall the scene from back then. The second imperial brother, simply could not defeat the fourth brother, yet he kept losing and fighting and losing. That does seem like something the second prince would do, Shen Yuxi added, striking Mo Yao right in the heart. His embarrassing history being brought up and mocked by Shen Yuxi made Mo Yao's face turn as green as bile. He should have known better than to provoke Shen Yuxi. Mo Yao's intestines were turning green with regret. But it was not over yet. The system was not about to let him off so easily. As Mo Yao grew up, he began to act more like an elder brother toward Mo Xianxian and mended his ways considerably, but he would still act cheeky from time to time. 2 years earlier, Emperor Xianzhao had intended to arrange a marriage for the second prince, as his manor housed only a few concubines. However, the second prince did not fancy the noble ladies chosen by Emperor Xuanzhao, insisting that he would pick his own wife. The emperor simply let him have his way. Just at that time, Mo Xianqin returned triumphantly with his army. Mo Yao thought that his younger brother, who had been fighting for years, had not even a single woman to attend him and must be lonely and miserable. So with great kindness he arranged for several beautiful girls and forced them into the fourth prince's manor. When Mo Xianqin returned to his manor and found those girls boldly lying on his bed, he learned the whole story from the servants. He immediately ordered the women to be thrown back into the second prince's manor. Travel-stained and weary, he did not even attend the victory banquet the old emperor had prepared for him. Instead, he dragged Mo Yao straight to the martial arts training ground. How could Mo Yao possibly win? He was given a thorough beating and ended up returning to the palace with a swollen, bruised face. Shen Yuxi was impressed. For the second prince to have kept up his mischievous ways for so many years and only been beaten by Mo Xianqin, that's quite something. Mo Fengxiao whispered. So that's the reason the second imperial brother was beaten. Why didn't you mention it? At the time he had been puzzled. Could it be that the second imperial brother and the fourth brother had developed a habit of fighting since childhood? Did they have to strengthen their bond through every meeting? Emperor Xianzhao was not surprised in the least. Perhaps it was because his second son's head had been squeezed when he was born, leaving him a bit silly, which led him to always do such unexpected things. Shen Yuxi's mocking laughter echoed around Mo Yao like 3D surround sound. He was about to turn and leave, but when he turned his head and saw the palace maids bringing up plates of fruit, he firmly sat back down. Before leaving he had to have a taste. The others sampled the fruit brought by Shen Yuxi and were full of praise. Especially the pineapple, which suited Mo Yao's taste perfectly. What's going on? My mouth is numb and painful. Mo Yao hissed and gasped, gulping down several mouthfuls of tea, but it was no use. Oh, I apologize. Your subject forgot to mention that the pineapple needs to be soaked in salt water first, Shen Yuxi said. Don't worry, drink plenty of hot water, and it won't hurt in a little while. A young eunuch hurried in to report. Your Majesty, the great prince of Ruoqiang requests an audience outside the hall. The emperor raised an eyebrow slightly as if he had expected this, and said in a calm tone, bid him enter. A moment later a tall and upright figure slowly entered the hall. Chang Tu pays his respects to your Majesty and all the princes. Emperor Xianzhao told him to rise. Chang Tu quickly glanced at Shen Yuxi, who was leisurely sitting to the side, then swiftly averted his gaze and lowered his eyes. The great prince insisted on seeing me. What urgent matter is it? Emperor Xianzhao wore a faint smile, yet it was exceptionally distant. Chang Tu suddenly knelt and performed a grand bow. Emperor Xianzhao remained expressionless, and the princes likewise wore indifferent looks. Only Shen Yuxi wore an expression of eager gossip, the nosy spark in her eyes utterly impossible to conceal. Emperor Xianzhao had long guessed that Chang Tu would come to beg him, but he had not expected Chang Tu to be even more impatient than he had anticipated. Knowing the answer, he asked, what is the great prince doing? Your Majesty is wise and martial. Chang Tu will not beat around the bush with your Majesty. Chang Tu wishes to ask your Majesty for assistance in ascending to the throne of Ruoqiang. His voice was firm and resounding. Emperor Xianzhao was silent for a long while, then slowly spoke in an unreadable tone. Give me a reason. Why should I help you? He leaned forward slightly, adding a note of interrogation in his tone. I do not interfere in the internal affairs of your Ruoqiang nation. Now that the Ruoqiang emperor has already sent envoys to pledge submission to my Mo nation, offering annual tribute and paying court every year, the Mo nation can enjoy Ruoqiang's submission without spending a single soldier. If word were to reach the Ruoqiang emperor that the great prince of Ruoqiang is colluding with the Mo nation, would that not stir his treacherous heart anew? Upon hearing this, Chang Tu was not flustered. Instead, he bowed slightly, his expression still resolute, though his tone carried a hint of earnestness and scheming. Your Majesty speaks the truth. But over the years, your Majesty should have some understanding of my father. He is deep and unpredictable, and he goes back on his word. This submission is merely a temporary measure because he cannot defeat the Mo nation. Once he stabilizes his position, he will sooner or later tear up the alliance and turn against you. He lifted his eyes sharp as an eagle's and spoke with clarity. If your Majesty helps me ascend the throne, I swear to your Majesty that on the day I take power, Ruoqiang will forever submit to the Mo nation. Not only will we pay annual tribute, but we will also open border markets, allowing Mo's silk and porcelain to be sold far into Ruoqiang, while Ruoqiang's fine horses and furs will all be supplied to the Mo nation, helping your Majesty fill the treasury and strengthen the army and borders. The hall fell into silence. Shen Yuxi muttered inwardly, does Chang Tu think he's so clever? Just a verbal oath, and he expects the emperor to help him. He takes the emperor for a fool. Emperor Xuanzhao, I haven't even said anything yet, and I'm being scolded again. Mo Yao grinned, showing his teeth, and snickered. Ha ha ha, his father was even more miserable than him. He had done nothing, yet still got scolded by Shen Yuxi. Chang Tu was not overly confident. He simply had no other choice. The situation in Ruoqiang was growing increasingly dire. The external threat had been resolved, and the two states were at peace. Now the Ruoxiang emperor had the mind to thoroughly consolidate his rule. On the very second day after Chang Tu left the palace as an envoy, the Ruoxiang emperor began to strip away Chang Tu's supporters. Many ministers attached to Chang Tu were dealt with by the emperor under various pretexts. Once Chang Tu returned, the next target of the Ruoxiang emperor would be him. It was precisely because Chang Tu had received word of this that he was so anxious. He held no military power. The Ruoxiang emperor kept a tight grip on the tiger tally, never giving Chang Tu a chance to lay his hands on it. He could not even raise troops to rebel. The only thing that comforted him was perhaps that he was more capable than the third prince. He was clear that the court officials would not stand idly by while the emperor propped up the useless third prince to ascend the throne. The throne was undoubtedly his. Only he forgot that although the fourth prince was young, the Ruoxiang emperor, being in his prime, might well wait for the fourth prince to grow up, especially since the fourth prince had quite a close relationship with the third prince. Therefore Chang Tu had set his sights on the Mo nation. Only with the support of the Mo nation would he have a way to survive after returning home. Seeing no response from Emperor Xuanzhao, Chang Tu grew anxious. If your majesty does not trust Chang Tu, I am willing to put it in writing with your majesty never to go back on my word. As long as Chang Tu successfully takes the throne, I will offer 15 cities of Ruoxiang to you as a gift. 15 cities. That's quite the boast, nearly half of Ruoxiang's capital. The hall fell into a long silence before Emperor Xianzhao spoke calmly. The great prince's request is clear to me. As it concerns the diplomatic relations between our two nations, I must consult with my ministers before making a decision. Please return to your quarters for now, great prince. Once the result is determined, I shall inform you. Chang Tu longed to say he could not wait. His father, the emperor, was pressing him relentlessly, leaving no room for him. Now trapped in the Mo kingdom, he had no way to learn the immediate situation within the palace. Without military power, returning to Ruoxiang now would be like offering himself as a fish on a chopping block. But meeting Emperor Xuanzhao's deep dark gaze, Chang Tu gritted his teeth and left reluctantly. Shen Yuxi felt the air in the room lighten as soon as Chang Tu departed. Shen Yuxi, what do you think? He asked her again. Shen Yuxi pondered for a moment and spoke truthfully. Your Majesty, I am utterly ignorant of state affairs. If your Majesty chooses to grant the great prince's request and decide to send troops to assist, then so be it. If your Majesty intends to refuse the great prince, then better to kill him outright to avoid future troubles. The system was shocked, its mouth forming an O shape. Host, I never dreamed that the word kill would ever come from your lips. Emperor Xianzhao and the princes, we never expected this either. It wasn't that Shen Yuxi was cruel, but it gave a particularly jarring impression. In their eyes, Shen Yuxi had always been a delicate girl, though occasionally shameless. She was utterly unconnected to anything bloody. Ignoring their astonishment, Shen Yuxi spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, Chang Tu turned to you for help at a critical moment, yet you did not agree to assist. If he should triumph over the Ruoxiang emperor, will he not harbor resentment for your refusal to extend a hand? He will certainly hold a grudge against you for not offering aid. For the sake of the Mo kingdom, we must strike first. Regardless of whether Chang Tu can defeat his father, leaving him alive will be a lingering threat. Therefore, once your Majesty decides not to grant Chang Tu's plea, he must not leave the Mo kingdom alive. She continued, as far as I know, the second prince of Ruoxiang is a sickly man, the third prince is useless, the fourth prince is too young, and his future unknown. None of them pose a threat. Only Chang Tu is somewhat capable. If Chang Tu dies, Ruoxiang will fall into chaos, and in the end we will reap the benefits. Shen Yuxi was kind at heart, but she knew clearly to whom her kindness should be directed. Even close friends could stab one in the back, let alone an enemy prince who was hardly a friend. Chaos within the enemy's ranks was advantageous to the Mo kingdom. Chang Tu's current compliance was only because he was cornered and had no choice but to bow his head. It was precisely such people who, once their situation improved, were most likely to develop rebellious intentions. Emma, my little minister Shen speaks sense. As for how to deal with Chang Tu, I need to consider it carefully. Emperor Xianzhao mused. Inwardly he agreed with Shen Yuxi's idea, but Chang Tu could not die within the Mo kingdom. The specifics of how to proceed remained to be discussed. Mo family army camp. The sun was blazing and the military training ground was bathed in warmth, yet it could not match the heat surging within the arena. Surrounding the camp were walls of bluish-gray adorned with war banners embroidered with eagle patterns that fluttered noisily in the wind. Blended with the shouts, cheers, and clashing of weapons from the training ground, the entire camp buzzed with vibrant energy. The Mo family army was personally established by Mo Xianqian. In the past, when an enemy nation invaded Mo, Xianqian resolutely donned his armor and went to war. On the eve of the campaign, Emperor Xianzhao allowed Mo Xianqian to select soldiers from the camp. Mo Xianqian chose 100,000 men, and with them he defeated the enemy's 400,000-strong army, marching northward all the way to their capital. Upon returning victorious, Emperor Xianzhao did not heed the court officials' advice to reclaim military power. Instead, he declared outright that the Mo family army would no longer belong to the court, but would be commanded solely by the fourth prince. This provoked opposition from all civil and military officials, but their objections were futile. The emperor was resolute in not retracting his decree. In the following years under Mo Xuanzhen's governance, the original Mo family army expanded from 100,000 to 200,000 men. Were it not for the strict multi-layered selection process, the number would have more than doubled. The court officials grew worried and advised the emperor that even if he would not reclaim military power, he should at least curb the Mo family army's growth. The Mo family army was composed of elite soldiers, each capable of facing 10 enemies. What if the fourth prince one day decided to rebel? However, Emperor Xianzhao turned a deaf ear to these concerns. In response to his minister's worries, he replied flatly, "Isn't my own throne the result of overthrowing the late emperor? If the fourth prince truly rebels one day, you should simply tuck your tails and behave. When I am gone, no one will protect you." With these words, he silenced the officials once and for all. The fourth prince had spent years honing his skills on the battlefield, and killing was as easy for him as drinking water. Once after the fourth prince returned victorious from his first battle, Emperor Xianzhao held a celebratory banquet. Whether the prince was still in a bloodthirsty state from the battlefield, a drunken official insulted him. The emperor intended to punish the man, but the fourth prince drew his sword on the spot and pierced the official's throat with a single clean stroke. The crowd screamed in terror. The fresh blood shocked everyone present, and the smell of blood lingered in the hall for a long time. Emperor Xianzhao said nothing, and no official dared to impeach the prince, fearing that they might be the next to have their throat pierced. From then on, no one was reckless enough to bring up the Mo family army. Even the emperor let it be unconcerned about his throne being usurped, so why should they worry? Worrying too much could cost them their lives. On the platform, Mo Xianzhen stood in a dark martial attire, his posture tall and straight as a pine, a jade inlaid belt around his waist. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing the taut muscles of his forearms. His hands, accustomed to gripping a sword, bore slight calluses, yet they were not rough, adding instead a touch of iron-willed ruggedness. Below the platform, soldiers stood in formation. The camp was filled with rough men, and the Mo family army had few strict rules. Anyone who wished to spar with the general, regardless of rank, could step onto the platform. "General, I'll go first." A burly colonel clutching a large blade leaped into the arena with a booming voice, prompting roars of laughter and cheers from the surrounding soldiers. "Go, Colonel Zhang. Go, General. Colonel Zhang, don't lose too badly. Ha ha ha." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Mo Xuanzhen's mouth as he raised his hand in signal, "Come." In the camp facing his men, Mo Xianzhen seemed more approachable, unlike in the palace where he was cold and taciturn with the court officials. Colonel Zhang swung his blade forward, the weapon cutting through the air with a sharp whistle as it aimed fiercely at Mo Xuanzhen, the wind of the strike powerful and heavy. Mo Xianzhen deftly sidestepped, his footwork light and agile as a butterfly, barely evading the blade's edge. He then reversed his grip and locked onto Colonel Zhang's wrist, twisting it gently. The large blade clattered to the ground. Before Colonel Zhang could react, he seized his arm and flung him to the ground in a single motion. Sufficient strength, but lacking agility. Instantly, thunderous cheers erupted from the training ground. Soldiers clapped and shouted in succession, "Excellent skills, General. Put more effort into it, Colonel Zhang." Colonel Zhang picked up his blade, blushing as he cupped his fists again. Sunlight fell upon them as Colonel Zhang fought with all his might, yet remained constantly suppressed by Mo Xianzhen. After dozens of exchanges, Mo Xianzhen flicked his long sword, lightly tapping the back of Colonel Zhang's blade. With a clang, the blade fell once more. Colonel Zhang knelt on one knee and declared loudly, "I concede. The general's skills are extraordinary. I am truly convinced." Although Colonel Zhang had lost, there was no discouragement in his eyes, only excitement and admiration. The general's martial prowess was formidable, but Colonel Zhang was not lacking either. Compared to last time, he had lasted 3 more rounds against the general. Cheers once again swept through the training ground, even louder than before. "Who's next?" Mo Xianzhen sheathed his sword, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding soldiers. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 soldiers jumped into the arena side by side, shouting in unison, "Commander, we're coming at you together. Don't accuse us of outnumbering you." Even facing 2 opponents, Mo Xianzhen remained completely at ease. He precisely caught the flaws in their techniques, flicked his sword to send one soldier's blade flying, then sidestepped to avoid the other's spear, and with a follow-up trip sent the second soldier stumbling to the ground, laughing in surrender. In a matter of moments, both had been defeated, and the training ground was filled with cheers and laughter, lively and exuberant. "Master, I've heard that in about 3 to 5 days it will be Lady Shen's coming-of-age ceremony. Would you like to return to the capital early?" Mo Xuanzhen's black common robes were already thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his back and chest. He had originally planned to take a bath and change clothes, but upon suddenly hearing his subordinates report, the corners of his mouth curled up ever so slightly. "Pack everything and prepare to return to the capital." His subordinate showed no surprise whatsoever. For them, any matter concerning young Master Xiao Shun would always take precedence above all else. "Yes. Chancellor's residence." Min sprang to her feet, her expression one of shock, her voice rising slightly. You said 2 days from now is Yushi's coming-of-age ceremony. Why didn't you tell me about something this important sooner? She paced anxiously around the room. There's no time at all. How am I supposed to prepare a gift? The maid explained in a low voice. No one seems to know yet. Young Master Shen only sent the invitation today. The Chancellor instructed me to inform you that in 2 days' time you will attend young Master Shen's coming-of-age ceremony alongside him. Time is short. I need to hurry and pick out a coming-of-age gift for Yushi. A sudden inspiration struck Min, and she clenched her fist. Got it. She remembered there was a particularly precious Hitian mutton fat jade piece pendant in the warehouse. Her grandfather had bought it from a merchant at a great expense, and he himself had never worn it, keeping it stored away. After weighing all options, nothing suited Yushi's fair and delicate complexion quite like this mutton fat jade piece pendant. Her grandfather never wore it anyway. It would just gather dust in the warehouse. Without hesitation, Min slipped into the warehouse and took the piece pendant. The maid opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Alas, the Chancellor would be furious once more. That evening, Chancellor Shui prepared to visit the warehouse to select a gift. Young Master Shen's coming-of-age ceremony was such an important occasion. The gift he presented could not be looked down upon, nor could it leave young Master Shen dissatisfied. If the young master were displeased, he would ultimately be the one to suffer the consequences. At his age, he had no desire to become the subject of gossip all day long, losing face entirely. He sifted through gift after gift, but found nothing satisfactory. Suddenly, Chancellor Shui recalled that mutton fat jade piece pendant. It seemed quite suitable for young Master Shen to wear, but his inner conflict waged a fierce battle. He cherished that pendant deeply and had never worn it himself. Forget it. A valuable gift better demonstrates sincerity. Perhaps someday, I'll need to ask young Master Shen for assistance, and it wouldn't do to be too stingy. Chancellor Shui proceeded to the farthest corner of the warehouse, retrieved a brocade box from the wall shelf, and upon opening it discovered the contents had vanished. So infuriated was Chancellor Shui that his whiskers bristled as he loudly summoned his attendants, demanding they investigate who had entered the warehouse and stolen the piece pendant. A servant timidly stepped forward and raised his hand to report. Sir, the young miss took the piece pendant. She mentioned young Master Shen's coming-of-age ceremony, and that since she lacks a more valuable gift, she intends to present this mutton-fat jade piece pendant to him. Chancellor Shui was so enraged he blew his beard and glared, managing after a moment to choke out, "Unfilial granddaughter." Helpless, he was forced to re-enter the warehouse to select another coming-of-age gift. This scene unfolded not only in the Chancellor's residence, but also throughout the Imperial Palace and the homes of various officials without exception. Time passed swiftly until the day of the coming-of-age ceremony arrived. Shen Yuxi surveyed the crowd of visitors arriving and departing, genuinely astonished. Had her popularity always been this remarkable? I realize now how little I truly understand myself. Across the entire capital, who else could command such a grand mobilization for a simple coming-of-age ceremony, drawing even the emperor's attention? Emperor Xianzhao arrived accompanied by the empress and several high-ranking consorts, along with the dowager empress and the royal princes. The sheer scale of this gathering was nothing short of extraordinary. The system enthusiastically agreed. Shen Yuxi responded with silence, finding the praise woefully perfunctory. Yuxi, amen. Shen Yuxi called back with a smile. Min approached and couldn't help complaining. Yuxi, you're being unfair. Such a significant milestone as your coming-of-age ceremony, and you didn't tell me sooner. Now I haven't prepared anything proper. It's just a coming-of-age ceremony. What's there to prepare for? Your presence is what matters. If the emperor hadn't said he'd attend, I wouldn't have made such a fuss. A simple family gathering with a meal was far better than all the grandeur. You shouldn't think that way. A coming-of-age ceremony happens only once in a lifetime. It mustn't be rushed or neglected. You're just too carefree. Once everyone was seated in order, the ceremonial officer announced with a loud voice, "The coming-of-age ceremony begins. Let the elder bestow the hairpin upon third Miss Shen." By tradition, a senior female relative of the Shen family should have combed and pinned her hair, but before Madame Shen could step forward, the empress rose first. With a smile in her phoenix-like eyes, she softly said, "Today this hairpin ceremony shall be conducted by me for Yuxi." The assembly erupted in murmurs, yet no one dared object. Some noble ladies seated below watched with envious, tear-filled eyes. They had never experienced such splendor during their own coming-of-age ceremonies. Shen Yuxi knelt in respectful greeting, and the empress personally raised her voice impossibly gentle. "Good child, there is no need for such formality." She took up an ivory comb and personally untangled Yuxi's flowing hair, her fingers gentle, as she carefully brushed through each strand with obvious affection. The dowager empress watched with delight, her expression kind. After today's ceremony, Yuxi has truly become a woman. The dowager empress glanced at the fourth prince, who had been unusually quiet, yet couldn't seem to look away from Shen Yuxi. Her brow furrowed slightly as a plan began to form in her mind. The Shen girl had reached her coming of age, and it was time for marriage considerations. Now it depended on whether her clever grandson could win her over. When it came time to insert the hairpin, the empress herself took the phoenix-patterned gold hairpin adorned with eastern pearls and secured it gently, yet solemnly, in Shen Yuxi's hair. One comb through the dark hair to its ends, and the golden hairpin completes the ceremony. The Dowager Empress spoke softly, holding her hand. I wish you peace and joy for the rest of your life, and a future free from worry or hardship. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Shen Yuxi returned to her seat. The system suddenly chimed in with excitement, drawing attention to a concubine seated second from the Empress in a goose-yellow dress. The concubine, whose name was called, trembled instinctively, a foreboding sense settling over her. As she felt the weight of everyone's gaze, particularly Emperor Xuanzhao's scrutinizing stare, Consort N's palms grew clammy with tension. The system provided background information. Consort N was the daughter of the Anzhou garrison commander, having entered the palace the previous year. With her flamboyant personality and favored status in the imperial court, Consort N had drawn considerable jealousy from other concubines. Despite 2 pregnancies since entering the palace, both ended in unexplained miscarriages, and the emperor remained unable to uncover the cause. Interpreting the system's words, she deduced that he knew the reason behind the miscarriages. Both Emperor Xianzhao and the empress frowned slightly. The imperial physicians had attributed Consort N's condition to a frail constitution and difficulties in bearing children. Yet within the palace walls, where she received the finest sustenance and meticulous medical care, 2 consecutive unexplained miscarriages seemed impossible. Fully aware of the vicious jealousy that permeated the harem, Emperor Xianzhao focused his investigation on whether someone was deliberately harming Consort N, but still found no useful leads. Consort N's breath caught in her throat, visibly frightened by what the system might reveal next. She attempted to excuse herself on the grounds of feeling unwell, but Eunuch Yang immediately ordered her to be detained. Consort N, do well to remain seated, or His Majesty may take offense, the young eunuch reminded her. When Consort N met the emperor's chilling gaze, her throat tightened, as though the very air had frozen around her. Stripped of the courage to look up, she was forced to sit back down. For the first time, she understood what it meant to feel as though sitting on pins and needles. Had she known this would happen, she never would have agreed to come to the Shen residence. She had only intended to observe, never imagining young Master Xiao Shen's mental prowess would prove so formidable. The system's next revelation struck like thunder, each word piercing through the assembled crowd's ears. Before entering the palace, Consort N was not a virgin. She had been with another man and bore a son. Emperor Xuanzhao's face darkened as though water might drip from it. A deathly silence fell upon the gathering, and no one dared to speak. All present were utterly taken aback, overwhelmed with shock. Consort N was already a married woman, yet she dared enter the palace as a concubine. This was no longer a matter of the emperor being cuckolded. It was the crime of deceiving the sovereign, punishable by the extermination of 9 kinships. Your Highness. With her secret exposed before all, Consort N could not bear the shock. Her body went limp and she nearly fainted. Fortunately, her attending maid caught her in time. However, this startled cry distracted Shen Yuxi. What's wrong with Consort N? I don't know. The empress maintained a composed smile, unhurried, and said, Lady Shen, does your residence have a side pavilion where Consort N might rest? Indeed. Lady Shen instructed a maid to lead Consort N to rest. Before departing, Consort N, leaning heavily on her strength, cast a worried glance in Shen Yuxi's direction. She had already foreseen what would come next. Unable to prevent it, she feared remaining any longer. Leave her alone. Continue your story. What exactly is going on? Shen Yuxi pressed on. Consort N's father is a consummate pragmatist. Dissatisfied with his post as regional commander of a single prefecture and lacking the ability to rise further, he set his sights upon his daughter, Consort N. Though born of a concubine, she was the most beautiful of all his daughters. The Anzhou commander intended to offer her to the aging emperor, but little did he know that Consort N had, without his awareness, secretly married and born a son. Counting the years, the boy should be nearly 3. Shen Yuxi's mouth fell open in astonishment. How incredibly dramatic. Thank heavens the emperor does not know, for he would surely be driven half mad with rage. Emperor Xuanzhao. Thank you, I already know. Besides, I shall not merely be half enraged by Consort N. Now, on the contrary, I shall be infuriated to death by you. Emperor Xianzhao closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. How brazen the Anzhou commander and consort N had been, daring to deliberately conceal the truth and send a married woman into the palace. Had it not been for young Miss Shen's inner voice, who knew how long the emperor would have remained deceived. As Emperor Xuanzhao's rage surged, a whisper of regret stirred within him. Exposed before all his court, a sovereign of his stature reduced to sharing a wife with another man. Such humiliation, the honor of the imperial house, the dignity of the emperor, was trampled beneath feet without mercy. It would have been far better to have Shen Yuxi enter the palace earlier to encounter consort and within the palace walls. Even if Shen Yuxi spread gossip, only a few would know, and he could quietly deal with consort and himself. Unlike the present situation, where both those who ought to know and those who ought not to know all had learned the truth. The system's voice continued speaking clearly. The reason consort and suffered her miscarriage is that years ago during childbirth, she suffered severe hemorrhaging. The postpartum weakness left her with lasting damage. Her body never fully recovered, which is why she could not sustain a pregnancy, and any conception would inevitably end in miscarriage. Shen Yuxi let out a deep sigh. Alas, perhaps this is simply the emperor's fate, to raise another man's wife and child. Not long ago, the incident involving noble consort Wei had just occurred, revealing that the only princess he cherished was the product of an affair between the consort and a eunuch. Now his favored concubine has secretly borne a 3-year-old son by another man outside the palace. Moreover, the emperor himself appears to be more like the intruder who shattered a family of 3, preventing them from reuniting. What of the matron who examined women before their entry into the palace? Every woman undergoes such an examination. Was consort not discovered? Shen Yuxi asked in puzzlement. She was bribed, obviously. Emperor Xianzhao clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened, his eyes blazing with fire. Each word was forced through gritted teeth. Investigate. Who was the matron that examined consort and before she entered the palace? I demand she be torn apart by 5 horses. Eunuch Yang dared not even draw breath as he hurriedly replied, Yes, your servant will proceed at once. Deep within he cursed. That inspection matron had lost her mind, daring to conceal such a grave matter. Chuan Yuan, what shall I do? The emperor. He must know everything now. He will surely kill me. Consort and was in a state of panic, her eyes brimming with terror. She gripped Chuan Yuan's arm with desperate force. Chen Yuan winced in pain, but dared not cry out. She offered a plan. Your Highness, the emperor did favor you at one time. If you sincerely admit your fault and place all blame upon your father, claiming you were coerced into this, perhaps the emperor might show mercy and spare your life, confining you only to the cold palace. Consort glared at her. Do you take confinement in the cold palace for some kind of blessing? But at the very least you would preserve your life. As long as you live, there may yet come a day when you can leave the cold palace. Recall that the Empress Dowager herself was once confined to the cold palace by the late emperor, and yet she emerged. Your Highness, do not fear. As long as we endure this trial, all will eventually turn for the better. Chen Yuan encouraged her. Miss Chen Yuan possesses quite a resilient spirit. I wish I could cultivate such equanimity, yet I doubt I could. As the mistress and maid spoke, a voice suddenly interjected. They turned to see none other than Eunuch Yang approaching. Eunuch Yang stood at the doorway, a faint smile playing upon his lips, yet the expression seemed cold and unyielding. Consort and Chen Yuan were startled, uncertain of how long he had been there and how much he might have overheard. Eunuch Yang, why are you not attending to the emperor? What brings you here? Your Highness knows perfectly well why I have come. Consort swallowed, nervously, stubbornly denying everything. Eunuch Yang, young Lord Shen's inner voice cannot be trusted. I have never done such things. And her claim that I bore a son is utterly baseless. Your Majesty must not believe her. Young Lord Shen's inner voice will not err. Right and wrong shall be clear upon investigation. Eunuch Yang appeared to express regret as he said, Your Highness Consort, and how foolish you are. Do you truly believe that even without young Lord Shen this secret could remain hidden for a lifetime? Of course it could. Consort affirmed this firmly within her heart, yet dared not voice it. For to speak it would amount to a tacit admission. No. Consort gritted her teeth. A single statement from young Lord Shen would be insufficient to convict her unless they could produce evidence. Eunuch Yang, with decades of experience navigating the palace and reading countless souls, could easily perceive exactly what Consort was thinking at that moment. He felt profoundly helpless. Consort had forgotten the fundamental law of the realm: when the sovereign commands death, the subject must die. Evidence. The emperor's word alone was proof enough. Your Highness Consort, today is young Lord Shen's coming-of-age ceremony. The emperor wishes to avoid bloodshed, so please accompany me back to the palace. How you shall be dealt with will be decided by His Majesty. A faint hope still lingered in Consort's heart, that the emperor could not bear to kill her, for he had once cherished and favored her so deeply. In the main hall the banquet continued. Shen Yuxi was utterly delighted by the unfolding gossip, trading remarks back and forth with the system. Minister Shen fared better. Having endured the daily rigors of morning audiences for years, he understood the emperor's obvious favoritism toward his youngest daughter. No matter how sensational the gossip, he always maintained his composure. However, the rest of the Shen household lacked such equanimity. Lady Shen's eyes betrayed deep concern, occasionally glancing toward the upper seats. Only when she saw that neither the emperor nor the Empress Dowager bore any displeasure toward her youngest daughter did she finally ease her worries. Shenlang gently patted the back of her hand. Madam, put your mind at ease. The emperor's indulgence toward our youngest is no idle matter. As long as she does not betray the nation or usurp the throne, even if she were to tear a hole in the heavens themselves, His Majesty would never hold it against her. Even if he blamed her, it would serve no purpose. His youngest daughter possessed a protective mechanism. No one could harm her. Host, whose scandal are you eager to uncover next? She adored crowded places. the more people the richer the gossip. The hearts of those present tightened. They silently prayed over and over, let it not be me, let it not be me. Shen Yuxi's gaze drifted lightly across the room, and quite by chance met the eyes of a young woman. Tongzi, who is she? Upon checking the system, replied Wei Mu Ran, the youngest daughter of Grand Preceptor Wei. Grand Preceptor Wei despises me and opposes me at every turn. Could his daughter really be attending my coming-of-age ceremony? Shen Yuxi found this hard to believe. Surely she has not come to cause trouble on her father's behalf. That is not the case. Grand Preceptor Wei had explicitly forbidden Wei Muran from having any contact with the Shen family, yet Wei Muran held his every action in utter contempt. If not for the blood tie between them, she would have run away from home long ago. Ever since Grand Preceptor Wei decided to send Wei Muran into the palace as a concubine, their relationship had completely and irrevocably shattered. The system shifted its tone. The reason Wei Muran refused Grand Preceptor Wei is that she already has a man she likes in her heart. Who? Wei Muran's face suddenly drained of color, her hands tightly gripping the fabric of her dress until her fingertips turned white. There was a trace of fear in her eyes mixed with the faintest hint of anticipation. Everyone was exceedingly curious, their gazes all turning toward Wei Muran. Although she was the youngest daughter of Grand Preceptor Wei, she possessed a fiery temperament and decisive nature, quite unlike ordinary noble ladies who rigidly adhered to etiquette, studied women's virtues, and followed every convention. Shui Min was equally curious. Wei Muran was on good terms with her, yet she never sought to integrate herself into the noble ladies' circle. Back then Wei Muran had even declared that although she was a woman, she wished to ride into battle and defend her country, drawing ridicule from many noble ladies in the capital who called her dreams impossible. The system cast a meaningful glance at the man seated across from her, spoke, without any concealment, the fourth prince, Imo Xianxian. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Wei Muran had a crush on the fourth prince. The fourth prince was strikingly handsome and deeply favored by the emperor, with countless women in the capital longing for him. So when they learned from the system that Wei Muran harbored feelings for Imo Xianxian, though surprised, they found it rather unsurprising. Nothing too shocking. The most composed among them was Imo Xianxian himself. His expression remained calm, yet his gaze fixed intently on Shen Yuxi, missing nothing. Emperor Xuanzhao's eyes darted between Imo Xianxian, Shen Yuxi, and Wei Muran. This. Shen Yuxi would likely be displeased, wouldn't she? Shen Yuxi couldn't quite articulate the strange emotions stirring within her, yet that subtle discomfort came without reason. She forced down the peculiar unease while deep in her eyes churned a frustration and emptiness even she couldn't understand. The system hesitated, internally wondering whether to tell its host directly that Imo Xianxian, as the male protagonist, was originally destined for Wei Muran. But with the host's arrival, all predetermined plot lines had shifted. The series of encounters between Imo Xianxian and Wei Muran no longer unfolded as scripted. The storyline changed, and so did the destined pair. Yet considering that Imo Xianxian had now broken free from his predetermined path and developed feelings for the host, the system decided against revealing anything that might discomfort her. Host, why haven't you asked me why Wei Muran likes the fourth prince, or what feelings the fourth prince holds for her, or whether they've had any interactions? I haven't had the chance to ask yet. Go ahead, I'm listening. Shen Yuxi casually lifted her cup and took a sip of water. Imo Xianxian caught every subtle movement, a faint smile slowly lingering in his narrow phoenix eyes. Perhaps Shen Yuxi wasn't entirely indifferent toward him. The system chuckled. Speaking of which, Wei Muran and Imo Xianxian's first real encounter actually took place 10 years ago. That year, Wei Muran accompanied her father to attend the palace banquet hosted by the emperor for Imo Xianxian's birthday. It was her first time entering the palace, and everything looked new and fascinating to her. On the way, she happened to cross paths with the third princess. However, Wei Muran failed to pay her respects promptly upon seeing the princess, which made the third princess furious. She ordered Wei Muran to kneel on the spot until the banquet concluded, but with at least 2 hours remaining until the event ended, Wei Muran couldn't sustain her position after merely half an hour. At that moment, Imo Xianxian was also out for a stroll and happened upon the two of them. Upon learning that Wei Muran was the daughter of Grand Preceptor Wei and noticing her pale complexion and near-fainting state, he casually remarked, "Today is my birthday. Seeing blood is ill-omened. Let her go back, sister." Although the third princess was willful and capricious, she feared her fourth brother's stubborn temperament and immediately revoked Wei Muran's punishment. That careless remark meant nothing to Imo Xianxian, yet from that day forward Wei Muran fell deeply in love with him. Especially captivated by the image of him returning victorious in battle armor, commanding thousands of troops with cold elegance and an aura of effortless dominance. Having her long-buried secret exposed publicly, Wei Muran's face flushed crimson in an instant. Under everyone's gaze, she felt shame threatening to bury her face in her collar, yet she couldn't suppress the wild hope growing in her heart as she timidly raised her eyes. Her water-bright apricot eyes gently met Imo Xianxian's, her eyelashes trembling erratically. Terrified he might anger, yet hoping against hope he might show even the slightest sign of emotion. She knew better than anyone that Xianxin probably couldn't even recall who she was, let alone harbor any affection for her. Yet, she still harbored the vain hope that his expression might shift even imperceptibly upon hearing these words. Yet Xianxin didn't even spare her a glance, his expression as impassive as still water, as if the confession weren't about him at all. In an instant something cold and cruel clamped around Wei Muron's heart, shattering every shred of shyness and anticipation. Overwhelming humiliation and sorrow crashed over her like a tidal wave. A sourness prickled her nose, her eyes reddened instantly. She fought hard against the tears, her hand clenched at her side until her knuckles turned white, her entire body going ice cold. So all these years Wei Muron's feelings were entirely unrequited. Xianxin doesn't even know she exists, and even if he did, he wouldn't give her a second glance. Would you develop feelings for someone you'd only passed once? You'd likely forget them by the next day. A wave of relief washed over Shen Yuxi. The system naturally detected this subtle shift in its host, but merely smiled without comment. Its innocent little cabbage would eventually be claimed by a pig after all. If I were Wei Muron and liked someone, I certainly wouldn't pine in secret for years without saying a word. That's too foolish. The system, being nothing more than a string of code, didn't understand matters of the heart. Would the host confess directly? Ask, do you like me? I like you, let's be together. If I'd never do that. Feels even sillier. What if he rejects me? That would be incredibly embarrassing. Face is very important. But what if the host encounters someone she really likes and doesn't confess, missing the chance entirely? Wouldn't that be a pity? It would be a pity, but who says confessing is the only way to be with someone? Two people need to spend time getting to know each other first, allowing mutual affection to grow and finding the right moment to confess. Jumping straight in with, I like you, is too sudden. The other person won't have time to adjust, and their response may not come from the heart. Those who heard Shen Yuxi's words nodded in quiet agreement. Host, haven't you ever dated? Why do you sound so knowledgeable about this? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. How would I understand if you don't tell me? Shen Yuxi lifted her eyes, her tone slow, yet carrying an unmistakable certainty. True understanding doesn't need words. But I really don't understand. Not understanding is perfectly normal. Then do you actually understand or not? I do, but I won't tell you. Shen Yuxi was teasing it on purpose. If you don't tell me, I'll never understand. Some things even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. The system hummed softly, the host is being mean. The crowd was utterly bewildered, stars swimming before their eyes. Did she understand or not? Your Majesty, something terrible has happened, someone reported hastily. The envoy inn of Ruoqiang suddenly caught fire, killing several people, and the great prince has been burned. These words stunned the entire assembly. What happened? Have you sent someone to investigate? Emperor Xianzhao asked sternly. A fire at the envoy inn was no trivial matter. If word got out, it would surely stir up rumors and gossip. It seems someone deliberately set the fire while the great prince and his party were resting, but the arsonist has not yet been found. It was no secret that the people of Ruoqiang preferred to rest during the day and act at night, their schedules utterly reversed. A flash of insight struck Shen Yuxi, and she suddenly asked, system, was it His Majesty or the princes who ordered the arson? The furious Emperor Xuanzhao. The princes inexplicably implicated. No, did they really look like suspects? Immersed in her own speculation, Shen Yuxi said, His Majesty accepted my advice, rejected Chang Tu's plea for help, and worried about Ruoqiang and the Mo kingdom turning against each other, so he used a fire to burn Chang Tu to death and eliminate the threat. Shen Yuxi shook her head, thinking she was quite clever. The system said, host, it's a good thing the old emperor can't hear your thoughts, or he'd feel terribly wronged. Huh. The fire wasn't set by the old emperor, it was set by Ruoqiang's own people. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Shen Yuxi's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Ah well, my guess was only natural. Think about it. Chang Tu had just begged His Majesty for help, and His Majesty turned him down with a few words. Under the emperor's very nose, who would dare harm the Ruoqiang envoy? So I instinctively thought of His Majesty. Emperor Xianzhao huffed, feeling a touch of unjust resentment. In Shen Yuxi's eyes, he was never a good person. Shen Yuxi glanced toward the throne and noticed Emperor Xianzhao casting her a resentful glare before turning away. She was slightly puzzled, but quickly dismissed it. She asked the system in confusion, why would Ruoqiang set fire to its own people? The Ruoqiang emperor secretly ordered the spies stationed in the capital to find a way to eliminate Chang Tu. He is his own son, well, technically his own brother, but Chang Tu hasn't rebelled. Why would the Ruoqiang emperor be so eager to kill him? The Ruoqiang emperor got word that Chang Tu had sought help from the Mo kingdom to ascend the throne. Furious upon learning this, Shen Yuxi nodded thoughtfully. A fire like that wouldn't kill anyone. There were agents of the Ruoqiang emperor within the envoy party. They contacted the spies and planned to drug the great prince and his companions into unconsciousness. Since the Ruoqiang people were accustomed to sleeping during the day, no one would suspect anything. But the great prince had retired early and hadn't eaten. The spies didn't know that. They intended to create a false fire, but who would have thought the great prince would wake up immediately upon smelling the smoke? Though he escaped, a burning beam from the roof fell and crushed his leg. Emperor Xuanzhao's expression relaxed slightly upon hearing the system's words. He had intended to conduct a thorough investigation, but since the Ruoqiang Emperor had already moved against Chang Tu, it saved him the trouble. Shen Yuxi suddenly seized on a key point. Are there Ruoqiang spies in the capital? And what about the court? Are there traitors working for Ruoqiang? At these words, everyone held their breath, stricken with fear. The courtyard, which had been somewhat noisy moments before, fell into a deathly silence. The word traitor carried immense weight. Once implicated, it meant a crime punishable by the extermination of one's entire clan. Emperor Xuanzhao's countenance darkened. His originally gentle brows were now veiled with a frigid frost. He lightly tapped the armrest of his throne, a sound that was barely audible, yet made everyone's hearts clench. Ruoqiang is thousands of li away, yet they know everything about the court's movements. Just a few days ago, Chang Tu begged His Majesty for help, and within days the Ruoqiang Emperor got the news and ordered his execution. If there isn't someone in the court leaking secrets and collaborating with the enemy, I wouldn't believe it even if the ghosts told me. There is. The system said outright. Supervising Secretary Chung Song and Military Command Commissioner Wang Qixuan. Damn it. Emperor Xianzhao clenched his fists in fury. Ruoqiang dared to plant spies, and he had been completely unaware, allowing them to pass intelligence and harm the court. A supervising secretary. A military command commissioner. One had access to the most sensitive information, the other controlled the capital's defense and patrols. Ruoqiang certainly knew how to position its pawns. This is critical information. I must tell His Majesty immediately, so he can take precautions. Post if the old emperor asks you. How will you answer? Exposing a traitor is no small matter. You could easily be misunderstood. Shen Yuxi thought for a moment, and said, from what I've observed these days, I think His Majesty doesn't care about the process, only the result. Besides, wouldn't it be easy to make up an excuse? I'll just say I overheard their secret conversation. I can make up a few lines and brush it off. His Majesty probably won't press me. Emperor Xuanzhao's face was grim. The Empress Dowager noticed, and whispered in a very low voice, "Today is Miss Shen's coming-of-age ceremony. No matter how big the fire, suppress it for now. Shen is clever, don't let her notice anything." Mother is right. Emperor Xianzhao adjusted his expression, trying to appear relaxed and cheerful. Meanwhile, at the Envoy Inn, the fire had finally been extinguished, but many envoys had died, and the inn was completely uninhabitable. Emperor Xianzhao ordered the great prince and his party to be temporarily housed in a separate compound, and sent imperial physicians to treat them. Inside the hall, candlelight flickered, and the air was thick with the mingled smells of smoke, scorched wood, and faint blood. Chang Tu was carefully helped onto a soft couch. The hem of his robe was charred and tattered by the flames, and the left leg of his trousers was torn open. The skin was red and blistered from the heat, with several broken areas oozing blood and pus. The pain made cold sweat bead on his forehead. He clenched his teeth, each breath a suppressed tremor. The imperial physician hurried forward, his expression grave. First, he inserted silver needles into several acupoints to stabilize the blood flow, then instructed an assistant to gently wipe away the debris around the wound with a clean, soft cloth. The great prince's body stiffened suddenly, and he let out a muffled groan. "Great prince, bear with it. We need to first confirm whether the bones are dislocated or broken." The lead physician spoke in a steady voice, but his hands were meticulous. He carefully palpated the shin and knee joint before letting out a sigh of relief. He said in a deep voice, "Fortunately, the bones are not broken. It's only severe burns along with swelling and tenderness. We need to clean the wound, apply medicine, and rest for 3 months to fully recover." An assistant quickly brought over the decocted herbal medicine and topical ointment. The physician took them, cleaned the wound with warm wine, pricked the blisters, wiped away the pus, then carefully applied the cooling, pain-relieving ointment. He wrapped it layer by layer with clean white silk. Throughout the process, Chang Tu's back was rigid with pain, his fingernails digging deep into the couch. But he did not utter another cry, only his face as pale as paper, his lips bloodless. After the treatment, the physician was sweating from the exertion. Taking the cloth handed by an assistant to wipe his sweat, the physician instructed, "Great prince, don't get out of bed during this time. Keep this jar of ointment and apply it once every 3 days. Avoid getting it wet." "Thank you, physician." His subordinates saw the physician out courteously. One of them said with lingering fear, "Your Highness, that was far too dangerous. If you hadn't woken up in time, we might have all perished." "Who wanted to harm us?" "The Mo Emperor." Chang Tu's lips were pale. He glanced at his subordinate and asked, "Who came through this fire unscathed?" "Grand Secretary Gao, Grand Secretary Mo, Grand Secretary Li. They happened to be out." The subordinate stopped mid-sentence, realization dawning, his eyes widening. "Your Highness, you mean?" These officials were all personally appointed by the Ruoqiang Emperor to accompany the great prince on his mission to the Mo kingdom. "His Majesty." Chang Tu gave a bitter smile. "I thought father hated me, but I was still his son. No matter how biased he is toward third brother, I thought he would always spare me a sliver of fatherly love. I overestimated myself." Your Highness, the capital is rife with the Emperor's spies. This fire was merely the beginning, next could be assassination. It will be nearly impossible for us to evade them. The subordinate's face twisted with hatred. It must have been the third prince behind this. Otherwise your majesty could never be so ruthless. The die is cast. Who instigated this matters not. This gives me an excuse to remain in the capital for now. Only by truly returning to Ruoxiang would I face a dead end. If I stay within the Mo kingdom, even father would not dare take drastic action against me. Should we seek aid from the Emperor of Mo? Xiang Tu shook his head, his voice feeble. It's useless. These past few days Emperor Xuanzhao has not responded at all. Clearly he has no intention of wading into these murky waters. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Our only option now is to drag someone else into this quagmire to make the Emperor of Mo and others take notice, and thus have them share our resentment. So it seems your Highness already has someone in mind, asked the subordinate, testing the waters. A sinister gleam flashed across Xiang Tu's eyes. Find a way to secretly send Shen Yuxi's portrait back to Ruoxiang. Have someone deliberately deliver it to the third prince. Given his fondness for beauties, he certainly won't refuse. Shen Yuxi's beauty was rare in this world. To put it plainly, she was the most breathtakingly gorgeous woman he had ever seen, with both face and figure reaching the pinnacle of perfection, every detail utterly captivating. Even the legendary beauties spoken of throughout the realm would likely seem pale in comparison to her. Given the third prince's nature, he would throw a tantrum to demand Shen Yuxi from father. Even if father refuses, he would certainly do something unexpected. From this prince's observation, Emperor Xuanzhao and his ministers hold Shen Yuxi in particularly high regard. Though this prince does not know why they would never tolerate a prince of another kingdom coveting and demanding her, the third prince is not one to give up easily. When the time comes, if the Mo kingdom and Ruoxiang fall out, this prince will naturally benefit from it. A knowing smile spread across the subordinate's face as he praised, Your Highness is brilliant. Xiang Tu exhaled and slowly closed his eyes. You may go attend to this. This prince wishes to rest. Yes. The subordinate did not dare delay a moment and quickly departed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after her coming-of-age ceremony, Shen Yuxi deliberately drew close to eunuch Yang, pretending to casually slip a small note into his belt. The note read, Ruoxiang spies, Qing Song censor in ordinary and Wang Qishuan commander of the Military Affairs Bureau. It was only when eunuch Yang returned to the palace that he discovered the note on his belt and immediately reported it to Emperor Xuanzhao, who could only laugh and shake his head in exasperation. What an ingenious plan she had devised. That morning during court session, Emperor Xuanzhao slammed the table in fury, and all officials knelt down in terror. Qing Song censor in ordinary and Wang Qishuan commander of the Military Affairs Bureau. The two summoned men stepped forward from their positions and exchanged glances. Especially Wang Qishuan, who as commander of the Military Affairs Bureau had no right to attend court or even receive imperial audiences, yet here he was summoned to the Taiji Hall. Why did the emperor suddenly call him? Emperor Xuanzhao's icy gaze cut through the air like a blade, his voice cold enough to freeze stone, each word articulated with chilling clarity. As officials of the empire, you have committed treason, colluding with Ruoxiang, secretly exchanging state secrets with the enemy. Do you think your crimes went undetected? Or do you take me for a fool, believing I knew nothing of your schemes? The latter half was almost a roar. Shen Yuxi subconsciously clutched her chest. How terrifying. The emperor wants to devour people. The words nearly made Emperor Xuanzhao break character, his anger catching in his chest before he could even curse them. Ma Yao struggled to contain his laughter, his shoulders trembling as tears welled in his eyes. Ha ha ha, only Shen Yuxi could say something so absurd at a moment like this, when father was furious. He simply couldn't stay mad, but the words struck Qing Song like thunder. His entire body convulsed as though whipped by an invisible lash. The ivory tablet slipped from his fingers and shattered against the floor, the harsh cracking sound echoing through the deathly silent hall. Wang Qishuan's once steady face drained to ash gray, his lips tinged purple as he kept his head bowed, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Your Majesty, this is fabrication. Pure slander. On what basis does your Majesty believe such absurdity? I demand to confront her. Qing Song's voice trembled beyond control, betraying his terror. Who said it? Of course I did. Besides your beloved Andy, who else could possibly expose a traitor right under your nose? 3 years, and you still haven't noticed he's been bought by Ruoxiang. The bewildered Emperor Xuanzhao stared blankly. Fourth brother, only you could endure Xiao Shen's temperament. If it were me, I'd live in constant anxiety. Ma Jingyu teased. Ma Xuanchen shot him a cold glance. There is no if. You wouldn't have the chance. Ma Jingyu. He was just making a hypothetical observation. Tisk fourth brother's possessiveness was terrifying. Qing Song and Wang Qishuan suddenly looked up at Shen Yuxi with understanding dawning in their eyes. It was then they realized they should have guessed long ago. With their identities as spies suddenly leaked, there could be only one culprit. Shen Yuxi kept her head lowered, unaware of their venomous glare. But she couldn't see it. The Emperor Xuanzhao could. He slammed the table again, his gaze sharp as blades fixing on the two men. Emperor Xuanzhao's eyes blazed with killing intent. You have exchanged letters with the enemy and colluded with Ruoxiang spies. I have the evidence. Look clearly with your own eyes. At the third prince's residence in the Ruoxiang kingdom, a gilded bronze censer burned costly exotic incense, its azure smoke curling up to entwine the vermilion pillars and drifting lazily around the hanging silk gauze curtains. Beneath the winding corridors, a pond of spring water reflected the myriad lights, with lotus lanterns floating on the surface, gently swaying in the evening breeze, rendering the entire mansion dreamlike and ethereal. Graceful dancers in revealing attire twisted their slender waists to the music, the bells fastened to their ankles ringing with each step, while the tinkling of pendants and the sounds of zither flutes and pipes wove together into a languorous melody. Fragrance, music, and laughter melted into the warm wind, intoxicating the senses. Chang Zijin's sleepwear was loosely tied, his collar wide open, revealing a large expanse of bare skin. He held a beauty on each side, indulging in the embrace of the gentle bower, his body leaning against the women's shoulders. The beauty on his right nestled in his arms like boneless silk, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Her delicate fingers held a cup of wine, feeding him grape wine sip by sip. The attending servants remained expressionless, seemingly accustomed to such decadent scenes. Your Highness, these dancers were specially selected for you with great effort. Are you satisfied? The minister's face was wreathed in the most obsequious smile, his small eyes narrowed into two slits as he cautiously glanced up at the prince's expression and lowered his voice ingratiatingly. Chang Zijin tilted his head slightly, pressed his throat, rolled his tongue, and spat out a grape skin with force. The grape skin, laden with sweet juice, traced a short, yet precise arc through the air, landing with a smack squarely on the center of the minister's forehead. The purple-black juice trickled slowly down his brow, staining his hair and eyebrows sticky and drenched, leaving him utterly disheveled. Yet the minister showed no sign of displeasure or disgust. He hastily extended his sleeve gently and respectfully removed the grape skin from his forehead and held it in his palm as if it were a rare treasure. He bent even lower, his voice filled with heartfelt praise, loud and earnest. Your Highness has such excellent aim, such precision. I am truly no match for you, utterly beyond reach. The dancers you selected are passable in their movements, but their looks are mediocre, nothing but common beauties, hardly worth a glance. He looked disdainful. Your performance grows worse by the day. Can't you even find a decent woman? Hearing this, the minister fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling with fear, utterly terrified. Your Highness, please forgive me. It is not that I lack diligence, but whenever I encounter a young and beautiful woman, I exhaust every means to bring her to you, but worthless. Chang Zijin kicked him with his leg. The minister cried out in pain, rolling twice on the ground, causing the two beauties to cover their mouths and giggle. Are you implying that I am too particular? No, Your Highness, I would never dare. The minister repeatedly denied. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, the minister produced a scroll painting from his wide sleeve. He presented it with both hands in a respectful manner, his face full of flattery. Your Highness, please take a look at this painting. I guarantee you will be satisfied. What's the meaning of this? Chang Zijin asked with displeasure, slightly lifting his chin. The beauty beside him immediately understood and took the scroll. The scroll slowly unfurled, revealing the figure painted on it. The moment Chang Zijin saw the portrait of Shen Yuxi, he abruptly sat up, straight, his gaze frozen. His arms that held the favored beauty suddenly stiffened, his fingers clenching, abruptly oblivious even to the woman's soft whimper of pain. In the painting, the woman wore a moon-white celestial dress devoid of gold, jade, pearls, or emeralds, merely a simple silk sash lightly cinching her waist. The hem cascaded like flowing clouds, accentuating her graceful, slender figure. Her brows were like distant mountains tinged with indigo, her eyes like autumn waters rippling with waves. A beauty of ethereal loveliness, not competing with vulgar allure, yet enough to overshadow all the painted ladies of the world. At her turning smile, 100 charms are born, all the powdered ladies of the 6 palaces fade into nothing. Chang Zijin's half-lidded peach blossom eyes flew open wide, his pupils violently contracting, his gaze riveted to the face in the painting as if by iron chains, utterly motionless. Having long indulged in the company of painted beauties, he had thought the world's charms were nothing more than this. Yet he never expected such a breathtakingly beautiful woman to exist. He stared at the painting, but his words were directed at the minister. His urgency was palpable. Who was the woman in this painting? I command you at any cost, bring her to me. The minister's face showed hesitation. Your Highness, she is the daughter of the Minister of Rights of the Mo Kingdom, and also the only female official of Mo, Shen Yuxi. A female official? Chang Zijin savored the words. Indeed, I have heard that Shen Yuxi is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also deeply trusted by the Mo Emperor, who made an exception to appoint her as a female official and even allowed her to preside over the imperial examinations. The minister explained cautiously. I happened to obtain her portrait, so I brought it to you at once. He watched the third prince's expression closely, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Does your Highness find the countenance of Shen Yuxi satisfactory? Satisfied. Of course he was satisfied. Chang Zijin answered in his heart. But that being the case, Shen Yuxi cannot be simply offered to your highness like an ordinary woman. Chang Zijin gave a soft snort unconcerned. What's the difficulty? I will inform my father. Now that the Mo Kingdom and Ruoqiang have reached a peace agreement, I believe the Mo Emperor will not begrudge a mere female official. Besides, I am the future emperor. My father's throne will eventually be inherited by me. For her a female official to marry me is her fortune. Considering her beauty pleased him, it was not impossible to make her his principal consort, but it would depend on her conduct. No time to waste. I will go to inform my father now. Chang Zijin turned on his heel, hastily threw on his clothes, disheveled, and abandoning the minister and the beauties rushed to the palace in a carriage. System, my eyelids keep twitching. Is something bad going to happen next? System, which eyelid is twitching? Left eye twitching means fortune. Shen Yuxi covered her right eye and retorted, right eye twitching, then, does that mean disaster? Right eye twitching represents intermittent involuntary clonic contractions of the orbicularis oculi muscle and facial nerve controlled by the brain. This is a normal phenomenon. Please believe in science. Shen Yuxi was speechless and choked up for a moment. After a silence, she said, haven't you heard that the end of science is metaphysics? This system firmly believes science is number one. The fact that I can come to this world and have you is already unscientific, isn't it? That proves that the main system's invention is scientific enough, great enough to create this higher dimensional system of mine. Shen Yuxi. While her system is a staunch materialist. The following morning during court session, the system noticed Shen Yuxi looking utterly listless, unable to muster any spirit. With a sly glint in her eyes, she asked, host, would you like to hear the scandal surrounding Prime Minister Xue? Prime Minister Xue felt his guts clench at once. Duke Ding spoke with thinly veiled glee, feigning earnest concern. What is destined to arrive cannot be evaded, Prime Minister Xue. Simply set your mind at ease. Do not fear, for a lifetime passes swiftly. Such words strike at the very heart. Prime Minister Xue took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and turned his gaze toward Duke Ding. Hey, you old wretch. Deliberately pressing upon his sore spot, stroking his beard as he said, Duke Ding need not offer me comfort. I have lived a life free of troubles, and I fear not young Lord Shen's gossip. Unlike yourself, Duke, whose household is a tangled mess. I hear young Lord Shen has grown distant toward you over the matter of Shangguan Yao. With the final words drawn out, deliberately dripping with mockery, he goaded Duke Ding further. As expected, Duke Ding was infuriated to the point of nearly choking. After letting out a heavy grunt, he immediately stepped back into his place. You old fool, such offensive words. Duke Ding was a military man, blunt and straightforward in both speech and action, no match for a cunning civil official like Prime Minister Xue. Upon hearing about the scandal, Shen Yuxi perked up slightly. Tell me what scandal? Quite the drama indeed. The system replied slowly. Prime Minister Xue's legitimate wife is actually a man. Emperor Xuanzhao, who would have guessed? Prime Minister Xue has a taste for men. All the officials present, good heavens, Prime Minister Xue's preferences are quite extraordinary. Only Prime Minister Xue himself flushed crimson, his face burning with embarrassment as he bowed his head low. To be precise, she is half a woman, for she had herself castrated. At these words, every male in the palace hall suddenly felt a chill between their legs. Shen Yuxi could hardly believe it, her thoughts taking an unusual turn. Did he castrate himself willingly for Prime Minister Xue? Exactly. Every official shared the same thought. Brave. So incredibly brave. Prime Minister Xue certainly enjoys formidable fortune, Mo Yao said with a teasing smile. The usually composed Mo Xuanshan's expression flickered with something indescribable for a moment. He glanced toward the flushed Prime Minister Xue. Prime Minister Xue is indeed unconventional. Shen Yuxi's voice rang out again. Does Prime Minister Xue know about this? Realizing her slip, she quickly amended, forgive my confusion. How could Prime Minister Xue not already know? Did Prime Minister Xue know from the beginning and willingly accept? Or did he only discover the truth after they married? Was he forced into acceptance? Hurry up and tell us. How thrilling. The officials present were all abuzz with excitement. Most of them had seen Prime Minister Xue's spouse and always believed her to be a gentle, considerate woman. Little did they expect. She was actually a man who had changed his sex. Absolutely impossible to tell. The system did not drag it out, continuing. Prime Minister Xue's spouse was once a renowned assassin on the Zhenghu circuit. Born male, but with a feminine appearance, many who did not know him easily mistook him for a woman. This very advantage allowed him to disguise himself as a woman during missions without arousing suspicion. On one occasion, while on an assassination mission, the assassin encountered the young and handsome Prime Minister Xue. It was love at first sight. Enchanted beyond reason, he fell deeply in love with Prime Minister Xue. Thus he disguised himself as a young woman, deliberately drawing near, portraying himself as an unfortunate girl who had been kidnapped and forcibly married. Touched by his fabricated tale of woe, Prime Minister Xue felt great sympathy and agreed to let the assassin stay temporarily in his residence. That stay lasted an entire year. During that time, the assassin went to great lengths to win Prime Minister Xue's affection. Finally, through relentless devotion, Prime Minister Shui fell in love with him. The assassin knew that sooner or later his true identity as a man would be discovered. Prime Minister Shui would never accept a man as his wife. So with a heavy heart, he severed the very symbol of his maleness, shaping himself into the woman Prime Minister Shui desired. Such a ruthless person, yet so deeply devoted. The crowd felt less amusement and more admiration for the assassin. Few ordinary people possessed such courage and determination. It seemed he truly loved Prime Minister Shui. What happened next? Later, no matter how hard he tried to conceal the truth, he could not hide it forever. When Prime Minister Shui discovered his spouse was actually a man, his world collapsed. Prime Minister Shui was overwhelmed with shock, fury, anger, and sorrow, all complex emotions colliding within him. His eyes reddened with rage as he berated the assassin for such betrayal, accusing him of hiding such a crucial matter, and claiming that all those words about love must have been lies, nothing but deception. For the first time witnessing Prime Minister Shui so enraged, the assassin's heart twisted in agony. Tears fell silently as he knelt, endlessly apologizing. He said Prime Minister Shui could blame him, curse him, but never question his sincerity. His love was beyond doubt. Otherwise, he would never have risked execution to betray his organization, renounce his identity as an assassin, nor subjected himself to such cruel self-mutilation, losing half his life in the process. Emperor Xianzhao shook his head with a sigh, finding the assassin rather pitiable. Yet the most vital foundation between two people must always be honesty and mutual trust. Host, can you guess how it ended? Shen Yuxi let out a soft gasp and ventured to guess Prime Minister Shui forgave the assassin. After all, they are still together. Mo Yao nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, not only are they together, but Prime Minister Shui and his spouse are famously devoted to one another. Roughly speaking, actually Prime Minister Shui's true grievance was not that the assassin was a man, but that after more than a year together the assassin still failed to understand or trust him sufficiently. Day and night for over 300 mornings and evenings he had painted the assassin's eyebrows and tied his hair, prepared meals for him, and cherished him above all others. Yet the very person he held dearest never truly opened his heart, always wearing a mask. The beautiful moments they shared remained etched in Prime Minister Shui's memory forever. He saw clearly into his own heart. Though deceived, he had also fallen irrevocably in love with the assassin. He could not bear to part from his spouse. Prime Minister Shui lifted his kneeling spouse from the ground, gazing deeply into his eyes, and said, "This time I forgive you. But never again will I tolerate any concealment or deception. Otherwise I shall not let it pass so easily." Shen Yuxi stood stunned, her mouth agape, unable to tell whether she was more surprised or impressed. Who would have guessed Prime Minister Shui is such a romantic? The officials neither did we. Prime Minister Shui was known for his stubborn nature, yet when it came to matters of the heart, he proved surprisingly devoted. Most people simply could not accept that the woman they loved suddenly transformed into a man and would have cut ties immediately. Wait, if Prime Minister Shui's spouse is a man, then does that mean Shui Min is not of the Prime Minister's bloodline? The system acknowledged with a hum. Prime Minister Shui's mother, the respected Lady Shui, had long yearned to hold a grandchild in her arms. But since his spouse was a man, bearing children was impossible. Reluctantly bearing this grief, he attempted to arrange for concubines for the Prime Minister. However, Prime Minister Shui refused, for he harbored no affection for such women. Fortunately, only the couple resided within the Prime Minister's mansion. So Prime Minister Shui adopted a pair of orphans and publicly announced that his spouse, secluded from outsiders for a year, had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Shen Yuxi thought to herself, in this feudal era Prime Minister Shui's willingness to go to such lengths was truly remarkable indeed. Chancellor Shui heaved a deep sigh. He did not feel it was wrong to love a man, nor did he resent his wife for concealing her identity to approach him. Over the years he and his wife had enjoyed harmonious companionship, knowing and loving each other, which only reinforced his belief that his initial decision was correct. The only regret was perhaps that he and his wife could not have children of their own. For many years Chancellor Shui had never taken a concubine, devoting himself entirely to his wife, a tale that was indeed a celebrated anecdote in the capital. Shen Yuxi. So is Chancellor Shui's sexual orientation male or female? Everyone, little Shen always has such a peculiar way of looking at things. While they were lamenting that Chancellor Shui was a devoted lover and that Madame Shui was a woman of strong character willing to sacrifice herself for love, little Shen only focused on Chancellor Shui's sexual orientation. One could only say, as expected of little Shen, "It should be male, right?" the system said uncertainly. Host, sexual orientation is not important. What matters is that Chancellor Shui loves a person regardless of whether that person is male, female, or somewhere in between. He is willing to accept all of Madame Shui. Oh, Shen Yuxi nodded. Indeed, their love is admirable. Ordinary people cannot achieve this level. Now that you mention it, I am quite curious about Madame Shui. I'll pay a visit to the Chancellor's mansion another day. Chancellor Shui, please don't. If little Shen comes, nothing good will come of it. Good news, Chancellor Shui, excellent news, said Second Prince Mo Yao. Chancellor Shui suspected the Second Prince was deliberately provoking him, but the next moment Mo Yao added, "Given Shen Yuxi's love for gossip, he will definitely bring you unexpected surprises." Surprise. More like a shock. Chancellor Shui remained silent. Mo Yao was not discouraged. What if your wife or someone else is hiding something from you? Once Shen Yuxi starts gossiping, you'll know everything. Besides, Chancellor Shui has been in office for many years and has made many enemies. Who knows if there are spies planted by others in your mansion waiting to kill you when you least expect it? Shen Yuxi can help you avoid risks in advance. That's right. Why hadn't he thought of that? Chancellor Shui feigned sudden realization, and now not only was he unopposed, but he also eagerly anticipated little Shun's arrival. Seeing the expectant look on Chancellor Shui's face, Mo Yao covered his mouth and chuckled. He had just blurted out a few random words, and Chancellor Shui actually believed him. With Shen Yuxi's gossiping nature, even if he went to the Chancellor's mansion, he would stir up trouble. He recalled that Chancellor Shui had been kicked out of the house more than once for hiding his allowance, and Madame Shui had forbidden him to eat. At the time, Chancellor Shui happened to run into him in a tavern crying over wine about how Madame Shui was a fierce shrew and that he would have to stay alone in an inn again that night. If Shen Yuxi were to spill Chancellor Shui's secrets in front of Madame Shui, it would be amusing. Madame Shui would surely find a way to deal with him. Mo Fengxiao glanced at the gloating expression on his second imperial brother, then looked at the expectant Chancellor Shui. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. While the second imperial brother's skill at fooling people was growing stronger and stronger. After the court session ended, Mo Xianxian called out to Shen Yuxi. Minister Shen was a step too slow and found his daughter already walking off side by side with the fourth prince. Minister Shen, I think the fourth prince is quite fond of little Shen. It's only a matter of time before he becomes your son-in-law, said Chancellor Shui, gazing at their retreating figures. Minister Shen was not pleased. My little daughter has made it very clear that she has no romantic feelings for the fourth prince. Chancellor Shui waved his hand, speaking familiarly. Oh, they're young. You wouldn't take casual remarks seriously, would you? Little Shen is young, and her mind is most changeable. One moment she might say she doesn't like him, the next with a glance and a shift of emotion, she might suddenly fall in love. Who knows? I say you should create opportunities for them to spend more time together. Then it will be clear whether she likes him or not. Since when did Chancellor Shui take up the matchmaker's trade? Chancellor Shui chuckled. Hey, little Shen's sharp tongue must be inherited from you. Minister Shen snorted lightly. My wife and I have decided to raise our little daughter for life. She doesn't need to marry and bear children nor serve her in-laws. As long as she is happy for her whole life. I understand. Which parent in the world doesn't think that way? Brother, thinking that way doesn't mean little Shen thinks the same. Based on my years of experience, there's definitely something between little Shen and the fourth prince. Chancellor Shui's tone carried a hint of certainty. Let it be. If she truly likes him. Marrying into the imperial family is not impossible as long as she is willing. Minister Shen's eyes dimmed slightly. Seeing his low spirits, Chancellor Shui instantly understood. Minister Shen was probably worried that with little Shen's unconventional nature, she would find it difficult to live carefree in the palace, let alone deal with the intrigues and deceptions of the imperial family. The royal family is heartless. His Majesty may now indulge little Shen, perhaps even favor her, and may have thoughts of making her his daughter-in-law, but he must also harbor some intentions of using her. Little Shen's system is too powerful, so powerful that even His Majesty would be wary of it, which is why he tolerates her transgressions. If little Shen were to marry into the imperial family, the royal family would have no secrets left. But what about the other members of the royal family? Would they be able to accept little Shen and the system's gossip and revelations? Moreover, His Majesty's intentions are unfathomable. Although he has appointed the crown prince, given his fondness for the fourth prince, it is uncertain who will ultimately inherit the throne. As parents, how could they willingly send their precious daughter into that den of wolves and tigers? Thinking of all this, Chancellor Shui patted Minister Shen's shoulder firmly, said nothing, turned, and walked away slowly. Exiting the palace gate, Shen Yuxi looked at the man in confusion. Fourth prince, where are you taking me? We've arrived. Approaching the luxurious carriage, entirely black with silver patterns, the personal attendant standing guard immediately knelt on one knee to pay respects. Mo Xianxian raised his eyes faintly, his voice cold and clear. Bring it. The attendant rose, turned, and carefully took a bundle of white fluff from the servant behind him. A puppy barely a month old, its entire body covered in fluffy fur, like clouds, pure white, without a single speck of color, like a crushed snowball. Its two round black eyes were moist, its small pink nose soft and dewy, its short limbs curled up in the attendant's broad palm, as it let out a timid whimper, a soft, delicate sound. The next moment, Mo Xianxian steadied the snow-white, soft little puppy into Shen Yuxi's arms. The puppy, startled by the sudden warmth, stirred uneasily, nuzzling its little head against her garment, and letting out a faint whimper, so endearing it melted one's heart. Shen Yuxi quickly cupped it gently, her palm touching the warm fluff, and instantly felt her heart soften from the cuteness, joy sparkling in her eyes. Your Highness, is this for me, eh? Mo Xianxian looked down at the little creature in her arms, then at the delight in her eyes, and the cold stillness of his gaze, like a frozen pool, was tinged with a clear warmth. His voice dropped very low, shedding the usual harshness he showed others, leaving only the tenderness reserved for her. Yes, a gift for you. He paused, his fingertip gently touching the puppy's soft ear. I heard that most young ladies like little creatures like cats and dogs. This puppy is from a litter of a female dog that the Mo family's military camp took in not long ago. This one is the prettiest. Before coming, I thought you might like such cute little things, so I brought it along. Seeing her delighted expression, he knew giving her this puppy was the right decision. Thank you, fourth prince, I like it very much. Shen Yuxi had no resistance to adorable little animals. In her previous life, she had always wanted to keep a German shepherd, tall and mighty, but she was busy with work all day and had no time to walk a dog, clean up after it, or feed it. Fearing she couldn't take good care of it, she simply gave up on the idea of raising a dog. Mo Xuanchen, seeing her delight, asked, would you like to give it a name? A name? Shen Yuxi held the soft, warm little puppy in her arms, her fingertips gently brushing through its fluffy snow-like fur. Watching the little creature curl up, its dark round eyes gazing at her with innocent confusion, she couldn't help but pout slightly. Tuanzi. How about calling it Tuanzi? As if understanding her, the little thing let out a soft gurr. It burrowed its little head deeper into her embrace, appearing even more like a round, fluffy ball of snow, so adorable that it seemed perfectly matched with the name. The more she thought about it, the more pleased she felt. With a heart full of joy, she lifted her head to look at Mo Xuanchen. The sunlight happened to fall on her temple, gilding it with a soft golden glow, and her almond-shaped eyes, as clear and lively as autumn water, curved slightly. They shone brightly as if filled with a sky full of starlight, and without any guard they crashed straight into his boundless, unfathomable ink-black eyes. The usual cold aura around Mo Xuanchen, the moment it met her gaze, silently melted away like snow under a warm sun. He lowered his eyes to gaze at her, his thin lips slightly parted, and a deep magnetic voice slowly fell, gentle enough to drown one. It sounds wonderful. A sweet and scalding pink aura seemed to silently spread between them, and Shen Yuxi's earlobes quietly turned red. Host, the system has detected that your heart rate has accelerated, soaring to 180. It is recommended that the host stabilize your emotions and avoid being swept away by beauty. The system's electronic voice instantly shattered that intangible atmosphere of ambiguity. Shen Yuxi covered her face and said in her heart, system, Mo Xuanchen is really quite handsome. Does he have abs? Yes, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, 8-pack abs, Adonis lines. He has everything he should have. Is this the legendary standard equipment of a domineering CEO? But Mo Xuanchen isn't a domineering CEO, he's a domineering prince. In the future, he might become a domineering emperor or a domineering prince consort. The system corrected. Although Mo Xuanchen didn't understand what Shen Yuxi meant by domineering CEO, he understood that she was coveting his body. System, don't you think Mo Xuanchen is so good-looking? Being with him seems like not a bad deal. Host, are you after his body? The system was stunned. I didn't know the host was so shallow. Just based on looks and figure you decide you like him. Not just that, Shen Yuxi retorted. Actually, after all this time, I can feel Mo Xuanchen's love and care for me. Hearing this, Mo Xuanchen's heart eased, joy spreading across his brows. The corners of his lips involuntarily lifted, slightly rippling into a faint smile. I died early in my past life, so having a sweet romance in this life feels pretty good too. Shen Yuxi raised an eyebrow. But Mo Xuanchen hasn't confessed to me yet, so I won't rush. I'll let him simmer for a while. When he directly tells me he likes me and asks to be with me, then I'll agree. The system let out a long oh. Mo Xuanchen understood. Did this mean she accepted him? That even if he said he liked her, she would gladly accept it? For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the surging emotions in his chest were more uncontrollable excitement or overwhelming joy. His heart pounded so fast it nearly burst out of his chest. The man's hands at his sides tightened slightly, then slowly loosened, and even the roots of his ears quietly flushed with a faint heat. He felt that he urgently needed to find a place to calm down, otherwise he would lose his composure in front of her. After hastily bidding farewell to Shen Yuxi, he left almost as if fleeing. Shen Yuxi looked at his retreating figure in confusion. Mo Xuanchen is a bit off today. The system mused maybe his man period came. Shen Yuxi. Emperor Xianzhao urgently summoned several important ministers and princes to the imperial study for a council. Premier Shui and others arrived at the imperial study bewildered. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. Emperor Xianzhao sat on the dragon throne with a dark expression, and on the desk in front of him lay a letter. The men bowed respectfully. Crown Prince Mo Jingyu was the first to speak, asking, Father, why have you urgently summoned your sons and ministers? Look at this. It's an urgent letter sent by the Ruoqiang Emperor. Emperor Xianzhao handed the letter out without explaining. Mo Jingyu took the letter with both hands, scanning it quickly. The further he read, the more grim his expression became. The others were curious. Premier Shui craned his neck, trying to peek. What was written in the letter that made the emperor and the crown prince's expressions change so drastically? Could it be that the Ruoqiang emperor regretted the tribute he had sent and wanted it back? The crown prince remained silent and handed the letter to Premier Shui. The envelope was passed from one to another until it reached Minister Shen. Seeing the contents, he trembled with rage. Without regard for the occasion, he burst out cursing. What kind of nonsense is this? How dare he covet our Shir? He wants Shir to marry into Ruoqiang and become a concubine to their third prince. Everyone knew that the third prince was a worthless wastrel addicted to beauty and pleasure, who gave him the audacity to covet his precious daughter. Emperor Xianzhao asked in a deep voice, "You've all read it. What do you have to say?" Premier Shui spoke sternly, his eyes flashing with anger. "Your Majesty, the Ruoqiang Emperor is utterly ignorant of his place. As a defeated nation, sparing their lives was your Majesty's mercy. Yet instead of gratitude, they make such an outrageous demand. This cannot be tolerated." Minister Shun was so angry he wished he could tear the letter to shreds. He was confident that the emperor would never agree to let Shir marry into Ruoqiang. In fact, everyone knew deep down the emperor had summoned them not to discuss whether Minister Shen's daughter should marry into Ruoqiang, but how to deal with the Ruoqiang kingdom. Either lead the army again to completely annihilate them or ignore it and just feel disgusted. After speaking, Emperor Xianzhao asked for the minister's advice. Sending troops again would spark war, causing the people to suffer and calamity to fall. Therefore, I believe we should simply ignore the Ruoqiang emperor. If he dares to bring an army here, we will annihilate them then. I second that. Externally, Ruoqiang has already submitted to the Mo kingdom. If we start a war over this letter, it may stir up rumors and grievances among the people. Besides, we haven't suffered any loss, right? I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean no loss? Don't you see the Ruoqiang emperor is just here to disgust us? Every word reeks of arrogance. He still thinks his third prince is so great, as if Minister Shen's daughter would be lucky to marry him. But that's exactly it. Just a few nonsensical words. No need to take them seriously. Just pretend we didn't see it. It's not as if we would actually let Minister Shen's daughter marry over there. Duke Dinghua snorted coldly. It's a good thing the fourth prince isn't here, or else if he heard what you said, His Highness would surely have you punished. The minister who had been rebuffed fell silent, shutting his mouth grumpily. Your thoughts align with mine, my loyal ministers. I will never consent to the Ruoqiang emperor's unreasonable demands. I have summoned you for another matter, and wish to hear your opinions. Emperor Xianzhao spoke gravely. In his letter, the Ruoqiang emperor mentioned that he has lost contact with the crown prince. Consumed by worry for his son, he requests that I send someone to escort Xiangtu back to his kingdom. However, Xiangtu injured his leg in the postal station fire and needs to rest and recover. He cannot endure a long journey. What are your thoughts, my ministers? Actually, Emperor Xianzhao intended to comply with the Ruoqiang emperor's wishes and send the crown prince back, hoping they would tear each other apart and weaken both sides. It was particularly inconvenient that at this moment the crown prince had burned his leg and was in poor condition. If he were forced to return to the Ruoqiang kingdom, word would spread that the emperor's magnanimity was so narrow as to refuse to shelter even a wounded man. Emperor Xianzhao fell into deep contemplation. The crown prince pondered for a moment before speaking softly. The system indicated that the postal station fire was orchestrated by the Ruoqiang emperor himself. With the traitors in his court now exposed and eliminated, the Ruoqiang emperor must be in a state of panic. He may suspect that the crown prince is the one who revealed their identities. The incident occurred so suddenly that Wang Qixuan and Cheng Song had no time to warn anyone before their families were destroyed, and they were imprisoned and sentenced to death. When the Ruoqiang emperor received the news, his first suspicion naturally fell on Xiangtu. The father and son had reached a point of no return where neither could survive without the other's destruction. The crown prince's injuries are severe. Sending him back to his country now could result in unforeseen incidents along the way which would harm Mo kingdom's reputation. Mo Yao echoed, exactly, Father Emperor. Why not write to the Ruoqiang emperor informing him of the crown prince's leg injury? At the very least, wait until the crown prince's condition is no longer life-threatening before urging him to return. This way the Ruoqiang emperor would have ample time to eliminate the crown prince's supporters. How fortunate. I agree with this proposal. No one objected. Although they secretly hoped for chaos in Ruoqiang and for the crown prince to return and clash with the Ruoqiang emperor, the crown prince was injured. They could not force him to return, or the people would think the emperor was cruel and unrighteous, finding ways to kill a rival prince. Emperor Xianzhao made the final decision. Very well, we shall proceed, as you suggest. I will convey this message to the crown prince. If he is willing to leave, I will make further arrangements. However, he believed the crown prince would prefer to seize this opportunity to remain in the capital rather than return home to become a helpless victim at the mercy of others. If the Ruoqiang emperor had convinced himself that the crown prince committed treason and identified 2 spies, then he would surely wish to kill Xiangtu without delay. After concluding the official matters, Emperor Xianzhao didn't mind joining in the gossip. With a teasing glance at Shen Lang and a tone laced with amusement, he asked, Minister Shen, I heard from palace servants that they saw Chun'er and Shen Yuxi chatting together at the palace gate, and Chun'er gave Shen Yuxi a puppy. The others all turned their gazes toward Minister Shen, their expressions full of anticipation for the drama to unfold. I didn't expect you, fourth brother, to be so clever in winning a girl's favor. Impressive. Mo Yao and Rong Yuyan applauded enthusiastically. Minister Shen, No wonder there was suddenly a little white dog in the residence running around the courtyard joyfully. When he asked where it came from, the servant said the little miss had raised it, but it turned out the fourth prince had given it to her. Minister Shen's expression darkened. Thinking that the fourth prince was eyeing his beloved daughter, even though the prince held noble status, gave him the unsettling feeling that someone was trying to steal his family. Your Majesty, my daughter has always adored cute kittens and puppies. I used to forbid her from keeping them, but this little puppy the fourth prince gifted truly hit the mark. She's overjoyed. On the surface, Shen Yuxi liked the little puppy the fourth prince had given her. But what he really meant was that his daughter had no resistance to adorable creatures whatsoever. She would gladly accept and cherish any gift like this regardless of who gave it to her. It was not because the fourth prince was the one who gave it. Emperor Xianzhao understood the subtext, but wasn't offended. Putting himself in the minister's shoes, if the delicate flower he'd carefully nurtured for years were being coveted by some pig, he'd be even more furious than Shen Shangshu. But whose pig was it after all? Sigh. Minister Shen, I have a set of the 4 treasures of the study that was accidentally acquired during the previous emperor's reign. Even I seldom use it myself, but today I shall bestow it upon you. As soon as Emperor Xianzhao finished speaking, eunuch Yang immediately ordered the 4 treasures to be brought forward. 2 eunuchs slowly approached carrying a rosewood box carved with dragons and inlaid with jewels. The inkstone was a top-grade Old Kung Duan inkstone, said to be worth 1,000 gold pieces, yet difficult to acquire. The ink was a century-old pine soot tribute ink that released a rich fragrance at the slightest touch. The brush featured premium purple badger hair paired with an ivory handle. A single brush was worth a low-ranking official's half-year salary. Even the paper was imperial tribute stock, impossible to purchase even with money. This wasn't merely the 4 treasures of the study. It was a mobile treasury of precious artifacts. Minister Shen, overwhelmed with gratitude and astonishment, hurriedly kowtowed to thank the emperor. The onlookers watched with envy, particularly Chancellor Shui, whose eyes were fixed hungrily on the gift green with jealousy. With no further urgent matters, Emperor Xianzhao dismissed them, allowing each to return to their duties. As Minister Shen stepped out of the imperial study, he held the 4 treasures with an air of triumphant pride, as though cradling a solid gold ingot. Chancellor Shui opened his mouth several times only to close it again, secretly desiring the gift. But since it was an imperial bestowal, he couldn't even attempt to trade for it. Moreover, Minister Shen valued it just as dearly and would never agree to exchange it. The midnight sky was exceptionally clear, with a full moon hanging high, its silver light flowing like water across rooftops and lawns. Sparse stars dotted the horizon as the evening breeze carried a cool chill rustling the leaves. All around was silent, only shadows accompanying the night, so still one could hear their own heartbeat. The tranquility was shattered by rapid footfalls and the sharp clatter of steel weapons colliding. Move quickly. Protect the crown prince. A sharp, urgent command sliced through the night sky. Accompanied by the piercing screams of several guards, several disheveled figures stumbled around a corner into a street, making their way directly toward the residence at the end, where a faint, warm glow emanated. Xiangtu's robes were soaked through with blood, his hair disheveled, and clinging to his forehead, his face ashen. The guards behind him were already badly wounded, their swords broken, their bodies covered in deep wounds that reached the bone. Clearly they had exhausted their last reserves of strength, with barely enough left to defend against their pursuers. He himself had suffered severe leg injuries and could barely put weight on his feet, forcing him to be carried by his guards as they ran, which greatly slowed their pace. Crown Prince, someone ahead. In the courtyard before the main gate of the Shen residence, Shen Yuxi was tending a small rectangular charcoal brazier, the embers crackling softly. With her sleeves rolled up, she held a skewer of fish between her fingers, slowly rotating it over the heat. The smoky aroma of grilling fish mingled with the warmth of the coals, spreading through the cool night air. A scene entirely out of place against the metallic scent of blood at the alley entrance. She clearly startled at the sudden commotion, looking up with confusion in her eyes, yet her hand continued to turn the fish skewer without pause. What's going on? Is Qiangtu being hunted? Yes, by men sent by the Ruoqiang Emperor. Shen Yuxi furrowed her brows. Didn't your majesty capture the traitors and destroy their families? System, although the court spies have been eliminated, it doesn't mean the vast capital is free of the Ruoqiang Emperor's agents. Young Master Shen, please save our crown prince. Before Shen Yuxi could respond, the pursuers arrived. Roughly a dozen black-clad figures materialized from the darkness behind them like phantoms, their faces concealed, blades gleaming coldly as they closed in on the crown prince with murderous intent. They halted, their gaze sweeping over the crown prince and his guards before settling on the calm Shen Yuxi standing nearby. The leader of the black-clad men snarled harshly, "This woman has seen our actions. Kill her too, lest she become a nuisance and leave loose ends." Shen Yuxi nearly laughed out of sheer exasperation. She slowly set down the fish skewer in her hand and dusted the charcoal ash off her fingers. Her tone was impatient. "I don't care that your blades are blind as you hunt down the crown prince, but why must I be dragged into this? I was just grilling a fish at my own doorstep. Who have I provoked? I refuse to suffer this unprovoked calamity." Enough nonsense. Prepare to die. The black-clad assassin paid no heed to her protests. Anyone entangled in this affair could not be allowed to live. At a single meaningful glance from their leader, one of the assassins stepped forward with his blade drawn, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, clearly intending a swift and decisive kill. After all, in their eyes, Shen Yuxi was nothing more than a fragile woman without the strength to truss a chicken. Disposing of her would require little effort. A cold smile curled at the corner of Shen Yuxi's lips. Without shifting her stance, she merely twisted the unassuming ink-black ring on the index finger of her left hand. The instant her thoughts stirred, the mystic fire ring, which had been dull and lusterless, suddenly burst forth with a blinding crimson radiance. A wave of scorching heat swept across the entire scene, reducing even the charcoal flames to trivial insignificance. The next moment, a massive surge of flame erupted from the tip of the ring. The fire did not spread chaotically, rather as if endowed with a will of its own, it followed her intent and shot straight toward the onrushing assassin. The assassin let out a startled cry and hastily swung his blade to ward it off, but the flames were like a canker clinging to the bone. Once they made contact, they could never be shaken free. No matter how he slapped at the fire or rolled across the ground, the flames did not diminish in the least. Instead, they blazed ever more fiercely. The sizzle of burning skin intertwined with his anguished screams, piercingly shrill in the dead of night. Seeing this, the remaining assassins' faces changed dramatically. Drawing their swords, they lunged at Shen Yuxi from every direction, hoping to cut her down together and put an end to the uncanny flames. This woman is far too strange. What in the world is that ring on her hand? Shen Yuxi simply stood in place, her expression serene. As her fingertips lightly turned the mystic fire ring, the colossal flames split into several smaller tongues of fire at the bidding of her, while each darting with deadly precision toward every single assassin. The flames landed upon their black robes and erupted into an inferno in an instant. Thick smoke billowed as searing agony robbed the assassins of all capacity to fight. They thrashed and wailed wildly on the ground, yet remained utterly unable to extinguish the fire consuming their bodies. "Boss, this fire is too eerie. Water won't put it out," one of the assassins cried in a flustered voice. The terror in his heart had already eclipsed the pain racking his body. Retreat. Realizing the situation had turned sour, the leader of the assassins spun around to flee, only for a tendril of flame to coil around his ankle. The fire engulfed his entire body in an instant, searing agony coursing through every limb and bone. A wretched scream tore from his throat as he stumbled and crashed to the ground. "Oh!" Screams of agony rose one after another, unceasing. "You bitch. If we're dying, we're taking you with us." A black-clad assassin, his body wreathed in flames, his face burned beyond recognition, barely clinging to half a life, mustered his last breath and lunged toward Shen Yuxi. Yet the flames seemed to have heard the assassin's desperate threat. One end of the fire lashed around the man's limbs while the other coiled around a massive boulder not far away, restraining his movements and preventing him from advancing a single step. What kind of devilry is this? Within moments, every assassin had been burned alive. All that remained on the ground was a patch of charred, blackened remains. The air was thick with the acrid stench of scorched flesh mingling with the aroma of grilled fish, an eerie and horrifying blend. The mystic fire ring gradually dimmed, reverting to that unremarkable dark red band. Chang Tu was struck utterly speechless. The scene before him had completely overturned his understanding of the world. Shen Yuxi raised her hand to examine the ring, then glanced at the crown prince and his guards, who stood nearby with mouths agape and faces etched with shock. She let out a soft tsk. "I never wanted to expose the mystic fire ring, but these people simply had to court death. Now, this is troublesome. Now that the crown prince has seen it, will he spread rumors and call me a witch?" The system glanced at Chang Tu, who stood rooted to the spot in a daze, and offered a suggestion. "Why doesn't host just kill Chang Tu outright? Put an end to future troubles." "That's going a bit far." System, were these assassins sent by the Ruoqiang emperor? To be precise, it was the third prince. Oh, so father and son alike fear that the crown prince alive will spell ruin for their schemes. After finishing her idle chatter with the system, Shen Yuxi turned to Chang Tu and said, "Your Highness, you are quite severely wounded. You should have your guard take you to a physician at once to tend to your injuries." Chang Tu seemed about to speak, but hesitated. His guard hurriedly interjected, "Master Shun, it is the middle of the night, and we are unfamiliar with the capital. We have no idea where to find a physician. We do not know whether more assassins will come, and the residence arranged by His Majesty is no longer safe to stay in. Could you?" The guard said with considerable embarrassment, "Could you make an exception and allow His Highness to lodge at the Shun residence for tonight? We will leave the moment dawn breaks." "No." Shen Yuxi refused without hesitation. "You said it yourself. You do not know whether a second wave of assassins is coming. If I take you into the Shun residence, would that not bring disaster upon me and my family? Besides, as an unrelated male, it would be highly improper for the crown prince to stay in my home. But you handled them so easily, just like that." "Shut up." The crown prince sharply rebuked his subordinate. Shen Yuxi's expression cooled a few degrees as she drew a clear line. "Your Highness, I saved you once tonight. That does not mean I am obligated to save you a second time. She looked at the crown prince and his several battered wounded guards without the slightest softening of her heart. Yet the thought crossed her mind. After all, they were envoys. If they truly died in the capital, she would have no way to account for it. After a moment of deliberation, Shen Yuxi said, "With good intent, your highness, walk down this street to the intersection, turn left for 100 meters, then right for 70 meters, and you will come upon an inn. That inn is always crowded with people. Its security is absolutely reliable. Aside from being a bit pricey, it has no other shortcomings. You can make do there for the night. Any assassin with a shred of sense would not dare make a move on you at an inn like that." The inn's clientele were either wealthy or powerful, for ordinary commoners simply could not afford it. The assassin's goal was to kill the crown prince. They would not want to court unnecessary trouble. The crown prince nodded, regaining his usual composure, and said in a gentle tone, "Thank you, Master Shen. Rest assured, I will never tell anyone about what happened tonight." Shen Yuxi played dumb. Tell whom? Did something happen tonight? Did anyone see anything? Chang Tu caught her meaning at once. No. Tonight, I merely came out for a stroll, and nothing happened at all. Then I will not see you off, your highness. Take care. With those words, Shen Yuxi turned and left, first returning to the Shen residence. On the ground still lay the half-grilled fish and the half-consumed charcoal brazier. Let's go. The prince and his attendants turned around, only to discover that the charred remains on the ground had been reduced entirely to a heap of ash. A gust of wind swept through, sending the ashes scattering into the air until they vanished without a trace. The guard's face was a mask of terror and lingering dread. Your highness is Master Shen. Is she even human? No one who experiences something so fantastical could remain calm. The crown prince's brow furrowed deeply, then gradually relaxed. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Perhaps. I now understand why the emperor and ministers of the Mo kingdom hold Shen Yuxi in such high regard. The next morning at court. System, my legs are sore. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent for a moment. Then everyone pretended not to have heard anything and continued discussing state affairs. But Shen Yuxi could not bear to be silent for even a quarter of an hour. The questions she asked were also bizarre. Why does the coiled dragon pillar in the Taiha Hall only have one dragon coiled on it? For a supreme ruler, shouldn't each pillar have 9 dragons? Is the dragon throne under His Majesty's bottom made of pure gold? Isn't gold soft? Won't it deform from being sat on year after year? Emperor Xuanzhao, endure. You say these ministers attending court are so old with stiff legs and poor stamina, how can they stand for several hours at the morning court? They're even more impressive than a young person like me. The civil and military officials endure. Shen Yuxi chattered on, and on her words making people so angry they could stamp their feet. Minister Shen saw that His Majesty and his colleagues were veins bulging on their foreheads, yet helpless, and only silently enduring, and felt a tiny bit of guilt in his heart. But then he thought, since His Majesty insisted on his young daughter serving as an official now in this situation, they had to bear it. System host, aren't your legs sore? You still have so much energy to talk. Seems your legs aren't sore enough. Shen Yuxi suddenly had a whim. If I suddenly tell His Majesty I'm dizzy, will he grant me a seat? Maybe. The system was uncertain. Host, don't forget Imperial Physician Han is still here. As soon as you feel unwell, the old emperor will send the physician to diagnose you. If it's found out you're faking illness, you'll be charged with deceiving the sovereign. Son, my life is so hard. Ordinary girls like me usually just eat, drink, have fun, compose poetry, and fall in love. But look at me, miserable, stuck with a bunch of old fogies all day, and when I encounter some stubborn old diehards, I just get a belly full of anger. The civil and military officials. Let the heavens distinguish good from evil. Who would dare to give Lady Shen a hard time? If Lady Shen didn't eat Melon's gossip and make them lose face, they would be grateful. To soothe your weak and wounded heart, how about I tell you a piece of gossip? Hurry up and tell me. Whose gossip should I pick? The system had a brainstorm and found one. Then let's go with the second prince. Recently, the second prince's mansion has been haunted, causing panic. The second prince is so scared he doesn't dare sleep at home and has been staying at the third prince's mansion for the past 2 days. Mo Fengxiao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. No wonder second brother suddenly wanted to stay at his mansion, claiming to promote brotherly affection. He was wondering about it. Second brother must have had another reason. He thought second brother was bored with his own mansion and wanted some novelty, but never expected it was because of haunting. Emperor Xianzhao was slightly startled, and the civil and military officials were also full of surprise. Most people in the court, upon hearing the system say the second prince's mansion is haunted, first reaction was that someone was deliberately causing trouble. Matters of ghosts and spirits are illusory and intangible. Leaving aside the truth, even if it were true, they would believe that ghosts appear in desolate mountains or ordinary homes, but the second prince is a dragon's son blessed with the true dragon's aura. Ghosts and evil spirits would never dare approach. Mo Yao was unusually quiet, remaining silent at this moment. Emperor Xianzhao glared at the second prince with a look of disappointment. Useless. A dignified prince afraid of ghosts. Mo Xianzhao glanced lightly and asked the second prince, his tone tinged with surprise, scared stiff. Second brother is usually quite bold yet afraid of ghosts. Fourth brother, how about we swap places? You go to the second prince's mansion and I go to your fourth prince's mansion and see if you're scared. He was usually carefree and easygoing, but he was very timid. The fourth prince's mansion has had many deaths. Second brother is so afraid of ghosts, aren't you worried you won't be able to sleep at the fourth prince's mansion? Mo Shinshin was not lying. The fourth prince's mansion even had an underground dungeon for dealing with people. Moreover, he had killed countless enemies on the battlefield. If ghosts were real, the fourth prince's mansion would be overflowing with them. I was just saying. I'm not swapping. He had been to the fourth prince's mansion. It was dreadfully cold and quiet, not as lively as his own second prince's mansion. The brothers' discussion did not affect the system's gossip. Shen Yuxi heard about the ghost gossip for the first time. The second prince was so scared he hid in the third prince's mansion. Didn't he invite a Taoist priest to exorcise the ghost? The system laughed heartily, saying, "What Taoist priest? There's no ghost at all. Someone deliberately pretended to be a ghost to scare the second prince. Playing tricks on this prince." Mo Yao narrowed his eyes, his aura growing increasingly oppressive. Was it because he had been too lenient in the past that someone dared to scare him in his own mansion? Shen Yuxi's thoughts were completely different. Although it was a question, her tone was extremely certain, as if she understood. Is it because the second prince has a loose tongue and offends too many people? They can't vent their anger but can't do anything to a prince, so they pretend to be ghosts to scare him and let off steam. Mo Yao widened his eyes and gritted his teeth as he looked at Mo Shinshin. Fourth brother, can't you control your sister-in-law? Speaking like that is asking for a beating. If it were one of my concubines, I'd definitely scold her to death. I won't. Isn't what she said the truth? Mo Fengxiao cooperated tactfully. It's the truth, but second brother doesn't like to hear it. Why doesn't he like it? Because the truth is often unpleasant to hear. You all. Watching the two younger brothers play off each other, Mo Yao couldn't find words for a long time. Finally he said, "You've gone too far. You can't gang up on me like this." It was infuriating. Second brother, I think Lady Shun makes a lot of sense. Think carefully. Is it because you're usually too arrogant and offend people without knowing it? They have no other choice, so they came up with this to scare you. Impossible. Mo Yao answered firmly. I have always adhered to kindness to others and compassion. Anyone who can think of using ghosts to scare me is definitely not a good person. Having heard Shen Yuxi use some novel words every day, Mo Yao had learned quite a few and could use them freely, such as good person. Mo Fengxiao's expression was complicated. Second brother, don't be too absolute. Be careful, you'll be proven wrong soon. As if echoing the third prince's words, the system immediately proved Mo Yao wrong the next second. It announced loudly, the haunting of the second prince's mansion is in fact the second prince's own fault. Shen Yuxi, I knew it. Self-inflicted calamities cannot be survived. Mo Yao. The civil and military officials pricked up their ears, afraid of missing a single word. The system continued telling what exactly the haunting was about. The system cleared its throat twice and explained, although the second prince has no formal wife, he has 2 or 3 concubines in his mansion. A few days ago, the second prince went horse racing in the outskirts of the capital and accidentally met a girl. The girl was delicate and pretty but covered in mud with messy hair and clothes. The girl said she had escaped from human traffickers. Mo Yao took pity on her and invited her to stay temporarily at the second prince's mansion. What an idiot. A person of unknown origin, and he just opens his mouth to invite her to stay at home. Mo Yao is really bold. What if it's a honey trap set by enemies? Shen Yuxi blurted out. The idiotic Mo Yao. That's called having a kind heart, you know. Emperor Xianzhao also thought his second son had a problem with his head. For a woman of unknown origins, even if he pitied her, there was no need to bring her back to the prince's mansion. He could have easily arranged other accommodations. The capital was so vast, could it not find room for a single woman? Yet certain ministers let their minds wander to more romantic possibilities. Could it be that the second prince had taken a fancy to her? Perhaps hoping to cultivate feelings with the young lady. Mo Yao, am I the type of man who would do such a thing? Shen Yuxi directly voiced the thoughts they all harbored. The system shook its head and denied it. No. The second prince hardly considered it fondness. He simply felt that a young woman with no one to rely on whom he happened upon was clearly heaven's way of giving him an opportunity to be a hero and rescue a pitiful girl. In his heart, he had already cast himself as her savior. Shen Yuxi. Officials both civil and military. How narcissistic. And then, what does the haunting at the second prince's mansion have to do with this young lady? Is she the one behind it? Host, I haven't finished yet. Don't rush. As the saying goes, he who rushes cannot enjoy hot tofu. I'm here for the drama, not the tofu. Shen Yuxi urged the system to hurry, and it did not hold back. It said that young lady was named Xiaoer. Upon learning that Mo Yao was the current second prince, she was utterly shocked. How could a prince be so kind-hearted as to rescue an orphan girl like her? She subconsciously assumed the second prince had likely saved her life because he had taken a fancy to her and wished to take her into his household. Xiaoer. Triggering the keyword, Shen Yuxi let out a snort and completely lost her composure, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, who gave her that name? Ha ha. How delightfully down-to-earth. The system naturally understood the host's sense of humor. After the host finished laughing, it continued, merely thinking that much was one thing, but one night, Mo Yao accidentally stumbled into her room. She had just been preparing to rest, and was startled into rolling off the bed with a fright. Although Mo Yao apologized afterward, explaining he had no idea the steward had assigned Shoer to that room, and left immediately, the young lady's conviction only deepened. She became increasingly convinced the second prince had his eyes on her, and if she refused, he might resort to force. Upon hearing this, Mo Yao's face darkened like someone constipated. He truly had not meant to do it on purpose. He never expected that girl to think so. The misunderstanding was enormous. The events that followed, host can probably guess the general outline. Shoer did not like the second prince, and feared he had designs on her, dreading further incidents of him barging into her room. Since she had already managed to escape from the human traffickers, she possessed certain unusual skills. She deliberately created all manner of eerie sounds and phenomena to frighten the second prince. Unexpectedly, she succeeded. The second prince was genuinely scared, and even took refuge at the third prince's mansion. Shen Yuxi had a question. Since Shoer despised the second prince, why didn't she seize this opportunity to leave? Good question. The system, because Shoer had nowhere to go and no money on her. Fearing that leaving would expose her to further danger, she decided to stay temporarily at the second prince's mansion until she had saved enough funds to depart. Mo Fengxiao Gli watched the spectacle and remarked, "Second brother, you deserve it. That girl is pure and innocent. You had her placed in your residence, and then barged into her room. No wonder she misunderstood you and played ghost to frighten you. Third brother, are you jealous of me? No. Then do you wish to anger me to death sooner, so you may inherit my estate? Also no." Mo Yao's face darkened. "Then shut your mouth, or do you want your older brother to exercise his rights and teach you a lesson? You couldn't beat me if you tried," Mo Fengxiao said in a smug tone. Mo Yao was so furious he could hardly speak. He deeply regretted everything. As soon as the morning court session ended, he would get rid of this hot potato as quickly as possible. Let Shoer go wherever she pleased. He was done caring. He had kindly offered help only to end up covered in filth. He was truly asking for it. Shen Yuxi felt somewhat sorry for the second prince. He had kindly rescued a girl only to be led around by the nose. Aside from the second prince running away, where is everyone else at the second prince's mansion? They are all still there. Shoer only terrified the second prince, since he dared not make a widespread commotion about the haunting, fearing others would think him timid and afraid of ghosts. No one else knew about the ghost business. Shen Yuxi chuckled. If I say Shoer has some conscience, she played ghost and scared away her benefactor, yet continued to eat and sleep under his roof. If I say she lacks conscience, she at least deliberately targeted only the second prince and did not involve others. The system, there are always those who are not afraid of ghosts. Shoer's tricks cannot fool everyone. If her ruse is uncovered, she will face dire consequences. After court adjourns, let us pay a visit to the second prince's mansion. Host wishes to help the second prince. No, I wish to watch the show, Shen Yuxi said leisurely. As for being afraid of ghosts, others cannot help. The second prince must overcome his own fears. As a prince, if he cannot see through such a minor trick, he has wasted his upbringing in the man-eating, bone-spitting palace. Most importantly, the second prince has a foul mouth, and I have never liked helping those with foul mouths. The system felt that the final sentence was the true reason the host would not help, but she supported whatever the host did. Second brother, you're in trouble now. Little Lord Shun holds a grudge. Mo Xuanshan's attention was not on Mo Yao being held against her, rather he asked, how did second brother offend her? Mo Yao grunted and winced. Could it be that she offended me? Sierra always treats others with kindness. She would not insult your foul mouth unless provoked. Mo Yao. Fine. These two, each more sharp-tongued than the other. He could already imagine the scene of his fourth brother and Shen Yuxi working in perfect harmony as a couple. However, he discovered something novel and immediately forgot his self-pity. He pressed urgently, so you're already calling her Sierra. Tell your second brother, how far has your progress gone? With these words, the others around him also lost interest in teasing the second prince. They all turned their heads to stare at Mo Xianxian. Their gazes, filled with curiosity, amusement, and scrutiny, all landed on him at once. Facing those burning stares, Mo Xianxian was unusually hesitant for once. On his normally cold and serene face, a trace of extreme discomfort flickered. He swallowed lightly, his voice still clear and crisp, yet lacking some of its usual aloof hardness. Second brother talks too much. You should focus on how to handle Shoer and remember this lesson. Mo Yao patted his chest. You little brat, can't your second brother show some concern? You are interacting with a young lady for the first time. There must be many things you do not handle well. If there is anything you do not understand, come ask your second brother. I promise to share everything I know. Can you really? Mo Xianxian expressed doubt. Terrified by a woman of unknown origins to the point of not daring to return home, everything Mo Yao said seemed nonsense to Mo Xianxian. The most taboo thing for a man is being told he is incompetent. Mo Yao stuck out his neck and retorted, at least your second brother has dealt with quite a few young ladies. There are also 2 or 3 concubines in my mansion. I am far better than someone who has never even touched a girl's hand. Mo Xianxian wore a stern expression and said solemnly, do not compare those women of yours to Sierra. They are not worthy. All right, no need to compare. Your Sierra is the best, none can match her happy now. Shen Yuxi was searching for that particular term, love-brained. He figured his fourth brother would become a devoted Shi devotee in the future. Upon learning that Shen Yuxi intended to visit the second prince's residence, Emperor Xianzhao and the ministers grew restless with curiosity. They too wished to witness what manner of supernatural trick Xiao Heir was wielding to frighten the second prince into abandoning his own home. The second prince's cowardice was one factor, but Xiao Heir genuinely possessed some convincing skill. Shen Yuxi wasted no time. After court adjourned, she immediately boarded her carriage and hastened toward the second prince's residence. To her surprise, she was not the only one at the second prince's gate. Emperor Xianzhao and the ministers had arrived moments after her, and even the ghost-fearing second prince had come along. At this moment, Mo Yao stood with unprecedented confidence. Knowing someone was staging supernatural illusions to frighten him, he felt no fear whatsoever, strutting with head held high. Shen Yuxi watched in astonishment and thought, system, why have the emperor and the others arrived? Hardly had the words left her lips when Emperor Xianzhao shot a sharp glare at the courtiers who had trailed behind him like shadows. It was entirely their fault for insisting on following. Now they had aroused Shen Yuxi's suspicion. The glared at ministers looked deeply wronged, cowering behind the emperor like scolded young wives too afraid to utter a word. What had they done wrong? They merely wished to stand at the forefront of the spectacle. Mo Xianxian stood tall and poised, remarkably conspicuous among the crowd. He stepped beside Shen Yuxi and spoke first. Shi'er, why have you come to the second prince's residence? Is there something you need from your second imperial brother? His bold initiative left Shen Yuxi too flustered to press her suspicions. For the first time, Shen Yuxi heard Mo Xianxian address her as Shi'er to her face. Her heart skipped a beat, and a faint blush tinged the tips of her ears. An inexplicable shyness washed over her. Shen Shangshu observed his youngest daughter's flustered demeanor and sighed with helpless resignation. Shen Yuxi bowed to Emperor Xianzhao and replied, without hesitation, last night the eldest prince of Ruoqiang was assassinated and requested temporary lodging at the Shen residence. I declined, reasoning that my elder sister also resides there, making it inconvenient for the eldest prince to stay. Therefore I have come to ask whether your highness the second prince would be willing to take him in. Emperor Xianzhao was unaware of the assassination and furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What is the eldest prince's current condition? Not good, I'm afraid. He is currently staying at the Yun family inn. The system lamented, oh, what a pity. They won't get to witness your heroic and imposing figure burning the assassins with fire and reducing them to ashes. Have the ashes of those black-clad figures at the mansion gate been thoroughly cleaned? It was dark last night, and I rose late this morning, so I didn't have a chance to check. Don't worry, their ashes were long swept away by the wind, and the blackened scorch marks left on the ground have also been cleaned by the servants. No one suspects anything, does he? No one. Who would have guessed that a young girl like you, host, could incinerate them to nothing but bone dust with that mystic fire ring on your hand? The mystic fire ring, reducing them to bone dust. All present instinctively turned their gazes to the dark ring adorning Shen Yuxi's slender fingers. The shock on their faces was no less than witnessing the sun rise from the west. They knew that the deeds of Shen Yuxi and her system could not be judged by ordinary standards. They were well aware that the system was no mere artifact. It could create astonishing things beyond comprehension. Yet no matter how they tried, they simply could not believe that a small ring could conjure flames powerful enough to reduce skilled assassins to nothing but ash. How terrifying. The crowd felt curiosity, fear, horror, and envy, but absolutely no greed. They did not dare covet it. They were too afraid of being burned to ash by young Mistress Shen. Your Majesty, you have come because... Mo Xianxian explained gently, my second brother reported that strange incidents have been occurring frequently at his residence lately. He suspects a haunting, and being frightened persuaded Father Emperor and the ministers to accompany him here, hoping to use the aura of the true dragon to suppress whatever lurks there. Oh, the second prince couldn't handle it alone, so he called for backup. Shen Yuxi asked curiously, system, tell me, if no one is staging these tricks, and there truly are ghosts, do you think your Majesty the Son of Heaven, with his celestial dragon energy, could actually suppress them? Host, you must believe in science. Feudal superstition is not advisable. Where on earth are ghosts? Ghosts exist only in the human mind. All are fabricated, spread through rumor and hearsay. Just hypothetically speaking, although I believe in science and do not endorse supernatural tales, it cannot be denied that folk beliefs about ghosts and spirits run quite deep here. Do tell me about it. Consider it a story, nothing more. The system replied, in folk legend there is indeed a fantastical belief that the emperor, as the true dragon son of heaven, carries the dragon chi and national fortune of the entire realm upon his person. His yang energy is supreme and utterly righteous. Ordinary entities cannot so much as approach him. If they dare linger nearby, their souls will be shattered by the dragon chi alone. Emperor Xuanzhao, upon hearing this from the system, he suddenly felt his image grow towering and majestic. Indeed, he was quite formidable. Worthy of being me. Clenching his fist and clearing his throat, Emperor Xianzhao announced loudly, "Since we are all here, let us go in together and see whether any malevolent presence has intruded. I refuse to believe any evil spirit dares to wreak havoc in my presence." With those words, Emperor Xianzhao took the lead and strode forward. The servants of the second prince's residence, upon seeing such a grand procession, were so frightened their legs turned to water. How could the emperor deign to visit a prince's mansion? "We pay our respects to your majesty." "Long live the emperor, long live for 10,000 years. Rise." Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yao declared, "All of you withdraw. Under no circumstances are you to emerge without my command." Though the servants felt bewildered, they dared not disobey the second prince's orders and hastily dispersed. "Father Emperor, let your son lead you to my quarters. That is where the strange occurrences have been taking place." Even though they knew Xiao Air was staging these supernatural illusions, they pretended to be completely ignorant, so as not to arouse Shen Yuxi's suspicion. "Tell me what manner of strange incidents have occurred that led you to believe this is a haunting." Mo Yao answered honestly, "Your son can hear ghostly wailing, a woman's voice. Only within my quarters can it be heard, no one outside can hear it at all. Every night, ghostly eyes appear on the walls, staring straight at your son. But the most terrifying part is that I have personally witnessed phantom shadows drifting past my window not once, but repeatedly. They move with incredible speed and make no sound whatsoever, not even the whisper of footsteps. No ordinary person could accomplish such a feat. Even now, merely recalling it sent goosebumps racing across his skin. Throughout his life, he had never encountered anything so eerie. No wonder he was frightened." Hearing this, the gathered officials frowned deeply. Although they trusted the thoughts of young Master Shun, what the second prince described did not seem like something an ordinary person could achieve. If someone were deliberately masquerading as a ghost, why could the sounds only be heard within the second prince's room and not beyond? The ghostly eyes on the walls and the silent, gliding shadows defied ordinary explanation. Shen Yuxi found the entire situation amusing. She did not need the system to explain it. She understood the principle behind such tricks perfectly. Glancing at the others, she noticed their brows knit tightly, seemingly convinced by the second prince's account. Prime Minister Shui spoke bluntly, "Second prince, this old minister knows a renowned exorcist famous near and far. Might I suggest inviting him to perform a ritual for you?" "Do they truly believe in ghosts?" "Absolutely. This world is nothing like the modern era with its advanced science and technology. The people here hold strong beliefs and taboos regarding ghosts and spirits. Whenever something exceeds their understanding, they immediately attribute it to the supernatural." Shen Yuxi pondered for a moment, then stepped forward 2 paces and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, this official has some knowledge of such matters. May I attempt to resolve this? I pledge my honor that I will make it perfectly clear to you and the second prince exactly what is happening." "Oh." Xianzhao Emperor seemed intrigued. "Then young Lord Shen, why not demonstrate for me? Let me see something novel." "Yes." Shen Yuxi then turned to Mo Yao. "Second prince, may I ask which wall the ghost eye appeared on?" Mo Yao extended his arm, pointing at the wall directly ahead. "There." Shen Yuxi stepped closer to the wall, carefully observed it left and right, then reached out and touched the wall surface, finally looking at her fingertips. She suddenly smiled. "Just as I thought." Turning around with a beaming smile, she said, "Your Majesty, please come over here with the ministers." Once Xianzhao Emperor and the others drew near, Shen Yuxi showed them the pale green powder on her fingertip. She explained softly, "Your Majesty, this substance is called fluorescent powder. When applied to wall cracks or door frames, it emits a faint glow at night resembling ghost eyes or will-o'-the-wisps, but appears normal during the day. Ordinary people wouldn't notice the powder on the wall, which led the second prince to mistakenly believe there were ghost eyes." Xianzhao Emperor's eyes were full of wonder. He couldn't very well pry open Shen Yuxi's fingers to look, so he lightly pinched the wall. His fingers turned green. Indeed, a layer of pale green powder has been applied to the wall. The officials behind also strained their necks and stood on tiptoe to see, but with the emperor standing in front, they couldn't get close. They had to wait until His Majesty finished his examination before they could inspect carefully. The second question, the second prince mentioned a ghostly figure floating by. The principle is even simpler. Everyone present was older than Shen Yuxi, were they not? They had their own pride, yet at this moment they were like obedient students earnestly listening to her popular science explanation. Shen Yuxi said, "Cut a human figure out of paper, tie a thin thread to its head or shoulder, stretch the other end to a hidden spot. Someone hides in the dark and pulls the thread. The figure's shadow is cast on the bedroom window. Because the line is pulled by a person, it doesn't resemble a living person walking, but rather floats, creating the illusion of a ghost drifting." "Young Lord Shen, you really know so much." Dingwa Duke praised sincerely, full of admiration. These tricks and deceptions, ordinary people who couldn't understand the principles would truly be terrified. They had not heard young Lord Shen's inner thoughts, meaning these theories were not told to her by the system, but that she herself understood them. So young Lord Shen was not as ignorant as she usually appeared. Mo Xianqian looked down at Shen Yuxi, his heart full of adoration, watching her. Shen Yuxi modestly waved her hand. Not at all, not at all. As a science student who always scored above 80 in physics and chemistry, I have a solid foundation. Such a simple principle. Piece of cake. Physics and chemistry. Seeing the confused and bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Shen Yuxi realized she had said too much. They didn't understand at all. Mo Yao asked next, then why was there the sound of a woman crying? The sound was terrifying, as if echoing right next to the ear. Shen Yuxi pondered and said, forgive me for asking, but is there someone living in the bedchamber adjacent to your highness? Yes, there is. I accidentally rescued a girl named Xiao. Seeing that she was pitiful, I simply arranged for her to stay in the prince's mansion. Mo Yao explained seriously, I had to play the part thoroughly. His original intention was to place Xiao in an empty courtyard, but unexpectedly the steward misunderstood, thinking he wanted to slowly develop a relationship with Xiao and thus arranged for her to stay in the room next to his. Mo Yao was about to vomit blood. Xiao's misunderstanding of him was definitely partly the steward's doing. From now on, he would never save a woman of unknown origin again. Even if he did save someone, he would never be foolish enough to arrange for her to stay in the mansion. Watching Mo Yao seriously call out the name Xiao, Shen Yuxi still found it amusing, but in front of everyone in a serious educational setting, laughing would seem too disrespectful. She took a deep breath and told herself not to laugh, must hold it in. Then, following the system's instructions, she pulled out a short bamboo tube from the corner. A bamboo tube. How could there be a bamboo tube in my bedchamber? Mo Yao glanced down at the small bamboo tube pinched between Shen Yuxi's fingers, his brow suddenly furrowing, his tone tinged with obvious displeasure. The bedchamber was cleaned and maintained by dedicated servants every day. Every corner must be wiped spotless. How could such a long bamboo tube go unnoticed? Damn it. I'll tell the steward later to replace all these negligent servants so they won't cause trouble while staying by my side. Not only the bamboo tube, but there's also a small hole in the wall. Mo Fengxiao, being the closest, crouched down and looked into the corner, exclaiming in surprise, indeed it's true. Ordinary people would hardly notice it. You mean the bamboo tube created the ghostly crying? Shen Yuxi smiled slightly. Second prince, the person who frightened you is just on the other side of the wall. Sound travels directionally in a pipe. Pipe resonance makes the sound eerie. In simple terms, human voices spread in all directions, but a closed bamboo tube allows sound to travel along the pipe. The bamboo tube is a hollow cylinder, and sound bounces back and forth inside, resonating, which changes the timbre of the original voice and lengthens the tone. The culprit cries out next door, and the bamboo tube processes the sound, distorting it, making it mistaken for ghostly wailing. Damn it. Even though he had known early on that Xiao was pretending to be a ghost to scare him, after hearing Shen Yuxi's explanation, Mo Yao's anger, which had just subsided, uncontrollably surged again. I helped her after all, yet she plays such tricks to frighten me. Guards. Second prince. The steward walked in trembling. Where is Xiao? Miss Xiao is feeding the koi fish in the pond. How she really treats this place as her home. Mo Yao's tone was full of sarcasm. He said coldly, pack Xiao's things and have her move out of the prince's mansion immediately. But your highness said that after Miss Xiao found a place to live and was secure then. Meeting the second prince's icy glare, the steward immediately shut his mouth and hurried off without a moment's delay. A minister disapproved and spoke out in opposition. Your Majesty, second prince, this woman played tricks and caused the second prince to be frightened. How can it be so easily overlooked? According to the law, she deserves death and cannot escape punishment. Xianzhao Emperor did not express an opinion, but he had always taken a hands-off approach with his sons and rarely interfered in the prince's private affairs. If the second prince wanted to, he could have Xiao beaten to death, and he wouldn't interfere. Mo Yao retorted. Although Xiao played tricks on me, she didn't actually cause me harm. I'll take this incident as a lesson. She made me realize that in the future, I shouldn't randomly bring others into the prince's mansion. Merits and faults cancel out, so I won't punish her. He wasn't speaking up for Xiao because he himself was at fault first. If he hadn't had a momentary lapse of judgment, the subsequent series of events wouldn't have happened.